within this sect where golden elixirs abound like dogs. A mere mortal is seated by the lakeside, intently fishing. The lofty summer sun in the sky does not in the slightest diminish his elegance. He merely wiped away the beads of sweat and uttered the words, "The wind has arrived." The surrounding air suddenly stirred, sweeping away the oppressive heat. Then he uttered, "The clouds rise." As the colorful clouds in the distance drift by, casting a cool shade. At this moment, I gaze upon the tranquil surface of the lake, my thoughts drifting away. 20 years ago, when I traversed into this realm, it summoned a celestial phenomenon. From beyond the nine heavens, ethereal melodies resonate across the realm of cultivation. This scene happened to be witnessed by the wandering Taoist of eternal life. He then took me to the Xintian sect, accepting me as a closed-door disciple. I have thus awakened to a system where one can ascend to immortality without cultivation. Merely completing tasks will yield rewards. Since then, I have embarked on a life of indolence within the sect. Each day is spent either fishing for 2.5 hours or indulging in a 2.5 hour afternoon nap. Until the 10th year, the system bestowed upon me the ability to manifest my words into reality, which added a touch of intrigue to my otherwise mundane existence. Yet my master, as a result, attained true immortality. On that day, in the midst of our usual banter, I casually remarked, "Master, why not soar with the winds?" Ascending swiftly to a height of 90,000 miles? Who would have known that in the next moment, the master soared directly into the heavens, ascending with his celestial sword. The echoes of my master's praises still linger in the air. Ah, the apprentice. Indeed, a wayward disciple. At that moment, I was utterly astounded. I never anticipated that a thoughtless remark of mine would lead to my master being sacrificed. This event unfolded before the eyes of tens of thousands of disciples from the Xintian sect, showcasing his final brilliance. In the subsequent years, I inherited my master's Changsheng peak and ascended to the position of peak master. Additionally, due to the rewards from the system, I acquired a vast abundance of elixirs, spiritual stones, and an extended lifespan. Yet the ability to speak and have the law follow my words has also been concealed behind others. Because I fear the possibility of uttering a misstep, I have taken note of my esteemed senior brothers and sisters. This has led others to perceive me merely as an ordinary mortal. The outside world still refers to me as the waste peak master, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that my lifespan surpasses even that of the ancient beings in the transformation stage. As long as this continues, enduring for 100,000 years poses no challenge. However, the notion of remaining complacent soon departed from my mind. At that moment, a woman, scantily clad, suddenly plunged into the lake, shattering the tranquility. Following closely were 5 golden elixir sorcerers. This scene ignited a fervor within the system that had languished for decades. Slay the 7 demonic cultivators of the Golden Core and rescue the sacred maiden of the Tao Palace from Lingxi. Upon successful completion, the host shall be rewarded with the majestic steed, the 9 dragons. The long-awaited, bountiful reward filled me with a surge of excitement. At this moment, the woman immersed in the lake has lost all strength to struggle. Several demonic cultivators lunged towards the woman with ferocious intent. Seated by the lakeside, I observed the scene with a furrowed brow. From whence did this fly come, daring to disturb my tranquility? My voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, echoing in the ears of several demonic cultivators. Yet upon seeing me as merely a mortal, they instantly raised their sword and charged towards me. Upon witnessing this, I merely took a step forward and softly proclaimed, "Those who dare to trespass upon my eternal peak shall be met with the shattering of their golden elixir." In the next moment, the eyes of the demonic cultivator widened in shock. The golden core within him shattered with a resounding force, leading to his utter annihilation of both body and spirit as he sank to the depths of the lake. Congratulations to the host on the successful completion of the mission. You have rescued the holy maiden of the Tao Palace and acquired the divine steed, the 9 dragons at the ascension stage. The woman in the lake was utterly astonished by this scene. A single phrase caused those golden elixir cultivators to erupt with fury. The power to manifest words into reality is a capability reserved solely for those of quasi-immortal strength. At that moment, she soared from the lake and alighted beside me. The Saintess of the Tao Palace, by Lingxi. I express my profound gratitude to the esteemed elder for your life-saving grace. I gaze at the drenched by Lingxi, unable to suppress a frown. My name is Chen Changsheng, the master of Changsheng Peak at the Xintian sect. How could the holy maiden of the Tao Palace possibly arrive at my Xintian sect? To speak candidly, the Tao Palace has been seized by the sudden emergence of demonic cultivators, transforming into a realm of darkness. I am a sole survivor who managed to escape from within. As Bai Lingxi spoke, a delicate tear glided down the corner of her eye. Recently, I have indeed heard of the rampant rise of demonic cultivators, however. I never anticipated that it would become so audacious, to the extent that even the Taoist temples have been overtaken by these malevolent forces. During my last training session upon returning to the mountain, my elder brother mentioned the matter of demonic cultivators. However, I paid it no heed at the time. Little did I anticipate that the demonic cultivators had already manifested in my vicinity. I gazed at the sorrowful Bai Lingxi and said, "You should stay here on Changsheng Peak to recuperate properly." Upon hearing that I had taken her in, Zi Lingxi immediately expressed her gratitude profusely. I returned to my residence, carrying the fishing rod. At that moment, a streak of radiant light traversed the sky, heralding the arrival of a young swordsman, a disciple from the outer sect of the Xintian sect, bearing a message. Chen Changsheng. The Ascension Conference within the sect will be held tomorrow. Please attend punctually. Upon finishing his words, the figure transformed into a streak of luminous light and sped away towards another direction. In the face of this notification, I find myself quite helpless. The Ascension Conference is merely an exhibition of peak prowess, serving as a grand fad to recruit disciples from the mortal realm. I have never been fond of such places, yet now, as the master of Eternal Life Peak, I find myself compelled to go. At this moment, the system's voice resounded once more. The Ascension Conference is about to commence. Please, host, recruit a disciple. Upon completion of this task, a generous reward shall be bestowed. Upon hearing this, I realized that the system was once again indulging in grandiose promises. Who, in their right mind, would choose to take a worthless individual as their mentor? I, after all, possess no cultivation whatsoever. This system exists, and the host need not worry as long as the tasks are accomplished. An abundance of cultivation techniques will be at their disposal. Upon hearing the system's words, I felt a sense of reassurance. In due course, it would be quite agreeable to take on several apprentices to bolster the atmosphere. The following day, I sought out Bai Lingxi to accompany me to the Ascension Conference. Bai Lingxi, trembling and unsteady on her feet, clung to the cliffs of Julong. It was evident that my vehicle had shattered her perception of strength. No matter how hard she tries to ponder, she remains oblivious to the true extent of my strength, possessing 9 divine transformation dragons as my formidable mounts. Furthermore, she cannot fathom the reason behind my choice to conceal my identity within the Xintian sect. At this moment, the square surrounding the Ascension Conference was thronged with individuals clad in opulent attire, hailing from illustrious families, as well as those dressed in tattered garments, originating from humble rural backgrounds. Their sole purpose for coming here is to join the Xintian sect and reshape their destinies. The Lord of the Seventh Peak expressed his grievances upon my delayed arrival, lamenting the audacity of the Lord of Eternal Life Peak, who seemed to possess an inflated sense of importance, compelling the 8 major peaks to await his presence alone. Before he could finish his complaint, the 9 dragons descended from the heavens. I emerged with Bai Lingxi amidst them and took a seat. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished, including the esteemed leader Nalan Shui, who frequently came to visit me. He could not fathom how, in just a few short months of absence, an ordinary person like himself could master a steed of the transformation phase. The other peak masters exchanged glances, each harboring their own hidden agendas. I could discern from their expressions that I had triumphed in the first round of this contest of bravado. At that moment, the 9 peak masters of the Xintian sect, exuding an aura as profound as the abyss, had all taken their seats. The crowd in the square remained silent, hesitant to utter a word. The Ascension Conference is now commencing. With a command from the elder of the sect presiding over the event, the multitude in the square begins to form an orderly line, methodically assessing their spiritual root talents. Soon, the first boy with a spiritual root was identified. Wang Ergu was found to possess a low-grade earth spiritual root. Upon hearing this news, the youth named Wang Ergu was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. Though merely a low-grade earth spiritual root, it was an immense fortune compared to the misfortune of lacking any spiritual root at all. The seventh peak claimed Wang Ergu. A voice spoke beside me. It was Han Feng from the seventh peak, instructing his disciples to announce their selection. Han Feng and I exchanged a glance, a moment of mutual understanding passing between us. The animosity between the seventh peak and the ninth peak has long been established. At that time, the Eternal Life Taoist and the Master of the Seventh Peak were both prominent figures in the tribulation phase. However, the Eternal Life Taoist ascended to the celestial realm before the Seventh Peak Master, causing irreparable damage to the latter's heart, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. Thus, the enmity between the two peaks has persisted to this day. Upon my entrance, Han Feng appeared to overshadow me. Yet at this moment, he still dares to meet my gaze, unable to suppress a sneer. Although the world recognizes my Xintian sect as the foremost sect, they're also aware that the Master of the Ninth Peak is but an ordinary mortal. Today, I unexpectedly found myself seated amidst the majestic 9 dragons, accompanied by the divine maiden of the Taoist temple. What an impressive display of grandeur. Upon hearing Han Feng recognize her, Bai Lingxi could not help but be taken aback. I responded with a calm demeanor, showing no reaction. Indeed, quite impressive, I remarked. But what of it? Upon hearing my rebellious words, a grim expression crossed Han Feng's face, his gaze piercing as if ready to devour me whole. At that moment, the elder of the sect bellowed once more, declaring the presence of an exceptional fire spiritual root. Upon hearing that someone had indeed tested positive for a superior fire spiritual root, the eyes of the 9 peak masters turned in unison towards the young boy, while Han Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Because this exquisite fire spirit root is highly compatible with the former sect master's fire crow technique. If I can incorporate it into my own magic, it will undoubtedly yield another nascent soul stage powerhouse within a decade. I shall claim this opportunity. Han Feng immediately shouted. The ability to personally request someone sufficiently demonstrates Han Feng's regard for the outcome. Zhou Quan, upon witnessing this, was instantly overjoyed and promptly approached Han Feng to express his reverence with a series of deep bows. I gazed at Han Feng, who had just moments ago glared at me in anger, now erupting in a hearty laughter. I let out a soft sigh, never anticipating that a mere exceptional name would bring him such contentment. I truly longed to know how he would react upon discovering that I had taken on a disciple of even higher caliber. Afterward, my gaze swept across the square, searching for someone with whom I might share a celestial connection. Soon, a little girl captured my attention. Though her entire form was soiled, she possessed a pair of eyes as clear as water, seemingly containing the essence of countless stars. Originally, it was his turn for the test, but he was shoved aside by several youths behind him, who then raised their fists toward the young girl. Upon witnessing this, I immediately let out a thunderous shout. Stop! In an instant, the boy's arm felt as heavy as lead, rendered immobile. I rose from the stone chair and approached the young girl. What is her name? The onlookers around us were utterly astonished by this scene, each speculating about the girl's extraordinary constitution, prompting even a peak master to personally come forth and inquire. The small head with sparkling big eyes. Cautiously, I am called Su Tiantian. Upon hearing this name, I offer her a gentle smile, and then turn to the group of boys who were pushing Su Tiantian, inquiring, why are you pushing her? How could one hailing from such a destitute mountain village possibly possess a spiritual root? Standing in my way will only squander my time, the leading boy scoffed. Upon hearing his words, I turned to Su Tiantian once more and inquired, did you not wish to retaliate just moments ago? Are you not afraid of him? Su Tiantian fixed her gaze on the boy and said, if I do not retaliate, he will only become more relentless. In that case, it would be better to teach him a lesson, to make him understand the essence of decorum. Upon hearing this, I could not help but burst into laughter, reaching out to gently pat Su Tiantian's little head. From this moment forth, you shall be the disciple of my 9th peak. Do you accept? Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The elders of the sect, witnessing the commotion, promptly leaned in and whispered in my ear, "Chief Chun, I believe it would be prudent to assess Lin Jin's suitability for apprenticeship before making any commitments." I truly must respond. Han Feng suddenly rose to his feet, laughing heartily. Chen Changsheng is so eager to take on a disciple, fearing he might not find one soon. After all, who would willingly choose to be taught by an ordinary person? Ning Ju would rather serve as a menial worker for the wind than become a disciple of the wine wind. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, some of the wind masters burst into hearty laughter. Everyone is aware that the doctrine of longevity has long since dissipated, having devolved into nothing more than a farce. Seeing this, I chose not to engage in their discussions. Instead, I approached Su Tiantian once more to test her resolve. "You heard what they said earlier. Do you still wish to take me as your mentor?" "I am Jiufeng." I could see the little girl lift her head earnestly. "You just stood up for me. In my heart, you are the true celestial being. I am willing to enter the ninth wind, even if it means serving as a maid." The earnest expression on Su Tiantian's face made me nod in agreement. Next, it was Su Tiantian's turn to undergo the test. As a brilliant white light illuminated the surroundings, the voice of the sect elder resonated. Su Yaomulin's words, coupled with Xia Pin's, prompted Han Feng to bend over in uncontrollable laughter, while the other wind masters could hardly suppress their amusement. They had anticipated that I had stumbled upon something remarkable, yet the revelation turned out to be a mere cacophony, unworthy even of an outer disciple. However, I was not taken aback by this outcome, for regardless of Su Tiantian's grade, his ability to manifest his will could undoubtedly alter his fate, enabling him to become the most formidable celestial-grade spiritual root. I then approached Su Tiantian, softly comforting her not to be disheartened. Perhaps they had misjudged. After all, you might possess extraordinary spiritual roots. Upon hearing my words, Su Tiantian felt a flicker of joy, yet a lingering disappointment remained. He had initially believed that he possessed at least a medium-grade spiritual root, only to be taken aback by the revelation that it had transformed into a low-grade one, causing even Master Lei to be ridiculed. Subsequently, I instructed Su Tiantian to once again ascend the testing platform, when suddenly a beam of light erupted from his being, soaring into the heavens. A cascade of verdant light envelopes the flora and trees beyond the square, rendering them lush and vibrant. Countless emerald leaves soar towards the heavens, heralding the arrival of spring. This miraculous phenomenon, born solely from the legendary ethereal roots, evokes an awe-inspiring resonance between heaven and earth, leaving Han Feng in a state of utter disbelief. Meanwhile, the gathered onlookers are left astounded, their hearts heavy with regret. The Sacred Maiden of the Tao Palace, by Ling Si, felt a surge of terror within her heart. Ever since I descended before Su Tiantian, and now awakened my celestial-grade spiritual root, his gaze has remained unflinchingly fixed upon me. It is challenging to fathom the quality of a spiritual root that might only emerge among billions of people, a realization I had long since come to. Yet, Su Tiantian felt as though he had defied the heavens and altered his fate. The thought sent a chill down his spine, rendering him hesitant to ponder further. Soon enough, Su Tiantian stepped down from the testing platform. Although he remained oblivious to the significance of the extraordinary phenomena he had instigated, the expressions of those around him conveyed that this was indeed a positive occurrence. Then, Su Tiantian approached me and knelt down. "Master, from now on, Tiantian will follow you in your cultivation." I took Su Tiantian's small hand, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, we walked over to the bench and sat down. At that moment, the master of the fourth peak, Qianshui Lu, stepped forward and addressed me, saying, "Master Chun, allowing a celestial-grade spiritual root to accompany you to the ninth peak seems rather unreasonable." Upon hearing these words, I narrowed my eyes and gazed at the master of the fourth peak. The essence of the immortal peak master's words conveys that I am unworthy to be the master of an immortal-grade spiritual root. Qianshui Lu let out a cold snort. An immortal-grade spiritual root is born from the grand destiny of heaven and earth. To entrust it to a mere mortal would be a grievous waste of a precious treasure. In my observation, the wood spirit bears a striking resemblance to the sect master. It would be prudent to inquire with Feng, the sect master's disciple, regarding how he came to hear the words of Qianshui Lu. Some of the sect masters couldn't help but nod in agreement. The master of the 8th peak, Na Lanue, let out a cold laugh. The master of the 1,000 peaks weighs 200 pounds, while 190 pounds is merely a new hue. Truly, a master of borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha. Upon hearing Na Lanue's words, Chen Changsheng hurriedly defended himself. The sect leader is just as wooden as that girl, Muling Jin. Moreover, the master's admiration for the profound arts can be deemed unparalleled, an ethereal elegance. After a century of cultivation, one is destined to attain true immortality. Beside him, Han Feng, upon hearing Chen Changsheng's assertion, concurred, stating, "I find great wisdom in what the esteemed leader has articulated. Why not engage in a contest of techniques to ascertain who is more worthy of being a mentor for the exquisite spiritual roots? At this moment, I have received the rewards from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. The host is awarded the Qingdi Heart Sutra and has attained the Golden Elixir stage. The division of cultivation realms is as follows. Refining Tools stage, Foundation Establishment stage, Golden Elixir stage, Nascent Soul stage, Spirit Transformation stage, Harmonization stage, Tribulation stage, Ascension stage. The Qingdi Heart Sutra, created by the poisonous Blue Emperor of the Demon Clan, is a unique technique exclusive to the roots of the wood forest. When cultivated to its utmost limit, it can depict an eternal azure sky, severing the sun, moon, and stars. I am utterly astonished to see these rewards from the system, to think that it has granted me a technique of the demon race. The Heart Sutra of the Azure Emperor. I once heard my senior brother recount the tale of the Azure Emperor. Legend has it that the Azure Emperor was born from chaos, his essence being a lineage of azure lotuses. After attaining enlightenment, the human cultivators sought to penetrate the Heart Sutra of the Azure Emperor, with a singular intent to annihilate an entire sect. During the reign of the Qing Emperor, the great sage of the Demon Clan established an era where myriad demons came to pay homage. It is uncertain whether this great sovereign perished on the path to immortality or has indeed attained it. In summary, the Azure Emperor vanished from the mortal realm. Subsequently, the Demon Clan staged a demonstration, failing to reclaim their former glory. Unexpectedly, the system bestowed upon me the Heart Sutra of the Azure Emperor. This implies that I must wield this technique alongside the verdant profound art of sect master Chen Changsheng, both of which exist on entirely disparate levels. Comparing the Qingmu Xiangong with the Qingdi Heart Sutra is nothing short of an affront to the esteemed Qingdi himself. However, I cannot dwell on such thoughts. This group of individuals seems intent on abducting Tian from the Changsheng phone. Upon the emergence of the Qingdi Heart Sutra, I wonder which fly would dare to inflict harm. Contemplating this, I cannot help but extol the system throughout my life. This system is truly an indispensable, awe-inspiring marvel for any journey. At this moment, the master of the 4th peak, Qian Shui Lu, promptly remarked, "Master Han's technique is indeed commendable. Let us proceed as Master Han suggests, and observe whose cultivation method is more suited for the celestial grade spiritual roots." Just as everyone was ready, Su Tian stepped forward. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I acknowledge only one master, and that is the leader of Changsheng Peak. I recognize no one else." Hearing him say this day after day, I understand he fears he cannot measure up. Compared to Chen Changsheng, he feels he will be ridiculed. This young girl constantly thinks of her master. Her presence has not been bestowed upon him in vain. I smiled gently and said, "With nothing else to occupy our time, I shall take this opportunity to bestow upon you the teachings of your cultivation method." Upon hearing my words, Su Tian chose to remain silent. His only hope was that his master would not be ridiculed. Should such mockery occur, he vowed to etch the faces of those who dared to deride his master into his memory, so that he could diligently cultivate his skills and one day avenge his esteemed mentor. The venerable sect leader Chen Changsheng, witnessing the unwavering resolve of the various peak masters, reluctantly decided to unveil his own martial arts technique. This esteemed Qingmu Xiangong is a unique cultivation method of our sect, ideally suited for practitioners within the Verdant. Although its might may not be overwhelmingly formidable, it excels in its principle of steady and gradual advancement, offering substantial benefits on the path of immortality. Upon hearing the words of Situ Qingshan, all the peak masters expressed their admiration. It is essential to understand that in the realm of cultivation, not everyone possesses the qualification to create their own techniques. Among the 9 peaks of Xintian, only Situ Qingshan has the capability to devise new methods, while the others merely inherit the techniques left behind by their esteemed masters. Thus, Situ Qingshan's prowess is undeniably formidable. The Qingmu Xiangong, when placed in the outside world, is indeed a treasure of immense value. I nodded in acknowledgement. My senior brother had once mentioned that the current sect leader of the Xintian sect, Situ Qingshan, hold a prominent position within the entire realm of cultivation. Indeed, his reputation is well-deserved. However, the ability to independently create the enchanting Xian Palace is sufficient to command respect and admiration in the contemporary world of cultivation. If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly face defeat. However, let us not forget that I am a man endowed with the extraordinary ability of legal reasoning. All eyes turned toward me, particularly those of Qian Shui, Lu, and Han Feng, who eagerly awaited my display. I took out the Qingdi Heart Sutra, revealing it in a manner that dazzled the eyes of everyone present. What is this cultivation technique? It even emanates a radiant glow. Legend has it that celestial-grade techniques possess an inherent divine light. Could it be that the Lord of Winds is favoring me? I gazed at the ancient blue scroll in my hand. Upon it, the flow of celestial energy circulated, emanating waves of formidable pressure. Inscribed upon its surface were 4 grand characters. Upon encountering the term stroke doctrine, many were struck with trepidation, particularly Situ Qingshan. The sight of the words Qing Emperor caused his entire body to tremble. For being of the same lineage as the wood forest root, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Qing Emperor's Heart Sutra. It was said that in bygone days, the Qing Emperor single-handedly annihilated an entire sect. That sect sought to pilfer the Qingdi Heart Sutra due to its formidable power, ultimately inviting calamity upon themselves. Once the Qingdi Heart Sutra was unveiled, their own Qingmu Xiangong was rendered utterly disgraceful, laid bare before all. Han Feng glanced at the item in my hand, expressing disdain as he remarked, "How can this possibly belong to you? It must be a forgery." Qing Di was taken aback. Upon hearing such words from Han Feng, the crowd finally came to their senses. Indeed, how could the Heart Emperor's Heart Sutra possibly be in my possession? Even the eternal life Taoist could not attain the Heart Emperor's Heart Sutra. How on earth did I acquire it? Surely this individual inscribed the name deliberately upon an ancient scroll in a bid to secure victory. Master, you ought to discern the authenticity of this Qing Emperor's Heart Sutra. A simple examination will reveal the truth. Nailan Shui spoke. At present, the only one capable of verifying whether this is indeed the Qing Emperor's Heart Sutra is none other than the esteemed sect leader, Situ Qingshan. Upon hearing these words, Situ Qingshan took the Qing Emperor's Heart Sutra from my hands and slowly began to unveil its pages. Upon witnessing this, Han Feng proceeded to say, "Very well, let the esteemed sect leader take a look and ascertain whether this is indeed a genuine technique. I fear, however, that it may ultimately lead to a public embarrassment for Master Chen." I seem to have not heard Han Feng's words. The system continuously prompted. Detection of Han Feng's various difficulties imposed upon the host. Detection of Han Feng's personal attacks on the host. Detection of Han Feng's mockery towards the host. Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. The host must deliver a thorough beating to Han Feng. Otherwise, my pent-up fury shall be difficult to contain. Upon hearing the system's words, I silently thought to myself, "Damn it, I can no longer endure this Korean trend. Once the Fresh Produce Conference concludes, I shall certainly give him the good beating and also take care of that Chen Shui Lu." Beside him, Situ Qingshan read the ordinary lines, and his expression instantly shifted dramatically. At that moment, the onlookers beheld the tremor that coursed through his body, prompting them to inquire urgently, "Master, what on earth is happening? Speak to us." Situ Qingshan cast a glance at the crowd, his eyes brimming with tears of sorrow as he spoke. "This is indeed the authentic Heart Sutra of the Qing Emperor." What? Upon hearing these words spoken by Situ Qingshan, astonishment filled the eyes of the crowd. The genuine Heart Sutra of the Qing Emperor, how could this be possible? This is nothing less than the legendary Heart Sutra of the Demon Emperor, which even the current demon saints have been unable to find. How could it possibly be in the hands of the Ninth Emperor Peak? At this moment, all the Wind Masters were engulfed in a cloud of self-doubt. Tian gazed in bewilderment day after day. I retrieved the Qingdi Heart Sutra from Situ Qingshan's possession and handed it to Tian with a smile, saying, "Disciple, this is the cultivation method I bestow upon you." As she spoke, she turned to leave, leaving everyone dazed and frozen in place. The fact that Su Tian had become a disciple of Changsheng Peak was an undeniable reality. Situ Qingshan could only stare in astonishment. However, considering that this girl has experienced profound insights, she is destined to become a figure of prominence, akin to the peak leader of the Xiantian sect. Sima Qingshan, eager to nurture talent, thus addressed Su Tian. In your future cultivation, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek out Dao Feng and come to me. Upon hearing the words of sect master Situ Qingshan, Su Tian promptly nodded in gratitude towards the leader. This elicited a wave of admiration from the surrounding disciples, for it was well known that sect master Situ Qingshan had never bestowed such praise upon any disciple before. Moreover, Su Tian is not a disciple of the Dao Inquiry Peak. She is the pupil of the Ninth Seal, Chen Changsheng. It is indeed remarkable that someone like Su Tian, who commands such significant attention from the sect master, is the very first of her kind. The Fresh Produce Convention will proceed as usual, having undergone rigorous testing involving tens of thousands of participants. Subsequently, there was no mention of celestial-grade spiritual roots. However, several exceptional spiritual roots were seized by Nailan Shui and a few other peak masters. Following this, a prominent sect came to our Xiantian sect to express their congratulations, presenting a precious Ji Yin Dan as a token of goodwill. The esteemed mountain lords exchanged glances, for among the 9 prominent leaders, only Nailan Shui was a woman. Thus, this precious salt elixir was bestowed upon Nailan Shui. One should not underestimate this salt elixir, for it is a substance that can only be refined by a cultivator at the God transformation stage. It is estimated that this elixir was meticulously crafted by the master of the medicine Immortal Valley, requiring a painstaking 9 years of refinement. The valley demonstrates a profound dedication. One of the peak masters remarked, as the disciples of the medicine Immortal Valley presented the youth-preserving pill before Nailan Shui, whispering softly in her ear. The medicine Immortal Bone requires a specific herb sealed by the master of Nailan Peak. It seems that the master of Nailan Peak originally had a request from Nailan Shui. However, in the realm of cultivation, the principle of reciprocal benefits prevails. An elixir for retaining youth shall be exchanged for a singular herb. The medicine Immortal Bone exhibits a generous disposition. Nailan Shui nodded in agreement, and the disciples of the medicine Immortal Bone departed with joy. Here comes the steed, Mo Qilin, sent by Wan Shizai. Before the crowd stands a colossal creature, towering at 3 meters in height, its entire body enveloped in an ebony hue. Clad in formidable armor, it exudes an imposing majesty. Yang Wui, the master of 5 peaks, remarked, "It is said that the Mo Qilin is born from a union of a black bull and a dragon. It could traverse 1,000 miles with great swiftness." Upon witnessing this, Han Feng immediately remarked, "Everyone has their steed, yet I alone lack a 7th mount. It seems this Mo Qilin is destined for me." The crowd gazed as Han Feng embraced Mo Qilin as his demonic steed, and a collective sigh escaped their lips. Next came a gift from Dao Gong. Upon hearing the name Dao Gong, Bai Lingxi's body trembled. The inevitable had finally arrived. Dao Gong was now under the dominion of demonic cultivators, and the current palace master was also of their ilk. It seemed that this visit was intended for her. Only the host elder paused for a moment before stating that the ceremonial gift was a fragment of the Xiantian. Upon hearing these words, the 8 Winds master stood up in unison, exclaiming in astonishment, "What do you mean by a fragment of a Xiantian?" I found myself perplexed. What exactly was this fragment of the Xiantian? I cast a glance at Tian, who promptly lowered her head. Fidgeting with her fingers, she murmured, "Master, please do not look at me." Tian seemed quite perplexed. I couldn't help but chuckle, of course. My gaze upon her was not to inquire. To my surprise, this little girl proved to be rather amusing. Bai Lingxi spoke slowly. "The remnants of a Xiantian are the treasured relics of the Shantian sect. It is said that 3 millennia ago, a fierce battle erupted between humans and demons in the realm of cultivation. The Shantian sect summoned its sacred artifact, and the resonant tolling of the Shantian bell echoed forth. After slaying the 9 demon saints, the demon emperor intervened. With a single, formidable strike, he shattered Shantian. In the aftermath, fragments of Shantian were lost amidst the chaos of battle, only to resurface in the present day. It is said that placing these remnants within Shantian can restore the ancient power of the imperial weapon. Upon hearing these words, I nodded. My master and senior brother had never spoken to me about this. I never anticipated that the Shantian sect possessed such a life-faltering treasure, which had been damaged by the demon clan. This matter was unknown even to me, the peak master. The elder of the sect spoke slowly. The esteemed palace master personally presents a treasure. Bai Lingxi's ethereal form instinctively recoiled twice towards the rear of my body. The current master of the Dao Palace would undoubtedly recognize her, and he must certainly be aware of her presence here. A middle-aged man, clad in a flowing yellow robe, descended gracefully from the heavens, enveloped in an aura of Taoist essence. He possessed a tall and imposing stature, with hair interwoven in shades of black and white, adorned atop his head with a celestial crane's hairpin. This individual is indeed the revered master of the Dao Palace, the formidable He Daoran, a 7th-tier practitioner of the Transcendence realm. He Daoran approaches, cradling a wooden box in his hands, within which lies a tranquil fragment of bronze. He strides forward, positioning himself at the center of the plaza, and proclaims with a resonant voice, "Today, the Dao Palace presents a remnant of the Shantian to the Shantian sect, seeking but one favor in return." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng immediately responded, "Please speak, master of the Dao Palace." He Taoist glanced at the Bai Lingxi beside me, a smile gracing his lips, and then addressed Chen Changsheng, standing beside the master of the 9th peak. "Chen Changsheng is our sacred one. The Dao Palace is willing to exchange the remnants of the Shantian sect for the Saintus. Accompany me back." Upon hearing these words, Bai Lingxi was taken aback. Although she had long suspected that the Taoist he harbored ill intentions, she never anticipated that he would resort to such a method, employing an irresistible condition from the Shantian sect to compel her to return with him. This could indeed be deemed a brazen scheme. Chen Changsheng cast a glance in my direction and addressed Taoist He, saying, "Palace Master, I believe it would be prudent to discuss this matter with Master Chen. After all, the Saintus is a guest of the 9th peak." Master Chen remained silent, and we felt it inappropriate to make a decision on his behalf. He, the Taoist, turned his gaze towards me and spoke slowly. "What do you think of the condition of exchanging the fragment of Shantian for the Holy Mother of the Dao Palace?" I smiled and replied, "The Holy Maiden of the Dao Palace is a member of your esteemed sect. How could she be treated as an item for trade? Furthermore, should the Saintess express a desire to accompany you back, I shall not stand in her way. However, if she is unwilling to seek out my 9th lizard, I, Chen Changsheng, shall not remain idle and merely observe with a cold gaze." The meaning conveyed by Master Chen Feng is that this matter is non-negotiable. Upon witnessing this, Han Feng's eyes twinkled with a spark of inspiration as he addressed the 2 individuals, saying, "I have a solution. What are your thoughts on it?" Master He, promptly clasping his hands in respect, urged, "Please, Master Han Feng, do share." In the realm of Han Feng Dao, the Shantian bell stands as the most treasured possession of our Shantian sect. Only a select few within the entire cultivation world possess the capability to strike the Shantian bell. My proposal is as follows. Why not have Taoist He utilize the fragments of the Shantian bell to restore it? Subsequently, he could engage in a contest with Master Chen to determine who can successfully sound the Shantian bell. If both individuals are capable of striking the bell, it will ultimately depend on who can resonate its sound more profoundly, even to the extent of carrying away the essence of the Holy Mother. Upon hearing these words, the esteemed leaders of the peaks nodded in agreement. This silence is indeed exquisite. A subtle smile graced the faces of Han Feng and Taoist He as well. Upon beholding the smile of Han Feng, I am instantly aware that this individual harbors no noble intentions. They compelled Taoist He to rectify the Shantian, thus forcibly enforcing the transaction. Subsequently, I am pitted against Taoist He in a contest. Taoist He, a formidable figure in the transformation stage, is deemed by them to be an insurmountable opponent for me. Thus, I found myself compelled to compete with Daoist He. Once the contest commenced, my only fate was to face defeat, leaving the remaining women no choice but to return with Daoist He. Moreover, the Xuantiangong had already fallen into disrepair, and within its confines, no one would dare utter a word. This situation could not be more advantageous, serving as a dual triumph. Han Feng cast a glance at me and then remarked with indifference, "What do you think of this proposal from the protagonist, Chen Feng?" Just as I was about to respond, a sudden notification from the system appeared. Ding. Comply with the request of the Daoist He and ring the bell of Xuantiangong. Ensure that the Saintess will not be taken back by Daoist He. Upon completion of this task, substantial rewards will be granted. Upon hearing the system's task, I cast a glance at Bai Lingxi and then softly inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Bai Lingxi clenched her teeth, realizing that the only one capable of assisting him was Chen Changsheng. Were it not for Chen Changsheng's presence, the others from Xiantian sect would undoubtedly and unhesitatingly offer themselves in exchange for Daoist He. In the remnants of the Xiantian realm, Chen Changsheng remains a figure of profound mystery. Confronting a divine artifact master like He Zhenren should pose no significant challenge for him. Currently, Lingxi has no choice but to place her hopes solely upon me. Bai Lingxi gazed at me earnestly and declared, "Everything hinges on Master Chen Feng." I smiled faintly. Then, like a bolt of lightning, I directed my attention towards Han Feng and He Dao, proclaiming with a clear voice, "In that case, I, Chen Changsheng, shall accompany you to the very end." Chapter 9. Today, the sword points towards the clouds, slaying demons, humans, and even immortals with a grand gesture. Situ Qinshan summoned the Xiantian bell from Mount Winda. The bell crashed to the ground, landing heavily in the square. While many had heard of the Xiantian bell, it had been rendered silent and broken after the great battle. Left abandoned on Mount Winda. Today, upon witnessing the bell, the crowd felt its extraordinary presence. Towering several meters high, the bell stood in the square, adorned with intricate patterns. Due to its damage, it appeared merely as an ordinary giant bronze bell, devoid of the interwoven pathways of the great Tao. Daoist He stepped forward. Presenting a fragment of the Xiantian bell, he held. The shard flew towards the bell as if drawn by an unseen force, swiftly absorbed by the Xiantian bell. The fragment secured itself to the bell, seamlessly mending the previous rupture. This was an unparalleled imperial artifact, capable of self-repair. As the Xiantian bell restored itself, it slowly ascended into the air, various patterns of the great Tao intertwined, emanating a profound resonance, and countless scriptures soared from the bell. One could almost hear the celestial chants of the Tao. The masters of the peaks gazed at the fully restored Xiantian bell with eyes brimming with excitement. Our treasure of the Xiantian sect has finally re-emerged. With the emergence of the Xiantian bell, the demon clan shall be vanquished. Situ Qinshan addressed Chen Changsheng and Daoist He, stating, "To ensure fairness, I, Situ Qinshan, shall serve as the judge. There exists a secret to ringing this bell. Strength is but one aspect. The other lies in resonating with the artifact." Resonance? The crowd appeared puzzled. Indeed, Situ Qinshan spoke slowly. It is resonance. This Xiantian bell is a celestial weapon, already nurturing a spirit within. Thus, only by establishing resonance can one elicit its sound. Upon hearing this, Daoist He stepped forward, declaring, "Since that is the case, allow me to go first." With that, he struck the Xiantian bell. Dong! The bell emitted a resonant chime, echoing throughout the square. As the crowd listened to the sound of the bell, they seemed to enter a wondrous state, as if someone were imparting teachings through its toll, bestowing immense benefits upon those who listened. Daoist He struck the Xiantian bell once more. Dong! Dong! The bell rang twice, its sound dispersing outward, causing many beings to prostrate themselves as if sensing something profound. At this moment, Daoist He summoned all his strength, gritting his teeth, and struck the Xiantian bell again. Dong! The bell rang out once more, yet Daoist He felt it inadequate. Having only produced 4 chimes, an accomplished being in the transformation stage should not be limited thus. He gathered all his vital energy and struck the Xiantian bell once more. Uft! A mouthful of blood erupted from Daoist He. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What was happening? How could he still be spitting blood? Indeed, the Crane Master is a formidable being of the transformation stage. How could he possibly bleed? Situ Qinshan stepped forth and proclaimed, I have previously stated that the mystical heaven bell emphasizes resonance. Forcing it to resonate with brute strength can yield at most 5 chimes. Achieving 4 chimes in the transformation stage is already remarkable. To reach 5, one must endure the recoil. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the crane master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed sect master Situ, how many chimes can you produce as the leader of the mystical heaven sect?" Chen Changsheng stroked his grizzled beard and replied, "During the battle between humans and demons, all 9 peak masters of the mystical heaven sect were summoned, yet we could elicit only 7 chimes from the mystical heaven bell. Under those 7 chimes, we vanquished 9 demon saints and inflicted severe damage upon the demon emperor himself. It is said that our sect's founder, the mystical heaven immortal emperor, could produce 8 chimes in his prime, yet at that time he was merely a being of ascension, not having entered the earthly immortal realm. Presently, within the entire mystical heaven sect, I estimate that only a handful of peak masters can achieve 5 chimes, and perhaps I alone can reach 6. The audience, upon hearing Chen Changsheng's declaration, understood that he was not being modest. Indeed, the ability to attain such a feat was likely confined to just a few individuals. Next, it was the turn of the 9th peak master, Chen Changsheng. Han Feng, with an expression of amusement, turned his gaze toward Chen Changsheng. Although Chen Changsheng had displayed some astonishing abilities, Han Feng did not believe he could triumph over the crane master. Perhaps due to certain fortuitous circumstances, Chen Changsheng had managed to cultivate, but his strength was limited. The most exceptional prodigies in the cultivation realm required 300 years to reach the transformation stage, while Chen Changsheng was merely 28 years old. Such a brief span of time could not possibly suffice for him to attain the transformation stage. Even if he were a reincarnation of an immortal emperor, such rapid advancement was inconceivable. As it was now Chen Changsheng's turn, he slowly rose. Clad in garments as white as snow, Bai Lingxi observed him and remarked, "Thank you, Master Chen. I am forever indebted to your kindness." Meanwhile, Su Yaoyao stood by, raising her small fist in encouragement. "Master, you can do it. You will surely win and defeat that villain." Chen Changsheng approached the mystical heaven bell, but did not strike it. Instead, he placed his hand upon it, seeking to comprehend the interwoven principles it embodied. "I resonate with the mystical heaven bell." As he spoke, his innate abilities awakened, and he once more connected with the bell, sensing an unfamiliar essence. The mystical heaven bell appeared to transport Chen Changsheng through the endless river of time, from an era of tranquility to the battleground of the heavens. It bore witness to countless dynasties rising and falling, the conflict between humans and demons, the opening of the immortal path, and the great age of strife, where heroes surged forth. With a thunderous roar, a figure emerged, his black hair flowing freely, exuding an imposing aura, with eyes like lightning. He held the mystical heaven bell aloft, descending with an invincible presence. With each stride he took, the bell rang out, and that figure shouted into the abyss below. "In my lifetime, the mystical heaven immortal emperor has never been inferior to any. In my era, who dares to claim invincibility, who dares to speak of being undefeated?" With a gaze that looked down upon all creation, Chen Changsheng could not help but feel an overwhelming surge of ambition. Is this the resonance of the Xiantian bell? The Xiantian immortal emperor, the founding master of the Xiantian sect, once dominated the realm of cultivation a millennium ago, declaring himself an immortal emperor even before achieving immortality. Such audacity is not typical of ordinary individuals. To battle alongside a figure of the Xiantian immortal emperor's caliber, the Xiantian bell must undoubtedly be filled with pride. Chen Changsheng emerged from the resonance of the Xiantian bell, having discerned how to strike it. With a determined step forward, he proclaimed, "In my youth, I recognized the arduous path to immortality, yet I still dared to soar like a flying phoenix across the azure skies. Today, my sword points to the peaks of the clouds, ready to slay demons, mortals, and even immortals." In an instant, the Xiantian bell ascended into the heavens, resonating with a profound hum. Dong, dong, dong. The myriad paths intertwined, the essence of the Tao flowed, and golden symbols flourished. Dong. The bell tolled once more, marking the 4th chime. The leaders of various peaks gazed upwards, murmuring in awe. Chen Changsheng's method of summoning the bell differed from that of Taoist Crane, who struck it with brute force. Instead, Chen Changsheng observed the Xiantian bell rise into the air, allowing it to resonate on its own. This sound was crisper and more melodious than that produced by Taoist Crane, enticing listeners to immerse themselves in its depths and comprehend the essence of the Tao. When the 5th chime echoed, Taoist Crane and Han Feng's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated Chen Changsheng's ability to elicit a fifth toll. After all, even some peak masters of the Xiantian sect struggled to achieve this feat. The crowd in the square grew increasingly solemn. The fifth toll indicated a mastery above the divine transformation stage. Could it be that Chen Changsheng had been concealing his true strength? With this thought, Nail and Shui began to reassess Chen Changsheng. When the sixth chime rang out, the sound reverberated as if descending from the heavens, deafeningly resonating throughout the entire Xiantian sect, and even reaching the distant realms of the demon tribes and human kingdoms. Situ Qingshan collapsed onto his stone chair, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could this be possible? In the entire Xiantian sect, only Situ Qingshan himself had ever managed to summon the Xiantian bell to 6 tolls. Yet now, Chen Changsheng had accomplished it. When the 7th chime of the Xiantian bell resounded. Chapter 10. The Xiantian bell. 9 chimes. The Xiantian bell resonated 7 times. A feat that even the esteemed sect master could only achieve 6. It became evident to me that Chen Changsheng must have acquired the true teachings of the longevity Taoist. Or perhaps the tales of the longevity Tao fruit were indeed valid. Chen Changsheng had been masquerading as a simpleton while concealing his true prowess. The various peak masters rose to their feet, gazing vacantly at the Xiantian bell suspended above the plaza, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. At that moment, Chen Changsheng was in communion with the profound essence of the Xiantian bell, oblivious to the scrutiny of others. He could feel the relentless momentum of the bell surging through him. Then came the 8th chime. At this sound, all peak masters were rendered speechless. As the treasured artifact of the Xiantian sect, only the Xiantian Celestial Emperor had ever commanded 8 chimes. Today, however, Chen Changsheng had achieved the same. Could it be that Chen Changsheng was the reincarnation of the Xiantian Celestial Emperor? The peak masters exchanged glances, and the dreadful thought, once conceived, spiraled out of control. They immediately knelt before Chen Changsheng. Witnessing this scene, all disciples of the Xiantian sect followed suit and prostrated themselves. Elder Situ Qingshan, tears streaming down his face, proclaimed, "The 8th chime of the Xiantian bell heralds the return of the Xiantian Celestial Emperor. Disciples of the Xiantian sect, we honor the Celestial Emperor." At the command of the sect master, tens of thousands of disciples knelt upon the ground, collectively proclaiming, "Disciples of the Xiantian sect, we honor the Celestial Emperor. Disciples of the Xiantian sect, we honor the Celestial Emperor." The echoes of their voices resonated through the heavens, leaving other sects who had come to offer their congratulations in stunned silence. What? The Xiantian Celestial Emperor has reincarnated? How are we to compete? It is well known that the Xiantian Celestial Emperor once dominated the cultivation realm a millennium ago, single-handedly overshadowing the entire sect landscape. It was only after the Celestial Emperor ascended that various sects were able to catch their breath. Should the Celestial Emperor truly return, it was likely that all other sects would be relegated to the status of subordinates to the Xiantian sect. The individuals from Yaoxian Valley and the Beast Master's Hall exchanged furtive glances, contemplating how they might forge an alliance with Chen Changsheng if this revelation were to be true. Meanwhile, Taoist He, standing in the plaza, was restless. If the person before him was indeed the reincarnation of the Xiantian Celestial Emperor, concerns of saints and maidens would have to be set aside for the sake of self-preservation. It was said that the Xiantian Celestial Emperor harbored a deep aversion to demonic cultivators, having once eradicated their holy grounds with his singular strength. The sound of the bell, ethereal and far-reaching, reverberated across the entirety of the eastern Shenzhou. In the North Julu continent, within the realm of the fox spirits, the current demon emperor belonged to the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. In her palace, Tu Shan Yu reclined elegantly, her exquisite legs draped over the edge of her bed, her beauty strikingly enchanting. Behind her, 9 pristine tails lay gracefully upon the bed. Suddenly, Tu Shan Yu sat upright, her expression grave as she gazed towards the direction of the Xiantian sect. The 8 chimes of the Xiantian bell. Could it be that the Xiantian Celestial Emperor has returned? Among the human realms, in the Peacock dynasty and over 100 other dynasties, numerous human emperors had heard the resounding chimes of the Xiantian bell. The Xiantian bell has echoed throughout Shenzhou. Our human race is destined to rise. Is it possible that the realm of cultivation is on the verge of giving birth to another genius of imperial caliber? Could it be my son, Chen Changsheng? Chen Changsheng stood beneath the Xiantian bell, as if he were engaged in a dialogue with it. Thank you for allowing me to revisit the era when I followed the Celestial Emperor into battle. To the final chime, I honor you. As the last sound echoed, the Xiantian bell erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to the wrath of 9 heavens, resonating throughout the entire cultivation continent. In the western Nyohajo, at Little Western Heaven, countless pagodas stood tall, with monks seated in meditation, rhythmically striking their wooden fish. Upon hearing the toll of the bell, all the monks rose and turned their gazes toward the east. One monk, situated in the vast yellow sands of the desert, smiled faintly upon hearing the chime. It seems that this time, the Eastern inquiry has yielded results. The 9 chimes of Xiantian. Never before has anyone caused this Xiantian bell to resonate 9 times. All present from the Xiantian sect were rendered speechless. Even the Xiantian celestial emperor had never achieved such a feat. I cannot fathom that Chen Changsheng could have attained this without consuming the longevity fruit left by the longevity Taoist. What sort of strength must one possess to achieve the 9 chimes of Xiantian? Has Chen Changsheng truly reached the ascension phase? The longevity Taoist of the 9th peak ascended merely a decade ago. Could it be that another ascendant is emerging? If Chen Changsheng does not ascend and lingers in the mortal realm for decades, who could possibly rival an ascendant-level candidate? Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Situ Qingshan, and asked, Master, who has won? Situ Qingshan, wide-eyed and trembling, stammered, It is you. Who has won? Immediately, Chen Changsheng turned, his gaze sharp as a lightning bolt, directed at Taoist He. Taoist He, what more do you desire? Faced with Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Taoist He dared not speak, merely whispering, The fragments of the Xiantian bell shall be considered a gift from the Tao Palace to the Xiantian sect. I shall forego the saintess. I take my leave first. As soon as the words left his lips, Taoist He stood to depart. Chen Changsheng's cold voice rang out, Did I permit you to leave? The moment those words fell, Taoist He felt as though his feet were bound, rendering him immobile upon the ground. Chen Changsheng then proclaimed loudly, Taoist He, a practitioner of demonic arts, has seized the Tao Palace, slaughtered its leader, and sought to exploit the saintess's celestial body as a furnace to break through to the transformation stage. Such a crime must be punished. The crowd in the square erupted into murmurs. Taoist He is centuries old and still wishes to use the saintess as a furnace. Truly disgraceful, they exclaimed. Who would have thought that Taoist He is a practitioner of demonic arts? He appears so ethereal and noble, yet harbors such malevolent intentions. Hearing this, Taoist He, frightened, immediately retorted, Sect leader Chen, do not let that enchantress deceive your eyes. It is Bai Lingxi who is the practitioner of demonic arts. Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze upon Taoist He, his voice stern. Are you suggesting that I am blind? The crane Taoist attempted to argue further, but Chen Changsheng interjected, declaring, You are at the transformation stage, and I shall confront you with my own prowess at the same level. Upon uttering these words, various Taoist runes began to manifest upon Chen Changsheng's form as he advanced toward the crane Taoist. Filled with terror, the crane Taoist, upon hearing Chen Changsheng's challenge, gritted his teeth and summoned his life-etched treasure, the blood sword. A crimson light erupted from behind him, hurtling toward Chen Changsheng with lethal intent. Stepping forward, Chen Changsheng murmured, So you choose to wield a sword? You are still no match for me. As he spoke, he raised his hand and proclaimed, Come forth, sword. In an instant, every sword in the square unsheathed simultaneously, soaring toward Chen Changsheng like a tidal wave of blades, obscuring the sky. With a commanding voice, he declared, Slash. The multitude of swords cascaded down like a torrential waterfall, ruthlessly cleaving toward the crane Taoist. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the crane Taoist attempted to flee. But it was far too late. The myriad swords descended upon him, severing his body in two. A shadowy figure emerged from the remnants of the crane Taoist. Attempting to escape, Peak Master, his primordial spirit is fleeing. Bai Lingxi shouted urgently to Chen Changsheng. Noticing the situation, Chen Changsheng reached out with his hand and softly said, Come to me. In that moment, the crane Taoist's primordial spirit sensed an overwhelming pull. Despite its desperate attempts to flee, it found itself helplessly drawn toward Chen Changsheng's grasp. In a state of despair, the primordial spirit was captured by Chen Changsheng. With a smile, he addressed it, Disperse. Instantly, the crane Taoist's spirit shattered into fragments, dissolving into a wisp of blue smoke. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment. A formidable expert at the transformation stage had not even been afforded a chance to resist against Chen Changsheng. What realm was Chen Changsheng truly in? Witnessing this, Situ Qingshan immediately turned to Bai Lingxi and remarked, I never anticipated that the crane Taoist would succumb to demonic cultivation. The Tao Palace has been overtaken by demons. Xiantian sect is willing to dispatch 1,000 disciples to aid the saintess in reclaiming the Tao Palace. Grateful, Bai Lingxi clasped her fists and replied, I am deeply appreciative. She then glanced at Chen Changsheng, who, with an air of indifference, stated, having slain the Crane Taoist. I trust that my disciples of Xiantian sect can manage the remaining demons in the Dao Palace. Furthermore, this is my life token. Seeing it is akin to seeing me. Should you encounter danger, the Saintess may shatter this token, and it will ensure your safety. The head of the Crane Taoist is to be brought back by the Saintess to inform the demons. The slayer is Chen Changsheng of Xiantian sect. Chapter 11. Visiting two peak masters within 3 days after slaying the Crane Taoist, the Xiantian bell restored to its original state, marking a momentous occasion for the Xiantian sect. The sect leader, Situ Qingshan, promptly decided to bestow spirit stones, talismans, and various treasures upon all present guests. The Sacred Maiden of the Dao Palace, by Lingxi, bid farewell to the Xiantian sect, leading thousands of disciples as they soared through the skies on their swords towards the Dao Palace's sacred grounds. Nailan Shui gracefully approached Chen Changsheng and murmured, I never imagined you had been concealing your true strength. It seems I underestimated you. I even made occasional visits to Changsheng Peak, worried you might be devoured by the wolves and tigers atop the mountain. Chen Changsheng chuckled, rubbing his nose. It is always wise to remain low-key in life. Nailan Shui shot him a glance. I don't care. I want 2 stalks of the Enlightenment Bamboo from Changsheng Peak. Chen Changsheng waved his hand generously. Nailan Peak Master is welcome to take them at any time. The Falling Snow Peak, with its perpetual snowfall, harbors several lush stalks of Enlightenment Bamboo. With the beauty of Nailan Peak Master, Falling Snow Peak shall truly transform into a celestial abode. Hearing his words, Nailan Shui felt a surge of joy, yet maintained an air of indifference. Such sweet words. Is it only your mouth that speaks? Chen Changsheng, scratching his nose, replied nonchalantly. Do you possess 2 mouths? Nailan Shui was momentarily speechless. Chen Changsheng quickly added, Isn't this merely a request made to Nailan Peak Master? Nailan Shui urged, Speak. He whispered a few words into her ear, and her gaze towards him shifted dramatically. Chen Changsheng sought her assistance in procuring daily necessities and clothing for Su Yaoyao, as Changsheng Peak lacked provisions for additional persons, leading to inevitable oversights. It is best to entrust specialized matters to those adept in them. Nailan Shui was taken aback by Chen Changsheng's meticulous nature, realizing he had considered every detail for his disciple. I shall deliver them to you tomorrow and collect the Enlightenment Bamboo, she promised. One significant reason for Nailan Shui's frequent visits to Changsheng Peak was indeed the Enlightenment Bamboo. Spending even a brief moment beneath its shade could surpass several days of personal cultivation. With the Immortal Ascension Conference concluded, Chen Changsheng cast a glance at the 2 peak masters, Qianshui Lu and Han Feng, and spoke softly, Esteemed peak masters. Changsheng Peak has always adhered to a principle of non-aggression. We do not provoke unless provoked. Should one dare to offend, I shall ensure they are left unrecognizable. The 2 of you have previously made things difficult for Changsheng Peak regarding the matter of accepting disciples and the Crane Taoist. Do you truly believe my peak is a soft persimmon? In 3 days, I shall visit both of you. I suggest you prepare adequately. It would be best to activate the protective array of your peaks. Otherwise, my direct intrusion might come off as somewhat impolite. Qianshui Lu and Han Feng exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, yet they dared not voice a word. After all, to slay a god transformation stage master with a single stroke of a sword was a level of terrifying strength that would be utterly foolish to confront head-on. The other peak masters watched as Chen Changsheng reprimanded the 2 with the ease of training a pet, reflecting on how the usually unassuming Changsheng Peak had unexpectedly emerged as the mightiest among the 9 peaks of Xiantian. Upon hearing that Chen Changsheng intended to discipline the 2 peak masters, Qianshui Lu and Han Feng, Situ Qingshan did not intervene. At times, the mutual checks and balances among the 9 peaks can be beneficial. Without occasional admonishment, certain peak masters might stray from their paths. Yao Yao, return with your master. Chen Changsheng summoned Su Yaoyao to his side, then called out to the distance, 9 dragons' chariot. In an instant, the entire square was engulfed in swirling dust, as 9 azure dragons soared from afar. As they approached the square, golden chains emerged from the dragons, and a chariot materialized at the end of the chains. The 9 dragons bowed low upon the square, while Han Feng's mount, the Ink Qilin, dared not even breathe, fearing it might be devoured by the dragons. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Changsheng and Su Yaoyao ascended the 9 dragons' chariot and set off towards Changsheng Peak. Along the way, Su Yaoyao gazed upon the majestic mountains of the Xiantian sect, taking in the breathtaking vistas. Although the sect boasted 9 peaks, it was not limited to just those. Rather, it was home to hundreds of mountains, their verdant ridges shrouded in mist. Over there is your master Nalin's snowfall peak. When cultivation becomes tedious, you may visit her there to play, Chen Changsheng remarked casually. Su Yaoyao looked earnestly at Chen Changsheng, cautiously inquiring, Master, are you truly a master? They all say you are on the verge of ascension. Chen Changsheng shook his head and chuckled. If I were to ascend just after taking on a disciple, what would happen if someone were to bully you? Su Yaoyao clenched her small fists and declared, if anyone dares to bully Yaoyao, I shall fight them. Master, when will I be as formidable as you, able to soar through the skies? Su Yaoyao asked, her large eyes sparkling with determination. Chen Changsheng smiled. The Qingdi Heart Sutra is the most powerful technique for wood spirit roots. As long as you dedicate yourself to your training, I believe that before long, once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you will be able to soar. Su Yaoyao rested her chin on her hands, already envisioning herself flying on a sword after hearing Chen Changsheng's words. The following day, Chen Changsheng lay in bed, feeling somewhat depleted. The previous day's Ascension Conference had drained him, nearly turning him into dried meat. It was already well past noon, yet he found himself unable to rise. Yaoyao had called him several times. Master, Master, it's time to get up. Master, the sun is shining brightly. Longxing Peak had not seen such liveliness in quite some time. However, Chen Changsheng felt utterly drained, devoid of energy, and replied to Yaoyao, I need to sleep a little longer before drifting back into slumber. Master Nalin has arrived. Master, seeing that her calls had no effect, Su Yaoyao reluctantly ran outside to speak with Nalin Shui. Master Nalin, Master is unresponsive. Nalin Shui replied with an expression of disbelief. Chen Changsheng, with disheveled hair and clad in white, sat at the edge of the bed and addressed Nalin Shui. The Tao Understanding Bamboo is in the backyard. Please retrieve it yourself. Nalin Shui personally delivered the clothing and necessary daily necessities for Su Yaoyao, casting a glance at Chen Changsheng as she said, the sect master has instructed that Yaoyao possesses a celestial-grade spiritual root, a rare gem in the realm of cultivation. He has requested you to prepare some gifts to showcase the grandeur of our Xiantian sect when you escort Yaoyao back. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng responded, prepare gifts for me? Nalin Shui shot him an exasperated look and replied, I knew you were short on funds. The sect master has already made arrangements. The gifts are in the courtyard. Just take them with you when you go. With that, she picked up an axe and headed to the back courtyard to chop down some Dao bamboo. The expansive grove of Dao bamboo allowed her to harvest as much as she wished without any hesitation. Chen Changsheng called Su Yaoyao, who had changed into her new attire, to his side. At that moment, she appeared adorably fresh in her pink garments, especially with her hair styled into two playful buns. Being merely 15 or 16 years of age, her youthfulness radiated vibrancy. Yaoyao, where is your home? Chen Changsheng inquired. After pondering for a moment, Su Yaoyao replied, in a distant little village far from here. It took me a month to arrive. A month? Chen Changsheng expressed surprise and asked, how did you make your way to Xiantian sect? Yaoyao explained, the villagers pooled some money to pay for a passing merchant's travel expenses, allowing me to ride in his carriage. However, the merchant was ambushed by bandits, and I was cast out, left to wander and beg my way here. Master, why do you ask this? Do you intend to send me back? I do not wish to return. My village is frequently plagued by bandit raids. I want to learn skills from you, Master, so that I can defeat those bandits. Please do not send me back, Master. As long as you allow me to stay, I will do anything. Looking at the pitiful girl before him, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of compassion and gently said, I will not send you back. But as your master, I must visit your parents. Thus, we shall return to your village together. Upon hearing the mention of returning to her village, Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The thought of going back with her master filled her with joy, and she eagerly asked, when will we go? In 3 days. I shall rest for a couple of days first. Chapter 12. Journey to the Fire God Peak following the conclusion of the Ascension Conference. The news of Chen Changsheng striking the 9 chimes of the Xiantian bell spread throughout the sect and beyond, coupled with his swift defeat of the Crane Daoist. The reputation of Changsheng Peak soared overnight. At the summit of the inquiry, the sect leader Sidu Qingshan's disciple, Wang Lingfeng, sat with several fellow disciples, engaged in conversation. Brother Lingfeng, what level of cultivation does the master of Changsheng Peak possess? It is truly regrettable that we remained at the inquiry summit yesterday and did not witness it ourselves. Wang Lingfeng, feigning mystery, replied, you did not behold the figure of Master Chen yesterday. He resembled the Xiantian immortal emperor incarnate. With a singular breath, he struck the Shantian bell 9 times. And with a single sword stroke, he vanquished the Crane Taoist. His might is beyond description. As for Master Chen's cultivation level, I must confide in you. But you must not disclose this to anyone else. The Crane Taoist was at the transformation stage. Thus, Master Chen must be at the harmonization stage. Gasps of astonishment arose. The harmonization stage? Our peak master is also only at that level. Yet Master Chen is so young, truly a prodigy. With a serious countenance, Wang Lingfeng admonished. This matter I share with you must remain secret. If the sect's secrets are leaked, you will find yourselves in grave peril. Upon hearing this, the disciples vowed, Brother Lingfeng, rest assured, we shall never share this with others. By midday, Chen Changsheng's cultivation was exaggeratedly reported as being at the ascension stage or even the transcendent stage. With rumors swirling that he would soon ascend, Changsheng Peak was purportedly on the brink of its second grand ascent in a century. Unbeknownst to him, as he lay upon his bed, Chen Changsheng remained entirely ignorant of these whispers. Meanwhile, Yao Yao diligently practiced beneath the bamboo, detached from worldly affairs. The greatest impact of these rumors fell upon Qianshui Lu, the master of the 4th peak, and Han Feng, the master of the 7th peak. Han Feng urgently summoned Qianshui Lu to discuss the situation at Fire God Peak. Master Qianshui, it has been explicitly stated by Chen Changsheng that we should remain at home, for he intends to seek us out within 3 days. What should we do? Han Feng inquired, his expression troubled. With a heavy sigh, Qianshui Lu replied, I am uncertain of the true extent of Chen Changsheng's strength, but based on his battle with the Crane Taoist yesterday, I sense he is likely at the harmonization stage. Han Feng immediately shook his head, exclaiming, Impossible. Over the past 2 days, I have overheard disciples discussing that Chen Changsheng is on the verge of ascension. If he were to strike us before ascending, we would be in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Qianshui Lu declared, there appears to be no other recourse. We must join forces. Together, Master Han and I shall not fear a transformation stage adversary, especially with the protection of the Fire God Peak's celestial fire formation. Chen Changsheng cannot harm us. Han Feng sighed in response. Let us hope it comes to pass. In the midst of his slumber, Chen Changsheng was abruptly awakened by the system. Host, your 3-day agreement with Han Feng and Qianshui Lu has arrived. Please proceed to Huashing Peak promptly to teach Han Feng and Qianshui Lu a lesson. Upon completion of this task, you will receive a substantial reward. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated, his previously exhausted body now restored. He cast a glance at Su Yao Yao, who was meditating beneath the bamboo of enlightenment. As Su Yao Yao opened her eyes and beheld Chen Changsheng clad in a white Taoist robe intricately adorned with complex formations, she was immediately captivated by his extraordinary presence. How could my master be so handsome, so powerful? Chen Changsheng donned the robe of sun and moon, a reward from the system for vanquishing the Crane Taoist. Etched with 81 intricate formations, rendering it nearly impervious to common attacks. Even a strike from a transcendent being would be futile against it. What is Master planning to do? Yao Yao inquired. Chen Changsheng gazed into the distance and replied with conviction, I am going to confront someone. Will you accompany me? After a moment's contemplation, Su Yao Yao shook her head and said, Yao Yao must dedicate her time to cultivating, hoping to assist Master soon. Hearing her resolve, Chen Changsheng said nothing further. He summoned the 9-dragon chariot and stepped forth, taking his seat as he made his way towards Huashing Peak. At Huashing Peak, a disciple rushed in, breathless. Addressing Han Feng and Qianshui Lu, Masters, trouble has come. Chen Changsheng is approaching. Upon receiving this news, Han Feng immediately commanded, activate the Heavenly Fire Great Formation. The disciple dashed out, shouting to all, by the order of the Peak Masters, activate the Heavenly Fire Great Formation immediately. In an instant, thousands of disciples formed seals, and a colossal formation began to materialize. Each disciple within the formation resembled a flickering flame. This was the Heavenly Fire Great Formation. Created by the previous master of Huashing Peak, the true monarch of Fire Crow, Han Feng's mentor. United, several thousand disciples could thwart even a deity at the transformation stage. A resonant dragon's roar echoed from afar. The disciples of Huashing Peak looked up to see a chariot drawn by 9 dragons soaring toward the Heavenly Fire Great Formation. The 9 colossal dragons emitted a thunderous roar before landing upon the formation. Instantly, countless flames surged toward the 9-dragon chariot, cascading like shooting stars and erupting like a volcano, transforming the entire Heavenly Fire Great Formation into an inferno. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of the Huashing Peak disciples as they noticed the absence of the dragon's roar within the formation. believing they had successfully contained Chen Changsheng. Expressions of joy illuminated their faces. Even Han Feng and Qian Shuilu exchanged glances, incredulous that Chen Changsheng could be so easily thwarted. Just as everyone began to lower their guard, suddenly, 9 gargantuan figures emerged from within the heavenly fire great formation. Upon observing the 9 colossal dragons, one could see that they emerged unscathed from the inferno, while the celestial fire formation had been violently torn open, causing numerous disciples to suffer backlash and spurt blood. Witnessing Chen Changsheng emerge unscathed from the 9 dragon chariot, Han Feng and Qian Shuilu brandished their weapons. Han Feng wielded a long spear engulfed in flames, while Qian Shuilu held a folding fan. Chen Changsheng descended from the chariot, hovering in midair, and addressed Han Feng. I have long advised you, Master Han, to prepare the peak protection formation in advance. Relying on last-minute efforts is inherently unstable. Though Han Feng felt a surge of panic within, he maintained a facade of composure, raising his spear towards Chen Changsheng and declaring, "Do you truly believe that you can single-handedly subdue my fire god peak?" Chen Changsheng chuckled softly, replying, "Master Han, you jest. I have merely come to engage in a friendly spar, and fortuitously, Master Qian is also present, which saves me a trip to the heavenly water peak." The mention of his name caused a jolt of anxiety in Qian Shuilu, who had intended to assess the situation and retreat at the first sign of danger. He realized that if he truly fled, Chen Changsheng would indeed follow through on his words and visit the heavenly water peak to address him. Presently, the two of them united, believing that together they could contend with Chen Changsheng. However, from Chen Changsheng's perspective, these two were merely bullies who preyed on the weak. Had his master, the Taoist Changsheng, not ascended, not only would the Xiantian sect have refrained from showing themselves, but the entire realm of cultivation would tremble at the mere presence of a single ascendant. Enough of this idle chatter, I am pressed for time, Chen Changsheng stated calmly, as he aimed to teach these two a lesson before accompanying Su Yaoyao back. Upon hearing this, Han Feng brandished his spear and lunged at Chen Changsheng. Fiery Sun Spear. In an instant, Han Feng transformed into a blazing inferno, the temperature around them soaring dramatically, as if a miniature sun had materialized beside him. Being a formidable Yuan Ying stage cultivator, Han Feng was joined by Qian Shuilu, who, gritting his teeth, swung his fan towards Chen Changsheng. In that fleeting moment, the waters atop Fire God Peak converged, coalescing into a massive avatar towering several dozen feet high. This avatar, formed from tens of thousands of tons of water, gradually ascended into the air, lifting its head to point at Chen Changsheng and uttering a single word: break. Chapter 13. Who Dares? The formidable form of Qian Shuilu descended upon Chen Changsheng with an air of dominance. He then scoffed, declaring, "Behold my colossal form spanning dozens of zhang. Let us see how you withstand it." Chen Changsheng lifted his gaze to meet the towering figure, smirking disdainfully as he retorted, "Colossal, you say? It appears no more significant than an ant." In that moment, the once massive form shrank to the size of a sesame seed. Chen Changsheng grasped it in his hand and, with a gentle squeeze, crushed it effortlessly. With a gasp, Qian Shuilu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body recoiling in shock. "What is happening?" he exclaimed in disbelief, failing to comprehend Chen Changsheng's ability to manifest his words into reality. Next came Han Feng, whose marksmanship was nothing short of ferocious. He brandished his spear, transforming it into a blazing sun, and launched it at Chen Changsheng. The power of his nascent soul was unmistakable. In the air, the spear detonated like a missile. As the flames dissipated, Han Feng anticipated that the spear would pierce Chen Changsheng, only to find that it had not even torn his garments. The radiant golden light of Chen Changsheng's robe of sun and moon harmony repelled Han Feng's assault entirely. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Han Feng. The sharp crack of the strike echoed throughout the Fire God Peak, sending Han Feng hurtling away. In a single stride, Chen Changsheng closed the distance to Qian Shuilu. Another resounding slap followed, leaving both peak masters' faces swollen and bruised. The onlookers were astonished. They had not anticipated the sheer devastation that a single slap could inflict upon two masters of the nascent soul stage. Those two strikes had decisively re-established the presence of Changsheng Peak within the Xiantian sect, while simultaneously subjecting Han Feng and Qian Shuilu to profound humiliation. Chen Changsheng was poised to deliver further reprimands to the two, but was halted by a fervent exclamation. "Peak Master Chen, enough, enough." Harming these two masters would not bode well. Wang Lingfeng, the proud disciple of Situ Qingshan, approached, observing the two humiliated figures and hastily advising restraint. Chen Changsheng recognized that Wang Lingfeng's intervention was at the behest of Situ Qingshan himself. While he felt no obligation to spare Han Feng and Qianshui Lu, he was mindful of the sect leader's regard. Situ Qingshan had shown great kindness to Changsheng Peak, and after his master, the ascendant Taoist, transcended. It was Situ Qingshan who had championed Chen Changsheng's ascension as the peak's leader. This was a debt of gratitude that Chen Changsheng held dear. In deference to the sect leader, I shall spare you both today, but should you dare to bully Changsheng Peak again, do not blame me for leveling your peaks. Remember, this is a warning, not a negotiation. With those words, he spoke with unwavering authority. As he mounted the nine-dragon chariot and soared towards Changsheng Peak, Wang Lingfeng gazed at Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, filled with admiration. Peak Master Chen is truly magnificent. Unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng, he had unwittingly gained a devoted admirer. Subsequently, Wang Lingfeng cast his gaze upon Han Feng and Qianshui Lu, promptly stating, "Respected Peak Masters, the sect leader has decreed that both of you are at fault today, and you are hereby punished to contemplate in the Xiantian Forbidden Land for half a year." After delivering this pronouncement, Wang Lingfeng soared away on his sword, leaving the two on the ground with expressions of deep resentment. Particularly Han Feng, whose handsome visage bore the imprint of a large hand, his front teeth knocked out. The Xiantian Forbidden Land, no. Upon returning to Changsheng Peak, Chen Changsheng found Su Yaoyao had already prepared everything. In recent days, Su Yaoyao and Chen Changsheng had borrowed a sum of money to procure some elixirs from the Sixth Peak's Alchemy Peak, claiming it was for the elders in the village. The borrowed amount was considerable, and Chen Changsheng requested Su Yaoyao repay him through half a year's worth of massages and back rubs. Upon hearing such a generous offer, Yaoyao was naturally delighted. Being close to her master was indeed a privilege she cherished. Unbeknownst to her, the sect leader had already arranged all necessary elixirs. The two sat upon the nine-dragon palanquin, soaring towards Su Yaoyao's hometown, Xinghua Village in Jiangnan. The sight of the nine-dragon palanquin in motion inevitably drew countless onlookers. As they passed through various locales, innumerable commoners gazed skyward at the spectacle, utterly astonished. Some even knelt in reverence, bowing repeatedly. Such was the respect mortals held for those who practiced the ways of cultivation. The 800 Li Shirtu Ridge was a grim sight, with bones littered like trees and skulls scattered about. Human heads were ground into a mat, flesh reduced to a muddy pulp, tendons hung from trees, dry and gleaming like silver. It was indeed a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, exuding an unbearable stench. To the east, minor demons flayed the living. To the west, unruly fiends cooked human flesh in boiling pots. As Chen Changsheng sat in the nine-dragon palanquin, he spoke softly. "Master, please refrain from such tales. The malevolence of the demon clan is truly terrifying." Su Yaoyao exclaimed in fear. Chen Changsheng chuckled. "If you do not enjoy Journey to the West, then allow me to regale you with Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf." Su Yaoyao. As Chen Changsheng narrated stories, they traveled 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. In Jiangnan, Xinghua Village was a modest settlement, home to merely 2 or 3 dozen households. The village and its surroundings were adorned with apricot trees. During the Qingming festival, the blossoms would envelop the village, thus earning it the name Xinghua Village. At this moment, the villagers stood at the village entrance, their faces shrouded in gloom. Before them stood a band of horsemen, fierce and intimidating, belonging to the notorious Wolf Gang. Known for their malevolence in the vicinity, the leader of these bandits bore a menacing scar across his face and hefted a 2-meter-long saber upon his shoulder. Coldly, he addressed the villagers of Xinghua. "Bring forth all your valuables. You refuse to comply, do you?" The village head, an elderly man with hair white as snow, trembled as he stepped forward, saying, "Brave warrior, our Xinghua village possesses no valuables. What little we had was taken by the authorities, and now all we have left are wild vegetables. I implore you, spare us your wrath." The leader of the Wolf Gang, upon hearing this, seethed with rage. "Poor? I observe that you are a group of obstinate individuals, devoid of any possessions. How shall the brothers return home empty-handed after such difficulty in venturing forth? Old fellow, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Otherwise, I shall set your village ablaze to see if you possess anything of value." The elderly village chief pleaded, "Brave sirs, there truly is nothing left in Xinghua Village to offer you." At that moment, a young boy stepped forward, approached the leader of the Wolf Gang, and spat at him, declaring, "You wretched beings, Sister Yaoyao has gone to the Xuantiangong, and upon her return, she will certainly not aid you." The leader of the Wolf Gang exchanged glances with his companions and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You have utterly amused me. Ha ha ha, you speak of Xuantiangong. Do you comprehend what that place is? It is a realm of immortality. Should anyone from your village become a disciple of Zhantiangong, I shall change my surname." The young boy, undeterred, shouted back, "Sister Yao Yao will indeed become a disciple there, and even if you were to slaughter us all, it would be futile. She will surely avenge us." The leader of the wolf gang, unwilling to engage further with the boy, raised his sword to strike. In that perilous moment, a man clad in a dark robe appeared before the boy, gently coughing as if afflicted by a grave ailment. The man, appearing to be around 30, bore an air of scholarly refinement, his complexion pale and his physique frail. He held a jade pendant in his hand and presented it to the leader of the wolf gang, saying, "I possess this jade pendant. I beseech you, spare our lives for its sake." The leader of the wolf gang accepted the pendant, examined it, and a smirk played upon his lips before he coldly inquired, "You do not seem to be from this wretched mountain village. From whence do you hail?" The man, covering his mouth, coughed again and replied, "I am the village's teacher. I inadvertently fell into a ravine and was rescued by the villagers. To repay this life-saving grace, I have been teaching the village children to read and write." Upon finishing his words, he coughed once more, hastily covering his mouth with a handkerchief, though the blood within was noticed by the young boy. The boy stood protectively before the man, addressing the members of the wolf gang, quickly returned the jade pendant to the teacher. "He needs it to seek treatment in the city." The leader of the wolf gang, with a scornful glance at the boy, retorted, "Your teacher saved your life with that pendant. It seems you will not willingly relinquish your village's valuables unless we thoroughly search for them. Brothers, proceed to search inside. If there are infants, take them away as offerings to the ancestors. Anything of no value, burn it." Upon hearing this, the man urgently inquired, "I have already given you the pendant. Why must you?" The leader of the wolf gang kicked the man aside, cursing, "Does the wolf gang require your counsel to perform our duties? Get out of my way, lest I burn you along with them. Brothers, charge." At this moment, the villagers of Xinghua stood united, using their bodies to block the entrance of the village, preventing the marauders from entering. Upon witnessing this, the leader of the wolf gang, filled with fury, exclaimed, "You insolent fools, do you think I cannot handle you? Brothers, trample over them." A dozen or so marauding horsemen of the wolf gang were eager to charge forward, ready to ride over the villagers. Just then, a voice descended from the heavens like thunder. "I dare anyone to try." Chapter 14. The Wolf Gang and the White-Bone Man above the village of Apricot Blossom. The 9 dragons' palanquin circled ominously in the sky. The heavens were shrouded in a dark gloom, as if divine retribution were about to descend. The members of the Wolf Gang, upon witnessing the celestial carriage, were paralyzed with fear, but their mounts, unaccustomed to such oppressive pressure, bucked violently, sending them sprawling to the ground before bolting away in haste. With their eyes fixed on the palanquin, the Wolf Gang knelt in unison, exclaiming in terror, "We are unaware of the immortal's arrival. We deserve to perish 1,000 deaths." The 9 dragons' palanquin descended from the sky, revealing Chen Changsheng and Su Yao Yao as they alighted from the vehicle. The gang members scarcely dared to breathe, trembling at the prospect of incurring the wrath of the immortal. In that moment, panic enveloped them. Who could have anticipated that an immortal would grace such a desolate place? The saying that a single immortal's fury could lay waste to millions of lives was not mere hyperbole. Among the gang, only their leader, a practitioner of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, possessed any semblance of strength. For years, they had bullied the weak, and even the local authorities had refrained from intervening. Earlier, a young boy had mentioned that someone from this village had visited the Xiantian sect. Could that individual be the young girl among the newcomers? If indeed she hailed from the Xiantian sect, even the white-boned man would not dare to offend her. The Wolf Gang members could only kneel, awaiting Chen Changsheng's judgment. Upon seeing Su Yao Yao descend, the young boy from the village rushed forward and threw himself into her embrace. "Sister Yao Yao, you're back. How wonderful." Su Yao Yao, noticing the gang members nearby, immediately inquired with concern, "Little Tiger, are you unhurt?" The boy, referred to as Little Tiger by Su Yao Yao, shook his head, replying, "Sister Yao Yao, I am fine, but the teacher's jade pendant was taken by them." Su Yao Yao glanced at the prostrate gang members and reassured, "It's all right. My master has arrived, and they will face their punishment. My master is the leader of Xiantian Peak." Upon hearing this, the members of the Wolf Gang were so frightened that they nearly soiled themselves. They had known the individual before them was formidable, but they had never imagined she was the leader of the Xiantian sect. The reputation of the Xiantian sect was well known, not only within the realm of cultivation but also among mortals, from 5-year-old children to 80-year-old elders, all were aware of its existence. The leader of the Xiantian sect was said to possess the power to move mountains and fill seas with a mere thought, leaving these individuals oblivious to their own demise. The leader of the wolf gang immediately retrieved the jade pendant, crawling on his knees to Su Yaoyao's side. We were blind and ignorant. This pendant was merely held in custody for the esteemed teacher, and we now return it to you. Taking the pendant, Su Yaoyao addressed Chen Changsheng, Master. It is they who have repeatedly plundered our village. Any child under 100 days old is seized by them. They are villains. Hearing Su Yaoyao's words, Chen Changsheng directed a piercing gaze at the members of the wolf gang, demanding, "Do you have anything to say?" The leader of the wild wolf gang immediately pleaded for mercy, saying, "Immortal, we truly did not wish to act in this manner. It was the Bone Elder who compelled us to do so. As long as we offer him an infant each month, he will refrain from causing us any trouble." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng remarked, "It seems that by offering infants to the Bone Elder, he grants you the freedom to wreak havoc in this region." The members of the wild wolf gang broke into a cold sweat at his words. Chen Changsheng then inquired, "Where can the Bone Elder be found?" The gang leader stammered, hesitated, and as he attempted to speak, it was as though an invisible hand had grasped his throat, rendering him mute. Soon, his face flushed crimson, and he suffocated to death. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng was greatly astonished, exclaiming, "The soul-sealing spell?" He had heard his senior brother mention this technique, a method employed by demonic cultivators that could control a person's thoughts. Should a threat arise, the soul-sealing spell would activate, erasing anyone who had knowledge of it. It was indeed a most sinister tactic. Chen Changsheng turned to the remaining members of the wild wolf gang and casually declared, "Soul-sealing spell." In a cave 1,000 miles away, a figure suddenly opened its blood-red eyes and rasped, "Who has undone my soul-sealing spell?" The members of the wild wolf gang felt the oppressive force controlling their bodies lift and turned to Chen Changsheng, saying, "Immortal, we are but small followers, completely unaware of the Bone Elder's affairs. Please, let us go." "Indeed, indeed," Chen Changsheng softly replied, "you have committed many heinous acts. While I may spare you, the infants you have harmed will not forgive you. Therefore, go and apologize to them." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng waved his sleeve, and an endless conflagration surged forth from his robe, instantly engulfing the members of the wild wolf gang. The villagers of Xinghua village witnessed this scene. Although joy flickered upon their faces, worry still marred their expressions. Chen Changsheng sensed their anxiety. These kind-hearted villagers had suffered deeply at the hands of the so-called Bone Elder, with countless infants falling victim to his malice. With the downfall of the wild wolf gang, the Bone Elder would undoubtedly seek revenge. Chen Changsheng promptly addressed the crowd. "There is no need for concern. The wild wolf gang has been vanquished, and I shall also eradicate the Bone Elder behind them, ensuring he poses no further threat to you." Upon hearing this, the villagers of Xinghua cheered with joy. They recognized the individual before them as Su Yaoyao's master and a member of the Xiantian sect. To these villagers, the name of the Xiantian sect held the same reverence as that of a true immortal. The village chief, leaning on his cane, approached Chen Changsheng and expressed, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives. If it pleases you, please join us in the village and sample our Xinghua wine." Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, "That would be delightful." The group then made their way towards Xinghua village. Su Yaoyao ran up to a sturdy man and called out, "Father." The robust man, upon seeing Su Yaoyao, immediately approached her alongside the woman by his side. Su Yaoyao rushed into their embrace, exclaiming, "Father, mother, I'm back." The sturdy man affectionately ruffled Su Yaoyao's hair and remarked, "My dear girl, why the haste to return? You even brought the immortal with you. How disobedient of you." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, "Yaoyao possesses an exceptionally rare constitution suited for cultivation. I have come here to express my gratitude for your blessing of such a daughter. I have prepared a humble gift, and I hope you will accept it." Upon hearing these words, the couple exchanged glances, fully aware that even the most insignificant of offerings, as described by Chen Changsheng, would be considered precious in the eyes of mortals. Su Yaoyao quickly interjected, "Father, mother, these are elixirs from the Xuantiangong. Consuming them will grant you longevity." With care, the couple accepted the gifts and expressed their gratitude to Chen Changsheng. The village chief had prepared a feast, with the villagers gathering around, creating a lively atmosphere. Many villagers approached Chen Changsheng to offer him a toast. As he sipped the apricot blossom wine, its sweet and crisp flavor mingled with a faint aroma of apricot blossoms. It was indeed exquisite wine, a rarity even in the realm of cultivation. Chen Changsheng inquired, "Chief, what sustains your village of apricot blossom?" The chief sighed and responded, "Our village has relied on agriculture for generations, brewing apricot blossom wine during our leisure to trade in town. In recent years, marauding bandits have repeatedly plundered nearby villages, stealing all the grains we cultivated. Now, each household can only survive on wild vegetables. The wolf gang has the support of the Bone Man, and even the authorities dare not confront them. Any infants born in the village are taken by the wolf gang to be given to the Bone Man. Thus, we barely survive. The old are resigned to their fate, but it is the young children who suffer." Chen Changsheng gazed at the chicken, duck, fish, and some steamed buns on the table, realizing these were likely the finest offerings from the entire village. Dang, assist the villagers of Apricot Blossom in vanquishing the Bone Man to ensure their safety. Chen Changsheng downed a bowl of Apricot Blossom wine and resolutely declared, "Without your prompting, I shall personally slay this Bone Man." Chapter 15. Dramatic affairs. After dinner, Su Yaoyao announced her intention to visit the esteemed teacher, bringing along some elixirs. She recited the phrase, "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The immortal is unkind, regarding the common folk as mere straw dogs," which was a lesson imparted to her by the teacher. The teacher, named Nagong Qing, was affectionately referred to as Mr. Nagong by the village children. A year ago, he fell into a cliff near Xinghua village, where he was rescued by the villagers. After receiving treatment and regaining his health, he established a school in the village, dedicated to teaching the children how to read and write. Su Yao knocked gently on the school's door. Nagong Qing, clutching his chest and clearing his throat, opened the door to let them in. Chen Changsheng surveyed the modest surroundings of the classroom, filled with worn-out desks and benches. At the front stood a podium, while behind it lay Mr. Nangong's living quarters, a shabby hut constructed of mud walls. In gratitude for the villagers' kindness, Mr. Nangong never uttered a word of complaint. Su Yaoyao presented the elixirs she had brought from Shantian sect to Nangong Cheng, speaking softly, "Teacher, these are elixirs from Shantian sect. Consuming them will help restore your health." After taking one of the elixirs, Nangong Cheng's complexion improved slightly, and he affectionately patted Su Yaoyao's head, saying, "You are very thoughtful, Yaoyao." He then turned to Chen Changsheng and bowed, greeting him. Nangong Cheng pays respects to the immortal. Chen Changsheng quickly assisted him to rise, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, teacher." As he glanced around, he noticed a piece of luggage beside the bed and inquired, "Are you preparing to leave, teacher?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Nangong Qing replied, "The imperial examination of the Peacock dynasty is approaching, and I had planned to depart in a few days. However, I have been uncertain about how to address this with the villagers, so I have hesitated." Upon hearing that the teacher intended to leave, Su Yaoyao immediately said, "Teacher, are you going to participate in the examination?" Nagong Qing nodded. Su Yaoyao continued, "I am grateful for your guidance over the past 2 years. The examination is of great importance. You should seize the opportunity to attend and not let anything from Xinghua village delay your progress." Reassured by her words, Nagong Qing pondered for a moment and said, "The 15th is in 2 days. I shall wait until after that to leave. I want to spend a few more days with the children. I will miss them." After bidding farewell to Nangong Cheng, Chen Changsheng asked Su Yaoyao on their way back to her home, "Yaoyao, has Mr. Nangong always had such a gentle disposition?" Su Yaoyao considered before nodding. "He has always been kind. Over the past 2 years, he has never quarreled with anyone in the village. Because of his wisdom and understanding, the village head often seeks him to resolve disputes. It can be said that everyone holds Mr. Nagong in high regard." Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. After escorting Su Yaoyao home, he turned to leave. She called after him, "Master, where are you going?" "I am going to find the bone sage," he replied. "You should rest easy." With that, Chen Changsheng summoned the 9-dragon chariot and soared into the sky. Su Yaoyao shouted after him, "Master, please be careful." As Chen Changsheng patrolled the skies atop the chariot, he was aware that the lair of the Bone Sage's wild wolf gang had been completely eradicated. How can one find the whereabouts of the Bone Elder? Chen Changsheng searched the vicinity but detected no formidable presence. Suddenly, he conceived a plan. He muttered, "Bone Elder, reveal yourself. I have discovered you." The power of his words manifested. At that moment, a caravan of dozens of horsemen passed through the mountain gorge, comprised of traveling merchants. Among them, a woman sat in a cart, cradling a newborn child, who, perhaps in hunger, wailed incessantly. A wealthy merchant nearby exclaimed, "Quickly, feed the child. Do not let it cry. This place is said to be the domain of the Bone Elder, and many children passing through have been devoured by him." Upon hearing this, the woman dismissed his words, replying, "What nonsense about the Bone Elder? Let him come down if he dares. With so many of us, we could surely overpower him." The merchant, in anger, struck the woman across the face, declaring, "You foolish woman, cease your reckless chatter. Do you not understand that the Bone Elder is a cultivator, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals like us? Legend has it that he was once a god transformation stage practitioner, who, consumed by madness, unleashed slaughter upon the world, annihilating several cities, leaving mountains of bones and rivers of blood. It was only through the intervention of Xuaniangong's Changsheng Taoist that he was subdued. Yet, it is said that he did not perish. He escaped to an unknown place and has concealed himself for centuries. Here, it is rumored that traces of the Bone Elder have resurfaced. Even the authorities dare not intervene. We should simply enter the city. It is safer there." The woman, unimpressed, cast a disdainful glance at the merchant but nonetheless lifted her garment to nurse the infant. On the mountaintop, a pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on the scene below. The figure, clad in tattered rags, appeared as though they had not bathed in centuries. Licking his lips, he revealed a sinister grin. His body trembled violently before he slowly adjusted his trousers and charged down the mountain. Having just emerged from his cave, he was unexpectedly presented with the opportunity of encountering passing merchants, and it had been long since the wolf gang had offered an infant. His hunger was now insatiable. In a flash, a shadow darted forward, positioning itself atop the caravan, its red eyes locked onto the woman. The woman, upon witnessing this, was struck with terror, clutching the infant closer. Yet, in a mere breath, a chilling wind swept through, and the child was seized by the shadowy figure. The merchants, paralyzed with fear, fell to the ground, hastily bowing to the shadow. "We meant no offense as we passed through this place, and we sincerely apologize for disturbing the Bone Elder. Please, do not harm us. Whatever you desire, I shall provide." Indeed, this figure was none other than the Bone Elder himself. Gazing at the child in his grasp, he licked his lips and proclaimed, "Monetary wealth is but a mundane trifle. I have no need for it. Today, fate has intertwined my path with this child. Why not grant him a fragment of celestial destiny?" The merchant, well aware of what the Bone Elder's celestial destiny entailed, understood that it meant the child would be taken away to be consumed. Terrified, he knelt and wept, pleading, "Master, I am 60 years old, and I have 10 concubines at home, all of whom are barren and incapable of bearing children. After much difficulty, I have finally had this one son. I implore you, kind sir, to show mercy and spare me from the anguish of being childless." The Bone Master, hearing his lament, chuckled and replied, "At 60 years of age, you have only just acquired a child. How can you be certain that this child is truly yours? Allow me to investigate, lest you remain blissfully unaware, thus severing your hopes." With that, the Bone Master waved his hand toward the woman in the carriage, invoking the soul-searching technique. In an instant, the woman's memories were extracted. "This woman is your 7th concubine, is she not?" he inquired. The wealthy merchant nodded in acknowledgement. The Bone Master continued, "This woman has been clandestinely consorting with your godson. While you were away on business, your godson infiltrated her chamber, indulging in nightly revelries. This infant is the flesh and blood of your godson." Upon hearing this, the merchant collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. He had never anticipated that the son he had so eagerly claimed was, in fact, not his own, but rather that of his godson. He had taken in a godson due to his own childlessness at 60, only to discover that the child he believed to be his was, in truth, that of another. He had envisioned leaving his family fortune to his biological son, but now it seemed that his son, his godson, and even his wife belonged to others. Blood spurted from the merchant's mouth as the woman, witnessing this, cried out, "My lord, you must believe me. It is not as it seems." The merchant, in a fit of rage, pushed the woman aside and addressed the Bone Master. "Master, I acknowledge what you have revealed. However, this child is innocent. I beseech you to spare his life." The Bone Master smiled. "Truly, you are a remarkable fool. This child is not yours, yet you plead for his life. But it matters not. I shall keep the child, and you shall all meet your demise." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling wind swept through the air, engulfing the caravan. The woman was the first to fall victim, the wind brushing against her, transforming her into a mere skeleton in an instant. At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed from the skies above. Following this, 9 dragons appeared, drawing a magnificent carriage before the astonished onlookers. The Bone Master's expression shifted as he recognized the formidable power of the 9 dragons, realizing they were at the transformation stage. "I am the Bone Master. What brings you here, fellow Taoist?" A voice resonated from the heavens, thundering like a storm, "To slay you." Chapter 16. The White Bone Sage. The White Bone Sage having navigated the realm of cultivation for centuries, was hardly intimidated by a mere few mounts at the divine transformation stage. Hearing this, he chuckled, "Friend, we harbor no enmity. Why must you seek my demise?" Chen Changsheng replied coolly, "I, Chen Changsheng, owe you no explanation for my actions." The white bone sage laughed heartily. "What an audacious youth! Pray, reveal your name." Chen Changsheng calmly stated, "Xiantian sect, Chen Changsheng." Upon hearing this, the white bone sage's demeanor shifted. A glint of seriousness flashed in his eyes as he coldly inquired, "Which peak of the Xiantian sect do you hail from?" "I am the lord of Changsheng Peak." The moment these words were uttered, the white bone sage's defenses crumbled. Years ago, the master of Changsheng Peak, Taoist Changsheng, had suppressed him, and to this day, he had not regained his former prowess at the divine transformation stage, leaving him in this ghastly state, resembling neither man nor ghost. The resentment the white bone sage bore towards the Xiantian sect and Changsheng Peak ran deep within his bones. With gritted teeth, the white bone sage asked, "What is your relationship with Taoist Changsheng?" Seeing the white bone sage attempt to establish a rapport, Chen Changsheng swiftly interjected, "Taoist Changsheng is my master. I warn you, do not seek to draw closer. Your demise is imminent today." At this, the white bone sage's eyes narrowed, his crimson orbs radiating a dreadful aura. And a wave of murderous intent surged forth, engulfing the surroundings. "Ah, I have heard that Taoist Changsheng ascended a decade ago. Thus, I shall settle our grievances with you. Prepare to die, brat." A miasma of blood enveloped the white bone sage, and Chen Changsheng finally beheld his visage beneath the black robe. One side of his face was withered, while the other revealed exposed bones, rendering him a terrifying figure, resembling a skeleton with remnants of flesh. "Today, it is you who shall perish." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng invoked his power, binding the white bone sage's body, and intoned, "Heavenly thunder descends." With a resounding rumble, dark clouds gathered overhead, transforming into a tempest of thunder as countless arcs of lightning danced within the clouds. They then struck down fiercely upon the white bone sage. The white bone sage, witnessing this, felt his crimson miasma intensify, and he broke free from Chen Changsheng's binding, yet still found himself struck by the heavenly thunder. Charred and with his robes in tatters, he had not anticipated Chen Changsheng's formidable strength. In an instant, the white bone sage lunged fiercely at Chen Changsheng. Having lived for centuries, he possessed an array of forbidden techniques, and should he close the distance, Chen Changsheng could very well meet his end in a single blow. After evading for hundreds of years, he had absorbed enough life force. Even if he could regain his peak power at the divine transformation stage, it was not out of reach. In the current realm of cultivation, how many practitioners were at the divine transformation stage? Taoist Changsheng had only recently ascended, and his disciple was unlikely to have achieved such mastery at a young age. With this thought, a smirk crept across the white bone sage's lips, and from his sleeve emerged a bloodied hand, striking towards Chen Changsheng. In response, Chen Changsheng met the white bone sage's assault with a punch of his own. Boom! The heavens trembled. The surrounding forests were battered by the immense shockwave, causing trees to splinter and break. The corners of the bone elder's mouth trickled with a hint of crimson, which he wiped away before licking his finger and chuckling. "Youngster, are you truly formidable? No wonder you are the disciple of that old coot. Your master nearly ended my life in the past." Chen Changsheng fixed his piercing gaze upon the bone elder and replied, "Is that so? Since your master spared you then, allow me to resolve this matter today." "Ha ha. Just based on you?" The bone elder laughed boisterously. "Your strength is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to mine. Those 9 dragons of yours are impressive as well. Consuming them should facilitate your complete recovery." Chen Changsheng regarded the bone elder with a smile. "With your current powers, I fear it may not be sufficient." Upon hearing this, the bone elder chuckled softly, then casually drew a formation in the air with his blood. The formation rapidly took shape, and Chen Changsheng sensed an eerie quality about it, as if something was poised to burst forth from within. Meanwhile, on a distant cliff, a disheveled madman clad in tattered robes and clutching a wine jug seemed to sense something amiss, gazing intently in the direction of the conflict. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, hovering in midair like a celestial being gazing down upon mortals. The heaven and earth devouring spirit formation? How intriguing that the bone elder has managed to devise such an array. Once activated, his powers will ascend to the harmonization stage in a short span, putting that lad in peril. Nevertheless, encountering me is fortunate. I shall lend you a hand. With that, the madman waved his hand, swiftly inscribing a formation and connecting it to Chen Changsheng. This, Wuji formation, should assist the lad in breaking through the heaven and earth-devouring spirit formation. However, the madman soon found himself unable to establish a connection with Chen Changsheng. Puzzled, he calculated with his fingers and mused. This child's fate does not lie within the 5 elements. He is a once-in-a-millennium mortal body. Fascinating. With another wave, the formation before him vanished. Since he couldn't link the formation to Chen Changsheng, he decided to observe how the young man would confront the Bone Elder. Should he fail, he would then seek an opportune moment to intervene. At that moment, Chen Changsheng sensed the looming threat from the formation, as he distinctly felt the Bone Elder's strength escalating. Witnessing this, he sighed, if only time could flow backward. Thus, he could return to a moment before the Bone Elder inscribed the formation and eliminate him entirely. As soon as the words left his lips, the world around him shifted dramatically. In an instant, time appeared to reverse, and the Bone Elder's escalating power began to dissipate with the flow of time. The Bone Elder, witnessing this phenomenon, widened his eyes in disbelief. Youngster, what have you done? Can you truly make time reverse? Chen Changsheng looked at the Bone Elder with a smile. What is the matter? Are you afraid? The Bone Elder scoffed, merely a trick. What of reversing time? You cannot halt my formation. As he spoke, the Bone Elder resumed inscribing the formation. Chen Changsheng, observing this, murmured. The Bone Elder seems to be suffering from Parkinson's. As the words fell, the skeletal figure's arm began to tremble incessantly, causing the intricate array to become misaligned. The skeletal being gazed at its own arm in terror, exclaiming, "What have you done to me, boy?" Witnessing this scene, the mad Taoist was equally astonished, pondering, is this the power of spoken law? Such feats can only be achieved during the ascension stage. Could this youth possibly? It seemed that my prior concerns were unfounded. The mad Taoist mused, then took a step forward, his figure vanishing in an instant from the realm. With the celestial palace on the brink of opening and the elusive immortal elixir remaining undiscovered after countless years of searching, alas. Chen Changsheng cast a glance towards the mad Taoist, initially believing him to be an ally summoned by the skeletal figure, only to find that formidable aura dissipating in an instant. He sensed that this presence was extraordinary, reminiscent of what he had encountered a decade prior with the longevity Taoist, who had already attained the ascension stage at that time. Chen Changsheng redirected his gaze back to the skeletal figure, whose hands continued to tremble uncontrollably. With a cold snort, Chen Changsheng struck down upon the skeletal being. In an instant, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, eclipsing all else like Mount Tai. The skeletal figure, witnessing this spectacle, displayed an expression of disbelief. Are you an ascended being? Chen Changsheng chuckled softly, replying, to vanquish you, the transformation stage suffices. The immense hand came crashing down. The skeletal figure's form disintegrated into nothingness. Chen Changsheng glanced at the wealthy merchant, stating, the skeletal being is no more. You may leave now. The merchant rejoiced, exclaiming, Thank you, exalted one, thank you. Chen Changsheng returned to Xinghua village aboard the 9-dragon carriage, and upon hearing the news of the skeletal figure's demise, the villagers' faces lit up with joy. They would no longer have to live in constant fear. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng addressed the village chief, remarking that the wine of Xinghua village was exceptional, and that henceforth, the Xiantian sect would send individuals monthly to procure Xinghua wine. The village chief, upon hearing this, was utterly delighted, for this would provide a source of income for Xinghua village. As the peak master of the Xiantian sect, Chen Changsheng naturally possessed such authority, particularly since the wine was of such quality that the cultivators would surely relish it. The village chief arranged several banquet tables, and the atmosphere in Xinghua village became lively and festive. Teacher Nagong Qing observed the frolicking children with squinted eyes, a warm smile gracing his face. Chapter 17, The Qiankuan Ring and the Wandering Souls Banner. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward for the host. Qiankuan Ring. Qiankuan Ring contains a small world that can store anything infinitely. Upon hearing this reward, Chen Changsheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Was this not the legendary space ring? To think that he too would possess one. It is known that spatial treasures in the realm of cultivation are exceedingly rare. Within the entire Xiantian sect, no more than 5 peak masters own such rings. Generally, a space capable of accommodating even a stool is already considered valuable. Yet, the Qiankuan ring, which can store infinitely, is truly a priceless gem. The concept of infinite storage, imagine being able to contain mountains, rivers, and lakes within it. Chen Changsheng retrieved the Qiankuan ring and placed it upon his finger, finding it to fit perfectly. The following day marked the 15th of the month. Chen Changsheng urged Yao Yao to spend more time at home with her parents. Once one embarks on the path of immortality, time may be measured in centuries. 100 years, to a cultivator, is but a fleeting moment, yet to a mortal, it constitutes a lifetime. Perhaps, after departing for the Xiantian sect and returning, Xinghua village would have changed beyond recognition. Such is the harsh reality of the cultivation world. As night fell, Chen Changsheng returned home under the bright full moon and gently called for Su Yaoyao. "Let us go, master." Su Yaoyao understood that Chen Changsheng had granted her a day to relish the warmth of family. He nodded and summoned the nine-dragon chariot, setting off towards the Xiantian sect. Throughout the journey, Su Yaoyao remained silent, perhaps anxious that this trip would sever her ties with her parents forever. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Changsheng affectionately ruffled Su Yaoyao's hair and reassured her, "Whenever you miss home, feel free to return. Changsheng Peak is not bound by many rules." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope shone in Yao Yao's eyes. "Really, master? That would be wonderful." Seeing the little girl's joy brought a smile to Chen Changsheng's heart. Suddenly, Su Yaoyao spoke, "Master, may we return for a moment? I forgot to give Little Tiger his gift." Little Tiger had been Su Yaoyao's companion since childhood, and she had prepared some vitality elixirs for him, hoping he would grow up healthy. However, after the incident with the Bone Elder, it had slipped her mind. Yet, with the nine-dragon chariot, returning to Xinghua village would take no longer than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. As they journeyed back, rain began to pour. The nine-dragon chariot possessed a rain-shielding feature, thus the two remained dry. Su Yaoyao gazed at the heavy downpour outside and asked, "Master, do you like the rain?" Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment before replying, "Why do you ask?" With a smile, Su Yaoyao responded, "Just a curiosity. I don't particularly enjoy it. When it rained in my childhood, our house would leak, and it would pour inside while it drizzled outside." Chen Changsheng stroked Yaoyao's head gently. "In the future, at Changsheng Peak, your home will no longer leak." Before long, they arrived at Xinghua village, which lay eerily silent. Just as Chen Changsheng intended to halt the nine-dragon chariot, a pungent scent of blood reached his nostrils, prompting him to ascend into the air once more. Hovering above, Chen Changsheng and Su Yaoyao witnessed a scene that left them utterly astounded. In the village's clearing, all the villagers lay sprawled on the ground, while Nangong Chung stood amidst the lifeless bodies, clutching a blood-red banner, his face contorted into a sinister grin. "Ha ha ha, at last, I have slain 10,000. This banner of 10,000 souls has finally fulfilled its purpose on this moonlit night," he proclaimed, standing in the pool of blood, his hair disheveled and his garments soaked in crimson. Su Yaoyao, unable to believe her eyes, shouted from above, "Sir, you." Nangong Cheng noticed the two figures hovering in the air and smiled. "Yao Yao, did you not return to the Xiantian sect? Why have you come back?" A sigh escaped him. "How troublesome. I thought I could keep this hidden, but it seems you have uncovered the truth." Trembling, Su Yaoyao's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed upon the lifeless forms of the villagers from Xinghua village, including her father, mother, and little Hu, now forever silenced. The mastermind behind this atrocity was none other than the amiable village teacher, a revelation that struck Su Yaoyao with unbearable anguish. Chen Changsheng, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. The skeletal being was already despicable, yet Nangong Cheng proved to be even more vile. "You concealed yourself in this village solely for your so-called banner of 10,000 souls?" Chen Changsheng inquired. Nangong Cheng regarded him coldly, replying with a smirk, "Indeed. For this banner of 10,000 souls, I have devoted 5 centuries to amass the souls of 10,000 individuals. Do you know why it took so long? Let me enlighten you. This banner of 10,000 souls is unlike any other. It requires the souls of 1,000 individuals connected to me. Only then can the most powerful soul banner be forged." A chill crept into Chen Changsheng's heart at this revelation. It meant that Nangong Cheng had ruthlessly slaughtered countless villagers to forge this banner of 10,000 souls. Such ruthless cruelty was unfathomable. Chen Changsheng glanced at Nangong Cheng, realizing that his strength rivaled that of the skeletal being, and with the banner of 10,000 souls in his possession, he was indeed a formidable foe. "The villagers have always held you in high regard, even saving their meager provisions for you, and yet you have betrayed them so heinously," Chen Changsheng challenged. To his surprise, a sly smile spread across Nangong Cheng's face as he replied, "Now that you have witnessed this, it matters not if I reveal it to you. This is the greatest strength of my banner of 10,000 souls. I want them to witness their own demise, to harbor the utmost hatred towards me. Only then will the resentment within the banner be most potent." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng glared coldly at Nangong Cheng. "You are a wolf that can never be tamed. Today, I shall avenge the villagers of Xinghua village by ending your life. Nine Calamities' lips curled into a wicked smile. His dark hair swirling in the wind as he laughed heartily. Do you believe that slaying the skeletal being makes you my equal? With the banner of 10,000 souls in hand, I am eager to see how you intend to challenge me. As the peak master of Xiantian's sect, I shall allow you to become the sole master within the 10,000 souls banner once it has absorbed you. In the midst of his words, Nine Calamities waved the 10,000 souls banner in his hand, the blood-red banner towering over three zhang, howling with ominous winds, releasing an endless stream of dark resentment. Spectral shadows of vengeful spirits emerged from the banner, lunging towards Chen Changsheng. As Chen Changsheng beheld these ghostly apparitions, he recognized them as villagers with whom he had shared drinks earlier that day. Now they had transformed into ghastly figures, reaching out with despairing hands. They had become mere souls, stripped of their consciousness, existing solely to obey Nine Calamities' commands. As the banner swirled, Chen Changsheng sensed an inkling of peril. Yet, despite Nine Calamities' formidable strength, he remained no match for Chen Changsheng. Facing the multitude of vengeful spirits, Chen Changsheng declared, "All souls, enter my Qian Kuan ring." With these words, the spirits within the 10,000 souls banner surged towards the Qian Kuan ring in Chen Changsheng's grasp. Witnessing his dispatched spirits being absorbed by the ring, Nine Calamities' eyes widened in disbelief. You too can summon souls? Glancing at Nine Calamities, Chen Changsheng raised his palm and struck him. The resounding slap marked Nine Calamities' face, a blow avenging the village chief, the parents of Yao Yao, Xiao Hu, and Yao Yao herself. Chen Changsheng's hand continued to rain down upon Nine Calamities, who persisted in wielding the 10,000 souls banner. Yet all the souls had been consumed by the Qian Kuan ring, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Over 10,000 souls had been absorbed by Chen Changsheng. Now, battered and bruised, Nine Calamities pleaded, I no longer desire those souls. They're yours. I have gathered them over 500 years. You will find them useful. Just spare my life. Although merely a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, Nine Calamities wielded the 10,000 souls banner with such confidence that even those in the god transformation stage did not intimidate him. However, facing the implacable Chen Changsheng, he felt a genuine fear. If looks could kill, Chen Changsheng's gaze could have ended Nine Calamities' life 1,000 times over. Grasping Nine Calamities by the collar, he coldly intoned, a being like you deserves not to live, but to descend to the 18th level of hell. With that, he crushed Nine Calamities' neck with a swift motion. As Nine Calamities' nascent soul attempted to flee, Chen Changsheng seized it in his hand, squeezing it forcefully until it burst apart. Gazing down at the lifeless body, Chen Changsheng lamented his inability to revive them. Despite his capacity for immediate manifestation, the reversal of life and death remained beyond his reach, and he could not restore the deceased to life. Together with Yao Yao, he dug graves for all the villagers of Xinghua village, paying solemn tribute to them before departing in the Nine Dragons' chariot towards Xiantian's sect. Chapter 18. The Black and White Impermanence of the Abyss, renowned as the sacred ground for all demonic cultivators, is said to harbor a demonic emperor of the tribulation stage. Any demonic cultivator pursued by righteous sects who seeks refuge here is sheltered by the emperor. To take a life within the abyss is to challenge the emperor himself at a mere command. An army of 100,000 demonic cultivators can obliterate a sect in an instant. However, what astounds everyone is the revelation that this legendary emperor is, in fact, a woman. The demonic emperor, Nine Calamities, clad in a flowing black robe, with long white hair cascading down her back, possesses a visage of unparalleled beauty. Yet her demeanor is as frigid as ice. Before her lies a shattered jade tablet inscribed with the name Nine Calamities. Enraged, the demonic emperor demands, who has slain Xing'er? A shadow clad in black robes and masked appears behind Nine Calamities and reports, Your Majesty, it was the disciples of the Xiantian sect who killed Lord Nine Calamities. Upon hearing the name of the Xiantian sect, an unquenchable fury ignites in the emperor's eyes, and she inquires, Who from the Xiantian sect? The master of Changsheng Peak. Chen Changsheng, replies the shadow. Nine Calamities coldly asserts, you Xiantian sect of Changsheng Peak, how audacious. Years ago, Changsheng Daoist left me grievously wounded, yet through that misfortune, I came to command the abyss. I never imagined that centuries later, the one who would take my brother's life would still be from Changsheng Peak. This sect seems intent on opposing my abyss at every turn. The Black Impermanence hastily interjects, Your Majesty, the celestial palace of the void is set to open soon. Should we not postpone this matter? Nine Calamities' voice remains icy, Chang'er is my own brother. He sought merely to use the lives of thousands of mortals to refine a soul-summoning banner. What wrongdoing is that? Since they have murdered my brother, I shall ensure they understand that even the Xiantian sect is not above my wrath. Black and white impermanence, together you are formidable beings of the harmonization stage. I command you both to visit the Xiantian sect and inform their leader, Chen Changsheng, to surrender the master of Changsheng Peak. Should they comply, I shall cease my grievances against the Xiantian sect. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing my army of 100,000 upon them. At this decree, a white figure emerges from an unknown location. Black impermanence attempts to speak, but is halted by white impermanence, who promptly bows to Nagong Yu, stating, "As you command." Your Majesty. The two impermanences retreat from the demonic hall. Black impermanence turns to white impermanence and cautions, "What have you agreed to? This is the Xiantian sect. Should conflict arise between the Abyss and the Xiantian sect, the entire cultivation realm will descend into chaos. The celestial palace of the void is about to open. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the disaster that could ensue?" White impermanence, adorned in a white robe and wearing a white mask, replies coldly, "This is the command of the demonic emperor. Should you dare defy it, remember, it is the life of her own brother at stake. If the leader of the Xiantian sect possesses any sense, he will surely wish to avoid war with the Abyss. One peak master can avert a calamity for the entire cultivation realm. Why would he not seize the opportunity?" Upon hearing white impermanence's reasoning, black impermanence nods thoughtfully, saying, "So, you propose that we journey to the Xiantian sect and discreetly bring the master of Changsheng Peak back to the Abyss?" White impermanence smiles, "Precisely so." After a moment of contemplation, black impermanence concludes, "In that case, let us proceed." The two individuals immediately soared towards the direction of the Xiantian sect. Chen Changsheng and Su Yaoyao had returned to Changsheng Peak for 2 days. During this time, Su Yaoyao had not consumed a single morsel of food. A girl of merely 15 or 16 years, suddenly thrust into such circumstances, would find it unbearable. Chen Changsheng had caught 2 dragon fish from the azure clouds above and brewed a pot of fish soup, which he brought to her. The relentless rain had persisted for several days. Yaoyao seemed to be unwell, having secluded herself beneath the covers. "Yaoyao, I have placed the fish soup at your door. Remember to drink it while it's warm." Chen Changsheng gently knocked on her door and spoke softly, assuming she remained silent. He was about to turn away when the door creaked open. Yaoyao's eyes were red, a clear indication that she had been weeping for quite some time. Hastily, Chen Changsheng handed her the fish soup, urging, "Please drink it quickly." Yaoyao took the soup and seated herself on the stone steps at the entrance, sipping it in small gulps. Outside, the fine rain continued to fall. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng recalled that Yaoyao had previously mentioned her aversion to rain. When it rains, it drizzles outside, but torrents fall within the home. He stepped forward, lifted his gaze to the heavens, and with a wave of his hand declared, "My disciple despises rain. Begone." In an instant, a rift tore through the dark clouds above, allowing sunlight to pour through. Observing this spectacle, Yaoyao inquired, "Master, if I were to become as powerful as you in the future, could I prevent many calamities from occurring? For instance, the wolf gang would no longer bully the village. We wouldn't have to fear the bone man, and I could discover Nangong Cheng's scheme sooner, driving him out of the village." Chen Changsheng regarded her earnestly and replied, "All things in the world have their destined course. Our pursuit of immortality is merely an endeavor to alter our fate. Yet how can we know if that fate is, in fact, preordained? The desire for strength arises from the hope that one day, when faced with fateful choices, one can negotiate with fate rather than resign oneself to it. The villagers of Xinghua Village, through their collective efforts, have empowered you to come to the Xiantian sect, so that one day, when others are in need, you might be able to stand forth. They too have their own destinies. I have heard that upon achieving immortality, one can reverse life and death. Perhaps one day, you may resurrect everyone from Xinghua Village." Upon hearing that immortality could grant the power to revive others, Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked, "Master, if I diligently train, how long will it take for me to become immortal?" Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment before responding, "1,000 years." Yaoyao continued, "Then what if I train day and night?" He contemplated again and replied, "It may take even longer." "Why is that, master?" With a smile, Chen Changsheng said, "Do not let the pursuit of immortality become an obsession. The more you desire to become immortal and to revive others, the more it may turn into your inner demon. The path to immortality requires one to sever various inner demons. Only by doing so can one achieve immortality sooner." These words were exchanged between the senior brother and himself. Chen Changsheng was uncertain about the true nature of immortality. However, the senior brother was known for his reliability, so it must be as such. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Yao replied, "Understood, master." Chen Changsheng continued, "Do not dwell too much on these matters. The path to immortality is fraught with various crises and opportunities. Perhaps you possess abundant fateful encounters, and it may not take decades for you to attain immortality. Alternatively, I may achieve immortality sooner and assist in reviving them." Upon hearing this, Yao Yao immediately inquired, "Master, when will you achieve immortality?" Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by the question and quickly feigned mystery, saying, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." Nevertheless, Yao Yao consumed the fish soup in her bowl and regained her spirits. Standing beside her, Chen Changsheng declared, "Yao Yao, remember, you are now my disciple, Chen Changsheng. Should anyone bully you, come to me, and I shall teach them a lesson." Just as the Longxing Taoist once advised the young Chen Changsheng. Meanwhile, the black and white impermanents approached the vicinity of Xiantian's sect, concealing their forms as they quietly entered Changxing Peak. Fortunately, the sky was overcast with thick clouds and continuous rain, providing better cover for their presence. The master of Changxing Peak, capable of slaying Nangongqing, likely possessed strength around the god transformation stage. For the two of us, at the combined path stage, it might prove somewhat challenging to abduct him without drawing attention, mused black impermanence. White impermanence chuckled and produced a shuttle-like artifact from his possession. Upon seeing this, black impermanence exclaimed in surprise, "The escape shuttle?" White impermanence affirmed, "Indeed. As long as we can contain that fellow within this, we can reach the demon abyss in an instant. Even if discovered by Siduqin Shan, he will be unable to stop us." As they spoke, the two quietly entered Changxing Peak. Suddenly, they heard Chen Changsheng's powerful shout from a distance, and upon looking up, they saw the dark clouds parting and the persistent rain dissipating in an instant. Black and white impermanents were taken aback, murmuring, "Is it true that words manifest power? An ascendant-level expert?" Chapter 19. One Emperor and Four Mysteries. The black and white impermanents Chen Changsheng sensed two formidable presences intruding upon Changxing Peak. In the past, he had established several formations on the peak using his ability to speak the law into existence. Any cultivator surpassing the transformation stage who trespassed would trigger them. Now that the formations had been activated, the intruders remained concealed. This indicated only one possibility: they were not members of the Xiantian sect. The two individuals he had previously dealt with, Han Feng and Qian Shui Lu, while they might harbor thoughts of revenge, would never dare to confront him directly. Nor did they possess the cultivation level of the transformation stage. Feeling a tinge of danger, Chen Changsheng stepped forward and called out loudly, "Who dares to intrude upon my Changxing Peak?" The black and white impermanents had not anticipated being discovered and had no choice but to reveal themselves. Observing their attire, Chen Changsheng discerned they were not of the orthodox Taoist sect but were rather from the demonic faction. He had only offended a handful of demonic cultivators, and he was uncertain of the affiliations of these two. "What business do you demonic cultivators have at Changxing Peak?" Chen Changsheng inquired. The white impermanents replied, "Chen Changsheng, you have slain the brother of our demon emperor. He has sent us to eliminate you." At that moment, the white impermanence felt a pang of anxiety. Previously, he had clearly sensed Chen Changsheng's ability to wield the law at will, leading him to believe Chen Changsheng was a formidable figure at the tribulation stage. However, upon seeing him in person, he realized that Chen Changsheng exuded only the aura of the transformation stage, although both he and his companion were also at the transformation stage. When combined, their technique of black and white dual demons could contend with even a harmonization stage expert. Thus, the white impermanents boldly revealed their intentions to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Brother? He had indeed slain several demonic cultivators, He Daoist, the White Bone Master, and Nangong Cheng, but he was uncertain which brother they referred to. "I apologize. I have recently dispatched quite a number of demonic cultivators. Which one are you speaking of?" The black and white impermanents exchanged glances. Nangong Cheng. Upon hearing this name, both Chen Changsheng and Su Yao Yao were astonished, realizing that Nangong Cheng possessed such a significant backing with a demon emperor sister. Even in death, he would not be allowed to rest in peace. Here on Changxing Peak, had anyone else killed Nangong Cheng, they would be relentlessly pursued by those behind him until death. The mention of Nangong Cheng's name ignited Chen Changsheng's wrath. The timing of their arrival was truly unfortunate. Had they been affiliated with He Daoist or the White Bone Master, he would not have been so incensed. The crux of the matter was that they were connected to Nangong Cheng, a merciless executioner who had slaughtered thousands of mortals. And now there were those who sought revenge on his behalf. Chen Changsheng gently patted Yao Yao's head and reassured her, "Fear not, for your master is here." With that, he waved his hand, activating all the formations on Changsheng Peak. A golden barrier instantly enveloped the mountain. The black and white impermanents gazed at the shimmering golden barrier behind them, their hearts racing. Was this the legendary, locking immortals formation? A trap capable of ensnaring even those at the ascension stage? Anxiously, the black impermanents murmured. Meanwhile, at the other peaks of the Xiantian sect, Situchi Shan, who had been sipping tea, suddenly froze, raising his gaze towards the direction of Changsheng Peak. Disciple Wang Lingfeng, upon witnessing the commotion, immediately inquired, "Master, what is amiss?" Situ Qingshan murmured, "How could the Changsheng Peak activate such a formidable formation? Could it be that we are facing an invasion from external enemies?" As he spoke, Situ Qingshan transformed into a gentle breeze, soaring towards Changsheng Peak. Han Feng and Qian Shuilu, who were preparing for a moment of reflection, also raised their gazes towards the direction of Changsheng Peak. What has transpired at Changsheng Peak? Qian Shuilu questioned. A faint smirk appeared on Han Feng's lips as he replied, "Regardless of what has occurred, the activation of such a grand formation suggests a significant peril. Let us go and witness the spectacle." Qian Shuilu hastily intervened, saying, "But we still need to engage in our reflection." Han Feng scoffed. "It won't be too late to reflect after we witness the spectacle. Who knows, we might even enjoy a laugh at Changsheng Peak's expense." Upon hearing this, Qian Shuilu nodded, and the two ascended towards Changsheng Peak. At Luoxue Peak, Nailan Shui also sensed the unusual occurrences at Changsheng Peak. Without further ado, she grasped the Luoxue sword beside her and flew towards Changsheng Peak. The leaders of the other peaks, having sensed the activation of the grand formation at Changsheng Peak, also made their way there. As they gazed upon the golden barriers surrounding Changsheng Peak, they fell into contemplation. "Master, what has transpired? Why has the ninth peak suddenly activated its great formation?" inquired Lu Bai, the leader of the Sword Peak. Situ Qingshan shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. This locking immortal formation can ensnare even those at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Could it be that there are thieves of that caliber on the ninth peak?" Upon hearing Tribulation Transcendence, Han Feng and Qian Shuilu exchanged glances, a hint of amusement gracing their features. "Isn't Changsheng Peak renowned for its might? Chen Changsheng, were you not competing with us in the grand tournament? Now, with a powerful being of the Tribulation Transcendent stage within, let us see how you fare." Nailan Shui interjected. "Master, Chen Changsheng is not a fool. His activation of the locking immortal formation is intended to prevent intruders from escaping. It seems he aims to eliminate the intruders." Upon hearing this, Han Feng immediately retorted mockingly, "Peak Master Nailan, activating such a grand formation means the intruders must at least be at the harmonization stage. Do you truly believe Chen Changsheng possesses such strength?" Nailan Shui cast a disdainful glance at Han Feng and replied, "Han Peak Master, should you ever encounter a being of such caliber and activate the locking immortal formation to ensnare yourself alongside them, I would regard you with greater respect. Courage is commendable, but alas, you lack it." Han Feng stammered you. Nailan Shui chose to disregard Han Feng and instead focused her gaze on Changsheng Peak. Although she spoke with bravado, her heart harbored concerns for Chen Changsheng. After all, the threat was at least at the harmonization or tribulation transcendent stage. She wondered if Chen Changsheng could withstand it. Situ Qingshan contemplated for a moment before waving his hand, causing the golden light of the locking immortal formation to diminish, revealing the interior of Changsheng Peak. Situ Qingshan shook his head and remarked, "This locking immortal formation was likely laid down by the Changsheng Taoist many years ago. I am unable to unlock it. All I can do is allow everyone to witness the scene within." The crowd clasped their fists in gratitude towards the master and hastily turned their attention to the interior of Changsheng Peak. At this moment, Chen Changsheng stood before the trembling figure of Yao Yao, with the magnificent hall of Changsheng Peak towering behind him and the two demonic cultivators, Heibai Wuchang, looming before him. Heibai Wuchang struck first, their black and white figures darting towards Chen Changsheng like phantoms. "Boy, prepare to meet your demise." With the locking immortal array now activated, even the heavenly escape shuttle cannot extricate you from this formation. Left with no other option, Heibai Wuchang charged forward despite their trepidation. Chen Changsheng let out a cold laugh and declared, "I did not activate this array to meet my end, but rather to eliminate you." As he spoke, he faced the onslaught of Heibai Wuchang with unwavering resolve, not even flinching as their attacks bore down upon him. Witnessing this, Yao Yao and the numerous peak masters observing from outside the array were left in utter astonishment. What was Chen Changsheng planning? Did he truly intend to welcome the strike from Heibai Wuchang? With a thunderous crash, Heibai Wuchang's assault collided with Chen Changsheng. In the sun and moon radiance robe, emanated waves of array fluctuations, harmonizing the Tao rhythm and absorbing their attacks entirely. Outside the array, the peak masters were left dumbfounded. Situ Qinshan remarked, "Observe their attire. They appear to be the Heibai Wuchang from the demonic abyss. Their combined strength should be at the harmony stage. And yet Chen Changsheng is capable of withstanding an attack from such formidable adversaries." This is astonishing. Upon hearing Situ Qinshan's words, the others were equally taken aback. The demonic abyss, Heibai Wuchang, harmony stage, what was the meaning of it all? How could Chen Changsheng have provoked such high-level opponents? The four mysterious guardians under the Demon Emperor, Heibai Wuchang, are two of the most powerful entities. Their strength lies within the transformation stage, and together they reach the harmony stage. The four mysterious guardians serve beneath the Demon Emperor, their power vastly surpassing that of Heibai Wuchang, the final emperor. The Demon Emperor Nagongyu, born with an innate demonic heart, possesses unfathomable strength. It has been years since he last engaged in battle, with reports claiming that his last appearance a century ago was at the pinnacle of the harmony stage, and he now likely hovers between the tribulation and ascension stages, explained Liu Bai, the master of Sword Peak. Within the array, Heibai Wuchang struggled to comprehend how their attack had been thwarted. Was this individual truly at the tribulation stage, rivaling the might of the Demon Emperor? When did the Xuantiang sect produce such a remarkable figure? As they pondered, Chen Changsheng had already arrived beside them. "I possess a fist, the true immortal suppression." With that proclamation, he unleashed a punch at Heibai Wuchang. In an instant, the heavens dimmed, and the earth trembled violently. Chapter 20. Cultivation is not merely a matter of combat. It is an intricate dance of human relationships. This encapsulates the formidable power of one's words manifesting into reality. Chen Changsheng elevated his martial intent to its zenith. Even if a single strike could not obliterate a true immortal, it sufficed to deal with the formidable duo of the black and white impermanence during their harmonization phase. With an overwhelming force, his fist surged towards them. The duo's eyes widened beneath their masks, acutely sensing the imminent threat of death. They attempted to flee, yet were inexorably drawn back by Chen Changsheng's relentless martial will, unable to evade their fate. Moreover, within the confines of the great formation of Changsheng Peak, they found no avenue of escape. With a resounding crash, the physical bodies of the black and white impermanents were obliterated by Chen Changsheng's punch, reduced to mere dust. However, their primordial spirits remained intact, which he seized in his grasp. "Master Chen, please show mercy," cried Situ Qinshan from outside the formation. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng observed several peak masters and curious disciples of the Xiantian sect gathered at the periphery. Their numbers so dense that one might mistake Changsheng Peak for a roost of crows. With a wave of his hand, the formation dissipated, and the peak masters descended towards Changsheng Peak. "Master, why must I spare their lives?" Chen Changsheng inquired, holding the two primordial spirits. Situ Qinshan responded, "These two hail from the abyss of demons. Should they perish here in the Xiantian sect, it may provoke a retaliatory strike from the abyss. With our sect's ascension, those who perish and those who thrive cannot withstand such turmoil." The primordial spirits of the black and white impermanents clamored, "What sect master Situ says is true. Killing us will incite the vengeance of 100,000 demon cultivators from the abyss." All the peak masters turned their gazes to Chen Changsheng, uncertain of how he would decide, especially since he held the primordial spirits in his hand. With a smile directed at the two spirits, Chen Changsheng proclaimed, "If our Xiantian sect were to be intimidated by you demon cultivators, the outside world would surely mock us mercilessly. What of the abyss's retaliation? As cultivators, we shall not shy away from battle." His words resonated like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the Xiantian disciples. Indeed, how could they, as cultivators, allow themselves to be intimidated by these malevolent entities? If one were to cower in fear, what purpose would cultivation serve? Master of Changsheng Peak, you truly embody the ideal of a cultivator. If heaven had not given birth to Chen Changsheng, the path of immortality would remain shrouded in eternal darkness. Master Chen, I shall bear you offspring. Chen Changsheng's declaration moved everyone present profoundly. Master Liu Bai of the Sword Peak chuckled, "Our Xiantian sect neither seeks trouble nor fears it. Since the abyss has ventured into our ninth peak, let us sever them without hesitation. What is there to fear from the abyss? However, Situ Qingshan furrowed his brow. As the sect leader, he must deliberate thoroughly. If the black and white impermanents were to be confined within the Xiantian sect, there might still be room for negotiation. Yet, should they be slain, the sect would likely face unrest. Changsheng Daoist had ascended 10 years ago, and currently, the strongest within the sect was merely at the harmonization phase, alongside the enigmatic Chen Changsheng. Even if confronting two at the harmonization phase, they stood no chance against the demon emperor of the abyss during the tribulation phase. In such a case, the entire Xiantian sect would undoubtedly plunge into an abyss from which it could never return. Chen Changsheng was well aware of Situ Qingshan's thoughts. However, if the black and white impermanents were not eliminated, it would only embolden the demonic cultivators. With the demonic cultivator Crane Daoist currently occupying the Dao Palace, it was likely that tomorrow, the Xiantian sect would face a similar fate. The primordial spirits of black and white impermanents in Chen Changsheng's grasp showed no fear, as if they were untroubled by the prospect of their demise. Heed our words and release us at once, or the consequences for your Xiantian sect will be dire. They threatened. Indeed, Chen Changsheng, do not overestimate your position. Observing the audacity of the two primordial spirits in his hands, Chen Changsheng exerted his strength, crushing them both without granting them a moment to lament their fate. Situ Qingshan, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh, then remarked, "Since you have slain black and white impermanents, let it be so. In the coming days, we shall activate the protective formation of our sect to prevent a counterattack from the abyss of demons." Understood. The Peak Masters responded promptly. The protective formation of the Xiantian sect was a grand array formed by the union of the 9 peaks, impervious even to those of the ascension stage. After the others dispersed, Situ Qingshan and Chen Changsheng ascended to Changsheng Peak. With a grave expression, Situ Qingshan addressed Chen Changsheng. "Our sect's reluctance to permit you to eliminate black and white impermanence stems from a deeper concern. Since the establishment of the Xiantian sect by the Xiantian Immortal Emperor, we have maintained an unwavering opposition to demonic cultivators in the demonic races. It appears that an invisible constraint now pervades the cultivation world, hindering the ascendance of practitioners. For the past 300 years, no one has ascended. The ascension of Changsheng Daoist was indeed remarkable. Yet thereafter, not only has anyone ascended, but the path to strength has grown even more arduous. Do you know how many years I have lingered at the harmonization stage?" Chen Changsheng shook his head. Situ Qingshan counted on his fingers and murmured, "It has already been 200 years. Chen Changsheng quickly inquired, how could it have been so long? This revelation was indeed perplexing, for Situ Qingshan's talent was not lacking. He had reached the harmonization stage in 500 years. No, it must have taken 300 years, as the subsequent 200 years yielded no advancement. It was said that when his master, Changsheng Daoist, took him as a disciple, he had already been waiting for ascension for 500 years. If not for the system's reward of a novice gift pack that could facilitate ascension with a mere phrase, Changsheng Daoist might still be grounded." Situ Qingshan pondered. "This matter may be related to the gradual depletion of spiritual energy in the cultivation world, linked to the once-in-10,000 years phenomenon known as the Heavenly Destruction Law." The Heavenly Destruction Law? Chen Changsheng was bewildered upon hearing this term for the first time. Situ Qingshan nodded and explained. The Heavenly Destruction Law refers to the gradual exhaustion of spiritual energy, compelling all practitioners in the cultivation world to vie for the dwindling reserves. For instance, if the spiritual energy that once allowed all cultivators to ascend now suffices for less than 10, what chaos might ensue? Chen Changsheng pondered a dreadful conclusion, a time of great contention. Precisely, Situ Qingshan affirmed. We are already in such an age of contention. The Xiantian sect has only just managed to establish a foothold in the cultivation world. Should we engage in conflict with the abyss of demons, it may plunge the entire sect into peril. However, Situ Qingshan smiled and said to Chen Changsheng, as the sect leader, "I do not wish for you to slay the black and white impermanents. As a cultivator of Zuaniangong, I support your decision to eliminate those demonic cultivators." Touched by Situ Qingshan's sincerity, Chen Changsheng felt a wave of emotion. Unbeknownst to them, they wandered into the bamboo grove, where the air was thick with layers of profound Tao resonance. Situ Qingshan sensed something amiss, as if a realization struck him. He widened his eyes and asked, "Is this the Enlightenment Bamboo?" Chen Changsheng smiled. "Indeed it is." Standing beneath the Enlightenment Bamboo, Situ Qingshan felt the intricate patterns of the Tao emanating from above. His eyes filled with astonishment. "I never imagined such a vast expanse of Enlightenment Bamboo existed. It seems that Changsheng Peak is truly a hidden gem." Noticing Chen Changsheng's reaction, Chen Changsheng casually took out a hoe and said, "Sect leader, if you appreciate this Enlightenment Bamboo, feel free to dig up a few." Chen Changsheng, upon hearing Chen Changsheng's invitation, became invigorated and replied, "But how could I possibly?" Just as Chen Changsheng intended to reclaim the hoe, Chen Changsheng eagerly took it from him, exclaiming, "Then I must thank you, Master Chen," spitting into his palm twice. Chen Changsheng rolled up his sleeves and began to work with gusto. In the end, he triumphantly returned to Winda Peak, carrying several stalks of Enlightenment Bamboo. Yao Yao, observing Chen Changsheng's departure, promptly inquired, "Master, why did you intentionally gift the sect leader the Enlightenment Bamboo?" Understanding Chen Changsheng's intentions, she listened as he replied with a smile. Sect leader Situ has been stuck at the harmonization stage for 200 years without a breakthrough opportunity. With this Enlightenment Bamboo, he may well enter the tribulation stage. If he truly manages to advance, it would strengthen our Xuantiangong. Moreover, without the sect leader, the demonic forces would have already thrown Xuantiangong into chaos. Remember, Yao Yao? Cultivating immortality is not merely about fighting. It involves understanding human relationships and the intricacies of the world. Do you understand? Yao Yao nodded thoughtfully, observing her response. Chen Changsheng chuckled. "It seems I must take you down the mountain for some real experiences so you can truly grasp this." Down the mountain for an adventure? Yao Yao's eyes widened in surprise. "My senior brother once spoke of the wonders of life below the mountain. Master, I too wish to see what my senior brother refers to as the lively streets and music." Chapter 21. Wandering in the Mortal Realm. Witnessing injustice, the ominous plaques of the black and white impermanence erupted with a thunderous crash in the great hall of the abyss. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the demon emperor, Negongyu, felt his pupils constrict. Had the black and white impermanence been vanquished? Negongyu murmured. Behind him, for figures clad in black robes spoke. The only one capable of slaying the black and white impermanence is likely the sect master, Chen Changsheng. "My lord demon emperor, shall we dispatch 10,000 demon cultivators from the abyss to assault the Xiantian sect? We, the 4 from Xianin, are willing to plunge into the flames for you." Nangongyu's countenance darkened, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "The black impermanence had warned me that the void immortal palace is about to open. Whether I can ascend to the next realm hinges on this pivotal moment. Once I attain the ascension stage, I shall be unrivaled in the realm of cultivation, and eradicating the Xiantian sect will be a mere formality." Upon hearing this, the 4 from Xianin immediately responded, "Then we shall commence preparations for the void immortal palace." The 4 gradually retreated. Once they departed, the demon emperor, Nangongyu, stood alone in the hall, his expression grim. "Xiantian sect, my abyss is your mortal enemy." In the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. The Xiantian sect had been in a state of readiness for 6 months, yet there had been no word from the abyss. The disciples of the Xiantian sect rejoiced, for it seemed that the words of Chen Changsheng had instilled fear in the abyss. In this fleeting moment, Chen Changsheng's prestige soared to its zenith within the Xiantian sect. This left Qian Shui Lu and Han Feng gritting their teeth in frustration, yet utterly powerless. One day, a formidable aura swept across the entire Xiantian sect. The disciples, believing the abyss was launching an assault, drew their swords in anticipation of battle. The overwhelming presence emanated from the Winda Peak, and soon after, Sectmaster Chen Changsheng burst forth from his secluded chamber, soaring into the heavens. The Sectmaster had broken through. He had transcended to the tribulation stage. The Xiantian sect was on the verge of rising. The numerous disciples gazed at the figure in the sky, their eyes filled with brilliance, exclaiming in amazement. All the peak masters also turned their gazes skyward, only to find Chen Changsheng flying directly towards Changsheng Peak. Upon arriving at Changsheng Peak, he discovered the entire mountain was deserted. As Chen Changsheng stood upon Changsheng Peak, he inadvertently triggered the protective formation, causing his expression to shift dramatically. If it had been the locking immortal array, he might have found himself ensnared. However, unexpectedly, it was not the locking immortal array, but rather a phantom figure approaching from afar. This ethereal form was a projection of Chen Changsheng. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, the projection promptly declared, "Congratulations, Sect Master." On entering the tribulation stage, Chen Changsheng stroked his beard and replied with a smile, "Thanks to your Enlightenment Bamboo, Chen Peak Master, I could never have broken through to the tribulation stage in merely half a year. Originally, I had 200 years of life left, but with this breakthrough, I have gained an additional 2,000 years. I must extend my gratitude to you, Chen Peak Master. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and responded. The sect master's previous inability to reach the tribulation stage was merely a matter of lacking a celestial opportunity. Now, with the Enlightenment Bamboo, you have indeed obtained that opportunity. Your breakthrough is a testament to your innate talent. My role was merely serendipitous. Currently, Chen Changsheng has entered the tribulation period, which will undoubtedly enhance the strength of the Shintian sect. Even the demon abyss would think twice before making a move. In high spirits, Chen Changsheng inquired, Master Chen, why is there only a manifestation of you at the 9th peak? Where have your true self and Su Yao gone? Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, I have taken Yao down the mountain to travel through the mortal realm. Should any matters arise within the Shintian sect, the sect master may summon me at any time to Changsheng Peak. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng nodded. With his own tribulation period now achieved, there were no pressing concerns for the Shintian sect. Since Chen Changsheng and his disciple had ventured into the mortal world, so be it. You may travel freely. I shall arrange for someone to come periodically to tend to Changsheng Peak, he assured. Chen Changsheng nodded, then settled into a meditative posture, safeguarding Changsheng Peak. At this moment, on a street in the Peacock Dynasty, Chen Changsheng and Su Yao each held a candied hawthorn, strolling along the thoroughfare, indistinguishable from the common mortals. Having reached the Dao integration stage, Chen Changsheng chose to conceal his aura. Otherwise, he would shine like a firefly in the night, drawing undue attention. Chen Changsheng has indeed entered the tribulation period. It seems those insightful bamboos have proven somewhat useful, Chen Changsheng murmured. Meanwhile, Su Yao was wholly captivated by the stalls lining the street. Having lived her entire life in Xinghua village and rarely entering the city, she was filled with curiosity about everything around her. Through her cultivation of the Qingdi Heart Sutra, Su Yao had attained the 5th level of qi refinement, granting her the ability to control her sword to fly a short distance, though she had yet to master the art of sword flight. The reason for their visit to the Peacock Dynasty was its proximity to the Shintian sect. Furthermore, the Peacock Dynasty is one of the more prominent dynasties in the eastern region, also referred to as Dongyu. Within Dongyu, aside from the Shintian sect, which operates independently, all other sects fall under the jurisdiction of various dynasties. However, these sects do not rely on the dynasties. Rather, the dynasties depend on the strength of the sections. The sect to which the Peacock Dynasty is affiliated is the Dao Palace. Chen Changsheng and his companion found themselves in a city beneath the Peacock Dynasty known as Qianlong City. Situated near the imperial city, Qianlong City boasted a prosperity comparable to that of the imperial capital. Observing the modestly dressed women bustling along the street, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but lament. As the weather cools, it is a pity that we cannot see any ladies with exposed legs. Su Yao, with her bright, expressive eyes, retorted, Master, even if the weather were warm, there would be no ladies displaying their legs. They would be criticized for lacking propriety. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly, reflecting. How much better it is in modern times, where ladies can dress so freely on the streets, and even go without attire without concern. Here, people search for their undergarments, while in modernity, they search for their dignity. Such a stark contrast. Two individuals strolled leisurely along the street, drawing considerable attention due to Chen Changsheng's ethereal demeanor and the quirky little maid trailing at his side, resembling a whimsical master-servant duo. A woman, while hanging clothes from her window, accidentally dropped a wooden stick near Chen Changsheng. He picked it up and inquired, Is this your stick? The woman, captivated by Chen Changsheng's countenance, quickly regained her senses upon hearing his voice and replied, Yes, it belongs to me. Might I trouble you to deliver it upstairs? With that, she cast him a flirtatious glance. Chen Changsheng felt a flicker of surprise within him, as this scene felt strangely familiar. Could it be that this woman had a little uncle named Wu Song? Although Chen Changsheng was a cultivator and not easily perturbed by such situations, the thought of the tragic fate of the renowned official Shiman from his past life compelled him to let Yao deliver the stick to the woman. The woman glanced at Chen Changsheng with an expression of boredom before promptly closing her window. After Yao returned from upstairs, a galloping steed suddenly burst forth onto the street. Upon the horse sat a richly dressed young gentleman, spurring his mount to race swiftly through the bustling crowd. The horse approached Su Yao in an instant, and as she prepared to evade, she noticed the young gentleman showed no intention of halting his charge, heading straight towards her. Observing this, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of anger and was about to intervene when an old man selling candied hawthorn berries nearby pulled him back. Young man, do not act rashly. He is the son of the city lord. You must not provoke him, or you may not live to regret it." Chen Changsheng chuckled softly, pondering the absurdity of a system where the officials could act with impunity while commoners were restricted. What if the city lord's son was involved? After all, he was the peak master of the Xiantian sect. Just as Chen Changsheng prepared to take action, a youthful figure brandishing an iron sword charged towards the galloping horse. In an instant, the sword struck, severing the horse's leg. The steed, losing its balance, collapsed, sending the young gentleman tumbling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Witnessing the unexpected calamity befall the young master, his protectors quickly rushed over to assist him, encircling the sword-wielding youth. "Who are you to dare obstruct our young master?" The youth sheathed his sword and calmly regarded the onlookers, stating with an air of composure, "I am the swordsman Gu Ping." Chapter 22. When the Xiantian order is issued. "Who dares to strike me?" The young noble, having fallen from his horse and nursing a bruised and battered head, pointed at the youth named Gu Ping and exclaimed, "Is there still any law to uphold? How dare you obstruct my horse in broad daylight and sever the leg of my beloved steed? The retribution for this offense cannot be repaid even by your entire lineage. Bring him to the dungeon at once. He shall face execution by dawn." Upon hearing these words, Gu Ping remained silent and approached Su Yaoyao, inquiring, "Are you injured?" Su Yaoyao shook her head. The noble, noticing Gu Ping's disregard for him, grew furious and shouted, "Are you even listening to me? What are you inept lackeys doing? Seize him immediately." Several guards, witnessing the commotion, drew their long blades and aimed them at Gu Ping. Unfazed, Gu Ping unsheathed his iron sword, declaring, "Even if you are the emperor of the Peacock dynasty, I shall not hesitate to strike you down for your transgression of harming others in the streets." Gu Ping's words elicited a look of admiration from Chen Changsheng. This young man possessed a rare chivalrous spirit, unafraid of worldly power and prestige. Remarkably, he exhibited no signs of spiritual energy, merely an ordinary mortal. Such courage in the face of authority was indeed commendable. Ding detected that Gu Ping is the reincarnation of the Nine Calamities Sword Immortal. Currently, Gu Ping faces imprisonment. The host must rescue him and safeguard his path to reclaim the realm of the Nine Calamities Sword Immortal. Nine Calamities Sword Immortal, a celestial being who created the Nine Calamities sword technique millennia ago. Requiring 9 reincarnations to attain the status of an immortal emperor, he is now on his 9th calamity. Upon receiving the system notification, Chen Changsheng was momentarily stunned. This individual was but one calamity away from becoming an immortal emperor. However, should he fail to overcome this challenge, not only would he never ascend to that height, but he would also face certain death. Now, he was on the verge of being imprisoned by the city lord's son, destined for execution by dawn. If Chen did not intervene, the outcome could be dire. The guards were the first to strike, raising their blades against Gu Ping. In a flurry of agile movements, Gu Ping managed to subdue several guards, using only the flat of his blade to inflict injuries. He harbored no desire to take their lives, as they were merely mercenaries acting on behalf of their paymasters. Yet, despite Gu Ping's restraint, the guards were unwilling to let him escape. Failure to apprehend him would spell doom for them. As the number of guards continued to multiply, Gu Ping ultimately found himself overwhelmed. After all, he was still an ordinary mortal, unable to flee from their grasp. As the guards restrained him, preparing to depart, Chen Changsheng swiftly obstructed their path. "This hero just saved my apprentice. If you take him away without my intervention, it would hardly be acceptable," he asserted. The noble, casting a glance at Chen Changsheng, arrogantly retorted, "Who is this rustic bumpkin? Begone at once." With a smile, Chen Changsheng replied, "What must one do to be taken away by you? Just like this hero?" Upon hearing this, the young noble burst into laughter, amused by the notion that someone would willingly seek to be imprisoned alongside Gu Ping. A guard stepped forward and addressed Chen Changsheng, saying, "If you have reduced my young master to this state, a place in the dungeon awaits you." Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the young master. The young man, who had only just regained his footing, was sent flying several meters by the force of Chen Changsheng's punch. Chen Changsheng dusted off his hands and declared, "Now, can we take me and this hero away?" The young master, clutching his battered face, shouted to the guards, "Why are you all standing there? Hurry and apprehend him." The guards rushed forward and swiftly shackled Chen Changsheng with iron chains. Su Yaoyao watched anxiously, concerned for Chen Changsheng's well-being. He smiled reassuringly and said, "Yaoyao, I shall return tomorrow. There is no need for concern." Hearing this, Yaoyao felt relieved and took a bite of her candied hawthorn. One of the guards sneered at Chen Changsheng, saying, "Return tomorrow? I fear you shall descend into the underworld by then. Who gives you the audacity to strike our young master?" Chen Changsheng replied calmly, "Liang Jingru, is there a problem?" The guard fell silent. Thus, Chen Changsheng and Gu Ping were taken into the dungeon of the city lord's mansion. Gu Ping looked at Chen Changsheng and asked, "You could have escaped. Why choose to come here to meet your demise?" Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, "You drew your sword to assist my disciple. It would be unworthy of me to turn a blind eye to danger." Gu Ping remarked, "I simply cannot abide these nobles abusing their power." Chen Changsheng reassured him, "Do not worry. The life of a young hero is far more valuable than that of the young master. I shall not allow you to perish in vain." Hearing this, Gu Ping sighed and said, "What does death matter but—" "What was it?" Gu Ping shook his head and fell silent. Chen Changsheng surmised that Gu Ping had a story to tell. If the final tribulation of the Nine Calamities Sword Immortal was at the hands of the city lord's men, it would indeed be an underestimation of the Sword Immortal and an overestimation of the city lord. However, seeing that Gu Ping was reluctant to speak, Chen Changsheng refrained from pressing further. The next day, the two were escorted by the prison guards to the execution ground, where a crowd of onlookers buzzed with speculation. "I wonder whose head will roll today. They do not seem to be locals. It is said that yesterday, the city lord's son, Li Ergu, trampled a man in the street while riding a horse, and that young hero severed the horse's leg. Now, the young master seeks vengeance by demanding his head. And what of that dashing figure with an air of immortality? Yesterday, I invited him to my residence, but he politely declined. How is it that he now faces execution? That one, it is said, wished to share a cell with the young hero and boldly struck young Master Ergu. Truly a paragon for our generation." City Lord Li Ren and his son, Li Ergu, sat above the execution ground, observing the two standing below. Two burly men wielding large cleavers stood ready, awaiting the city lord's command to bring down their blades. City Lord Li Ren looked down at the two and asked, "You two have engaged in street fighting and committed violence. Are you aware of your crimes?" Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, "When beasts misbehave and attack the innocent in the streets, it is only right to teach them a lesson. What crime have we committed?" Upon hearing the words, Li Ergo felt an odd sensation, soon realizing, "You, this country bumpkin, dare to teach my beloved steed a lesson?" At that moment, a guard leaned closer to Li Ergo's ear and whispered, "Young master, what he means is not to discipline the beast, but to chastise you." Upon hearing this, Li Ergo flew into a rage. "You audacious villager, how dare you mock me? Bring forth the executioner. Let him be slain at once." Li Ergo directly cast down the execution order. Chen Changsheng glanced at Gu Ping beside him, who stood tall, his eyes calm, embodying an unyielding spirit in the face of death. This reminded Chen Changsheng of a poem from his past life, which he could not help but recite. In youthful chivalry, bonds form among the 5 great cities. With courage and resolve, bristles rise. In discourse, life and death are one. A promise, weighty as 1,000 gold. Without the long cord, how can one bind the celestial pride? The sword roars against the western winds, regretful at the mountain's heights, beside the waters. My hands rest upon the 7-string lute, gazing at the returning wild geese. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng recite these lines, Gu Ping smiled and remarked, "A splendid verse." The executioner, spitting into his hands, lifted his large blade, preparing to strike at the two. Su Yaoyao, amidst the crowd, felt her heart leap to her throat. As the blade descended, a powerful aura erupted from Chen Changsheng, causing the executioner's weapon to vibrate ominously. Upon inspection, he found the blade's edge shattered, revealing numerous chips. The executioner looked from Chen Changsheng's neck to his own long knife, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Chen Changsheng shifted slightly, retrieving an ancient token from his person, murmuring, "I never anticipated this artifact would be of use." As he spoke, he tossed the token into the air, where it emitted a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire city. The city lord, Li Ren, upon seeing the token, widened his eyes in disbelief. As the lord of the city, he certainly recognized its significance. It was a sect token, exclusive to cultivation sects, possessed only by those of the sect master rank. Some sects have but a single token, while a grand sect like Xiantian sect boasts 9 tokens across its 9 peaks. Li Ren stood frozen, astounded. He had not expected the man he was to behead was, in fact, a cultivator of sect master caliber. As the golden light from the token faded, Li Ren finally discerned the inscription upon it: Xiantian sect, Changsheng Peak. Chapter 23. The reincarnation of the Nine Catastrophes Sword Immortal is the Xiantian Order. The city lord, Li Ren, was utterly astonished. The legendary 9 tokens had manifested in his modest Qianlong city, and he was about to behead one of them. Li Ren's heart was filled with profound dread. Not only was his city insignificant in the eyes of the Xiantian sect, but the entire Peacock Empire was as inconsequential as ants. Li Ergu, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, pointed at Chen Changsheng and cursed, "Where did you get this token? Falsifying such matters is truly despicable. Hurry up and execute him." Upon hearing this, Li Ren struck Li Ergu across the left cheek with great fury, exclaiming, "Can't you keep your mouth shut for once?" Li Ergu, clutching his face, hastily inquired, "What's wrong, father? Is there something truly amiss with this fellow?" Just as Li Ren was about to respond, a swift horse galloped towards the execution ground. The herald brandished an imperial edict and proclaimed loudly, "The Xiantian Order has appeared in Qianlong City. The holder of the Xiantian Order is to be treated as a distinguished guest, as if the emperor himself were present. Do not be negligent." After reciting the edict, the herald asked, "City Lordly, do you know where the immortal is?" Li Ren cautiously gestured towards Chen Changsheng, saying, "This is the immortal." Upon seeing this, the herald was immediately struck with terror, dismounting from his horse. "City Lordly, do you comprehend what it means for an immortal to be present in your Qianlong city? You dare to behead an immortal?" At this moment, Li Ren was paralyzed in his chair from fear, and Li Ergu began to grasp the seriousness of the situation. It seemed that this individual was indeed an entity beyond their reckoning. Just then, a celestial voice resonated from the heavens, as if a divine being were chanting. The crowd looked up to witness a colossal ship soaring from the horizon, ethereal music wafting through the air. The herald, upon seeing this spectacle, gasped in astonishment. This was the celestial vessel of the Dao Palace. How could it possibly be here? Could it be that it had come due to the Xiantian Order? Witnessing the Dao Palace's celestial ship, everyone present fell to their knees in reverence to the immortal, except for Chen Changsheng, Su Yaoyao, and Gu Ping. A celestial maiden clad in white stood at the bow of the ship, then gracefully stepped forth, descending towards them. City Lord Li Ren and the herald trembled in fear upon seeing the white-robed maiden, for they had once encountered her. At that time, the Dao Palace had been occupied by the demonic cultivator, He Zhenren, and the Dao Palace's saintess had eradicated the demon faction, reclaiming her position as the palace lord. The entire Peacock Empire had come to offer their congratulations, and Li Ren and the herald were among them. The white-robed maiden before them was none other than the current Dao Palace's palace lord, Bai Lingxi. Under ordinary circumstances, even a sect token would not summon the Dao Palace's palace lord, and even the Xiantian sect's token would not stir her to come. Yet, she was here. Bai Lingxi approached gracefully, standing beside Chen Changsheng, and performed a respectful bow towards him. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. The palace lord of the Dao Palace had actually bowed first to him. Who could this person be? Chen Changsheng gazed at the Dao Palace's saintess, Bai Lingxi, who now radiated an aura of divinity, a stark contrast to her previous state of desolation. In comparison to the beauty of Bai Lingxi, nearly all women in this mortal realm feel a profound sense of shame. Chen Changsheng gazed at Bai Lingxi and softly remarked, "Given your present demeanor, it seems the matters of the Dao Palace have been entirely resolved." Bai Lingxi smiled gently and replied, "Thanks to the assistance of the Xiantian sect. If it were not for them, the Dao Palace would likely still be under the control of thieves. However, the one who deserves the most gratitude is you." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng raised the iron chains on his wrist and said, "Is this how you express your gratitude? Had you arrived any later? I might have lost my head." Bai Lingxi chuckled. If they could truly kill the master of Changxing Peak, that would indeed be a wonder. She then turned her gaze towards the prostrate figure of the city lord, Li Ren, and exclaimed in anger, "The city lord of Qianlong City certainly wields a great deal of authority, daring even to threaten the master of Changxing Peak from the Xiantian sect." The crowd gasped at her words. The master of the Xiantian sect is one of the 9 strongest individuals, recognized as powerful figures even within the entire realm of cultivation. To think that a mere city lord would attempt to impose mortal law upon an immortal is utterly absurd. How could the laws of this world possibly restrain those who cultivate the Tao? Terrified, City Lord Li Ren immediately knelt and kowtowed, exclaiming, "I, a mere mortal, did not recognize the great mountain before me. I implore the palace master to spare my life." With a wave of her hand, Bai Lingxi commanded, and a multitude of disciples from the Dao Palace surged forth, surrounding City Lord Li Ren. They proclaimed, "A city lord who abuses his power and perverts justice. Had it not been for Master Chen today, would he not have met a dire fate? The emissary was instructed to return and inform the emperor of this matter, asserting, this affair falls under the jurisdiction of the Dao Palace. Bai Lingxi's command held greater weight than that of the emperor. The emissary, understanding the gravity of the situation, hastened away towards the imperial city. Bai Lingxi then addressed the two city lords, saying, these two have committed numerous atrocities. Take them to the wilderness to fend off the demon race. Upon hearing this, Li Ren and his son burst into tears, for being banished to the wilderness to confront the demons was a fate far worse than death. The disciples of the Dao Palace, unperturbed by their lamentations, seized the pair and descended upon their swords, flying towards the wild territories. Bai Lingxi looked at Chen Changsheng, her eyes brimming with joy. She had not anticipated encountering him here. Initially, she had merely heard from her disciples that the Xiantian order had manifested in Qianlong City and had thought little of it. Upon inquiring which peak it pertained to, she learned it was the token of Changsheng Peak, prompting her to dispatch a flying vessel to Qianlong City, solely to meet Chen Changsheng. Will Master Chen visit the Dao Palace? It would be my pleasure to extend the hospitality of a host, Bai Lingxi said slowly. Chen Changsheng smiled in response, then replied, we have come merely to traverse the mortal realm. Now that the Dao Palace has been restored, we shall not intrude. Bai Lingxi then remarked, the Void Immortal Palace is soon to be opened, right here in our sacred grounds. Master Chen will inevitably find himself attending. Chen Changsheng had once heard from his senior brother about the Void Immortal Palace, said to be a relic that had fallen from the celestial realm, which opens once every 5,000 years, and the time for its opening had come again. The entire cultivation world was paying close attention to this matter. It was likely that not only cultivators but also demons and devil practitioners would seek to enter the Void Immortal Palace. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Changsheng remarked, once I have traveled enough with Yu Yao, we shall pay a visit to the Dao Palace. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, it is settled then. With that, Bai Lingxi ascended into the heavenly spirit boat, heading towards the Dao Palace. Gu Ping observed this scene, feeling as though he were watching a shadow play. He never imagined that those around him included a cultivator, and a formidable one at that, who even commanded a measure of respect from the master of the Dao Palace. The latter had even banished the city lord, who was at the pinnacle of worldly power, to the wilderness. Reflecting on his own ambitions, Gu Ping realized he must become significantly stronger to have any chance of achieving his goals. He knelt beside Chen Changsheng, clasped his fists, and said, Immortal, I wish to cultivate. Please accept me as your disciple. Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. What was this? He had yet to express his desire to take on a disciple, and yet this individual had approached him first. Had he truly been captivated by the charm of this master? Chen Changsheng replied calmly, why do you wish to cultivate? Gu Ping gritted his teeth and replied, I seek to grow stronger, not to prove my greatness, but to reclaim all that I have lost. He began to recount his tale, born into a noble family. He had trained in swordsmanship from a young age, rapidly excelling, and later became betrothed to Lin Menger of the Lin family, with the promise of marriage upon reaching adulthood. Although Gu Ping was reluctant, he could not resist the will of his family and acquiesced. Later, the sword-washing sect took notice of Gu Ping's exceptional talent and accepted him as a disciple. However, unbeknownst to him, this was part of a sinister plot. The sect master's son, lacking talent, had resorted to dark arts to transfer Gu Ping's gifted sword spirit to himself. Thus, Gu Ping was expelled from the sword-washing sect, fortunate to escape with his life, only to return home to find he had become a cripple. Lin Menger came to call off their engagement, and a master from the Lin family injured Gu Ping's father. All Gu Ping desired was to grow stronger and ensure those who wronged him faced the consequences they deserved. After listening to Gu Ping's tale, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. Was this not the quintessential story of a novel's protagonist, combining the themes of a broken engagement and the reclaiming of one's essence? This young man was a reincarnation of the Nine Tribulations' celestial emperor. It seemed this final tribulation was indeed a significant trial. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng said, very well, I shall take you as my disciple. From this day forth, you shall be known as the disciple of Chen Changsheng. Chapter 24, The Nine Calamities Sword Technique. Rebirth of the Sword Bone Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting the Nine Calamities Sword Immortal as a disciple. Reward for the host. Qi Gathering Pill. Qi Gathering Pill allows the user to directly enter the Golden Core stage. Reward for the host. Zhu Xian Sword Embryo. Celestial Artifact. Reward for the host. Supreme Sword Technique. 1 sword breaks 10,000 laws. 1 sword breaks 10,000 laws. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with a single strike. If there is, then strike again. This sword technique is invincible beneath the immortals, can only be used once per day. Reward for the host. 9 Calamities Sword Technique. 9 Calamities Sword Technique, created by the 9 Calamities Sword Immortal. The host must teach this technique to the 9 Calamities Sword Immortal, empowering him to fulfill his aspirations. Upon witnessing the rewards bestowed by the system, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of joy. With the Qi-gathering pill, Gu Ping's strength should swiftly ascend to the Golden Core stage. Chen Changsheng inquired about Gu Ping, learning that the head of the Washing Sword sect possessed the strength of the nascent soul stage. The Qi-gathering pill would allow Gu Ping to bypass the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, directly entering the Golden Core stage. Furthermore, with a technique like one sword, capable of slaying foes, it was indeed a remarkable asset. However, the restriction of using it only once a day seemed rather stringent, limiting the exuberance of demonstrating one's prowess. Additionally, there lay a task to impart the 9 Calamities Sword technique to Gu Ping, enabling him to grow stronger. This technique rightfully belonged to Gu Ping. He simply found himself ensnared in the cycle of 9 calamities, lacking comprehension of these sword arts. Thus, teaching him this technique would be a rightful return of what was his. Gu Ping had become Chen Changsheng's disciple, though he was a few years older than Su Yaoyao. He had no choice but to respectfully address her as senior sister since she had taken the lead in apprenticeship. With matters in Qianlong City concluded, Su Yaoyao turned to Chen Changsheng and asked, "Master, where shall we go next?" Chen Changsheng glanced at Gu Ping and inquired, "Gu Ping, where is your home?" Gu Ping gazed toward the east and replied, "The Great Xia Dynasty." Chen Changsheng was taken aback, for the Great Xia Dynasty was also his homeland. His father was the emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty. It had been over 20 years since he last returned home. Since his birth, he had been taken to Xiantian sect by the longevity Taoist, and he had never set eyes upon his parents. Given this revelation, Chen Changsheng paused and declared, "Then we shall go to the Great Xia Dynasty." Gu Ping was momentarily stunned, softly murmuring, "Master." Chen Changsheng promptly replied, "Gu Ping, did you not wish to reclaim what you have lost? This time, I shall accompany you back. It is a journey of 3 months to the Great Xia Dynasty. We will walk there, and along the way, I shall impart some sword techniques to you." Upon hearing that his master intended to teach him sword techniques, Gu Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. Observing Gu Ping's expression, Chen Changsheng felt a twinge of hesitation. This individual was the reincarnation of the 9 Calamities Sword Immortal. If he were to pass the 9 Calamities Sword technique to him, once Gu Ping completed his cycle of calamities and ascended to the realm of the Immortal Emperor, would he find his master peculiar? No longer dwelling on such thoughts, the most pressing matter was to ensure Gu Ping successfully navigated through his 9th calamity. For 3 months, 3 individuals journeyed eastward from the Peacock Dynasty towards the Great Xia Dynasty. Along the way, Chen Changsheng imparted the entirety of the 9 Tribulations sword technique to Gu Ping. Gu Ping, diligent in his pursuits, dedicated all the time he could spare from their travels to practice the sword technique. In merely 10 days, he grasped the essence of the 9 Tribulations sword technique. Chen Changsheng could not help but marvel. It was no wonder that Gu Ping was the reincarnation of the 9 Tribulations Sword Immortal, a prodigy with an innate talent for swordsmanship, capable of mastering such a complex technique in such a short span. After all, this was a sword technique created by the 9 Tribulations Sword Immortal, and had it been studied by an individual of mediocre talent, it would have taken at least 1.5 years to comprehend. Standing beneath a waterfall, Gu Ping trained against the tremendous force of the cascading water. Chen Changsheng noticed a striking scar on Gu Ping's body, likely a remnant of the sword-washing sect's attempt to extract his sword bone. He had not anticipated the scar to be so pronounced. It was a testament to Gu Ping's resilience in surviving such an ordeal. "Gu Ping, take this gathering Qi pill. Consuming it will enable you to ascend to the Golden Core stage." Upon hearing this, Gu Ping felt a surge of joy but hesitated, glancing towards his senior sister, Yao Yao. With a gentle smile, Chen Changsheng reassured him, "There is only one of these pills, but fret not for Yao Yao. She possesses an immortal-grade spiritual root and will swiftly reach the Golden Core stage without it. You, however, must hasten your growth, and this pill is better suited for you." After a moment's hesitation, Gu Ping saw the encouraging smile from Yao Yao and nodded resolutely. Understanding that his master and senior sister were urging him to take it, he swallowed the pill decisively. Instantly, The surrounding spiritual energies surged towards Gu Ping's body. Observing this, Chen Changsheng promptly instructed, to gather qi into a pill is to form the golden core. You must compress the spiritual energy entering your body into the size of a pill. As Chen Changsheng shared insights on the golden core stage, a fragrant incense burned for a while. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Gu Ping. His gaze became piercing, and his presence was akin to that of a dragon. With the rhythm of Tao resonating with each breath, suddenly, the scar on Gu Ping's body shimmered with golden light, and a cracking sound echoed from his bones, as if something within him was growing, threatening to burst forth from his form. System, what is happening? Chen Changsheng, taken aback by the spectacle, inquired of the system. There's no need for alarm. This is merely the rebirth of the sword bone, the system's electronic voice replied. Chen Changsheng was momentarily stunned and asked, what do you mean by rebirth of the sword bone? The rebirth of the sword bone refers to individuals born with a natural sword bone who, after losing it, maintain their sword heart and, through sheer willpower, enable the sword bone to regenerate within their body. The regenerated sword bone will emerge even more formidable than before. At this moment, Gu Ping was enveloped in a golden light, as if something was striving to emerge from within him. Gritting his teeth, he endured excruciating pain akin to that of the time when his body was forcibly opened and the supreme bone was extracted from him. At this juncture, Gu Ping exuded a divine radiance, with brilliance shimmering around him, and his entire being was suffused with a torrent of sword energy, as though he housed an inexhaustible reservoir of sword qi within. Upon witnessing Gu Ping's condition, Yao Yao immediately called out to Chen Changsheng in alarm, Master, what has happened to junior brother? Chen Changsheng promptly addressed Gu Ping, urging, Gu Ping, hold on. This is the rebirth of the sword bone within you. Endure, and you shall emerge stronger. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Gu Ping took a deep breath, bracing himself against the excruciating pain. After an indeterminate period, Gu Ping opened his eyes, and in that moment, a fierce sword aura surged forth from his gaze, piercing towards the heavens. As he felt the tumultuous power coursing through his body, Gu Ping clasped his fists and proclaimed to Chen Changsheng, Thank you, Master. I have entered the golden core stage. Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, That is splendid. With your sword bone now reborn, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. By the time we reach the Great Xia dynasty, you will possess the strength to contend with the sect leader of the sword-washing sect. At these words, Gu Ping's face lit up with delight. The three continued their journey towards the Great Xia dynasty, absorbing the essence of the mortal world along the way. By chance, Chen Changsheng learned of the whereabouts of his senior brother, Lu Qingfeng. It was said that Lu, notorious for his mischievous antics, was often the target of disdain. Wherever he went, he was embroiled in scandal, whether it be peeping at widows bathing or pilfering sweet potatoes from villagers' fields, provoking the ire of entire communities. Yet, his brother never retaliated. Instead, he would linger in the village for a time, offering his medical expertise freely to repay the grievances he had caused. Lu Qingfeng, having inherited the teachings of their master, was skilled in healing, and the villagers lauded his medical prowess. Moreover, wherever he resided, bandits dared not approach, for his sword was not to be trifled with. After staying for a while, when Lu eventually departed, the village's young maidens and matrons expressed their reluctance, seeing him off until they reached the village's edge. Thus unfolds the tale of Lu Qingfeng, renowned throughout the eastern region. Having heard numerous stories of his brother, Chen Changsheng felt a pang of nostalgia. Since arriving at the Xintian sect, he had spent the most time with his master and brother, and it had been 2 years since they last met during Lue's travels. Wherever Chen Changsheng ventured, he would leave a message in places where Lu Qingfeng had been, urging him to return to Changsheng Peak at his earliest convenience. After 3 months of travel, the three finally arrived before a colossal city gate, upon which were inscribed the 4 grand characters, Great Xia Dynasty. Chapter 25, The Grudge of the Sword Bone. The Gu family is situated in the White Emperor city of the Great Xia Dynasty, a place renowned for the legendary fall of the demon race's White Emperor. The Gu family belongs to the aristocracy and boasts a sprawling estate covering 1,000 acres. Gu Ping brought Chen Changsheng and Su Yaoyao to the Gu residence. After their arduous journey, Gu Ping instructed the servants to hastily prepare rooms for them to rest. Although all three were cultivators, the 3 months of travel had worn them down, and they were finally able to relax here. Chen Changsheng removed his robe and immersed himself in the bath, his robust physique likely stirring the imagination of any unwed maiden who might catch a glimpse. As lunchtime approached, Chen Changsheng emerged from his room, feeling invigorated, only to find Gu Ping kneeling silently beside an ancestral tablet. Upon noticing Chen Changsheng's presence, Gu Ping looked up and spoke softly, "Master, my father has passed away." Taken aback by this revelation, Chen Changsheng recalled how Gu Ping had previously mentioned that his father had been injured by members of the Lin family. He had not anticipated that upon their arrival at the Gu family, he would learn of his father's demise. When I expressed my desire to pursue my cultivation, my father, despite his frail condition, urged me not to worry, assuring me he was well. Who could have foreseen that this parting would be eternal? If it were not for the Lin family's cancellation of the engagement, my father would not have been so agitated, and they would not have harmed him. Gu Ping's voice grew increasingly fervent as he rose, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. "I will bring ruin to the Lin family." Just as Gu Ping was about to depart, a woman seized him, imploring, "Pinger, do not seek revenge. You are no match for them." "And Lin Mingo is not someone our Gu family can provoke." Gu Ping gazed at the woman and asked, "Mother, you say Lin Mingo is beyond our reach. What has transpired during my absence?" With tears welling in her eyes, the woman replied, "Lin Ming'er is now the fiancé of Zhou Tianming from the sword-washing sect." "What?" Gu Ping exclaimed in shock. "Zhou Tianming has taken my sword bone. The Lin family has harmed my father. I swear I will not rest until I avenge this wrong." With that declaration, Gu Ping soared into the sky on his sword. Chen Changsheng, fearing for Gu Ping's safety, immediately pursued him. Gu Ping arrived at a vast estate, though not as grand as the Gu residence. It was still a symbol of affluence in White Emperor City. The entrance bore the gilded characters of the Lin family. Gu Ping landed at the entrance and kicked the gate open with force. The Lin family members, startled, hastily retreated. But upon recognizing Gu Ping, they quickly surrounded him. Chen Changsheng hovered above, observing the scene. This was Gu Ping's affair, and he had no intention of intervening. However, as Gu Ping was his disciple, he felt compelled to act if danger arose. The steward of the Lin family sneered at Gu Ping, saying, "Isn't this the young master of the Gu family? How fortunate that you have returned from your studies." Gu Ping ignored the steward's taunt, coldly demanding, "Where is Lin Ming'er? Bring her out." Upon hearing this, the steward of the Lin residence's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted, "Who do you think you are to address the young lady so casually? Do you not understand her current status? She is now the fiancée of the young master of the sword-washing sect, having stepped into the realm of cultivation. What right do you have to even lay eyes upon her?" In response to the steward's words, Gu Ping chuckled darkly and coldly remarked, "I have already inquired of you. Yet you chose to remain silent. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he swiftly drew his iron sword. The members of the Lin residence, upon witnessing this, unsheathed their long knives and charged at Gu Ping, now a cultivator at the golden core stage. Gu Ping was far beyond the capabilities of these mere mortals. A single stroke of his sword sent dozens of Lin family members sprawling to the ground. He strode through the door, entering the Lin residence without hesitation. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy struck from behind him, and sensing danger, Gu Ping deftly evaded. Upon turning, he recognized the assailant as the very cultivator who had injured his father, a practitioner at the foundation building stage. At that instant, a stunningly beautiful woman, adorned with heavy makeup, approached, leaning on a man clad in a blue Taoist robe. Upon sighting them, Gu Ping's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Lin Ming'er and Zhou Tianming. Lin Ming'o had previously been betrothed to him through family arrangements, and Gu Ping harbored no fondness for her. However, her actions to have his father harmed in order to annul their engagement were utterly unforgivable. Zhou Tianming had nearly cost him his life by transferring his sword bone to himself in pursuit of swordsmanship. This was indeed a deep-seated enmity. Lin Ming'er, upon recognizing Gu Ping, showed no surprise. Rather, a smirk graced her lips as she said, "Oh, is that not Gu Ping? Have you come to my Lin residence to injure my servants, seeking to prove your newfound strength?" Her expression darkened as she continued, "Do you not realize I am now the fiancé of young Master Zhou? The Lin family has the backing of the sword-washing sect, while you are but a useless wretch who has lost his sword bone, unworthy even to serve Zhou Gongzi." Upon hearing this, Gu Ping let out a cold snort. "Lin Ming'er, it is understandable that you sought to annul our engagement after I was rendered a crippled shell of my former self. But why do you carry yourself with such arrogance and send someone to harm my father? Had it not been for this, our families would not have become sworn enemies." Lin Ming'er smiled mockingly. "And what can you do about my arrogance? Your patriarch is dead, and you are nothing but a useless fool. The Gu family has lost its influence in Baidi City. The Lin family, once subjugated by yours, now stands ready to assert its dominance. Gu Ping, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter, subjugated. Your Lin family nearly faced bankruptcy. Had it not been for my father lending half of our wealth to you, where would your family stand today? Lin Minger's composure faltered, her anger flaring as she retorted, Gu Ping, you. At that moment, the young man in the blue robe grasped Lin Minger's hand, saying, Minger, there is no need to stoop to the level of this worthless fool. He is merely venting his impotent rage. With the sword-washing sect supporting your Lin family, who in Baidi City would dare to oppose you? Upon hearing this, Lin Minger smiled and leaned against the young man in the blue robe, playfully chiding, Zhou Lang, you are truly the best. She then cast a cold glance at Gu Ping, exclaiming, Gu Ping, what are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. Gu Ping, observing the two, replied softly, I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Lin Minger, upon hearing his words, turned to the elder beside her and said, Fu Bo, since he refuses to recognize his place, I shall trouble you to take action. The very man who had once injured Gu Ping's father was Fu Bo, and upon hearing Lin Minger's command, he immediately moved to confront Gu Ping. Gu Ping raised his long sword, thrusting it towards Fu Bo. In a flash, Gu Ping and Fu Bo passed each other by, and in an instant, Fu Bo's head rolled away. Fu Bo was dead. Lin Minger was taken aback, astonished that Gu Ping could so effortlessly slay Fu Bo, a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. She could only attribute it to Fu Bo's carelessness. Zhou Tianming, how does my sword bone feel to you? Gu Ping inquired. Zhou Tianming laughed heartily, replying, it feels marvelous. Not only is it comfortable, but it has also hastened my entry into the foundation establishment stage. Hearing this, Gu Ping chuckled, with the sword bone. It had taken him a decade to reach this stage, which he deemed a waste. Today, I have come to collect interest. For seizing my sword bone, you shall pay with your life. As he spoke, an intense sword aura erupted from Gu Ping, charging towards Zhou Tianming. Sensing the ferocity of Gu Ping's attack, Zhou Tianming swiftly unsheathed the long sword at his waist and sneered, a useless fool dares to strike at me? How presumptuous. Wielding his sword, Zhou Tianming unleashed the ultimate technique of the Shijian sect, the Shijun sword art. With his sword as the catalyst, waves of sword energy surged forth. Gu Ping, undeterred by the onslaught of sword energy, pressed forward, his own aura brimming with power. The sound of humming resonated from Gu Ping's iron sword as a formidable sword energy surged forth towards Zhou Tianming. Suddenly, a tempest arose, unleashing an overwhelming intent of the sword. Zhou Tianming's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, you are at the golden core level. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Ping's sword energy enveloped both Zhou Tianming and Lin Minger. Lin Minger, initially standing by, had assumed that Zhou Tianming would effortlessly dispatch Gu Ping. Yet, she was unprepared for the ferocity of Gu Ping's sword intent. In an instant, her once radiant visage was marred by the onslaught of sword energy, leaving her bloodied. As she touched the blood on her face, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she pointed at Gu Ping, about to speak. However, she felt a chill around her neck, and as her vision shifted, she found herself gazing at the sky. With a soft thud, Lin Minger's head rolled away, her expression one of utter disbelief in her final moments. Witnessing Gu Ping's ruthless decisiveness, Zhou Tianming immediately begged for mercy. Immortal, spare my life. I recognize my mistakes. Please grant me a chance. Gu Ping regarded Zhou Tianming, who possessed the sword bone yet bore no dignity, and coldly scoffed. Crawl back to the Shijin sect. Chapter 26. The elder of the sword-washing sect emerges. The sword-washing sect is a moderately sized cultivation sect within the Great Xia dynasty, boasting a disciple count in the hundreds. The current sect leader, Zhou Qingshan, has attained the golden core stage of cultivation. The sect is perched upon a peak in the southwestern region of Baidi City, where any individual fortunate enough to forge a connection with the sword-washing sect instantly elevates their societal standing. It is not uncommon for the son of a farmer to become a disciple of the sect, thereby transforming his entire family into nobility overnight. At this moment, along the mountain path leading to the sword-washing sect, a man clad in blood-soaked garments is painfully crawling towards the sect. With each arduous step, Gu Ping carves a bloody trail behind him, a gruesome testament to his suffering. The citizens of Baidi City, witnessing this harrowing scene, are left in shock. It is unimaginable that the son of the esteemed sect leader has been reduced to such a pitiful state. Many onlookers follow the two men, drawn to the unfolding drama. After what seems like an eternity, Zhou Tianming finally reaches the entrance of the sword-washing sect, collapsing to the ground, drenched in blood, and cries out desperately, Father, save me. Upon hearing his son's pleas, Zhou Qingshan swiftly emerges. His gaze narrows as he recognizes the familiar figure standing behind Zhou Tianming, Gu Ping, the very one who had once extracted his sword bone. Zhou Qingshan's eyes narrow coldly as he regards Gu Ping, saying, Gu Ping, I never expected to see you return. Gu Ping smirks. Years ago, the sect leader took my sword bone to implant it in his son, disregarding my life. Naturally, I must repay this kindness in kind. Zhou Qingshan is acutely aware of his son's capabilities, despite possessing the sword bone. Zhou Tianming's cultivation has stagnated at the foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, he remains the strongest within the sword-washing sect, aside from his father. It is astonishing that he has been so thoroughly defeated by Gu Ping. Observing his son's agonized expression on the ground, blood-soaked and evidently having endured excruciating hardships to reach this point, Zhou Qingshan reluctantly acknowledges Gu Ping's newfound strength. Yet, he dismisses the notion that Gu Ping could have advanced to the golden core stage within a mere decade. With a frigid demeanor, Zhou Qingshan fixes his gaze on Gu Ping, declaring, Gu Ping, I will grant you 3 counts to release my son, or else. 3. As soon as he utters the count of 3, Gu Ping drives his sword directly into Zhou Tianming's body. The anguished wail that follows echoes like a dying animal. And soon, silence envelopes the scene. Zhou Qingshan's eyes widen in disbelief. Gu Ping wipes his nose and chuckles, my apologies, I slipped. Furthermore, I detest being addressed in such a commanding tone. Zhou Qingshan's face pales, his expression darkening as he glares at Gu Ping. Gu Ping, I never imagined that after 10 years, you would become so ruthless. Gu Ping smiles lightly, responding, thanks to the sect leader's teachings. As he speaks, an overwhelming sword intent radiates from Gu Ping, his long hair billowing wildly as he wields his sword. The sheer force of the sword aura leaves the gathered crowd in utter awe. Is this truly Gu Ping, the young scion of the Gu family? A decade ago, the Shijin sect had severed his sword bone, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self, a fact that became notorious throughout the city. Who could have anticipated that after 30 years of shifting fortunes, he would return for vengeance? As for myself, I believe the Shijin sect ought to be adequately reprimanded. Their disciples frequently abuse their influence in the city, committing acts of wrongdoing without fear of retribution, even from the authorities. It is high time someone took measures against them. Have you heard? Prior to this confrontation, Gu Ping had already avenged the Lin family heiress, fulfilling the old man's grievances at last. A fitting retribution it was. For that woman, having once scorned Gu Ping when he was reduced to a mere waste, unceremoniously dissolved their engagement the very next day and later sought affection from Zhou Tianming, deliberately humiliating the Gu family. Such animosity is intolerable. The crowd buzzed with chatter. While Gu Ping straightened his posture and called out to Zhou Qingshan, Gu Ping, once stripped of his sword bone, has come today to reclaim what is rightfully his. Zhou Qingshan was consumed with fury. His son had fallen to Gu Ping's blade. Years prior, when his son lacked the talent for swordsmanship, Zhou Qingshan had resorted to dark arts, transferring Gu Ping's sword bone into his son's body. Little did he expect that Zhou Tianming would perish in such a manner, rendering all his efforts futile. With a sweeping gesture, Zhou Qingshan summoned dozens of long swords, their blades shimmering with intent, launching an onslaught towards Gu Ping. Gu Ping, I shall dismantle your very being to appease my son's spirit. Unfazed by the imminent threat, Gu Ping charged towards the swarm of swords. As the air crackled with sword energy, the trees surrounding the Shijin sect were cleaved in two, their trunks severed with ease. Observers hastily sought refuge behind cover, eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. High above, Chen Changsheng, witnessing the clash, couldn't he help but smile. Truly deserving of my tutelage. And indeed a reincarnation of the Nine Calamities Sword Immortal, this unwavering strike places him in a league of his own among those at the Golden Core stage. At that moment, Gu Ping stood resolute in the Shijin sect's plaza, his gaze imbued with unyielding determination. A decade of hatred, a decade of unfulfilled aspirations, was finally poised for resolution on this day. No one could truly fathom the depth of Gu Ping's journey. Only he knew the struggles he had endured over the past 10 years. Born with a sword bone, he was destined to be a prodigy of the sword path. Within a century, Bai City would have produced a sword cultivator of at least the transformation stage. Yet, Zhou Qingshan had cruelly extracted that potential, transferring it to his own son, while Gu Ping was cast aside like a dog, returned to the Gu family. Had it not been for his extraordinary fortune, he might have perished a decade ago. Countless events transpired thereafter, but the root of all his misfortunes lay before him. Through 10 years of accumulation, Coupled with the death of his father, the obliteration of the Shijian sect had become an indelible obsession within Gu Ping's heart. Even had he not encountered Chen Changsheng, his resolve would have remained steadfast. If 10 years was insufficient, then a century would suffice. If a century failed, he would persist into the next life. As long as he drew breath, the Shijian sect would one day fall before him. Fortuitously, I encountered Chen Changsheng, who bestowed upon me a pill that allowed my immediate ascension to the Golden Core stage and imparted the Nine Calamities Sword technique. This technique seemed innately suited to me. Wielding it felt remarkably seamless, with every draw of the sword filled with vigor and every swing executed with exhilarating abandon. Today, I finally have the opportunity to confront Chen Changsheng in an honorable duel. After a decade of suppressed rage, my fury erupted, and my sword intent surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, rendering all opposition futile. Chen Changsheng, prepare to meet your end. Gu Ping's long hair billowed as he let out a mighty roar, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that ascended towards the heavens. With a blade imbued with boundless killing intent, he swept aside everything in his path. Gu Ping's overwhelming sword intent enveloped the arena in an instant. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Chen Changsheng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. You have also reached the Golden Core stage? Gu Ping regarded Chen Changsheng, his voice icy. Is it so surprising? Your demise is inevitable. With a thunderous roar, Gu Ping swung his sword, driven by an unstoppable sword intent, causing Chen Changsheng to lose the composure he once possessed. He hastily raised his sword in defense. Yet, wherever Gu Ping's sword intent passed, Chen Changsheng's blade shattered in an instant. Swish! The sword energy struck true, severing one of Chen Changsheng's arms. Blood instantly stained his robes, prompting the disciples of the Shijian sect to rush forward in an attempt to protect him. However, Chen Changsheng waved them off. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he addressed Gu Ping, saying, Gu Ping, you have indeed grown formidable over the past decade. But do you truly believe this makes you my equal? The Shijian sect has stood in Baidi City for a millennium. Its foundation is not something you can hope to shake. Gu Ping, sword in hand, listened coldly as Chen Changsheng spoke. His sword intent remained unyielding for. As Chen Changsheng had noted, the Shijian sect's depth was profound, and he could not ascertain what other cards this man might hold. Chen Changsheng coughed up a mouthful of blood and then, using his own blood, inscribed a talisman upon his brow. He then called out loudly, Chen Changsheng, the fifth-generation master of the Shijian sect, summons the ancestral spirits. In an instant, the aura surrounding Chen Changsheng transformed dramatically, becoming as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Chapter 27. The Sword Chi descends from Changsheng Peak. Today, I realize who I am. Chen Changsheng perceived the sudden shift in the aura of Chen Changsheng, as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. Previously, Zhou possessed the strength of the Golden Core stage, yet now he had elevated to the nascent soul stage. This peculiar change intrigued Chen Changsheng. Even if one were to seize another's body, such a transformation seemed implausible. Chen Changsheng appeared enigmatic indeed. Slowly raising his head, Zhou cast a glance at Gu Ping and proclaimed, I am the ancestor of the sword-washing sect. Which impudent youth dares to extinguish my sect? The moment those words escaped his lips, the countenances of all present shifted dramatically. The ancestor of the sword-washing sect. Had he not perished yet? It was said that the sect was founded a millennium ago by this very ancestor, who had already reached the nascent soul stage at that time and possessed but 200 years of life left. How was it conceivable that, after 1,000 years, he still drew breath? Upon hearing this declaration, all disciples of the sword-washing sect knelt, in unison exclaiming, Disciples of the sword-washing sect pay their respects to the ancestor. The spirit of the ancestor, now inhabiting Chen Changsheng's body, let out a hearty laugh. With my presence, the sword-washing sect shall not falter. Gu Ping had heard tales of the ancestor of the sword-washing sect but never anticipated witnessing such a scene. It seemed Chen Changsheng had employed some unknown method to summon the ancestor. Yet today, he must avenge himself. Chen Changsheng must perish, and the sword-washing sect must be eradicated. As Gu Ping raised his sword, poised to strike, Chen Changsheng stepped in front of him, saying, Gu Ping, you are no match for him. Allow me to handle this. With that, Chen turned his gaze toward the ancestor and remarked, Who would have thought a nascent soul powerhouse would resort to the demonic technique of concealing the heavens to prolong his existence for a millennium? Upon hearing the term concealing the heavens, the ancestor was momentarily taken aback. Few in the cultivation world were familiar with this name, and even among demon cultivators, those who had not reached the nascent soul stage were unaware of such a spell. The individual before him clearly possessed considerable strength, having knowledge of concealing the heavens. Chen Changsheng's awareness of this technique stemmed from having heard the Changsheng Taoists speak of it in years past. Concealing the heavens is a method employed by cultivators who, upon nearing the end of their lifespan without the means to break through, obscure the heavenly secrets to survive while awaiting the day of ascension. The ancestor gazed at Chen Changsheng and inquired, "Who are you? Do you wish to defend this child?" Chen Changsheng smiled lightly and replied, "I am his master. How could I, as his mentor, stand idly by while your sword-washing sect bullies my disciple?" The ancestor laughed heartily. "My sword-washing sect is a renowned cultivation faction. How dare two mere rogue cultivators speak so audaciously?" Chen Changsheng shook his head, responding, No, we are not mere rogues. What sect do you belong to?" The ancestor pressed. With an air of nonchalance, Chen Changsheng replied, "Have you ever heard of the Xiantian sect?" At this utterance, the ancestor's legs buckled, nearly causing him to soil himself. The onlookers were equally stunned by the mention of the Xiantian sect, though they were not cultivators. The name resonated throughout the entire cultivation continent. It was the mightiest sect in the eastern domain. Even in the presence of demonic creatures, one had to tread carefully when seeking to harm a member of the Xiantian sect. However, the sword-washing ancestor quickly steadied his mind. As a being who had lived for a millennium, how could he possibly be intimidated by mere words? 1,000 years ago, the Xiantian sect was at its zenith, with the longevity Taoist yet to ascend, standing alongside the previous sect leader, the unrivaled Immortal, as a formidable force during the tribulation period, collectively known as the twin immortals of Xiantian. Additionally, there were powerful beings such as the fire god Peak's true monarch Huaya, making Xiantian sect a veritable pillar of the world. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the sword-washing ancestor to feel a moment of fear upon hearing the name of Xiantian sect. He sought to excuse his earlier moment of weakness. He then erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Nonsense! The Xiantian sect is the foremost sect of cultivation. How could mere ants like you emerge from Xiantian? Even if you offered me discipleship in the sword-washing sect, I would refuse." Upon hearing this, Gu Ping turned to Chen Changsheng and said, "Master, this old fool does not believe your words." Chen Changsheng replied calmly, "Then let us slay him." The sword-washing ancestor laughed heartily. "You dare?" Chen Changsheng retrieved the extermination sword, lightly flicking its blade, producing a resonant hum, and stated, "If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall spare you. If not." Before he could finish, the sword-washing ancestor struck, and in an instant, every disciple's sword from the sword-washing sect flew from its sheath, hurtling towards him. Hundreds of flying swords formed a swirling tempest of blades behind the sword-washing ancestor, who then pointed at Chen Changsheng, sending the sword aura spiraling towards him. In reality, the sword-washing ancestor, at the nascent soul stage, was unworthy to even carry Chen Changsheng's shoes. Chen Changsheng unleashed the system's gift, the one sword, and met the oncoming sword aura with tremendous force. In that moment, the entire sword-washing peak trembled violently, the earth quaking incessantly. With a single stroke, the sword aura was utterly shattered, and the extermination sword pierced through the sword-washing ancestor's body. The sword-washing ancestor gazed at the sword embedded in his chest, disbelief etched across his face. You are a transformation deity." Chen Changsheng merely smiled. "You underestimate me." The sword-washing ancestor was slain by the extermination sword, and Shou Qingshan's consciousness once again seized control of his body. "Ha ha ha, Gu Ping, with the sword-washing ancestor's intervention, you are out of options now." Zhou Qingshan laughed heartily without even opening his eyes. Yet, upon opening his eyes and seeing the extermination sword lodged in his chest and the unscathed figures of Chen Changsheng and Gu Ping before him, he was taken aback. "The ancestor did not eliminate you?" he exclaimed. Without hesitation, he drew blood to mark his forehead, shouting, "I summon the ancestor once more." Chen Changsheng glanced at Shou Qingshan and said, "No need for summoning. Your sword-washing ancestor has already been vanquished by me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingshan sensed no aura of the sword-washing ancestor, confirming the ancestor's demise. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the two. Chen Changsheng addressed Gu Ping. "Gu Ping, the remainder is in your hands." Gu Ping unsheathed his long sword and approached Shou Qingshan slowly. "A decade ago, you took my sword bone. Today, I come to collect your life. Consider it even." Just as Zhou Qingshan was about to speak, Gu Ping's sword struck down, and his head fell to the ground. Zhou Qingshan was utterly dead. As the disciples of the Washing Sword sect beheld the demise of their leader, they collectively sank to their knees, pleading, "Spare us, O Immortal. Spare us." Gu Ping cast a glance at the assembly and declared, My vendetta against the Washing Sword sect is concluded. It bears no relevance to you. Depart." Upon hearing his words, the disciples hastened down the mountain. Now, with Lin Ming'er deceased, the injurious Fu Bo also perished. And the Zhou father and son who had seized the sword bones met their end. The Washing Sword sect lay in ruin, and Gu Ping's vengeance was fulfilled. Beep. Congratulations, host, for assisting the Nine Calamities Sword Immortal in completing his task. Reward: Nine Calamities Sword. Nine Calamities Sword, the innate celestial weapon of the Nine Calamities Sword Immortal. Inadvertently lost during the cycle of 9 tribulations. Bestowed 9 calamities sword upon Gu Ping. Upon returning to the Gu Manor, Chen Changsheng summoned Gu Ping and inquired, "Gu Ping, now that your desires have been fulfilled, what are your future intentions?" Without hesitation, Gu Ping replied, "My master avenged my Gu family. I vow to follow you, master, unto death." Chen Changsheng shook his head gently, saying, "As my disciple, it is only right that I assist you. I wish to know what you aspire to pursue henceforth." Gu Ping answered, "Wherever you go, master, there shall I follow." Chen Changsheng remarked, "I have already imparted the 9 calamities sword technique to you. There is little more I can teach. The path of the heavens is vast, yet the sword path is the most arduous of all, requiring further tempering. I hope you will traverse the mortal realm, for there lie greater insights to be gained." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Ping finally responded, "As you wish, master." Chen Changsheng presented the 9 calamities sword to Gu Ping, stating, "This sword is destined for you. It returns to its rightful owner. And consider it a gift from your master." As Gu Ping caressed the sword in his grasp, it was evident that it was no ordinary blade. An inexplicable connection stirred within him, as if the sword were an old friend. "Thank you, master," he expressed gratefully. Chen Changsheng smiled and said at last, "I shall recite a poem for you, hoping you achieve enlightenment soon." Suddenly, the golden cord is severed and the jade lock is broken. From the peak of Changsheng, the sword energy surges. "Today, I finally comprehend my own essence." Gu Ping committed the poem bestowed by Chen Changsheng to memory and performed a deep bow of reverence. Chen Changsheng departed the Gu Manor accompanied by Su Yaoyao. Reflecting on the future 9 calamities Immortal Emperor being his disciple brought Chen Changsheng joy. He pondered what it would be like when Gu Ping regained the memories of the 9 calamities Sword Immortal. It was indeed an anticipation worth cherishing. While Chen Changsheng was lost in thought, within the city of Baidi, thousands of soldiers clad in the black armor of the Great Xia lined up in neat formation, advancing toward the city gates. Onlookers lined the streets to bid farewell, prompting Chen Changsheng to inquire of a passerby, "What transpires?" The passerby replied, "Are you unaware? The Great Xia dynasty is on the brink of war with the Great Yin dynasty." Chapter 28. The war between two dynasties. Upon hearing of the conflict between the two empires, Chen Changsheng felt little surprise. In the mundane world, the struggle for supremacy among empires and the shifting of political powers are commonplace. An empire that endures for a century is considered fortunate, while those that last for several hundred or even 1,000 years are exceedingly rare, save for the 4 immortal dynasties that have withstood the test of millennia without decline. Ordinary empires face numerous tribulations, famine, rebellion, war, and plague, each disaster capable of bringing about their downfall. Unlike cultivation sects, which can persist for a millennium as long as they avoid trouble, the abrupt onset of war raised Chen Changsheng's suspicions. Although he had not visited the Great Xia Empire in many years, he was still aware of the situation. The Great Xia and the Great Yin empires maintained a friendly alliance, fostering trade and offering mutual support in times of conflict. Both dynasties had existed for centuries in the eastern region. It was inconceivable that they would suddenly engage in warfare. Furthermore, Chen Changsheng knew that his father, Emperor Chen Yin of the Great Xia, was a wise sovereign, dedicated to the welfare of his people and would never instigate war. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng sensed something amiss and resolved to return to the empire with Yao Yao. He summoned the 9-dragon chariot, and the two ascended into the skies, heading towards the Great Xia Palace. The Great Xia Palace, a marvel of architecture, boasted 1,000 palatial structures, resplendent in gold and jade, stretching for miles. It ranked as the 3rd most powerful empire in the eastern region, aside from the 4 immortal dynasties, with a formidable army of over 1 million soldiers. Under Emperor Chen Yin's diligent governance, even in the face of the top-ranked empire, they remained undaunted. As Chen Changsheng arrived at the palace, he hovered above the great hall before gently descending outside. The palace guards, upon witnessing this spectacle, instinctively raised their spears but dared not direct them at Chen Changsheng. Anyone capable of riding upon 9 dragons was undoubtedly a cultivator. They, mere mortals, could hardly hope to contend with such a being. Even a vast army would appear as insignificant as ants in the presence of a cultivator. Should they provoke this celestial being? Not only would they be unable to bear the consequences, but the entire Great Xiao Empire might find itself in peril. The arrival of an immortal was swiftly reported to Emperor Chen by the palace eunuchs. Since the visit of the Taoist of longevity 2 decades prior, no cultivators had graced the Great Xia Empire. Like the Great Yin, the Great Xia Empire was among the few that did not align itself with any cultivation sect. Emperor Chen, adorned in a black robe embroidered with 9 dragons, accompanied by several officials, approached the entrance of the hall. Upon seeing the 9-dragon chariot, he was taken aback. This display of grandeur surpassed even that of the Taoist of longevity from years past, while he traveled in a chariot drawn by 9 horses. This immortal was able to ride upon dragons, truly an awe-inspiring sight. As Chen approached Chen Changsheng, he instinctively intended to kneel, only to be halted by Chen Changsheng's hand. It is a rare occurrence for an emperor to kneel, and yet this cultivator before him had prevented such an act. The implications were profound. In contemplation, Chen introduced himself. I am Emperor Chen of the Great Xia dynasty, and I warmly welcome the celestial being. Chen Changsheng gazed upon the middle-aged man before him, whose features bore a striking resemblance to his own and whose hair had begun to turn gray. Realizing this was his father, he exclaimed, "Father." Upon hearing this, Chen trembled in surprise. How could the celestial being call him father? No. There was indeed one cultivator who could rightfully call him father, his youngest son, Chen Changsheng. Chen scrutinized Chen Changsheng closely, and his eyes immediately welled with tears as he asked, "Are you truly my son?" Having grown up alongside his master and senior brother, Chen Changsheng had never met his biological parents. Hearing his father refer to him as his son filled his heart with warmth. "It is I, father," he replied. Witnessing this emotional exchange, Chen embraced Chen Changsheng joyfully, exclaiming, "I thought you were some divine being from elsewhere, but you are indeed of my own blood." Several individuals standing behind Chen stepped forward and called out to Chen Changsheng, "Changsheng, I am Chen Wuzhan, your elder brother. I am your second brother, Chen Chang'an." Though somewhat unfamiliar, the 2 men clad in resplendent robes were undoubtedly his brothers. Emperor Chen had 3 sons, the eldest, Chen Wuzhan, the second, Chen Chang'an, and the youngest, Chen Changsheng, all born of Empress Su. The emperor held no interest in women beyond his beloved empress and maintained no harem, a fact that had led to rare criticisms from ministers who claimed the royal lineage was insufficient, which Chen vehemently refuted. Since his birth, Chen Changsheng had been taken away by the Taoist master Changsheng, and thus he did not recognize his 2 elder brothers. "Greetings, elder brother, second brother." Chen Changsheng smiled at them. "Son." A gentle voice resonated, and a woman, supported by palace maids, approached. She called out, then walked directly to Chen Changsheng, tenderly caressing his cheek. He felt no resistance. Her touch radiated warmth, the warmth of a mother's love. Looking at the woman before him, he called out, "Mother, I have returned." Upon hearing his words, the woman enveloped Chen Changsheng in her embrace, holding him tightly for an extended moment. "Mother has not seen you for over 20 years. Do you have any idea how much I have missed you?" She reproached gently, her tone devoid of any bitterness. Chen Changsheng understood that his mother longed for him as well, allowing her to express her feelings without protest. Had any cultivators witnessed this scene, they would have been astonished to see the esteemed master of Changsheng Peak of the Shantian sect reduced to the state of a child in a woman's embrace. The palace maids nearby were also teary-eyed, remarking, "Your Highness, the Empress weeps for you," and over the years, her eyes have grown dim with sorrow. The woman immediately turned to the maid and said, "Qinger, do not speak such nonsense." The maid named Qinger stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Chen Changsheng looked into his mother's eyes and, as the maid had said, noticed the lack of luster within them. He promptly reassured her, "Mother, your vision is clear and your sight keen." After speaking, a glimmer of clarity flashed in the woman's eyes, transforming them into pools of extraordinary lucidity. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "I can see clearly now. Is this the work of my son?" Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded. Upon witnessing this, Qinger joyfully remarked, "The third prince truly deserves the title of a deity, having instantly cured the empress's affliction." Chen was equally astonished, turning to the empress and stating, "Empress, can you truly see now?" The empress shot a glare at Chen and retorted, "Why would I deceive you? I can see quite clearly. Even the number of gray strands in your hair." Chen quickly replied, "That's wonderful. Since you are well again, let us not linger here. Let us hurry and have the kitchen prepare a splendid meal for our reunion." An hour later, everyone gathered around the table, which was laden with exquisite delicacies. Chen Changsheng introduced Su Yaoyao to the group, and upon learning she was his disciple, Chen Wuzhan inquired, "Third brother, how have you fared at Xuanyangong? Have you been bullied? If anyone dares to mistreat you, come to me. I shall avenge you, even if they are celestial beings." Chen Changsheng, overhearing, remarked to Chen Wuzhan, "Do you think cultivators are like us mortals, only engaged in conflict? They are undoubtedly devoted to the path of immortality, with singular focus. Changsheng, isn't that true?" Chen Changsheng chuckled softly and recounted the events of the past years, including his ascension to the position of Peak Master of Changsheng Peak. However, he refrained from mentioning the slaying of figures like the Bone Elder and Nangong Qing, for the world of cultivation was not as idyllic as his second brother imagined, and he wished to spare his family from undue worry. Upon learning that Chen Changsheng had become the Peak Master of Xuanyangong, the others were left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Peak Master? I have heard there are only 9 peaks in Xuanyangong, with the Peak Master being second only to the Sect Master. I never imagined Changsheng would attain such a rank," Chen Changsheng murmured. Chen Changsheng smiled modestly, saying, "Were it not for my Master's ascension and my brother's disinterest in remaining on the peak, I would not have become the Peak Master." Chen Ying stroked his beard and looked at Chen Changsheng earnestly, saying, "Changsheng, although your father may not understand the world of cultivation, it is likely not much different from the secular realm. Wherever there are people, there exist disputes and rivalries. You must exercise caution and take care of yourself." Empress Xin Yuan Su also grasped Chen Changsheng's hand, advising, "Heed your father's words and remain vigilant in the future." Chen Changsheng nodded earnestly at the concern expressed by his family. Reflecting on the impending war between the Great Xia and the Great Yin, he inquired, "Father, I observed soldiers preparing for battle on my way here. The common folk spoke of a war with the Great Yin. What has transpired?" Chen Ying pondered for a moment before responding. "Your father initially did not wish to burden you with this news, but since you have inquired, I can no longer conceal it. The reason for the conflict with the Great Yin dynasty is due to a cultivator, the Blood Fiend." Chapter 29. The Foreign Demons and the Fragmented World. Blood Fiend, the true man? Chen Changsheng pondered this name. Chen Ying nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, Blood Fiend is a cultivator whose strength is said to have reached the God transformation stage. He has sent a challenge to our Dian dynasty, demanding that we engage in battle within half a month, or he will annihilate us. Now, there are only 3 days left until his deadline." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's mind raced, contemplating whether Blood Fiend, like the Bone Master, sought to fulfill some ulterior motive through murder. The specifics remain unclear. Ding. Assist the Great Xia dynasty in overcoming this calamity. Rewards will be granted upon task completion. Upon receiving the system's notification, Chen Changsheng smiled. This was a matter of his own household, the only karmic connection he had in the mortal realm. Now, with the 2 great dynasties threatened by cultivators, if he did not intervene, no one else would. Chen Changsheng remarked to Chen Ying, "Thus, father has recently dispatched troops to the battlefield." Chen Ying sighed, saying, "There is no other way. If we do not send troops, it will be our soldiers who perish. Yet, if we refrain, the entire dynasty may face destruction." Blood Fiend is quite astute, instigating war under the guise of the rivalry between the 2 dynasties. Should he directly annihilate one dynasty, the entire cultivation world would likely hunt him down. However, the rivalry between dynasties is beyond the purview of the cultivation world. This was a rule established long ago. Chen Changsheng chuckled. "Father, I shall take charge of this matter." Chen Yin's eyes widened in alarm. "You must not. Should you intervene in the rivalry, the heavenly Tao may retaliate against you." Chen Changsheng scoffed. The heavenly Tao is but a fleeting notion, easily extinguished. Just as Chen Ying was about to protest, a general bearing a sword burst into the hall. "Your Majesty, the 70,000 troops have all arrived at the battlefield, and the Dian dynasty has dispatched 100,000 soldiers. The 2 armies now stand poised for battle, awaiting the appointed time for war to commence." Chen Ying sighed once more. "I hope this 100,000 troops can quell the conflict between the 2 nations." Chen Changsheng shook his head. "Father, Blood Fiend's intentions are impure. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives. I must pay a visit to the Dian dynasty and see for myself." As Chen Ying was about to object, Chen Changsheng acted decisively, summoning the 9 dragons palanquin and instructing Yao Yao to remain behind, embarking alone towards the Dian imperial palace. Watching Chen Changsheng depart, Chen Ying could not help but sigh. "My son, you must return safely." Su Yaoyao smiled. "Rest assured, Master is formidable indeed." In the blink of an eye, Chen Changsheng arrived at the Dian imperial palace. Without pausing, he descended directly into its confines. Much like his arrival at the Great Xiao Palace, the moment Chen Changsheng appeared, hundreds of imperial guards surrounded him. However, upon seeing the 9 dragons palanquin beside him, they dared not take action. The Emperor of Dian, upon hearing the news, rushed over. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, a glimmer of vitality sparkled in his weary eyes. Emperor Zhao Sun greeted the immortal. At just over 20 years of age, Zhao Sun had ascended to the throne of the Dian dynasty, displaying remarkable youth. Chen Changsheng remained silent, striding directly into the main hall. Zhao Sun, not daring to be negligent, promptly followed closely behind him into the hall. Upon entering the grand hall, Chen Changsheng proclaimed, "I am the 3rd prince of the Great Xia dynasty, Chen Changsheng, and the master of the Changxing Peak of the Xiantian sect. I must inquire, did the blood fiend Taoist truly deliver a war challenge to you, inciting you to commence hostilities?" Chen Changsheng harbored doubts about the veracity of what his father had conveyed, suspecting it to be mere fabrication by the Emperor of Dian, and thus sought validation. Should this be the Emperor's ruse, with no genuine blood fiend involved? Merely a desire to instigate war, then Chen Changsheng's intervention, entangling the fates of millions, would provoke the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Although he possessed means to evade such retribution, he preferred to avoid unnecessary turmoil. Conversely, if the blood fiend Taoist were indeed implicated, his engagement would simply constitute a conflict among cultivators, devoid of any imperial entanglements and thus free from karmic repercussions. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhao Sun promptly summoned the war challenge for his perusal. A glance at the document revealed the presence of a profound Taoist essence, far beyond the capacity of mere mortals to fabricate. Zhao Sun then addressed Chen Changsheng. "It has long been said that the 3rd prince of Chen is a cultivator. Now, with our 2 nations threatened by the blood fiend Taoist's blade at our throats, you are our sole hope for salvation." Chen Changsheng pondered the blood fiend Taoist's motives behind inciting a conflict amongst a million soldiers. He turned to Zhao Sun and inquired, "Which sect do you, Dian, align yourselves with?" The Emperor of Dian hastily replied, "It is the Tao Palace." Chen Changsheng was taken aback. The Dian dynasty and the Peacock dynasty were both vassals of the Tao Palace. He then produced the Xiantian order, and in an instant, radiant light surged forth, illuminating the dusk as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the entire Dian dynasty into a brilliance akin to midday. It was the Xiantian order. Zhao Sun's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing the insignia. Its emergence would compel even the Tao Palace to respond. From the distant sky, a spiritual vessel approached, and a figure clad in white gracefully descended, resembling a celestial maiden untainted by the mundane world. As she trod upon the air, with each step, a lotus bloomed beneath her feet, exuding an aura of Taoist resonance and ethereal grace. The onlookers below were left in utter awe at the spectacle. Upon recognizing her, the Emperor of Dian immediately knelt in reverence. "I humbly welcome the sovereign of the Tao Palace." Zhao Sun was taken aback, realizing that Chen Changsheng's Xiantian order had summoned the very leader of the Tao Palace. Bai Lingxi alighted beside Chen Changsheng and softly inquired, "What calls for my attention, esteemed Master Chen?" Chen Changsheng assessed the aura surrounding Bai Lingxi and remarked, "Have you attained a breakthrough?" Bai Lingxi, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh, responded, "As a Taoist body of celestial essence, is it not natural for me to achieve such advancements? There is no need for such astonishment." Having heard from his master about the legendary nature of the Taoist body, akin to the quality of immortal spiritual roots, Chen Changsheng was astonished to discover that Bai Lingxi had reached the nascent soul stage within a mere few days. Situ Qinshan had remarked that this was indeed an era of great contention, and it was evident that those he encountered were prodigious talents. If he were even slightly weaker, he would feel unworthy to befriend them. Ruffling his hair, Chen Changsheng stated, "Let us return to the matter at hand." Chen Changsheng recounted the incident regarding the blood fiend to Bai Lingxi. Upon hearing his words, Bai Lingxi was momentarily taken aback. She slowly replied, "The Tao Palace is a subordinate sect of the Dian Empire, yet this blood fiend, risking the backlash of the heavenly Tao, seeks to coerce 2 nations into war. I suspect he desires a massacre involving 1,000,000 troops." As if struck by a sudden realization, Bai Lingxi's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "I have heard tales of extraterrestrial demons descending upon our world, bound by the grand laws set by the ancient Xiantian immortal emperor, their strength not exceeding the transformation stage. Once, an extraterrestrial demon inscribed a formation on a battlefield, absorbing the blood essence from the carnage, which surged for 3,000 miles. That demon ascended directly, yet was slain by the Xiantian Immortal Emperor upon entering the Celestial Gate. Could it be that this blood fiend is one of those rumored extraterrestrial demons? Chen Changsheng murmured the phrase extraterrestrial demon, pondering, what exactly is the origin of these demons, and why have they appeared here? Bai Lingxi continued, 5,000 years ago, before the Tao Palace's master ascended, he uttered a prophecy, stating that this world is fractured yet abundant in resources, attracting beings from beyond to seize the essence of the Tao and grow more powerful. Chen Changsheng recalled Siddha Qinshan mentioning the gradual depletion of spiritual energy. He had not anticipated such profound secrets lay within. A fractured world? It seems I have yet to attain the strength necessary to perceive the world's true essence. Further effort is required. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to speak, a crimson figure descended from the sky outside. Zhao Sun anxiously declared, "It is the envoy of the blood fiend." Chapter 30. Mountains of Corpses, Rivers of Blood. The messenger? Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the approaching figure. Zhao Sun, what news do you bring regarding the conflict with the Daxia Empire? Zhao Sun glanced at both Chen Changsheng and Bai Lingxi. Chen Changsheng nodded, signaling him to proceed. Zhao Sun replied, 1,000,000 troops are stationed at the border, ready for battle at any moment. The messenger chuckled softly, remarking, Zhao Sun, I hope you do not play the fool, for a mere gesture from a true immortal could annihilate your Diyan Imperial Palace. Just as Zhao Sun was about to respond, Chen Changsheng interjected, why does blood slaughter true immortal not come in person? The messenger cast a glance at Chen Changsheng and retorted, who are you to speak here? In response, Chen Changsheng raised his hand and struck the messenger across the face, sending him flying several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The messenger, clutching his face and lying on the ground, pointed at Chen Changsheng, exclaiming, do you know who I am, to dare strike me? With a cold snort, Chen Changsheng replied, that slap was to inquire whether I possess the right to stand here. The messenger, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, was utterly unable to retaliate against Chen Changsheng's overwhelming might, leaving him astonished. As he composed himself, he realized the terror of Chen Changsheng. However, as a messenger of blood slaughter true immortal, daring to lay hands upon him was indeed a reckless act. The messenger, seething with rage, declared, I am the envoy of blood slaughter true immortal. You are finished. With another wave of his hand, Chen Changsheng delivered yet another slap. I ask you, where is blood slaughter true immortal? The messenger, in agony, covered his face and replied, I do not know. Chen Changsheng probed, The messenger pleaded, I truly do not know. Blood slaughter true immortal left a mark within me, through which he can convey messages, but I cannot reach him. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng inquired, was the challenge letter also delivered by you? The messenger nodded. Chen Changsheng snorted coldly, recognizing the meticulous nature of blood slaughter true immortal. Orchestrating such a grand scheme without revealing his true form, clearly a cunning individual. Bai Lingxi glanced at the messenger and asked, how shall we deal with this fellow? With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng summoned the messenger into his grasp, seizing him by the neck, and with a mere utterance, began to search for the mark left by blood slaughter true immortal within him. Found it. Chen Changsheng murmured to himself, then followed the mark to trace its source. In an instant, Chen Changsheng's primordial spirit seemed to transcend space, perceiving a figure with disheveled hair, meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, the figure lifted his head, locking eyes with Chen Changsheng in the void. Just as Chen Changsheng prepared to traverse the void in a bid to reach him, the figure clenched his hand, causing the mark within the messenger to shatter instantly, resulting in the messenger's abrupt demise, thwarting Chen Changsheng's plan to cross into the void. The individual on the other side felt a surge of trepidation, murmuring to himself, who is this formidable being, capable of traversing the void to seek me out merely by a mark? It is rather alarming. Fortunately, I acted swiftly and annihilated that envoy. Otherwise, if such a master discovered my plans before their fruition, it would have posed great trouble. Chen Changsheng cast a glance at the corpse of the envoy lying on the ground and addressed Zhao Sun, stating, Your Majesty Zhao, I, Chen Changsheng, shall take charge of this matter. I will summon that blood fiend to slay him, and afterward, you may withdraw your troops. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhao Sun of the Dian dynasty immediately clasped his hands in salute and bowed to Chen Changsheng, saying, I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed immortal. Rest assured, once the blood fiend is slain, I shall withdraw my forces. Chen Changsheng and Bai Lingxi ascended to the spirit vessel, heading towards the border. Chen Changsheng gazed in the direction of the Dian Imperial Palace and inquired of Bai Lingxi, How is it that the emperor of the Dian dynasty is so remarkably young? Bai Lingxi pondered for a moment and replied, I find it peculiar as well. I have encountered the previous emperor, Zhao Go, on several occasions. He was only in his 40s, still in the prime of life. How could he have permitted this Zhao Sun, barely in his 20s, to ascend to the throne? The late emperor was benevolent and averse to turmoil. Thus, the Dian dynasty has experienced decades of peace and recuperation. Chen Changsheng dismissed these doubts from his mind. Choosing to set aside thoughts of the Zhao dynasty for now, the paramount concern was to deal with the blood fiend. Otherwise, if war truly broke out between the two nations, it would result in a landscape strewn with corpses and untold suffering. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he observed that over 1 million soldiers were stationed there, with the army of the Great Xia positioned several dozen miles away. The vast plain lay between them, where the blood of 1 million soldiers could easily stain the earth crimson. Chen Changsheng contemplated how to entice the blood fiend out into the open. Together with Bai Lingxi, they concealed their figures atop the spirit vessel and chanted, A mirage shall appear here tomorrow, as 1 million soldiers of Dian assault the Great Xia, and the two armies shall clash, leaving mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The power of their words took effect. Bai Lingxi glanced below, observing that nothing transpired, and inquired, What has happened? Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, You shall see tomorrow. The two remained on the spirit vessel, enduring a sleepless night. When dawn broke the next day, Bai Lingxi suddenly exclaimed, They have begun to fight below. Upon hearing this news, Chen Changsheng was not surprised. This was precisely the effect he sought. Did the blood fiend not crave blood? Then let them provide it, and we shall see whether this coward will emerge. The battle raged on for a day, then 2, and by the 3rd day, the Dian army had dwindled to a mere 100,000, while the Great Xia was reduced to a few thousand. Both sides had exhausted their supplies. The plain was littered with corpses stacked 2 or 3 layers high. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them. He has arrived. A shadow of blood materialized from the sky, and upon surveying the devastated land below, the blood shadow visibly became exhilarated. With fingers forming seals, it laid down a formation upon the ground. As the formation was established, the plain transformed into a scene reminiscent of hell itself. The blood shadow laughed heartily. With these 1,000,000 souls, this formation will awaken. My otherworldly form shall descend upon this realm, and let us see who can stand against me. As time passed, blood shadow lingered in the air for quite a while. Sensing that something was amiss, the formation had been inscribed for half an hour, yet there was no response. This was a teleportation array, utilizing the lives of millions as a sacrificial offering to open a portal to another realm. However, the lack of reaction left Blood Shadow perplexed. Stop waiting. The blood essence you seek shall not arrive. The voice of Chen Changsheng gradually echoed beside Blood Shadow. Turning around, Blood Shadow beheld Chen Changsheng and coldly inquired, Did you track me down through that mark? It was indeed I, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. With a flourish of his hand, the scene of 2 armies clashing abruptly vanished, leaving the plain devoid of any corpses. A stark expanse laid bare before them. Blood Shadow stared blankly at the ground and remarked, An illusion? Is this your creation, designed to draw me out? Chen Changsheng nodded. I never expected you would truly come, Blood Fiend. The Blood Fiend revealed his true form, hovering in the air, his strength evidently surpassing the stage of transformation. Upon realizing he had been deceived, the Blood Fiend seethed, You dare to toy with me, boy? Prepare to meet your end. With that, he charged towards Chen Changsheng, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Chapter 31. If I do not enter hell, who will? Chen Changsheng observed the murderous intent emanating from the Blood Fiend, who was intent on his destruction. With resolute determination, he grasped the extermination sword and struck with precision. The Blood Fiend, a being of the transformation stage, was indeed an otherworldly demon, the full extent of whose capabilities remained elusive to Chen Changsheng. He harbored an instinctive awareness that this foreign demon would pose future challenges, necessitating an understanding of its methods. Rather than dispatching the Blood Fiend immediately, Chen engaged in a back-and-forth confrontation. The Blood Fiend's attacks were particularly peculiar. Although they exhibited an aura of Tao, their nature seemed shrouded in enigma. Chen felt as if his lifespan was being siphoned away by this fiend. This insidiousness was difficult to detect. Should one of equal cultivation engage in battle with the Blood Fiend, their lifespan would be quietly consumed. The difference in longevity, whether hundreds or thousands of years, was merely a matter of the battle estimation. And by the time the true nature of the Blood Fiend's abilities was realized, it would be too late. Casting a steady gaze upon the blood fiend, Chen inquired, "Your method of absorbing lifespan is quite intriguing. Is this characteristic of your kind, the otherworldly demons?" At these words, the blood fiend felt a jolt of surprise. Having descended into this world a millennium ago, only 3 individuals had recognized the peculiarity of his attacks and the unique nature of the local cultivators. The first was the Xiantian Immortal Emperor, the second, the Qing Emperor of the demon race, and the third was the young man before him. Who exactly was this youth? Despite his youthful appearance, the blood fiend found himself unable to fathom his true strength, which seemed unfathomably deep. The blood fiend's ambition to incite war between the 2 nations was aimed at dismantling the restrictions imposed by the Xiantian Immortal Emperor long ago, thereby allowing his true form to descend upon this realm. In the past, the Xiantian Immortal Emperor had established a decree that forbade the power of otherworldly demons from exceeding the transformation stage upon their arrival. The blood fiend had left a fragment of himself here while his true form departed. Over the years, this fragment had survived by absorbing lifespans, and now, with the true form's own lifespan nearing its end, this was a singular opportunity. Should his true self descend upon this realm and absorb its essence, he could regain millennia of existence, potentially achieving the realm of eternal life. With a sinister smile, the blood fiend proclaimed, "I did not expect you to uncover the anomaly within my abilities. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the blood fiend ancestor, known among your kind as the otherworldly demon. This name carries great weight. I have come to this shattered world to absorb its essence. Once my true form descends, none shall be able to impede me. A millennium ago, a formidable being known as the Xiantian Immortal Emperor defeated me during your ascension period, but after countless years, how many exceptional beings like him remain in this world? You cultivators are powerless to stop me." Upon hearing the blood fiend ancestor's declaration, Chen smiled faintly and responded, "Is that so? Then do give it a try." With a sweeping gesture, the blood fiend ancestor unleashed a tremendous force that drew upon the life force of those nearby. Even Bai Lingxi, standing at a distance, felt her lifespan waning. Chen promptly instructed her to move further away and declared with conviction, "My lifespan shall not be absorbed." The blood fiend ancestor, who was absorbing the lifespan of Chen Changsheng, suddenly froze, realizing that he could no longer draw upon Chen's vitality. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, "What have you done?" Chen Changsheng glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "That is of no concern to you. Your current avatar is destined to perish." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changsheng unleashed a sword strike towards the blood fiend ancestor, and in an instant, the sword energy surged forth like a tempest. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked, with stars in the sky flickering as if on the verge of collapse. The blood fiend ancestor's avatar was pierced through by the sword. At that moment, in the void beyond the realm, a colossal figure suddenly opened its eyes. Lacking a physical form, the entire galaxy constituted its body, and its eyes were as immense as planets. How dare a being from a shattered world annihilate my avatar? Once I descend, I shall slay that young man, the blood fiend ancestor roared, causing other extraterrestrial demons nearby to scatter in terror. With the demise of the blood fiend ancestor's avatar, Chen Changsheng's voice resonated like a mighty bell across the battlefield. "Soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty and the Great Yin dynasty, heed my command and retreat to your homeland at once." Upon hearing this, the soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty erupted into cheers. Initially, they believed that war was inevitable, but upon learning that the third prince had returned from his cultivation to resolve the matter, they were astonished to find the situation had been swiftly settled. It appeared that battle was no longer necessary, and they could return to their families and warm hearths. The Great Xia general immediately issued orders to turn around and return home. Chen Changsheng sighed in relief upon witnessing the retreat of the Great Xia soldiers. However, when he turned to look at the Great Yin dynasty, he saw them gathering their forces, a dark mass below. Yet, instead of retreating, they charged towards the direction of the Great Xia army. The two armies were merely several dozen miles apart, with the Great Yin dynasty boasting cavalry at the forefront, their formation impeccably arranged. At this moment, even if the Great Xia soldiers turned to confront them, it would be too late. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Great Yin Palace, Emperor Zhao Sun knelt on the ground, while an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe sat upon the dragon throne. Zhao Sun slowly spoke, "Great-grandfather, as per your instructions, the Great Yin army has launched an offensive against the Great Xia. We shall catch them off guard. Within half a month, their hundreds of thousands of troops will surely fall to us." The figure on the throne rose and gazed down at Zhao Sun, saying, "You have done well. unlike your useless father, who dared not even initiate a war. He has truly disgraced the throne of our great Yin. Zhao Sun swallowed hard, too intimidated to respond. The man continued, 500 years ago, I, Zhao Wujin, established the great Yin dynasty for this very day. That day, the blood fiend was indeed a boon to me, though I did not anticipate the arrival of a great Xia prince. Nevertheless, the outcome remains unchanged. Had that great Xia prince not intervened, it would have merely been a battle between two armies, with the blood fiend exploiting the bloodlust. Now that the blood fiend has been slain, our great Yin army shall still engulf the forces of the great Xia. Only by seizing the great Xia can our great Yin dynasty possess the strength to become an immortal dynasty, the fifth divine dynasty. At that time, even the sects of immortals will not be regarded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sun immediately declared, my great-grandfather is correct. Our Dayan Empire shall undoubtedly ascend to become an immortal divine dynasty. On the battlefield, Chen Changsheng swiftly comprehended the unfolding situation. The Dayan Emperor, Zhao Sun, had changed his stance. He must possess formidable backing. Otherwise, how could he dare to oppose the Dao sect? Bai Lingxi seemed to grasp the implication, stating, if the Dayan Emperor truly has support behind him, then his initiation of war must be aimed at annexing the Great Xia. Once the Great Xia is conquered, Dayan will possess the strength to elevate itself to a divine dynasty. Chen Changsheng inquired, a divine dynasty? Do they not fear retribution from the cultivation sects? Bai Lingxi shook her head. Once one attains the power to become a divine dynasty, a connection to the celestial realm is established. Celestial beings may descend upon the divine dynasty, offering protection. Thus, once it becomes a divine dynasty, it need not fear the vengeance of cultivation sections. Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully, realizing the depth of the situation. Observing the Dayan forces charging towards the great Xia army, he felt a pang of compassion. Regardless of their allegiance, these soldiers were sons, husbands, and fathers. The sacrifice of countless lives merely to enable Dayan's ascent to an immortal divine dynasty was a sight he could not bear. Slowly, he raised the Zhuzhen sword in his hand, but Bai Lingxi hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, are you seeking death? Interfering in the imperial struggle will invoke the wrath of the heavenly principles. Chen Changsheng cast a glance at the impending clash below. If he did not act now, it would be too late. With a serene determination, he proclaimed, if I do not descend into hell, who will? As soon as the words escaped his lips, the Zhuzhen sword descended, cleaving towards the plain between the two armies. The sword's aura fell like a waterfall from the heavens, and a massive chasm, spanning dozens of miles, suddenly emerged between the two forces. Chapter 32. The Retribution of Heaven. The two armies were rendered speechless upon witnessing the vast chasm that had appeared before them, stretching for dozens of miles, 50 meters wide, and unfathomably deep. This gaping void resembled a celestial divide, making it nearly impossible for 1,000,000 soldiers to traverse. The general of the Dayan dynasty, upon observing this scene, also displayed a troubled expression and promptly instructed his subordinate to return and report. The messenger hastened back, reaching the Dayan imperial palace within half a day. Urgent news. Zhao Sun glanced at the bearer of the message and, lifting his teacup, remarked nonchalantly, what is the rush? Are we already engaged in conflict with the Great Xia? The subordinate exclaimed, Your Majesty, the Great Xia forces have retreated, and our army is poised to pursue. A battle is imminent. However, just as we approached within 1,000 meters of the Great Xia troops, a sudden sword aura descended from the heavens, cleaving the earth and creating a massive rift. Halting our advance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sun's expression shifted, directing his gaze towards Zhao Wujia, who was seated upon the dragon throne. Zhao Wujia rose slowly, his voice soft yet firm. That great Xiao prince dares to defy the retribution of heaven, audaciously intervening in the imperial struggle? After a moment of contemplation, he added, nevertheless, it poses no concern. The great Xiao prince will inevitably succumb to heaven's wrath. Once he perishes, the great Xia will lose its support, and our Dayan forces shall continue their assault. Zhao Sun pondered, saying, Grandfather, is the retribution of heaven truly so perilous? Zhao Wujia chuckled. In the path of cultivation, one must align with the will of heaven. To act against it invites retribution. The fiercer the individual, the greater the backlash they attract. Even true immortals dare not defy the heavens. Meanwhile, Bai Lingxi observed the ominous clouds gathering overhead, recognizing the divine punishment descending as a result of Chen Changsheng's interference in the imperial contest. Chen Changsheng sensed the overwhelming pressure approaching and immediately inquired of the system. System, how can this retribution be countered? It is entirely normal for the host to face Heaven's retribution when forcibly intervening in the mortal realm's imperial struggles. Chen Changsheng retorted, I demand an explanation as to why I am subjected to this retribution. Am I not aware of how I have been wronged? I seek a solution. No solution available. Chen Changsheng exclaimed in frustration, You wretched system. When you issued the task, you did not convey it this way. Now that I am truly facing Heaven's retribution, you abandon me. What a worthless system. Please refrain from insulting this system, or you will face punitive measures. Chen Changsheng snapped, You're inhumane. I am on the brink of annihilation by heaven, and you threaten me with punishment? Fine, let destruction come, without me. You cannot exist either. Ding, the system is moved by the host's indomitable spirit and fearless resolve. Reward, 1 retribution transfer. Retribution transfer. The host may freely choose one individual to bear the retribution on their behalf. Upon seeing the retribution transfer option, Chen Changsheng erupted into laughter. With this, the threat of Heaven's retribution no longer loomed. Chen Changsheng commenced his search for his adversaries. The likes of Yidaran, Bai Guxian, and Nan Gongcheng had all perished. As for the 2 peak masters, Han Feng and Qian Shui Lu, they hardly qualified as foes. Thus, it seemed that the only formidable enemy still alive, considering himself as such, was the Bloodslaughter ancestor. Let us transfer the backlash of the heavenly Tao to the Bloodslaughter ancestor, Chen Changsheng murmured, as dark clouds loomed over the city. The first divine punishment descended from the heavens. Observing this, Chen Changsheng swiftly instructed Bai Lingxi to retreat to a safe distance and then awaited the arrival of the divine punishment. This was an experiment to test the backlash of the heavenly Tao. With the sun and moon harmonious robe at his disposal to withstand an attack from an immortal emperor, he believed he could similarly endure this divine retribution. If the transfer succeeded, he would emerge unscathed. If it failed, the robe would still protect him. It was indeed a win-win situation. Bai Lingxi gazed in astonishment as a colossal thunder dragon descended upon Chen Changsheng, her eyes widening in disbelief. The magnitude of such retribution appeared cataclysmic, akin to the end of the world, as the thunder dragon writhed violently in the sky. The 100,000 soldiers present bore witness to this scene, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, while Chen Changsheng stood in midair, awaiting the onslaught of the thunder dragon. Boom! Far beyond in the unknown starry expanse, the Bloodslaughter ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, his body trembling violently as the surrounding void began to shatter. He felt as though he were being struck by 5 thunders, sensing his very essence on the brink of annihilation. Is this the backlash of the heavenly Tao? The Bloodslaughter ancestor exclaimed in terror. How could he suddenly be afflicted by such retribution? Although he had orchestrated a plan for the 2 dynasties to compete, he had merely exploited a loophole in the heavenly Tao and had not actively interfered. Logically, he should not have faced such consequences. Then a thought struck him. The only individual he had encountered who might suffer from the backlash of the heavenly Tao was that cultivator who meddled in the conflict between the 2 dynasties. Could it be that he had transferred the power of the backlash onto himself? This possibility could not be dismissed. With this realization, the Bloodslaughter ancestor let out an enraged roar. A mere cultivator dares to scheme against me. Bloodslaughter. Boom. Before the Bloodslaughter ancestor could finish his words, the backlash of the heavenly Tao struck again, plunging him into despair. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng stood amidst the lightning, feeling no pain whatsoever. It appeared that the system had indeed successfully transferred the backlash. The ferocity of the thunder seemed formidable, yet upon striking him, it felt no more than the bite of a mosquito. The onlookers below had a starkly different perspective of Chen Changsheng, who was enveloped in the radiant thunder. They perceived him as a celestial being valiantly resisting divine punishment, and his formidable strength rendered the thunder ineffective against him. Bai Lingxi was equally astounded by Chen Changsheng's resilience. She had not anticipated that he could endure such a tempest of thunder without suffering any harm, standing there unscathed. Truly, he was deserving of the title of Peak Master of Changsheng Peak. Half a day later, as the thunder dissipated, Chen Changsheng emerged from the sea of lightning. Standing atop the flying spiritual vessel, Bai Lingxi hastily inquired, Are you unhurt? Chen Changsheng shook his head, replying, Such divine punishment bears no harm to me. Blood fiend ancestor. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng gazed towards the direction of the great Yan imperial city, addressing Bai Lingxi. Let us embark. It seems a visit to the great Yan palace is in order. The celestial flying vessel swiftly descended above the great Yan palace, where Chen Changsheng observed Zhao Sun and an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, leisurely enjoying tea within the grand hall. He immediately soared downwards, exclaiming, Zhao Sun, It seems you are living quite comfortably. His voice resonated throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sun sprang to his feet. Chen Changsheng, you're alive? Zhao Wujuan. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's name, wore a look of astonishment. How could this fellow return? Was he not subjected to the backlash of the heavenly Tao? This was inconceivable. Chen Changsheng strolled into the hall, observing the two before him, and smiled as he remarked, "What is this? You appear to be eagerly anticipating my demise." Zhao Sun responded, "Chen Changsheng, your interference in the imperial rivalry will soon invoke the heavenly Tao's retaliation upon you. You must leave at once. Do not implicate us here." Chen Changsheng replied softly, "Rest assured, I shall not depart. When the heavenly Tao's retribution arrives, I will bear it alongside you." Zhao Sun's expression turned to panic, and he quickly hid behind Zhao Wujuan, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I do not wish to suffer the heavenly Tao's backlash. Please save me." Zhao Wujuan cast a glance at Chen Changsheng and said, "Do not be alarmed. This fellow has already evaded the retribution of the heavenly Tao." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sun finally felt relieved. Chen Changsheng, too, was somewhat astonished. This old man was able to discern that he had already endured the heavenly Tao's backlash. He wondered how he had perceived it. Zhao Wujuan laughed heartily. "Youngster, although you belong to the Xintian sect, this matter is the sole path for my great yin to ascend as an immortal dynasty. If you know what is good for you, leave promptly." Chen Changsheng cast a glance at the elder and remarked, "Indeed, Zhao Sun is allied with cultivators. I had thought who could embolden him to confront them. Nonetheless, I shall intervene. It is you who have compelled me to endure the heavenly Tao's retribution. Using the lives of 1,000,000 soldiers as stepping stones for your ascension to an immortal dynasty. This I cannot abide." Zhao Wujuan retorted, "Youngster, while you may have slain that blood fiend, you are no match for me. Do you understand that every dynasty possesses its own dragon aura? Now, adorned with the imperial dragon aura, what do you possess to contend with me?" "Imperial dragon aura?" Chen Changsheng retrieved the sword of extermination, calmly stating, "Then today, I shall sever your dragon aura." Chapter 33, Crafting an Immortal Dynasty. The arrival of the celestial king Zhao Wuji began to emanate ethereal dragon shadows, the manifestation of imperial dragon energy. As the founding emperor of the Dian dynasty, he harnessed this imperial dragon energy to augment his own power. Originally at the divine transformation stage, Zhao Wuji's strength now rivaled that of the harmonization stage, thanks to this enhancement. It is no wonder that he asserted that Chen Changsheng could defeat the blood fiend, yet could not overcome him. Within the Dian dynasty, with such imperial dragon energy at his disposal, who could possibly stand against Zhao Wuji? Once the Dian dynasty annexed the Daxia dynasty, the combined fortunes of the two would be sufficient to forge a new immortal dynasty, a plan Zhao Wuji had meticulously devised over centuries. Bai Lingxi, observing Zhao Wuji, who had entered the harmonization stage, understood the rationale behind the Dian dynasty's abandonment of the Tao Palace. With a harmonization stage powerhouse in command, who would heed the words of a cultivation sect? She drew her sword, preparing to assist Chen Changsheng in confronting Zhao Wuji. Chen Changsheng interjected, stating, "Zhao Wuji now possesses harmonization stage strength. You are no match for him. Allow me to handle this." With that, he surged toward Zhao Wuji with remarkable speed. Zhao Wuji unleashed a powerful punch toward Chen Changsheng, the force reverberating with a dragon's roar. The blow struck solidly against the robe of sun and moon, activating its protective array, leaving Chen Changsheng unscathed. Zhao Wuji stared at Chen Changsheng, astonished and incredulous. That punch had been executed with all his might. How could this individual remain utterly unharmed? This was inconceivable. After enduring the punch, Chen Changsheng drew the Zhuxian sword and slashed at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji hastily defended himself, dragon shadows swirling around him, gleaming with golden light. Boom! The royal palace hall collapsed in an instant. Countless structures crumbled. The might of this sword could not be resisted, shattering Zhao Wuji's defenses. Blood spilled from Zhao Wuji's mouth as he exclaimed this. "This is impossible." Chen Changsheng murmured, "What is impossible? It is you who could not defeat me that is truly impossible. Now, it is time to send you on your way." With a decisive swing of his sword, the heavens seemed to descend, and the Dian royal palace fell into ruin. Zhao Wuji let out a mournful cry before his form was utterly obliterated beneath the weight of the strike. This harmonization stage, augmented by imperial dragon energy, paled in comparison to a true cultivator, especially when matched against Chen Changsheng. Upon witnessing Zhao Wuji's demise at Chen Changsheng's hands, Zhao Sun was immediately struck with terror, collapsing before Chen Changsheng and Bai Lingxi, pleading for mercy. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Changsheng swung his sword, severing Zhao Sun's head. Bai Lingxi's expression shifted, as if recalling something significant. She exclaimed, "This is dire, with the Zhao royal family annihilated. The imperial dragon energy of the Dayan now lacks a leader. It may bring calamity to the world." Chen Changsheng had not anticipated that the imperial dragon energy bore such implications. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "In the struggle for supremacy among dynasties, when one is annexed, does the imperial dragon energy also get absorbed?" Bai Lingxi nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, that is the case." Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "I have a solution." Bai Lingxi inquired, "What is your plan?" Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. "You cannot be thinking." Chen Changsheng soared into the sky, observing the ethereal dragon shadows continuously manifesting around the Dayan imperial palace. He then softly called towards the direction of the Daxia imperial city. "Daxia's dragon energy, heed my command, and come forth to consume the dragon energy of Dayan." Upon hearing these words, Chen, who was awaiting news at the Daxia imperial palace, suddenly sensed something amiss. He dashed out of the hall and gazed skyward, spotting a colossal dragon soaring from the Daxia imperial palace towards the Dayan dynasty. This revelation shocked Chen, prompting Xian Yuansu to inquire, "What is happening?" Chen shook his head and murmured, "I am uncertain. It seems the dragon energy of Daxia has suddenly manifested, flying towards Dayan. Such a phenomenon only occurs during the conflict between two dynasties, when one dynasty falters and the other's dragon energy seeks to consume it. Could it be that Dayan intends to devour our Daxia's dragon energy, or perhaps..." Chen paused, and Xian Yuansu immediately suggested, "Or perhaps this is Daxia's dragon energy seeking to engulf Dayan's." Chen nodded in agreement. At this moment, a gigantic dragon shadow appeared above the Dayan imperial palace, absorbing all the dragon energy into itself. Subsequently, this dragon shadow, initially thousands of zhong in size, expanded tremendously, leaping to a height of 10,000 zhong. The emergence of 10,000 zhong of dragon energy signifies the potential for an immortal divine dynasty. Once the imperial dragon energy surpasses 10,000 zhong, a dynasty becomes eligible for immortality. This implies that the current Daxia dynasty stands on the precipice of becoming the fifth immortal divine dynasty. With matters in Dayan resolved and the royal family extinguished, Chen Changsheng returned to the Daxia imperial palace with Bai Lingxi. Upon noticing the enchanting woman by Chen Changsheng's side, Xian Yuansu immediately grasped the situation, rushing over to take Bai Lingxi's hand and shower her with compliments. It was essential to seize this opportunity, as this might very well be the future daughter-in-law. Chen Changsheng, witnessing the scene, felt somewhat awkward and promptly introduced, "This is the master of the Dao Palace, Bai Lingxi." Upon hearing Bai Lingxi held such a prestigious title, Xian Yuansu's demeanor became slightly stiff, but then she recalled that her son was the peak master of Xiantian's sect, equally illustrious. She quickly addressed Bai Lingxi, "Master, I am Changsheng's mother." Bai Lingxi smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, I am a friend of Peak Master Chen. You may call me Xiaoxi." Xian Yuansu responded with a smile, "Friends are indeed wonderful. I look forward to the day when I can cradle a grandchild." Chen Changsheng, Bai Lingxi, Su Youyao, Chen Wuzhan, Chen Chang'an. Chen was the first to break the awkward silence about the child. "Just now our Daxia's imperial dragon energy ventured towards Dayan. What does this imply?" Chen Changsheng recounted the events in detail. After listening, Chen was astonished. "What? Are you saying that Daxia has become an immortal divine dynasty?" Chen Changsheng nodded. "The Zhao royal family of the Dayan has been extinguished, and the dragon energy of Dayan is in turmoil. If we were to venture out, it would undoubtedly incite conflict among the various empires. Therefore, I must allow the dragon energy of the Great Xia to consume it, thus averting war." Upon hearing this, Chen nodded and immediately instructed his brothers, Chen Wuzhan and Chen Chang'an, to proceed to the battlefield to negotiate with the current forces of the Dayan Empire. With the dragon energy of Dayan now absent, even if the Dayan army were to return, the empire would merely be a hollow shell. The most prudent course of action would be to merge with the Great Xia. At Chen Yin's command, the two brothers swiftly made their way to the battlefield. At that moment, 3 beams of golden light descended from the heavens, illuminating the imperial palace of the Great Xia. 3 figures emerged within the golden radiance, their presence exuding an ethereal aura. Bai Lingxi, witnessing this, immediately remarked, "This is the connection to immortals that one attains after becoming an immortal divine dynasty. I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly." The 3 immortals began to speak. The first proclaimed, "I am the North Sea Immortal Lord. Will the great Xia divine dynasty pledge fealty to me? The second declared, I am the Tsangming Immortal Lord. Will the great Xia divine dynasty pledge fealty to me? The third stated, I am the proud world immortal king. The great Xia divine dynasty must pledge fealty to me. The final immortal's tone carried an undeniable authority. Bai Lingxi gasped, even the immortal king has arrived. Chen Changsheng inquired, what is the significance of this? Bai Lingxi explained, among the 4 immortal divine dynasties, only the feathered Ascension divine dynasty and the Tai divine dynasty are under the patronage of an immortal king. The remaining 2, the Xuanwu divine dynasty and the Phoenix divine dynasty, are under immortal lords. It is said that the hierarchy of immortals places the immortal king above the immortal lord. To have an immortal king approach us is unexpected. Should we choose the proud world immortal king? The great Xia divine dynasty would rank among the top 3 of the 5 divine dynasties. Chen Yin, unfamiliar with this information, turned to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng stepped forward, gazing at the proud world immortal king. Noticing Chen Changsheng's attention, the proud world immortal king addressed the 2 immortal lords beside him. The great Xia divine dynasty will surely choose me. You 2 may depart. The North Sea Immortal Lord and the Tsangming Immortal Lord exchanged glances with the proud world immortal king. Being immortal lords, they lacked the formidable power of an immortal king, rendering them unable to voice their displeasure. However, they did not leave, instead awaiting the response from the great Xia divine dynasty. Chen Changsheng slowly advanced and spoke to the proud world immortal king. So you are called the proud world immortal king. Your arrival pleases me. But I find your tone most disagreeable. Upon his utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the assembly. Chapter 34. The Immortal Elixir and the Void Celestial Palace. All eyes were fixed on Chen Changsheng, their expressions wide with astonishment. Even the 3 celestial beings were taken aback. This was a celestial monarch, and there was also a celestial king. How could one dare to speak to a celestial king in such a manner? Was this not courting death? Chen Changsheng regarded the 3 celestial beings without the slightest hint of trepidation, while the celestial monarchs, Songming and Beihai, appeared indifferent to his demeanor. The haughty celestial king spoke in a tone that irked Chen Changsheng. Although he was not yet a celestial being, he could not allow a celestial king to belittle him so brazenly. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the haughty celestial king retorted coldly, young man, do you have any idea who you're speaking to? Chen Changsheng replied, I care not who you are. Had you shown even a modicum of courtesy earlier, I might have considered you. Regrettably, you are unworthy now. Suppressing his anger, the haughty celestial king realized he was but a projection and could not act against Chen Changsheng. If you do not choose me, then whom will you select? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng responded, I shall choose none. I will ascend to immortality on my own and protect my divine dynasty. The haughty celestial king was taken aback by this response, but regarded Chen Changsheng with disdain. Ascend to immortality? Such folly. Do you truly believe celestial beings are as abundant as cabbages in the mortal realm? Your disrespect today shall not be forgotten. With that, he waved his hand, and his figure abruptly vanished. Immediately, Beihai's celestial monarch interjected, young friend from the mortal realm, you have stirred great trouble. The haughty celestial king serves the Tai divine dynasty. While he cannot act against you, the dynasty can. I advise you to prepare yourself post-haste. Grateful for the warning, Chen Changsheng clasped his fists and replied, thank you for your counsel, celestial monarch. Should I attain immortality in the future, I shall certainly pay you a visit. With a sigh, Beihai's celestial monarch, along with Songming's celestial monarch, disappeared simultaneously. The matter concerning the celestial offerings ended without incident. Yet, Chen Changsheng had incurred the ire of a celestial king. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Should the Tai divine dynasty seek conflict, he would not hesitate to obliterate them. As the situation settled, Bai Lingxi turned to Chen Changsheng and said, heed the words of Beihai's celestial monarch. You must exercise caution. The Tai divine dynasty possesses numerous formidable beings, any one of whom could be a sect leader. Chen Changsheng nodded, indicating his understanding. Bai Lingxi continued, the Void Celestial Palace is soon to open in the Dao Palace's holy ground. I must return now. All sects, including demonic cultivators and monster clans, will gather for the opening, as it is said to hold secrets to immortality. You must come as well. With that, Bai Lingxi ascended her spiritual vessel and soared towards the Dao Palace. Chen Changsheng glanced at his parents and Su Yaoyao, softly declaring, the matter has been resolved. Xian Yuan Su, her face etched with concern, gazed at Chen Changsheng and asked, my son, will there be any repercussions from your words to that celestial king? Chen Changsheng promptly reassured her, "Do not worry, mother. In this mortal realm, few possess the ability to harm me." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Xianyuan Su wore a look of deep concern. She tugged at Chen Yin's robe beside her and expressed, "I fear that the Tai divine dynasty may indeed resort to violence against our son. Perhaps I should return and seek their protection for him. After all these years, we have 3 sons now, and they surely would not hold past grievances against us." Chen Yin firmly grasped Xianyuan Su's hand and replied, "No, you must not. Once you return, they will surely prevent you from leaving again. Now that our great Xia has become a divine dynasty, if the Tai divine dynasty dares to harm our child, I, Chen Yin, will not hesitate to level their realm." Seeing the resolute determination in Chen Yin's eyes, Xianyuan Su let out a sigh. Observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Chen Changsheng quickly offered words of comfort, and with the sweet-natured Su Yaoyao by his side, smiles soon graced their visages. Having spent half a month in the great Xia divine dynasty, Chen Yin was occupied with addressing the myriad issues left by the Dine dynasty. The integration of such a vast population of over 100 million into Great Xia was no simple task. As the sovereign of the divine dynasty, Chen Yin wished to spend a few days with Chen Changsheng, yet circumstances did not permit. Xianyuan Su, on the other hand, was able to see Chen Changsheng daily. He presented her with elixirs from the sect, specifically crafted for cultivators. For mortals, consuming these potions could extend life, enhance beauty, and were akin to celestial elixirs. Ding, congratulations. Host, on resolving the conflict between the 2 dynasties. Reward, Ascension Stage Cultivation. Reward, an immortal divine herb. Upon receiving the system's rewards, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. He had unexpectedly advanced into the Ascension Stage, transitioning from the Transformation Stage in what felt like the blink of an eye. Such rapid cultivation was unprecedented in the realm of immortality. Furthermore, he had obtained an immortal divine herb. Chen Changsheng swiftly accessed the information on the immortal divine herb, also known as the immortal divine phoenix herb. Consuming it grants one the chance to relive a life. Upon reading the details of this herb, Chen Changsheng was astounded. This was akin to the king of hell granting a reprieve, while the immortal divine herb defiantly proclaimed otherwise. With such an item in his possession, Chen Changsheng felt as though he could wake from a dream in laughter. In the sacred grounds of the Dao Palace, at this moment, countless divine rainbows streaked across the sky, densely gathering towards this location. The news of the imminent opening of the Void Immortal Palace had circulated throughout the cultivation world years prior, with all cultivators eagerly anticipating this day, yearning for a glimpse into the mysteries of ascension. Those of formidable strength might attain immortality, while even the less powerful could acquire precious treasures within. The Dao Palace sacred grounds were the designated site for the opening of the Immortal Palace. Thousands of years ago, the founder of the Dao Palace comprehended the Dao beneath the Void Immortal Palace and ascended to great heights, subsequently designating this area as the domain of the Dao Palace. Although the Void Immortal Palace had not materialized for millennia, its vicinity was abundant in spiritual energy, with the essence of the Dao flowing freely. The disciples of the Dao Palace greatly benefited from this, advancing in their cultivation at an accelerated pace. Now that the Void Immortal Palace was set to open, it was not something the Dao Palace could monopolize. The entire cultivation world was invested in this event, and should the Dao Palace attempt to claim it solely for themselves, formidable sects would undoubtedly oppose such a notion. Several peak masters from the Xiantian sect also arrived, namely Du Gushao from the 2nd peak, Lu Bai from the 3rd peak, Han Feng from the 7th peak, and Nailan Shui from the 8th peak. This is the arrangement made by Lord Situ Qingshan. The Xiantian sect has a total of 9 peak masters, and not all can enter the Void Immortal Palace. Should anything go awry, the Xiantian sect would suffer a significant loss of strength. Moreover, the 4 great divine dynasties have sent their representatives, who are the divine sons of their respective dynasties. Each of these divine sons is a prodigy, with the weakest among them being formidable beings at the transformation stage. They stand upon the mountain peaks, their expressions solemn, coldly gazing down at the sacred ground. To our astonishment, both Li Yufei of the Yuhua Divine Dynasty and Sun Zhandao of the Tai Divine Dynasty have arrived. It is said that these 2 are unparalleled geniuses, unrivaled among the exceptional, having attained the transformation stage after decades of cultivation. Given a few more decades, they are likely to reach the tribulation stage, if not ascend to higher realms. How can we mere mortals compare with them? Do you know what their physiques are? What physiques? Li Yufei possesses the Yuhua immortal body, while Sun Zhandao wields the formidable human emperor body, born to rule. Should the emperor of the Tai divine dynasty fall, Sun Zhandao would immediately ascend to the throne. Such terror. The opening of the Void Immortal Palace has truly stirred the world. Not only have these sects and divine dynasties come, but it is rumored that demonic cultivators will also attend, for the palace is said to seal the ancient royal bloodlines. What? The ancient royal bloodlines? Have they not perished over the eons? No, they are sealed within the palace. Some of the demonic cultivators inherit their abilities, and many of the demon races are their descendants. These ancient royal bloodlines were once beings who had lost hope of becoming immortals and were nearing the end of their lifespans. Should the opportunity for immortality arise, they would break their seals and re-enter the world. Outside the Dao Palace, a throng has gathered, all eyes on the Void Immortal Palace as it opens today. A tremendous rumble shakes the earth, as if mountains are crumbling and the heavens are about to collapse. Above, lightning dragons surge, their powerful bolts striking the Dao Palace below. Those cultivators caught unprepared in the fray are immediately reduced to ashes, their forms obliterated. Amidst the thunderous onslaught, a peculiar pattern emerges upon the sacred ground, followed by a radiant brilliance. Gradually, an ancient, majestic hall materializes from the formation, spinning and radiating golden light, rendering the gathered cultivators momentarily blind. A transformation stage cultivator attempts to probe the palace with their consciousness, only to be violently expelled as if struck by a colossal hammer. A powerful figure shouts, "Do not probe the palace with your consciousness. This hall is beyond our comprehension." The cultivator who had been thrown back coughs up blood, retorting, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The powerful figure replies, "Had you not recklessly put yourself at risk, I would have been unaware." On the Xiantian sect's side, Liu Bai observes the palace emanating profound Dao rhythms and inquires of his companions, "Are we the only few from the Xiantian sect to enter? I sense great fortune within, yet also immense peril." Han Feng responds, "Fortune lies in danger." Naylan casually remarks, "Elder Chen should also be on his way. I wonder where he is now?" Just as Naylan Shui finishes speaking, a familiar voice echoes from the sky. A golden dragon carriage descends, and joy floods her heart. Chen Changsheng has arrived. Chapter 35. A resounding slap sends the divine sun flying. All eyes were riveted on the astonishing spectacle before them, utterly mesmerized by Chen Changsheng's 9-dragon chariot. Could it be? Were those truly 9 dragons in the transformation stage? To utilize such majestic creatures as mounts, 9 of them, no less, was an extravagant display of opulence. I wonder if this individual is still accepting mounts. I am adept in the art of transformation. Conjuring a dragon would be a trivial task for me. Is he affiliated with the Xiantian sect? I have never heard of him before. The Sword Saint Liu Bai and the enigmatic Dugu Shao of Xiantian sect have long been renowned, yet they do not possess the same imposing presence as this man. Could he possibly be the esteemed leader of Changsheng Peak? It is said that he was responsible for the demise of the Crane Taoist and the Bone Master. Rumors suggest that the recent downfall of the Dayan Empire is also tied to him. This individual should not be underestimated. The divine sons of the 4 great divine empires also turned their attention toward this scene. Upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's 9-dragon chariot, a flicker of fervor ignited in Sun Zhandao's gaze. As Chen Changsheng disembarked from the chariot amidst the throng of spectators, Sun Zhandao inquired of those nearby, "Who is this person?" A bystander replied, "He is Chen Changsheng, the leader of Changsheng Peak in the Xiantian sect." Upon hearing this, Sun Zhandao slightly curved his lips. "So, he is Chen Changsheng?" A nearby individual asked, "Divine Son, do you know him?" Sun Zhandao chuckled, "This fellow has offended the proud immortal king, who decreed that the Tai divine empire execute him. If I were to vanquish him single-handedly, would it not earn me the favor of the immortal king?" Another person cautioned, "But Chen Changsheng is the leader of the Xiantian sect, rumored to have slain the Crane Taoist in the transformation stage. Divine Son, you must think this through." Sun Zhandao laughed heartily, "Merely a practitioner of the transformation stage. Though I too am in the transformation stage, let us not forget that I am the Emperor's body. Even a practitioner of the transformation stage would not stand a chance against me. Chen Changsheng is likely of similar cultivation, even if he possesses the harmonization stage. What of it? I would still be able to slay him." The onlookers hastily praised, "The divine son is indeed worthy of Sun Zhandao." Chen Changsheng approached Naylan Shui, who was adorned in a flowing white garment, wielding a long sword, exuding an air of cool aloofness. If Naylan Shui were to unleash the falling snow sword technique, she would truly radiate an ethereal grace. At that moment, An unfamiliar man appeared beside Nailan Shui, gazing at her with deep affection. This man was Li Yufei from the Yuhua Divine Empire. Li Yufei regarded Nailan Shui and said, "Shuier, it is good to see you again. I wonder if you have received the letter I sent you?" Nailan Shui replied, "Li Yufei, I have already made my intentions clear. I do not wish to take a Dao partner at this time." Li Yufei smiled. "Why not? I am of the Yuhua immortal body. And your spirit root is an exceptional I-spirit root. If we were to become Dao partners, our cultivation together would yield remarkable results." Speaking of cultivation, before he could finish, Nailan Shui interrupted, "Li Yufei, I have already stated what needs to be said. Please do not pursue me any further." With that, Nailan Shui took Chen Changsheng's hand to leave. The crowd in the distance observed this exchange and began to murmur, "What is happening? Why does it seem like Li Yufei has suffered a setback?" You are unaware of this individual who, relying on his status as the son of the Ascendant Divine Dynasty, has sought numerous Dao companions over the years. It is said that his physique is quite extraordinary. With each dual cultivation, his strength increases by 10%. Presently, he has set his sights on the esteemed Nailan Peak Master of the Xiantian sect, yet it appears that she is somewhat indifferent to him. Nevertheless, he clings to Nailan Shui like a stubborn adhesive. How do you know all this so well? Have you not read Chronicles of Immortal Affairs? It chronicles various matters within the cultivation realm, from the most trivial rumors to the most deeply hidden secrets. Everything that has been documented therein has been substantiated as true, including tales of the Joyful Valley Master, Lu Sanhua, who is said to have illicit affairs with male disciples, and the Master of the Beast Pavilion discovering that his son is not biologically his. Isn't writing such things risky? It is rumored that when Lu Sanhua's scandal was exposed, it caused quite a stir in the cultivation community. Eventually, Lu Sanhua boldly declared herself the master of Joyful Valley, asserting that if she wished to indulge with her disciples, so be it, and that no one could dictate her actions. Her indignation only grew, leading her to pursue the author of the scandal all the way from the eastern region to the western Bulhezu. Such a formidable book, who penned it? It is said to have been written by someone from the Xiantian sect, who introduced himself as the eldest senior brother of the Longevity Peak. However, one must note that it would be wise not to provoke this Li Yufei. Why is that? This individual has a troubled psyche. According to those who have engaged in dual cultivation with him, he does not embody the essence of a true man, leading to somewhat twisted inclinations. What a relief it is to know that even a son of the divine cannot perform. Upon seeing Nailan Shui avoiding him while pulling Chen Changsheng away, Li Yufei felt as though he had been slapped across the face, his expression darkening instantly. He charged to Nailan Shui's side, exclaiming, "Is that why you refuse to be my Dao companion? Because you have a pretty boy?" He then turned to Chen Changsheng and inquired, "Pray tell, is the life of a kept man as delightful as it seems?" Having not witnessed Chen Changsheng's grand entrance in the Nine Dragons' palanquin, Li Yufei assumed Chen was merely Nailan Shui's pampered pretty boy. Upon hearing his words, Nailan Shui grasped her sword, ready to draw it, only to be restrained by Chen Changsheng. Subsequently, with a swift motion, Chen delivered a resounding slap to Li Yufei's face. The sound echoed crisply throughout the sacred grounds of the Dao Palace, drawing the attention of all present, who were met with the sight of Li Yufei being sent flying by Chen Changsheng's strike. Bai Lingxi, witnessing this spectacle, smiled radiantly and murmured, "This fellow truly knows no bounds, causing trouble wherever he goes." The onlookers were even more astonished. Goodness, that is the son of the Ascendant Divine Dynasty. Even the Xiantian sect ought to show him some respect, yet this individual dares to strike him. Li Yufei is a formidable figure at the God transformation stage, and yet Chen Fengzhu has managed to send him flying with a single slap. His strength is indeed formidable. Regardless, it appears that Li Yufei will not let this transgression go unanswered, marking the beginning of a feud between their families. Beside Chen Changsheng, Nailan Shui wore a look of astonishment. Her earlier intention to merely intimidate Li Yufei with her sword had unexpectedly escalated when Chen Changsheng took decisive action, delivering a slap that was steeped in humiliation. Li Yufei's front teeth were knocked out, leaving him to scavenge for them amidst the chaos. To have the scion of the celestial transformation sect so thoroughly disgraced in front of such a multitude could spell trouble. One was the foremost sect of the cultivation world, and the other an immortal dynasty. Should these two formidable powers engage in conflict, the sacred land of Daogong would undoubtedly witness significant upheaval. Li Yufei staggered to his feet, bloodied and supported by his companions from the celestial transformation sect, who quickly encircled Chen Changsheng. "You, young man, are the one who struck our scion, are you not? Today, You shall learn that the Celestial Transformation Sect is not to be trifled with. The audacity of the Xiantian sect to disrespect us is utterly absurd. As tensions mounted, a figure stepped forward, shouldering a long spear. The Celestial Transformation Sect dares to speak so boldly before my Xiantian sect? It appears you have a death wish. It was Han Feng. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Han Feng would come to his defense at such a moment, especially after having thoroughly bested him previously. Han Feng cast a glance at Chen Changsheng and remarked, "Do not misunderstand. I simply refuse to stand by while they insult the Xiantian sect." With that, he planted his spear before him, exuding a formidable aura that rendered the Celestial Transformation Sect members motionless. Having undergone rigorous training following his last encounter with Chen Changsheng, Han Feng had now reached the divine transformation stage, showing no fear in the face of the golden core and nascent soul cultivators of the Celestial Transformation Sect. Li Yufei spat out the blood from his mouth, glaring coldly at Chen Changsheng and his companions. "I am the scion of the Celestial Transformation Sect. Heed my command and advance." Just as his cohorts prepared to act, a mild cough echoed from a distance, drawing Li Yufei's attention to Lu Bai, the leader of the sword peak of the Xiantian sect. Lu Bai approached, inadvertently radiating a sharp aura, and softly advised, "We are about to enter the Celestial Palace. It would be wise to avoid conflict here. If the Xiantian sect and the Celestial Transformation sect truly come to blows, it would be a spectacle of ridicule. Moreover, with the 5 peak masters present, you would not stand a chance." Lu Bai's words left Li Yufei in a state of hesitation. At that moment, someone called out, "The gates of the Celestial Palace have opened." Chapter 36. The sealed ancient royal family before the Celestial Palace, a colossal door, reminiscent of chaos itself, materialized. Through this enigmatic portal, one could gain entry into the Celestial Palace. Li Yufei observed the palace's opening, and now, many were keenly watching, eager to be the first to rush inside. Engaging in a fierce battle with the Xiantian sect here would undoubtedly be time-consuming, risking the opportunity to enter. Such a loss would be unwise. Casting a glance at the members of the Xiantian sect, Li Yufei remarked, "For the sake of Master Lu Feng, I shall spare you for now." With a wave of his hand, he led the members of the Yuhua divine dynasty toward the palace. Chen Changsheng watched Li Yufei's departing figure, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This Li Yufei was recklessly bold. If he remained compliant within the palace, all would be well. If not, Chen Changsheng would not hesitate to eliminate him inside. What was this Yuhua divine dynasty? Chen Changsheng felt no fear, as everyone began to enter the Celestial Palace. Bai Lingxi approached Chen Changsheng and said, "Let us also proceed." The disciples of the Dao Palace were saddened to see their leader abandon them for the peak master of the Xiantian sect. However, for Bai Lingxi, staying by Chen Changsheng's side instilled a greater sense of security. Chen Changsheng nodded and addressed the peak masters, "Esteemed leaders, let us also enter the Celestial Palace." The group acquiesced, and they all stepped through the chaotic door. Upon passing through the portal, they found themselves amidst towering mountains veiled in mist, where waterfalls cascaded from lofty peaks, and lush trees flourished, creating a scene teeming with vitality. The environment was extraordinarily mystical, not only isolated from the external world but also forming a realm of its own. It was akin to stepping into a landscape painting, with verdant hills and crystal-clear waters, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Chen Changsheng was taken aback by the scene before him. The atmosphere not only resembled that of a celestial domain, but the spiritual energy was 100-fold richer than that of the outside world. If one were to cultivate here, who could fathom the heights they might achieve? Within this celestial palace, there appeared to be some form of restriction, as all cultivators were unable to fly. Just upon entering, several cultivators attempted to ascend on their flying swords, only to be struck down by an invisible force before they could even mount them. Thus, the observers quickly understood the necessity to refrain from using flying swords. Once inside the celestial palace, all cultivators rushed inward at an astonishing pace, fearful of falling behind. The treasures within were unlike anything seen in the external world. "Something feels amiss with time here," Chen Changsheng murmured. "What seems to be wrong?" Nailan Shui inquired. "I sense that time here moves much slower than outside." Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxi immediately elucidated, "Indeed, time within the celestial palace differs from that outside. 1 month here equates to merely 1 day in the external world." What? Bai Lingxi's revelation astonished everyone present. A month here equating to a single day outside was nothing short of miraculous. If such phenomena were true, then cultivating here would mean that 1 day's effort equated to a month's worth of training outside. Truly remarkable. Goodness. What is this? Exclaimed someone, spotting a golden thousand-year-old ginseng. Unmistakably ancient. And look, there is even a ginseng fruit. It is said that consuming it can propel one directly into the nascent soul stage. Who knows if that is true? The items contained herein, each one of them, possesses an immeasurable value. Chen Changsheng displayed no interest in these treasures, although powerful. They paled in comparison to the elixir of immortality. Nailan Shui, Bai Lingxi, and several other peak masters walked together, witnessing countless cultivators fervently competing for the resources at hand. Chen Changsheng inquired, "Is there not a semblance of danger here?" Lu Bai shook his head, stating, "The places that seem the most secure are often the most perilous. Although no incidents have yet occurred, this is the Celestial Palace, intertwined with mystical artifacts of immense power." Chen Changsheng lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings, which indeed appeared quite safe, devoid of even the chirping of birds. It seemed as though, apart from the throng of cultivators, no other living beings were present. Nevertheless, Chen Changsheng felt a twinge of unease and cautioned Nailan Shui and Bai Lingxi, "Do not wander off. There are dangers lurking." Upon hearing his words, both women became vigilant. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted ahead, prompting Chen Changsheng to turn his attention towards it as numerous cultivators surged in that direction. Uncertain of where to go, he and his companions decided to follow suit. They soon arrived at the source of the commotion, which was surrounded tightly by a throng. Chen Changsheng hastily inquired of a nearby individual, "What has transpired?" The person glanced at him before turning away and murmuring, "The Tai Divine Dynasty has discovered traces of some creatures here." What? The revelation left the group in shock. The Celestial Palace was an artifact from 10,000 years ago. If creatures were indeed present, had they survived for millennia? Such a feat seemed impossible, unless they were celestial beings. For how could any being live for such an extended period? Before them stood a mountain from which the agents of the Tai Divine Dynasty had hewn a section, revealing a crystalline structure that resembled glass. Within this crystal, there resided a figure adorned with wings, yet its visage was grotesque, akin to that of a monkey. Unmistakably not human. What is this creature? Chen Changsheng queried. Bai Lingxi, having also glimpsed the being within the crystal, promptly replied, "It is said that 10,000 years ago, during the era known as the Primordial Age, the cultivation continent was home to myriad races, a veritable forest of nations. These races frequently engaged in warfare, plunging the cultivation realm into chaos. Eventually, some powerful races survived the cataclysmic conflict, referred to as the primordial royal clans. These clans were rumored to possess unique appearances yet immense strength. During that time, the relationship between the primordial royal clans and humanity was far from amicable, as the former often oppressed the latter. It was not until the rise of the Xiantian Immortal Emperor that the arrogance of the primordial royal clans was quelled. Subsequently, these clans mysteriously vanished, only to sporadically appear, referred to as the remnants of the primordial age. It is astonishing that we have discovered their traces here." Chen Changsheng cast another glance at the being encapsulated within the crystal, its likeness so vivid, as if it had been sealed within the crystal while still alive. He pondered whether shattering this crystal would awaken the primordial royal clans once more. If they were indeed to return, it would herald the resurgence of ancient races from 10 millennia past, an utterly astonishing prospect. Sun Zhandao stood before the mountain peak and proclaimed to the gathered crowd, "I hereby declare that this mountain belongs to the Tai Divine Dynasty." Upon hearing his declaration, discontent rippled through the assembly. "By what right do you claim this? This celestial palace is a place for all to seek their fortunes. Why should you monopolize it?" Sun Zhandao's gaze fell upon the speaker, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that sent the man flying several dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Surveying the surroundings, Sun Zhandao declared, "Anyone who dares to voice dissent shall meet the same fate." Witnessing his brazen and unreasonable demeanor, the others could only acquiesce. After all, he was the son of the Tai Divine Dynasty, while they were merely practitioners from minor sects, far from being able to rival the might of the dynasty. Offending Sun Zhandao here was ill-advised. Moreover, the Celestial Palace was vast. There was no need to forsake other opportunities for the sake of this particular location. Sun Zhandao commanded his compatriots from the Tai Divine Dynasty to extract the beings trapped within the crystal. An elder among the cultivators immediately interjected, "This is unthinkable. Those within are of the ancient royal lineage. If we release them, we may provoke a conflict." Sun Zhandao cast a disdainful glance at the elder. "They are merely a race from 10,000 years ago. What do they amount to before the Tai Divine Dynasty? Besides, who knows if they even still draw breath after all this time?" With a decisive command, Sun Jiandao's followers began to liberate the entities from the crystal. A towering figure emerged, wielding a colossal hammer, and struck the crystal with great force. The resounding impact reverberated through the mountains. The hammer struck down fiercely, causing numerous fine cracks to appear on the surface of the crystal. Seeing the cracks, Sun Jiandao's spirit soared. Hope glimmered before him. It was rumored that some cultivators could refine corpses into flesh elixirs, akin to a type of pill, known as corpse pills. If he could cultivate such pills from the bodies of these ancient royals, it might elevate his own cultivation to new heights. All eyes were fixed upon the crystal, and as the fissures widened, the crowd held its breath in anticipation. With a thunderous crash, the crystal shattered after dozens of blows. They peered within, and there lay a being adorned with silver wings, seemingly in slumber, its skin glistening with an otherworldly sheen, suggesting it still possessed vitality. Just as they observed, the silver-winged creature suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 37. The beings of a millennium ago. The gaze of the silver-winged creature pierced through the crowd like a bolt of lightning, turning those it touched into mere ashes in an instant. The onlookers, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly scattered. The unfortunate cultivators who had been reduced to cinders were all at the golden core stage, yet, under the divine light emitted from the eyes of this ancient beings, they were effortlessly obliterated, a testament to the creature's formidable might. This was the Silver Shura, a being ranked among the top 20 of the ancient royal lineage, as recounted by an elder cultivator. Slowly, the Silver Shura rose from its crystalline prison, towering at approximately 2.5 meters, resembling a diminutive giant. Its form radiated a silvery luminescence, akin to being forged from pure silver. All eyes converged upon this entity. The energy emanating from the Silver Shura suggested a cultivation level around the god transformation stage, which, though formidable, seemed manageable, murmured Lu Bai. The god transformation stage? Chen Changsheng felt a sense of unease, sensing that the situation was far from ordinary. The Silver Shura then regarded the assembled cultivators and murmured, "What era is it now?" A cultivator responded, "It is the year 25852 of the immortal cultivation calendar." Upon hearing this, the Silver Shura pondered aloud, "Has a millennium truly passed? This celestial palace has sealed me for 10,000 years. Why do I still draw breath?" Turning its gaze upon the gathered humans, it continued somberly, "You mortals shall all perish at our hands." As it spoke, the Silver Shura raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of immense magical power that surged forth like an ocean. The ground trembled violently, and countless crystals erupted from the mountains. These were all members of the ancient royal families, each with distinct appearances. Some bore 8 massive arms. Others possessed serpent-like forms, and yet others had the head of a bull atop a human body. The 8-armed Vajra, the Serpent People, the Bullhead Clan. All were among the top 20 factions of the ancient royalty. As more crystals shattered, an array of imposing ancient beings emerged, including the Tiger God Clan and the foremost 9-headed Flood Dragon Clan. These ancient entities exuded overwhelming presence, awakened by the Silver Shura. Upon sighting the multitude of cultivators, fervor ignited in the eyes of many ancient beings, and several could no longer restrain themselves, lunging toward the human cultivators. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What is happening? This horde of ancient royalty is intent on devouring us. No time for hesitation. Run. The cultivators hastily fled in all directions. But those closest, such as the Tai divine dynasty, were seized by these beings, their necks grasped with brutal force, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. The ancient beings reveled in the blood of humans, intoxicated by the thrill of the hunt. They had not feasted on human flesh for millennia, and the taste of these cultivators was far superior to that of mere mortals. With a thunderous roar, the 8-armed Vajra seized a cultivator and swallowed him whole. The 8-armed King Kong ranks 9th among the ancient royal lineage, renowned for its formidable strength. This 8-armed King Kong possesses the power of the transformation stage, rendering the golden core and nascent soul cultivators utterly helpless against it, without even a semblance of resistance, swiftly dispatching them. After devouring several cultivators, the 8-armed King Kong remained unsatisfied, frantically seeking new targets. Soon, its gaze fell upon Chen Changsheng and his companions. In an instant, the 8-armed King Kong appeared beside Chen Changsheng, its 8 arms descending upon Chen Changsheng as if intent on reducing him to mere pulp. The force of this blow was formidable. Even a nascent soul cultivator would likely face utter annihilation under such an assault. However, the 8-armed King Kong made a grave mistake by targeting Chen Changsheng. Frowning, Chen Changsheng perceived the creature's blatant disregard for its own mortality. Thus, he resolved to eliminate it. Raising the extermination sword, He cleaved downward toward the eight-armed King Kong. The sword's aura surged like a cascading river of stars, piercing through the beast's form. The eight-armed King Kong's eyes widened in disbelief as its body was cleaved in twain, meeting its demise. Witnessing this, the other ancient beings hastened to surround Chen Changsheng. How dare he slay a member of the ancient royal lineage? Kill him, commanded the leader, a creature of the nine-headed dragon clan, the most potent among the ancient royals. According to legend, during the ancient era, the nine-headed dragons were immensely powerful, having ascended to the throne of ancient kings through sheer strength. At its command, the throng of ancient beings surged toward Chen Changsheng. Awakened by the Silver Shura, a multitude of ancient beings, at least 100, rushed at Chen Changsheng, seemingly driven mad. In response, Chen Changsheng and his companions retaliated against the ancient royal clan. Boom! Chen Changsheng and his party were no pushovers, the peak leaders of the Xiantian sect. Alongside the Dao Palace's master Bai Lingxi, were exceptionally formidable. Han Feng wielded his Inferno Sun spear with unparalleled dominance, resembling a miniature sun as it charged at the ancient beings. Lu Bai's swordsmanship was unmatched, while Duga Xiao ensnared the ancient beings within his formations, poised to strike them down. Nailin Shui's snowfall sword technique left a trail of snowflakes in its wake, the howling cold freezing many ancient beings into icy statues. Bai Lingxi, with her celestial body and rapid cultivation at the transformation stage, wielded a sacred sword from the Dao Palace, spilling the blood of the ancient beings. Chen Changsheng deftly utilized his command over the natural order, immobilizing several beings, and with a single strike, he annihilated them. The human cultivators watching were astounded. The peak leaders of the Xiantian sect were undeniably powerful, rendering the ancient royal clan unable to raise their heads in defeat. Indeed, the Xiantian sect stood as a proud emblem of the cultivation world. The ancient royals, witnessing the prowess of their adversaries, were taken aback, having just awakened from their seal. They had expected the human cultivators to be no more formidable than those from millennia past. Unexpectedly, they encountered formidable adversaries, as these individuals had mercilessly slain over 100 ancient royal beings. The nine-headed flood dragon promptly remarked, "If this continues, it may prove detrimental to us. It would be prudent to retreat from the spotlight and awaken the mightiest among our clans. Only in this way can we prevail against these human cultivators." The numerous ancient royal beings unanimously agreed and swiftly retreated into the distance. Upon witnessing their retreat, Chen Changsheng sensed something amiss. He turned to those beside him and declared, "I shall investigate the intentions of these ancient beings." Bai Lingxi, about to call out to him, realized that Chen Changsheng had already vanished from sight. Following closely behind the ancient beings, he discovered they had entered a place reminiscent of a mausoleum. As soon as these ancient entities stepped inside, they disappeared from view. Chen Changsheng observed the mausoleum, which was adorned with verdant trees and fragrant grass, the ground shrouded in a white mist, suffused with an ethereal aura. He strolled slowly through the grounds, absorbing the peculiar atmosphere. Although it was termed a mausoleum, it resembled a grand palace. The perimeter was littered with numerous white bones, which appeared to belong to ancient beings. What manner of place is this? Chen Changsheng pondered, feeling an oddity about the surroundings, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Suddenly, melodious strains of a zither echoed from afar, imbued with a sense of solitude and an ineffable longing that transcended the ages. Following the enchanting music, he approached and beheld a middle-aged man clad in white seated upon a stone platform, playing the zither. Beside him lay a stone coffin, resting quietly. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. How could there be a person here? Who is he? Could he be allied with the ancient royal beings? Yet, this man bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, suggesting he was not one of the ancient spirits. However, how could a mere human remain here for such an extended period? Suddenly, Chen Changsheng recalled his earlier sensation. The time here seemed to have come to a standstill. The zither's melody continued to resonate, seemingly infused with immense power, causing his spirit to tremble. "It is you." The man spoke slowly, his voice carrying the weight of eons, as if he had not uttered a word for countless years. Chen Changsheng was astonished. Who could this be, to know him so intimately? Chapter 38. The white-clad divine monarch in this celestial palace. Someone actually recognized him. Who could it be? Chen Changsheng was utterly astonished. "You know me, esteemed elder?" he inquired tentatively. The elderly man in white lifted his gaze, looking at Chen Changsheng, and remarked, "I have witnessed your slaying of the Bone Master." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng recalled the overwhelming aura of ascension he had felt during that fateful encounter. To his surprise, this individual was the one he had encountered. But how had he suddenly appeared here? Was it possible that he could enter and exit this celestial palace at will? Noticing Chen Changsheng's astonishment, the man in white elucidated. That was merely a manifestation of my essence, known to others as the Mad Taoist. I happened upon your confrontation with the Bone Master and intended to assist you. But it appeared you required no aid. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng replied, I did not expect to have crossed paths with an esteemed elder. The man in white chuckled softly and asked, What brings you to this mausoleum? Are you in search of the ancient royal clans? Chen Changsheng responded, Have you encountered them? Esteemed elder? Gu Tianfeng, the man in white, replied slowly, The ancient royal clans you seek do not exist within this temporal realm. Thus, you will not find them here. Not in the same temporal realm? What does that mean? Chen Changsheng asked, perplexed. The man in white quickly explained. The temporal realm you inhabit is set thousands of years in the past. You do not belong here, while the ancient royal clans reside in the era of your existence. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng grasped the situation. He had inadvertently wandered into a time thousands of years ago, thus becoming misaligned with the outside world. Consequently, it was impossible to locate those ancient royal clans in this era. Yet, how could this be? How could this place not share the same temporal realm as the outside? Was this the secret of the celestial palace? No matter how much time passed outside, the time within this mausoleum would never alter, truly astonishing. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. The individual before him, from thousands of years ago, was of utmost importance. Noticing Chen Changsheng's confusion, the man in white smiled and said, You need not address me as esteemed elder. I am Gu Tianfeng. Gu Tianfeng? Chen Changsheng was taken aback upon hearing that name. Gu Tianfeng, the legendary divine monarch of the primordial divine dynasty from millennia past, known as the white-clad divine monarch. Yet, it was said that his powers had already enabled him to ascend to immortality. Why then did he remain in this celestial palace? Gu Tianfeng seemed to sense Chen Changsheng's thoughts and turned to gaze at the figure within the stone coffin. It was a beautiful woman, her features delicate, clad in garments akin to Gu Tianfeng's. However, she exuded no aura, indicating that she had long since passed. The white-clad divine monarch, Gu Tianfeng, spoke softly. I am aware that you harbor many questions, and I can reveal everything to you. The woman within this coffin is my wife, slain by the ancient royal clans. I could only place her here in this celestial palace, where time does not flow, allowing her to preserve her current form. Meanwhile, I have sent my essence beyond this palace in search of the elixir of immortality, hoping to revive her. As Gu Tianfeng spoke, Chen Changsheng came to understand that the formidable aura he had encountered when slaying the White Bone Master had originated from this very source. Has the ancient God King found the elixir of immortality? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianfeng shook his head and replied, That avatar has been searching in the outside world for over 10,000 years, yet has failed to uncover the whereabouts of the elixir. It is said that this divine medicine does not belong to the mortal realm, but rather to the celestial realm. Chen Changsheng remarked. It is rumored that the God King possesses the strength to ascend to immortality. Why not ascend and then revive her? Gu Tianfeng softly responded. It is easier said than done. The divide between the immortal and mortal realms is vast. Once one ascends, they can never return to the human world. If I were to ascend, there would be no one left to seek the elixir for her. Upon hearing Gu Tianfeng's words, Chen Changsheng felt a deep admiration for him, recognizing his willingness to forsake the allure of immortality for the sake of a woman. The ancient God King was indeed a man of deep affection and loyalty. Ding, assist the white-clad God King Gu Tianfeng in resurrecting his wife. Upon seeing the system task, a slight smile appeared on Chen Changsheng's lips as he addressed Gu Tianfeng. My lord, I possess a means to resurrect your wife. Gu Tianfeng was taken aback by Chen Changsheng's declaration. His avatar had searched for the elixir of immortality for a millennium without success. How could this individual possibly have it? Although he held a certain admiration for this young man, Gu Tianfeng did not believe Chen Changsheng could possess such a legendary item. Even the white-clad God King had merely heard of its existence, and it was this glimmer of hope that had sustained him for 10,000 years. He believed that as long as he did not give up, he would eventually find the elixir to bring her back to life. Seeing the skepticism in the white-clad God King's eyes, Chen Changsheng directly retrieved the elixir from his Qianquan ring. The moment Gu Tianfeng laid eyes upon the elixir, a spark of divine brilliance ignited within his gaze. The elixir resembled a phoenix, adorned with intricate patterns and enveloped in layers of ethereal resonance, exuding an unparalleled sanctity. Chen Changsheng extended the elixir to the white-clad God King, who trembled as he accepted it with both hands. This, This is, his voice quivered. He caressed the elixir, feeling the energy it contained. An instinctive realization washed over him. This was the very object he had sought for 10,000 years. And it had truly materialized before him. Perhaps it was a stroke of celestial destiny. Initially, during his encounter with the White Bone Master, they had sensed each other's presence. Now, within this celestial palace, they had reunited once more. Most importantly, Chen Changsheng had presented him with the elixir he had desperately sought. Was this not a celestial fate? Observing the scene, Chen Changsheng urged, "My lord, quickly administer the elixir." The white-clad god king, overwhelmed with emotion, gazed at the elixir in his hands. This was the object of his relentless pursuit for millennia, and now hope flickered for his wife's revival. He approached the stone coffin, placing the elixir upon the woman's chest, and infused it with a surge of spiritual energy. The elixir stirred to life, transforming into a tiny phoenix that gracefully entered the woman's body. Subsequently, a celestial radiance began to emanate from the woman, enveloping her in an ethereal glow. The white-clad god king gazed intently at her, his eyes unable to waver. She represented his hope. If the elixir of immortality could not revive her, then his 10,000 years of anticipation would be shattered. Just as the two were observing the woman within the stone coffin, she suddenly stirred. Gradually, she opened her eyes, met the gaze of the white-clad god king, and smiled gently, reaching out to caress his cheek, softly saying, "Fool, are you still waiting for me in this mortal realm?" Few could dare to call the god king a fool, yet upon hearing her words, he exhibited no anger. Instead, tears streamed down his cheeks as he gazed at her with adoration, murmuring, "I vowed that in this lifetime, I would not seek immortality, but merely accompany you in this earthly existence." As the woman touched his cheek, a tear escaped her eye, and she whispered, "There is no one in this world as foolish as you." The woman stepped out of the stone coffin. Knowing that it was Chen Changsheng who had delivered the elixir of immortality to Gu Tianfeng, thus reviving her, she recounted the entire tale to Chen Changsheng. In the past, the ancient royal clan had oppressed humanity, while the Taichu divine dynasty gave rise to the extraordinary talent, the white-clad god king, Gu Tianfeng, who single-handedly deterred the ancient royal clan from recklessly harming the human race. However, in retaliation, the ancient royal clan murdered Gu Tianfeng's childhood sweetheart. In a fit of rage, Gu Tianfeng pierced through the ancestral land of the ancient beings, sealing them within. As for the ancient royal clan within the celestial palace, they belonged to the younger generation, seemingly here for trials, in search of something. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng realized that this aligned with Gu Tianfeng's subsequent entry into the celestial palace, where he manifested a doppelganger in the mortal realm to seek the elixir of immortality. Gu Tianfeng remarked, "Currently, the elixir of immortality within her has not been fully absorbed. I must remain here for now and cannot leave. However, since the ancient royal clan has appeared in the celestial palace, they will certainly attempt to unseal the ancestor seals, and they will inevitably seek revenge against humanity." Chen Changsheng smiled, assuring him, "Do not worry, God King. The cultivators of the human race can withstand these ancient royal clan members." Gu Tianfeng chuckled in response, saying, "I am unable to repay the favor of the elixir of immortality. This, Song Tianqin, is an imperial weapon of the highest order, bestowed upon you to assist in vanquishing these ancient royal clan members." Chen Changsheng gazed at the ancient cithar, astonished that it was an imperial weapon, one that had accompanied the god king for countless years. He felt reluctant to let the god king part with it, just as he was about to decline. Gu Tianfeng said, "In the past, I wielded this zither to pierce through the ancestral land of the ancient beings. My Tao resides within it. Compared to other weapons, this Song Tianqin possesses greater lethality against the ancient royal clan. Moreover, I shall impart to you the most powerful melody of this zither. It is named the Annihilation Celestial Melody." Chapter 39. The Celestial Law Manifested. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward. The manifestation of celestial law. Upon hearing this reward, Chen Changsheng's heart surged with elation. He had not anticipated the emergence of such an extraordinary ability as the manifestation of celestial law. A power reserved for those on the path to ascension, capable of materializing one's true essence, truly impressive. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng retrieved the ancient zither, having already mastered the world-destroying immortal melody from Gu Tianfeng. He retraced his steps and finally emerged outside. The members of Xuantiangong were astonished to see Chen Changsheng return so swiftly. "How could you be back so soon?" asked Nalan Shui. Chen Changsheng, taken aback, quickly inquired, "How long has it been since I left?" Nailan Shui pondered for a moment before responding. Just a cup of tea's time. What? Chen Changsheng was bewildered. He felt as though he had lingered in Gu Tianfen's presence for half a day, only to discover that merely a cup of tea had passed. That place indeed had the ability to suspend time. Noticing the ancient zither strapped to Chen Changsheng's back, the crowd was intrigued. He recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his tale, they gasped in disbelief. The white-clad divine king, Gu Tianfeng. He was a figure from a millennium ago. A contemporary of the Xuanyang immortal emperor, a remarkable talent of his time. Yet, the divine king relinquished his chance at immortality for the sake of his beloved wife. A decision worthy of admiration. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to respond, a formidable aura erupted from the distant mausoleum. It was the ancient beings. Realizing that the most powerful among them had been awakened, he sensed the presence of those at the harmonization stage among their ranks. As he observed the ancient beings pursuing a group of individuals, he focused his gaze and recognized them as members of the Tai divine dynasty. The ancient beings exhibited tremendous ferocity, overpowering even Sun Zhandao, who found himself in retreat. Spotting Chen Changsheng, Sun Zhandao recognized him as the master of the Nine-Dragon carriage. In an instant, a thought struck him. He dashed towards Chen Changsheng, drawing the attention of the ancient royal clan, then vanished from the scene. Only when the ancient royal clan turned their aggression towards the Xuantiangong members did they realize the ruse Sun Zhandao had played. How could the Tai divine dynasty resort to such underhanded tactics? I, Han Feng, shall ensure that the divine son is slain. His treachery is beyond contempt. Chen Changsheng was appalled that Sun Zhandao would betray the members of Xuanyang to the ancient royal clan to buy himself time for escape. Such an act incensed him. It appeared that Sun Zhandao was cut from the same cloth as Li Yufei. In this celestial palace, if he did not eliminate both of them, he would be remiss in honoring their deeds. With the Zhutian sword raised, Chen Changsheng struck at the ancient royal clan beside him and then pursued Sun Zhandao. Witnessing Chen Changsheng's relentless pursuit, Nailan Shui understood that Sun Zhandao's fate was likely grim. Chen Changsheng's speed was astounding. Sun Zhandao had felt a presence trailing him, initially believing it to be the ancient royal clan, only to turn and discover it was Chen Changsheng. Sun Zhandao paused, gazing at Chen Changsheng with a smile. You actually emerged alive from those ancient royal clans. I was anticipating your demise, thinking that once you perished, that Nine-Dragon steed would be mine. Chen Changsheng replied softly. So you intended for those ancient royal clans to eliminate me, thereby allowing you to inherit my steed? Sun Zhandao laughed heartily. That kind of steed is beyond your grasp. I am the divine son of the Tai divine dynasty. Only I possess the qualifications to mount it. Moreover, the sovereign of the proud world has decreed that my dynasty must slay you. I wonder what you have done to incite such wrath from the sovereign. If you did not perish at the hands of those ancient royal clans, dying at mine would be no different. As he spoke, Sun Zhandao launched an attack towards Chen Changsheng. It was the Emperor's seal, descending upon him with the weight of Mount Tai. This was the embodiment of Sun Zhandao's imperial physique, endowed with overwhelming power that surpassed that of other practitioners of the same realm by several folds. Chen Changsheng, witnessing the Emperor's seal, responded with a direct punch. Break for me. In an instant, the surroundings trembled violently. The ground beneath Chen Changsheng's feet cracked open, revealing vast fissures. His fist struck the Emperor's seal with tremendous force, causing Sun Zhandao to gasp in disbelief. This is impossible. Subsequently, the condensed Emperor's seal shattered, and Sun Zhandao coughed up blood. Chen Changsheng rushed forward, seizing Sun Zhandao by the neck, and spoke softly, Dare to covet the steed of this peak master? Even if you are a divine son, I shall still eliminate you. Moreover, it was you who unleashed those ancient royal clans. Killing you is merely ridding the world of a menace. Seeing Chen Changsheng poised to strike him down, Sun Zhandao felt a twinge of fear. He quickly shifted his form, evading Chen Changsheng's grasp, and murmured, Emperor's step. As he spoke, Sun Zhandao soared into the sky, hastily fleeing into the distance. Chen Changsheng was determined not to let this scoundrel escape, and pursued him relentlessly. After an undetermined duration of pursuit, Sun Zhandao spotted a familiar figure below and dashed towards it, calling out, Brother Yufei, save me. Li Yufei, who had been with the disciples of the Feather Transformation Divine Dynasty in a mystical location rich in spiritual energy, far denser than that found in other areas of the Celestial Palace, looked up at the sudden call. He saw Sun Zhandao approaching in a disheveled state, with Chen Changsheng hot on his trail. After the incident involving Nailan Shui, Li Yufei harbored resentment towards Chen Changsheng and had been seeking an opportunity to confront him. Now, Chen Changsheng had unwittingly delivered himself to his doorstep, alone. With only Chen Changsheng present, and the sword St. Liu Bai and others absent, Li Yufei felt emboldened. He believed that together with Sun Jiandao, they could undoubtedly subdue Chen Changsheng. Li Yufei stepped forward, positioning himself before Sun Jiandao, and addressed Chen Changsheng. Master Chen, you exhibit remarkable audacity in pursuing the divine scion of the Tai divine dynasty. Do you not fear for your life? Even if Sidu Qingshan, the leader of the Xiantian sect, were present, would he dare to slay a scion of the divine dynasty? Are you not concerned about the relentless march of a million-strong army upon the Xiantian sect? Upon hearing Li Yufei's words, Chen Changsheng replied softly. It appears you wish to protect this individual. Li Yufei retorted with disdain, and if I do, raising his long sword, Chen Changsheng declared, I shall strike you down as well. In that instant, Chen Changsheng unleashed his sword, the energy surging toward Li Yufei with unbridled ferocity, devoid of any mercy or restraint. He delivered a full-force attack against Li Yufei. Startled by the intensity of Chen Changsheng's sword aura, Li Yufei realized with astonishment the formidable might of his opponent. He sought to retract his earlier bravado, but it was too late. He could only brace himself for battle. As the scion of the Yuhua divine dynasty, Li Yufei was no weakling. His mastery of the Yuhua immortal technique was profound, radiating with divine light and celestial brilliance. Li Yufei's power escalated swiftly, propelling him directly into the harmonization phase, his aura becoming overwhelming. Chen Changsheng's sword strike shattered myriad laws, and even with his unique constitution, Li Yufei could not withstand the onslaught. The blade descended, piercing through him and damaging his primordial spirit. Had it not been for the protective barrier of the Yuhua immortal technique, he might have perished upon receiving that blow. Though the Yuhua immortal technique spared his life, he understood that he could not endure a second strike. If another blow were to land, even the Yuhua immortal technique would not save him. Chen Changsheng refrained from completely vanquishing Li Yufei, only due to his Yuhua body. Otherwise, an ordinary harmonization phase cultivator would have been obliterated. Observing that Li Yufei was also being suppressed by Chen Changsheng, Sun Jiandao unleashed his full might, radiating a golden light, his form glowing as if cast from pure gold. The two divine scions charged towards Chen Changsheng, intent on eliminating him in that moment. Seeing their advance, Chen Changsheng calmly stated, "It is time to conclude this." As he spoke, a colossal ethereal figure manifested behind him, emanating a resplendent golden glow, divine and transcendent, as if a celestial being had descended upon the earth. Li Yufei and Sun Jiandao stood in stunned silence at the sight. Is this the Dharma of heaven and earth? Chapter 40. The unthinkable art of heaven and earth. How could this be possible? How could anyone wield such a spell? The onlookers were utterly astonished. It was said that only those who had ascended could command the art of heaven and earth. How could cultivators below this stage possibly manifest such a power? What realm was Chen Changsheng in that allowed him to wield such a formidable technique? The two divine sons watched in trepidation, eager to retreat. If Chen Changsheng truly had ascended, even 50 divine sons would be insufficient to contend with him. Their only option now was to flee. Yet, Chen Changsheng had no intention of granting them that mercy. The towering, 100-foot-tall golden avatar descended upon Li and Sun with a resounding clap. Boom. The ground trembled as the majestic avatar struck, rendering Li and Sun immobile. Chen Changsheng showed no mercy and delivered a crushing blow. Li Yuxing and Sun Jiandao cried out in desperation, "Master Chen, spare us. If we have wronged you in any way, we implore your forgiveness." Their pleas reached Chen Changsheng's ears, and he coldly replied, "You two did not speak so boldly before." Li Yufei fell to his knees, begging, "I was blind to your greatness, and unwittingly offended you, Master Chen. I beseech you to let me go, as if I were nothing more than a passing wind." The surrounding crowd gasped at Li Yufei's groveling, astonished that a divine son of the Yuhua divine dynasty could display such cowardice. Chen Changsheng regarded Li Yufei with icy disdain, stating, "Do you, of such character, deserve to be a divine son?" With that, the avatar raised its hand and struck, obliterating Li Yufei's very essence. Sun Jiandao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Chen Changsheng's ruthless decisiveness. The death of Li Yufei, a divine son of the Yuhua divine dynasty, was a blatant affront to the dynasty itself. Even if the Xiantian sect was the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, the Yuhua divine dynasty was one of the 4 immortal dynasties, deserving of respect. Li Yufei's demise would surely incite the Yuhua divine dynasty to retaliate against the Xiantian sect. Did Chen Changsheng not fear the repercussions? As he contemplated the terrifying might of Chen Changsheng's art, which had effortlessly vanquished Li Yufei, Sun Jiandao gasped. The power of an ascended being was formidable, What could the immortal dynasties do against such strength unless they summoned their celestial patrons? However, celestial beings could not descend to the mortal realm, rendering ascended cultivators virtually invincible in this world. Of course, if an immortal dynasty were to exhaust all its resources to confront an ascended being, the outcome might be uncertain. Sun Jiandao understood that begging for mercy from Chen Changsheng would yield no results. His only recourse was to distance himself from him or devise another means to eliminate him. In this celestial palace, the only formidable factions were the ancient royal clans, for they alone possessed the capability to deal with Chen Changsheng. As he contemplated this, Sun Jiandao gritted his teeth, emanating a formidable aura, his form seemingly transforming into a radiant sun, casting brilliant golden light that dazzled the onlookers. Chen Changsheng was uncertain of Sun Jiandao's intentions, but sensed an unsettling shift. Suddenly, he felt hundreds of presences converging upon them, those of the ancient royal clans. Sun Jiandao intended to act as bait, luring the ancient royals here to facilitate his own escape from Chen Changsheng. Such cunning was deeply alarming. Chen Changsheng discerned Sun Jiandao's scheme, but was taken aback by the sheer number of ancient royals, hundreds, in fact. Among them were the formidable nine-headed flood dragons and the silver Shura, powerful beings among the ancient clans who had once roamed the primordial era, now awakened and eager to slaughter human cultivators. Sun Jiandao's treachery was evident. He employed such tactics to extricate himself. At that moment, Chen Changsheng found himself encircled by the ancient royals. Following their arrival, Sun Jiandao concealed his presence, attempting to exploit a secret technique to flee. Now, the only one radiating a terrifying might was Chen Changsheng himself. The ancient royals were particularly drawn to the more powerful cultivators, believing that consuming stronger foes would enhance their own strength. Sun Jiandao, observing Chen Changsheng, bore a sinister grin. You wish to slay me? Do you truly believe I am a fool like Liu Fei? I refuse to believe that these hundreds of ancient royals cannot vanquish you. Even if you are in the ascension stage, you cannot defeat me. The human emperor's physique is not so easily extinguished. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng replied softly, The human emperor's physique? I have yet to slay one. Let me see how it fares against you. With that, he brought his sword down. Sun Jiandao, witnessing this, attempted to flee but found himself paralyzed, turning back to see Chen Changsheng regarding him with a bemused expression. Why the sudden hesitation to run? Sun Jiandao felt a sense of impending doom as Chen Changsheng's sword descended, obliterating him utterly. Chen Changsheng murmured, The human emperor's physique is nothing extraordinary. He then surveyed the hundreds of ancient royals around him, remaining unperturbed. Numerous human cultivators hastened towards the scene, witnessing the encirclement of Chen Changsheng by the ancient clans. It seemed that their leader, Chen Feng, was in grave peril. These ancient royals were undeniably the most formidable beings, having previously slain many ancient royals. Chen Feng now faced dire consequences, and this opportunity would not be squandered by the ancient clans. Chen Feng, we cultivators do not shy away from battle. I am willing to follow you in slaying the ancient royals, declared several cultivators, stepping forth to rally behind Chen Changsheng. The leaders of Xiantian's sect also readied their weapons, prepared for combat. The nine-headed flood dragon, the mightiest among the ancient clans, transformed its 9 dragon heads into a single humanoid visage, an ethereal figure resembling white jade, clad in black armor that glimmered ominously. In his grasp, he wielded a crimson blood spear, radiating an aura of boundless malevolence. You, a mere ant of the human race, have slain so many ancient royal clans. Today, we shall feast upon your flesh and blood, making your existence a living hell. The nine-headed serpent lunged at Chen Changsheng, prompting the other ancient royals to join the fray. The silver wings of the silver Azura unfurled behind him, blocking out the sun as he soared towards Chen Changsheng. Observing the ancient royals' assault, the human cultivators charged forward as well. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry pierced the heavens, captivating the heart and soul. There stood Chen Changsheng in midair, a long sword levitating before him, his hand resting upon it as he delivered a decisive strike. Boom! The sword was unleashed, and a terrifying sword intent surged forth, shattering the surrounding void. Lu Bai, the master of the sword peak, could not help but exclaim, such formidable sword intent. As this sword was unleashed, the bodies of the ancient royals flew back like kites severed from their strings. Subsequently, waves of sword energy arose, and Chen Changsheng's long hair danced wildly, resembling a celestial king descending upon the world. With a decisive cut, the sword energy seemed to carry myriad paths, its rhythms swirling as the void trembled, continuing to engulf the ancient royals. Thud, thud, thud. The bodies of the ancient royals were pierced by the sword energy. All the ancient royals felt the overwhelming might of this sword energy, as if this realm contained nothing but this formidable force. How could these beings, whose strength hovered around the transformation god stage, possibly contend with an opponent of the tribulation stage? In an instant, the ancient beings fell like rain. The multitude of cultivators witnessing this scene were left utterly astonished. Here were hundreds of ancient royals, yet they could not withstand even a single round against Chen Changsheng's sword energy. Chen Changsheng's fighting spirit sword, his sword energy surging forth, sweeping away all in its path. An aura of terror spread, leaving everyone in shock. In that moment, Chen Changsheng was unstoppable. Chapter 41. The Candle of Nine Shadows. The bodies of the ancient royal clans plummeted from the heavens like raindrops, all felled by a single stroke of Chen Changsheng's sword. The leading members of the ancient royal lineage stared in disbelief. A single sword strike? This is impossible. The nine-headed flood dragon, witnessing this spectacle, urgently commanded all ancient royals to retreat. Among them was the Golden Winged Peng King, a dominator of the ancient era, who had not anticipated his demise on this day. These were sovereigns from a bygone age, now akin to cultivators of the transformation stage, yet they were reduced to ashes by this one blow, leaving all in a state of astonishment. The onlookers, comprised of all manner of cultivators, engaged in fervent discussions, awestruck by the sight of these ancient royals, titans among titans, being slain by Chen Changsheng in a single, decisive strike. As these ancient royals bled and retreated, the human cultivators were invigorated, chanting the name of the Su Nti insect in unison. The battle was nothing short of spectacular. Chen Changsheng, the peak master of the Su Nti insect, had showcased the might of their lineage. The slaughter of these ancient royals, who had regarded human cultivators as mere fodder, allowed humanity to vent their long-held grievances. Who dares to claim that our race lacks formidable warriors? Within this celestial palace, it is not the ancient royal clans who hold sway. Having vanquished hundreds of ancient royals, and seeing the nine-headed flood dragon and his companions flee, Chen Changsheng exhaled deeply, dissipating the sword energy coursing through him. He sheathed his ancient sword and soared towards the human cultivators, his white garments billowing and black hair dancing in the wind, evoking the image of a divine king from the ancient era. As he approached, all present bowed in respect, expressing their admiration for him. Chen Changsheng surveyed the crowd and declared, "With the ancient royal clans diminished by my hand, their strength now reduced to a mere fraction, they pose no threat within this celestial palace. You may all rest assured." Upon hearing his words, the human cultivators were filled with elation. Meanwhile, the fleeing nine-headed flood dragon and other ancient beings took refuge in a hidden cave. The Silver Azura inquired, "That fellow is extraordinary, despite our numbers. We were no match for him. Who would have thought that such a prodigy would emerge after 10,000 years? The nine-headed flood dragon, his silver armor stained with blood and a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, replied, "Let us not forget why we ventured into this celestial palace." The Silver Azura spoke again. "The Candle of Nine Shadows. It is said that the spirit of the Candle of Nine Shadows is sealed within this palace." The nine-headed flood dragon murmured, "Indeed, the candle dragon. Once we consume its spirit, our ancient bloodlines shall evolve. At that time, slaying that human cultivator shall not be beyond our reach." A fervor ignited in the Silver Azura's gaze as he whispered, "If we obtain the spirit of the Candle of Nine Shadows and escape this celestial palace, we can return to our ancestral land." The other ancient beings echoed his sentiments. When the ancient heaven pierced our ancestral land, many ancestors chose to seal themselves away. Upon our return, we will awaken them, and our ancient royal clans shall once again reign supreme over the world. In the eyes of the nine-headed Jiao, ambition was evident. He was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by the ancestors, those who had transcended to the ascension phase. Had it not been for Gu Tianfeng's overwhelming dominance in his era, shattering the primordial ancestral grounds, these ancestors would not have sealed themselves away. Should they be awakened? Who among the human cultivators could possibly suppress the ancient royal clans? At present, the whereabouts of Zhu Jiuyin's primordial spirit remain unclear. How shall we locate it? Inquired the Silver Shura. Upon hearing this, the nine-headed Jiao gazed skyward and murmured, "When the blood moon rises after 10,000 years, during the utmost eon, Zhu Jiuyin's primordial spirit shall surely manifest." Chen Changsheng gained renown through battle, earning the utmost respect from human cultivators. Within the celestial palace, individuals sought various treasures. The resources within the palace far surpassed those found outside. Countless precious herbs, spiritual stones, and rare beasts abounded. These treasures were exceedingly rare in the outside world. and possessing even one would be sufficient for a lifetime of benefit. Numerous cultivators sat in areas rich with spiritual energy, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to refine their skills, indifferent to the treasures around them, wholly devoted to the pursuit of the great Tao. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The once bright celestial palace had taken on a somewhat somber hue as a radiant moon slowly ascended the sky. Chen Changsheng sensed an unsettling change within the palace, for a chilling aura permeated the air. He lifted his gaze to the full moon, his brow furrowing. Upon noticing his unease, Bai Lingxi approached and inquired, "What troubles you?" Chen Changsheng stroked his chin and replied, "Something feels amiss. The atmosphere within the palace has shifted, seemingly shrouded by a sinister presence." Hearing his words, several peak masters from Xintian's sect glanced around. Nanlong Shui, observing no apparent anomalies, promptly remarked to Chen Changsheng, "There is no change. You must be mistaken." Chen Changsheng shook his head, asserting, "I doubt my perception is flawed. That aura is intensifying." Seeing his insistence, the expressions of those present grew tense as they began to scan their surroundings. Suddenly, above them, the round moon began to alter its color. What was once bright and pure now appeared veiled in a crimson shroud, deepening until it transformed into a blood moon. Witnessing this spectacle, the ancient royal clans, including the nine-headed Jiao, were filled with exhilaration. The blood moon has risen. Zhu Juyin is about to emerge. The ancient royals, in a fervent state, awaited the manifestation of Zhu Juyin. At this moment, Chen Changsheng also grasped the Zhuxian sword embryo, sensing a terrifying aura, one of immense power. System. What is the meaning of this? Do not be alarmed. It is merely the primordial spirit of Zhu Juyin. The primordial spirit of Zhu Juyin? Chen Changsheng had heard tales of this name, believed to be older than the creatures of the ancient era. He never anticipated its existence within this celestial palace, and that a single primordial spirit could exude such a formidable pressure. What, then, would the true Zhu Juin's appearance entail? The true Zhu Juin shall not manifest. Taken aback by the system's response, Chen Changsheng inquired, "Why not?" Zhu Juin has bequeathed his bloodline legacy to a certain race, a race that embodies all of his formidable powers. However, the current host is still too feeble to connect with this race and will only gain the right to do so upon ascending to the celestial realm. Upon hearing the system's words, Chen Changsheng could not help but raise his pinky in admiration. At that moment, dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, and a tremor reverberated through the air as a colossal phantom swept across the heavens. Zhu Juyin. Chapter 42. Master Chen Feng, please fight for our human race. Everyone beheld a colossal shadow of the candle dragon, emanating a sanguine glow, its eyes as vast as mountains, standing before the assembly, leaving them breathless. Upon witnessing this, Bai Lingxi could not help but exclaim, "This is the Candle Nine, a creature that existed only in legends before the ancient era. I never imagined it would manifest within this celestial palace." Chen Changsheng gazed upon the immense apparition, astonished. Such a being was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder the system declared his current inadequacy to engage with the bloodline of the Candle Nine. Even as a mere primordial spirit, it had already attained power nearing the tribulation phase, and within this celestial palace, few possessed the strength to rival it. The nine-headed Jialong regarded the behemoth before it with fervor. "Now that the Candle Nine has appeared, it is time to take action," proclaimed the Silver Azura. The nine-headed Jialong waved its hand and shook its head, saying, "The blood moon has just risen, and the Candle Nine is at its peak strength. Let those human cultivators contend with it. Once it has been sufficiently exhausted, we shall emerge to devour it." The ancient beings present nodded in agreement. The body of the Candle Nine stretched for 1,000 feet, radiating an overwhelming aura from the sky. Its every breath seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of one's primordial spirit. The numerous human cultivators found themselves unable to resist merely upon witnessing the Candle Nine's primordial essence, let alone engage in combat. Chen Changsheng, observing the body of the Candle Dragon, recalled Su Yaoyao's celestial grade with spiritual root, recognizing it as a tremendous boon. In the grand scheme of the universe, which is divided into Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, what belongs to Yin. The Candle Nine embodies extreme Yin. Should it merge with Su Yaoyao's celestial grade with spiritual root, one could only imagine the strength she would attain. The Candle Nine launched an assault upon the human cultivators below, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent, instantly reducing many to ashes. This calamity engulfed the entire celestial palace, leaving no refuge. forcing the human cultivators to brace themselves against an insurmountable foe. All the cultivators turned their gaze to Chen Changsheng, soaring towards him and kneeling in reverence, shouting, "Master Chen Feng, please fight for our human race. Master Chen Feng, please fight for our human race." Their voices resounded like thunder. Chen Changsheng squinted slightly and unsheathed the execution sword, directing it toward the candle nine. This was the execution sword, immensely powerful. Among all present, only Chen Changsheng possessed the capability to confront the candle nine. As he raised the execution sword, the sword energy began to traverse the heavens. Where the sword energy swept, the void trembled, rippling as if a profound and dark fissure had been cleaved into existence, evoking awe and terror. This spectacle left the ancient royalty in shock. Chen Changsheng's prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. This strike could likely rend the very sky in twain. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the celestial palace, as if to shatter the heavens and instill fear in countless beings. The celestial sword of Zhu Xian collided with the body of the candle nine. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked, the sun and moon hung in disarray, and the mountains and rivers shattered. A tempestuous gale surged forth, sweeping across the realm like a whirlwind scattering the clouds. The candle nine, struck by such formidable sword energy, emitted a resounding dragon's roar. "Wretched beast, if you retreat now, I shall no longer hold a grudge against you. However, should you continue to slaughter my human cultivators, I shall sever your primordial spirit today," Chen Changsheng declared, his voice resonating with an unyielding authority that sent shivers down spines. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the candle dragon's primordial spirit was evidently incensed, roaring as it charged towards him. "Master Chen!" Lingxi exclaimed in alarm from the side. "Fear not, my lord." Chen Changsheng replied with a light laugh. He appeared unperturbed as he stood there. Yet a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes before he vanished, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. With a soft whoosh, Chen Changsheng materialized behind the candle dragon's primordial spirit, placing his palm upon its crown. In that instant, the power of his primordial spirit surged violently, enveloping the candle dragon's essence. Crack! Countless fissures appeared on the surface of the primordial spirit, yet it stubbornly resisted, emitting a hoarse growl. "Break for me!" Chen Changsheng commanded fiercely, and the energy of his primordial spirit surged, encasing the candle dragon's essence once more. In that moment, the heavens and earth shuddered. The entire celestial palace shook violently. Chen Changsheng stood his ground, his expression serene as ever. Subsequently, he grasped the immense candle dragon's primordial spirit in his hand, leaving the ancient beings like the nine-headed flood dragon in awe. The plan had been for the human cultivators to deplete its strength, allowing the ancient royal clans to devour it. How had this candle dragon been so easily subdued? The ancient royal clans stared incredulously at the scene before them. Had the candle dragon diminished in strength since a millennium ago? It seemed impossible. Back then, these ancient royal clans had specifically sent their young to the celestial palace to absorb the essence of the candle nine, unaware that the ancient Tianfeng had breached the ancestral domain, sealing them in as well. As they beheld the candle dragon now in Chen Changsheng's grasp, resentment brewed within the ancient royal clans. The nine-headed flood dragon addressed the ancient beings, stating, "I did not foresee that human cultivators would become this powerful. We must hasten our exit from this celestial palace and awaken our ancestors in the ancestral domain." The ancient beings nodded in agreement. After Chen Changsheng's onslaught, only a handful of their kind remained. They could not afford to perish here. Only by returning to the ancestral domain could they awaken their forebears. However, the outside was swarming with human cultivators. If they recklessly emerged, they would surely be discovered. Those surrounding Chen Changsheng possessed formidable strength. Should he once again unleash the annihilation melody, they would likely face total extinction. The nine-headed flood dragon devised a strategy. They would charge towards the celestial palace's exit, hoping that at least one of them could reach the ancestral domain. As the words were spoken, an overwhelming aura erupted from the ancient beings, the most formidable survivors of the recent battle, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. In an instant, a dozen streaks of light surged into the distance. Chen Changsheng suddenly sensed the presence of these ancient beings, before he could fully appreciate the candle dragon's primordial spirit in his grasp. He raised the sword embryo of the Excalibur and struck toward the source of that aura. Boom! The sword energy cascaded like the Milky Way descending from the heavens, shattering the very caverns where those ancient beings had concealed themselves into fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, the ancient beings were taken aback. "This is bad, he has discovered us." In that moment, a multitude of ancient beings fled into the distance. Chen Changsheng unleashed another wave of sword energy, and in the blink of an eye, the ancient beings were drenched in blood. Chapter 43. The Candle Dragon's primordial spirit, the nine-headed Jiao, exhibited astonishing speed, narrowly evading Chen Changsheng's attack. However, the other ancient beings were not so fortunate, as they fell victim to Chen Changsheng's sword. Gritting its teeth, the nine-headed Jiao burst forth from the celestial palace, and upon reaching the outside, its eyes were filled with fury. How could my ancient royal lineage experience oppression at the hands of the human race? Once I summon our ancestors back, I shall see how your human cultivators can withstand us. With that, the nine-headed Jiao transformed into a streak of light and soared into the distance. Chen Changsheng gazed upon the corpses of the ancient royal lineage strewn across the ground and cast a glance in the direction the nine-headed Jiao had fled. He chose not to pursue. At present, he held the Candle Dragon's primordial spirit in his possession. Once he exited the celestial palace, he would bestow the spirit upon Su Yaoyao, curious to see how much she could grow. Bai Lingxi glanced at the blood moon hanging in the sky and remarked, "Since the blood moon has risen, the door of the celestial palace will remain open for another month. Will you choose to stay here? The spiritual energy is abundant and quite conducive for cultivation." Chen Changsheng shook his head and then turned to the several peak masters of Xiantian's sect, saying, "This place is more suitable for your cultivation, and the danger has passed. I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's intention to depart, the others escorted him out of the celestial palace, while they remained behind to continue their cultivation. Chen Changsheng felt that this expedition had been incredibly fruitful. He had not only encountered the white-clad Divine King Gu Tianfeng, but had also learned the world-destroying celestial melody. The Divine King had gifted him an ancient Gu chain, and he emerged with the Candle Dragon's primordial spirit, making his gains from the celestial palace more abundant than anyone else's. As soon as Chen Changsheng stepped out of the celestial palace, he spotted Su Yaoyao, her eyes lighting up as she rushed toward him. "Master, you have returned." Chen Changsheng nodded, and then inquired, "Has anything untoward happened while I was inside the celestial palace?" Su Yaoyao pondered for a moment and replied, "Earlier, a creature with 9 heads emerged from the celestial palace, startling us." Upon hearing Su Yaoyao's words, Chen Changsheng deduced that the creature she referred to was indeed the 9-headed Jiao. He wondered what the creature intended to do after its escape, but he felt no fear. With his current strength, even if the 9-headed Jiao were to awaken the ancient beings of the primordial ancestor land, it would still be no match for his sword. Yet, he pondered how long it would take for Gu Tianfeng to emerge. The white-clad Divine King had already attained the strength of an immortal, and it was unlikely that the celestial palace could contain him for long. Soon, Gu Tianfeng would likely also step out, and the human race would gain another formidable ally. Chen Changsheng retrieved the Candle Dragon's primordial spirit and said to Su Yaoyao, "Yaoyao, you should absorb this primordial spirit into your body." Su Yaoyao glanced at the glowing orb in Chen Changsheng's hand, within which the ethereal semblance of a dragon seemed to swirl. Understanding that her master would not lead her astray, she accepted the primordial spirit from him and swallowed it in one gulp. Once the spirit entered her body, a transformation overtook Su Yaoyao. Her aura shifted dramatically, her eyes turning crimson, and her power surged. Chen Changsheng, witnessing the overwhelming energy radiating from Su Yaoyao, was momentarily taken aback. Could the Candle Dragon's primordial spirit truly be so potent? Observing her aura, it was clear she had already entered the nascent soul stage. It is common to find cultivators in the Yuaning stage. However, those who advance to this stage in less than a year are exceedingly rare. With the exception of prodigies like Chen Changsheng, as he activated the system, he examined the information regarding Su Yaoyao. Name, Su Yaoyao. Age, 15. Realm, Yuaning stage. Qualification, celestial grade with spirit root. Identity, reincarnation of the Green Emperor, due to consuming the Candle Dragon's primordial spirit. Su Yaoyao's power has surged, unlocking 1/10 of the Green Emperor's memories. Chen Changsheng stared in astonishment at the information about Su Yaoyao. What? A reincarnation of the Green Emperor? This meant that the Green Emperor's Heart Sutra he had gifted her for cultivation originally belonged to her. This situation mirrored that of the 9 Tribulation Sword Immortal, Gu Ping. The renown of the Green Emperor was well known to Chen Changsheng. During his lifetime, the demon clan flourished, and countless demons came to pay tribute, overwhelming the human race. With a mere gesture, the Green Emperor could obliterate an entire sect of cultivators. To his surprise, after Su Yaoyao consumed the Candle Dragon's primordial spirit, the system revealed her true identity. It appears that the Green Emperor possessed formidable strength, capable of evading the system's detection. System. Were you aware that Su Yaoyao is the reincarnation of the Green Emperor? Chen Changsheng inquired. Yes, I was aware. Taken aback by this revelation, Chen Changsheng exclaimed in frustration, why didn't you inform me? You never asked. Rendered speechless by the system's response, Chen Changsheng felt like a fool. However, the thought of having two such powerful disciples brought him immense satisfaction. Initially, he had taken Su Yaoyao as a disciple out of pity, not realizing she was the reincarnation of the Green Emperor. His master had spoken of him being a red dust immortal body, possessing unparalleled celestial fate. It seemed to be true. Su Yaoyao lifted her gaze, the crimson light in her eyes replaced by a vibrant green glow. Observing her closely, Chen Changsheng asked, Yaoyao, do you recall anything? Scratching her head, Su Yaoyao replied, recall what? Not really, but it seems my strength has increased, and my understanding of the Green Emperor's Heart Sutra has deepened. Chen Changsheng noted that she had regained a fraction of her memories, specifically those related to her cultivation. While other memories remained elusive, he decided to let Su Yaoyao cultivate at her own pace. After all, his own strength was considerable, and he did not require the protection of a powerful ally. If he were weak, he would eagerly wish for her to fully recover her memories and transform into the Green Emperor, becoming his loyal attendant. Seeing that Su Yaoyao remained unchanged, Chen Changsheng declared, it is time for us to return to Xiantian sect. Let us depart. Just as he was about to summon the 9 dragons' chariot, a group of figures clad in black robes, exuding the aura of demonic cultivators, approached, soaring through the skies on their swords. The Immortal Palace, situated within the Dao Palace, had become increasingly vigilant against demonic cultivators since their last occupation. Witnessing such a multitude of demonic figures, countless disciples of the Dao Palace stood at the mountain gate, swords drawn in preparation. Among them were 4 elderly men in black robes, followed by thousands of black-robed demonic cultivators. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Could it be that these individuals were seeking vengeance for the black and white impermanence from the last encounter in the demon abyss? For elderly figures clad in black robes hovered in midair, their gazes not directed at Chen Changsheng, but rather fixated upon the grand celestial palace. They then parted, revealing a woman of exquisite grace, her head adorned with a delicate black veil. As she approached, a striking beauty emerged. The 4 black-robed elders intoned in unison. The 4 elders of Xianming respectfully welcome the Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's pupils constricted. The Demon Emperor? This woman must be the fabled mistress of the abyss of demons, Emperor Nangongyu. With a sweeping gesture, Nangongyu commanded the gathered crowd, surround this place for me. Chapter 44. The Demon Emperor of War. Thousands of demonic cultivators surrounded the Dao Palace, leaving no room for escape. The disciples of the Dao Palace, witnessing this scene, wished to resist. However, a mere glance from Nangongyu rendered them immobile. Her strength was at the tribulation stage, a power beyond their endurance. Chen Changsheng observed the unfolding situation and understood the intentions of these demonic cultivators. They aimed to intercept those emerging from the Immortal Palace and seize the treasures acquired within. Initially, Chen Changsheng had no desire to intervene, but when Nangongyu cast her gaze upon him, he sensed that among all present, his strength was the most formidable, a fact she could perceive. Nangongyu approached Chen Changsheng, fixing her eyes upon him as she inquired, are you the one who emerged from the Immortal Palace? Upon hearing this, Su Yaoyao believed the Demon Emperor intended to harm her master and immediately positioned herself in front of Chen Changsheng, declaring, you shall not harm my master. Nangongyu regarded the adorable Su Yaoyao with amusement rather than anger, remarking, your loyalty to your master is commendable. I find you quite likable. How about becoming my disciple instead? In response to Nangongyu's proposition, Yaoyao remained unwavering, retorting, you are all demonic cultivators, shunned by the righteous path of humanity. I advise you to return to the right path while there is still time. Nangongyu, taken aback by Su Yaoyao's audacity, reached out towards her. Upon witnessing this, Chen Changsheng unleashed a formidable aura, compelling Nangongyu to retract her hand. Nangongyu, surprised, turned her attention to Chen Changsheng, muttering, I did not expect you to be a great power. Who are you? Chen Changsheng replied coolly, I am Chen Changsheng of the Xiantian sect. At the mention of his name, the expression on the Demon Emperor Nangongyu shifted dramatically, her voice filled with fury as she exclaimed, you are the one who killed my brother, Nangongcheng. Today, you shall pay with your life. With that, the Demon Emperor Nangongyu personally launched an attack against Chen Changsheng. Observing her advance, the surrounding practitioners could not help but break into a cold sweat for Chen Changsheng, thinking that despite his formidable strength, facing someone like the Demon Emperor would likely lead to his demise. As Nangongyu charged towards him, A sardonic smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips as he slowly ascended into the air. Surprised that he dared to confront her in midair, Nangongyu bellowed, "Heavenly demon palm." Suddenly, a dark radiance flickered between her palms, resembling two spheres of shadowy flames igniting. With a thunderous shout, two massive black orbs erupted from her hands, hurtling towards Chen Changsheng. Upon collision with the void, these black orbs exploded, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. The swirling energy coalesced into numerous grotesque apparitions, emitting chilling roars as they lunged at Chen Changsheng. With a cold snort, Chen Changsheng raised his hand, drawing in the demonic energy towards him. In that moment, a violet glow emanated from his palm, and a terrifying pressure radiated from his arm, leaving all onlookers gasping for breath. Witnessing Chen Changsheng boldly confront the Demon Emperor Nangongyu's heavenly demon palm with his own physical form, the onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. Their faces a picture of shock. The Demon Emperor Nangongyu was a being of transcendent power, yet he could not prevail against Chen Changsheng? What manner of creature was this? At that moment, Nangongyu launched another assault, unleashing over 10 colossal demonic orbs that spiraled toward Chen. Each of these orbs was several zhang in size, howling through the air and whipping up fierce winds. As he beheld the oncoming onslaught, Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes, remaining as steadfast as a mountain. Clad in the robe of sun and moon, these demonic orbs posed no threat to him whatsoever. Seeing Chen Changsheng disregard his attacks, Nagongyu's expression darkened, and with a furious roar, he clapped his hands in rapid succession. In an instant, several orbs shattered, transforming into a horde of malevolent spirits that charged toward Chen, seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds. Undeterred by the overwhelming tide of apparitions, Chen Changsheng remained composed, planting his feet firmly on the ground before launching himself toward Nangongyu. As Chen charged forward, the Demon Emperor's gaze turned icy, and he clapped his hands once more. In that fleeting moment, Chen's speed rivaled that of thunder, and he closed the distance to Nangongyu in an instant, placing a finger upon her forehead. He then murmured, "Should you dare to move, I shall extinguish you with but a flick." Nangongyu sensed the formidable power emanating from Chen's fingertip, yet she remained defiant, unleashing a surge of black demonic energy. Observing her disobedience, Chen sighed and pressed his finger against her head once more. Boom! Nangongyu's body erupted, transforming into a cloud of black mist that dissipated into the ether. Chen raised his gaze, spotting the true Nangongyu standing at a distance. Her expression darkened as she regarded him with disdain, aware that she had contingencies in place. Chen had struck decisively to convey that even the Demon Emperor was not beyond his reach. "Are you not afraid of the retaliation from the 100,000 cultivators of the Demon Abyss?" Nangongyu inquired. With the Demon Emperor's demise, the horde of demons would be left leaderless, and the human realm would face the wrath of their frenzied vengeance. Chen responded with a smile, unperturbed. "Then I shall slay your 100,000 demons." Nangongyu glared at Chen, her expression darkening further as the 4 elders of Xianming approached her, declaring, "My Lord Demon Emperor, we have confirmed that an ancient royal lineage has emerged from the Celestial Palace." Upon hearing this, Nangongyu's demeanor shifted, and she remarked, "In that case, he must be heading to the ancient ancestral land to awaken those monstrosities from the ancient era. As inheritors of the ancient lineage, we shall undoubtedly welcome them. Relay my command. The Demon Emperor Nangongyu shall await the arrival of the ancient royal lineage at the sacred Dao Palace." The 4 elders of Xianming understood her intention. Nangongyu sought to harness the power of the ancient royal lineage to ensnare the entire Celestial Palace, or perhaps to rally all demon cultivators from the Demon Abyss to stand against the major factions, no longer fearing the purges of the cultivation sections. "Yes, my Lord Demon Emperor." With that, the figures of the 4 elders vanished from sight. Upon hearing the words of the Demon Emperor, Chen Changsheng could not help but shake his head. A storm is brewing on the horizon. This demonic cultivator actually intends to ally with the ancient royal clan. Should this come to pass, it would spell a calamity for the human race. Chapter 45, The Yin-Yang Dao Furnace, Beep. The Abyss and the ancient royal clan will launch an assault on the cultivators emerging from the Celestial Palace. Should they succeed, the realm of cultivation will face a calamity. The host must resolve this crisis to receive commendable rewards. Unexpectedly, the system issued a mission at this critical moment. Chen Changsheng was aware that time within the Celestial Palace flowed more swiftly than outside. One day in the outside world equated to a month within. Thus, he and Su Yaoyao sat within the sacred ground of the Dao Palace, awaiting the emergence of those from the Celestial Palace, curious about how these demonic cultivators would confront them. After Chen Changsheng's earlier strike, Nangongyu refrained from seeking retribution and instead sat quietly in a chair, patiently awaiting the arrival of the ancient royal clan. After a period of anticipation, the inhabitants of the Celestial Palace finally emerged. The strength of several peak masters from the Xiantian sect appeared to have significantly increased, particularly Liu Bai, who had now attained the harmonization stage. Upon observing the sacred ground of the Dao Palace filled with denizens of the abyss, Bai Lingxi immediately turned to Chen Changsheng and inquired, "What has transpired?" Chen Changsheng recounted the events in detail, causing the brows of those present to furrow in concern. If the ancient beings of the royal clan truly arrived, they would be akin to fish in a barrel, easily divided by the demonic cultivators in the ancient royal clan. Bai Lingxi exclaimed in anger, "I cannot believe the abyss is so brazen. Our Dao Palace is irreconcilable with the abyss and the ancient royal clan." Her voice resonated throughout the sacred ground, reaching the ears of every disciple present. Witnessing this, members from other sects rallied to the side of the Dao Palace, understanding that if the Dao Palace were to be consumed by the demonic cultivators, they would soon follow, well aware of the adage that without the lips, the teeth would be cold. At that moment, a cultivator stepped forward and shouted at Nangongyu, "Demon Emperor, you are overstepping your bounds. Do you not fear that we, the hundreds of sects, will seek retribution against your abyss for holding us here?" Nangongyu, seated upon a grand stone chair, responded with disdain, "Seek trouble with my abyss? How foolishly presumptuous. The tides have changed. From now on, the realm of cultivation will be dictated by my abyss and the ancient royal clan. You are but mere ants. Should I wish to spare you, I may, but to extinguish you would be as easy as lifting a finger." Upon hearing Nagongyu's words, the assembled cultivators were filled with rage. "Demon Emperor, prepare to meet your end. Today we shall slay this monstrosity for the realm of cultivation." With that, dozens of cultivators took to their swords, launching themselves toward Nangongyu. Nangongyu merely cast a contemptuous glance at them, then swept his robe, unleashing a torrent of black demonic energy that engulfed the crowd. Struck by the demonic force, the cultivators spat blood and were sent sprawling back into the throng. Witnessing this, other cultivators were compelled to rise and confront Nangongyu. At that moment, the sky erupted with thunderous roars, and waves of terrifying energy surged forth. This ominous aura swept toward the sacred ground like an overwhelming tide. A cry, reminiscent of a phoenix, echoed through the heavens, revealing a magnificent creature radiating golden light, its wings stretching over several meters as it soared toward the Dao Palace. It was the golden-winged Great Ping. Liu Bai frowned upon sighting this magnificent being. Before he could react, other beings revealed themselves, exuding a terrifying aura. They were the true forms of monstrous beasts, immensely powerful, and their dreadful presence suffocated all present. The nine-headed Flood Dragon King, the Silver Azura King, the eight-armed Vajra King, the Lord of the Dark Night. These formidable ancient kings had all arrived. Liu Bai spoke slowly. Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes, observing the assembly of ancient royal families. He had not anticipated that after defeating their progeny, all these elders would come forth. Numerous ancient kings hovered in the air, looking down upon the cultivators below like celestial beings. In that moment, everyone felt as though they had become prey for these ancient kings, aware that their lives could be taken at any moment should the kings so desire. An overwhelming sense of fear swept across the area, and the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult to breathe deeply. Some weaker cultivators collapsed to the ground, unable to stand in the face of such immense power. Seeing this, Bai Lingxi furrowed her brows and quietly remarked, "It seems we must summon the sacred weapon of the Dao Palace, otherwise we shall be unable to contend with these ancient kings." With that, she waved her hand, and immediately, the resonance of the Dao surged around her. The very fabric of space shattered as a furnace, ablaze with golden light, materialized from the void. The furnace then hovered above Bai Lingxi's head, emanating an enormous pressure. A low, resonant hum filled the air, as if the Dao Palace was experiencing an earthquake. After the appearance of the furnace, many human cultivators noticed that the oppressive aura of the ancient kings had diminished significantly. Upon looking up, they saw that the furnace was countering the pressure exerted by the kings. "Is that the Yin-Yang Dao furnace?" A cultivator recognized the artifact, exclaiming in astonishment. Within the furnace, crimson mist billowed, resembling a phoenix bathing in flames, issuing a melodious cry. The immense pressure enveloped the entire Dao Palace, even repelling that of the ancient kings. Though Bai Lingxi was merely at the transformation stage, with the furnace's support, she stood undaunted against those kings. And there was a subtle tendency for her to merge with the furnace itself. This was the celestial body Dao Embryo, capable of perfectly wielding the sacred weapon of the Dao Palace, the Yin-Yang Dao Furnace. Legend has it that this furnace was created by the first master of the Dao Palace, crafted from unparalleled spirit stones. During the ancient war between humans and demons, this furnace emerged and instantly incinerated tens of thousands of demon clans. Some say that while it may not be an ultimate imperial weapon, in the hands of one with a celestial body Dao embryo, it could contend with even celestial beings, though the truth of this remains uncertain, as Nayland Shui slowly articulated. Chen Changsheng gazed at Bai Lingxi, who appeared almost divine, and could not help but marvel at the profound heritage of the Dao Palace. To be counted among the three major super sects of the cultivation world, aside from the Xiantian sect, he had not anticipated such deep-rooted foundations. With this sacred weapon, they could traverse the current cultivation realm, unafraid of anyone. As the furnace emerged, countless cultivators were immediately invigorated. Its divine might rendered ordinary weapons mere toys in comparison. The ancient kings also took note of the Yin-Yang Dao Furnace, and the golden-winged Great Ping King murmured, "This weapon possesses formidable power. However, that girl's strength is somewhat lacking. If she could reach the tribulation stage, even a true celestial might not withstand the furnace's might." What a pity. The eight-armed Vajra laughed heartily, exclaiming, "How ludicrous. To think that such a furnace could withstand our might. You underestimate us ancient kings far too much." As he spoke, a colossal phantom emerged behind the eight-armed Vajra king, a wrathful figure towering several dozen zhang, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He raised his immense fist and hurled it towards Bai Lingxi. Is it possible that the eight-armed Vajra king has mastered the secret art of manipulating the heavens and earth? Has he truly ascended to the celestial realm? Han Feng gasped in astonishment. Liu Bai shook his head and replied, "These ancient kings are beings from a bygone era. For them, the manipulation of the heavens and earth is not a formidable feat. One can achieve this in the harmonization stage. The eight-armed Vajra king is likely at the pinnacle of that stage, and he may even have entered the tribulation stage." Witnessing this, Bai Lingxi promptly summoned the Yin-Yang furnace hovering above her head. The surrounding laws intertwined, shattering the void as it collided with the eight-armed Vajra king's enormous fist. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, the impact resonating like thunder, causing the cultivators present to feel as though their hearts would burst. Following the clash, the Yin-Yang furnace soared back towards Bai Lingxi, while the gigantic avatar of the eight-armed Vajra king shattered into fragments. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Bai Lingxi's mouth, indicating that she had sustained injury from the previous strike. The eight-armed Vajra king fared no better. With his avatar in ruins, his aura diminished significantly. In a fit of rage, he declared, "To think that upon my emergence from the ancestral land, I would be humiliated by a mere girl. What a disgrace." With that, a massive axe materialized in his grasp, so enormous that he required all 8 of his arms to lift it. The eight-armed Vajra king glared at Bai Lingxi and bellowed, "Receive my axe." Chapter 46. The Rise of the Celestial Melody. The Fall of the Ancient King. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated as the colossal axe swung fiercely towards Bai Lingxi, the air around it shattering and producing a piercing wail. Faced with this formidable weapon, Bai Lingxi's expression shifted dramatically, without a moment's hesitation. She summoned the Yin-Yang Dao furnace once more. In an instant, flames erupted from within the furnace, engulfing the heavens and the earth. Buzzing, the Yin-Yang Dao furnace trembled violently. Conjuring 2 immense dragon phantoms formed from the dual energies of Yin and Yang, which charged towards the great axe. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of the axe and the furnace echoed with thunderous roars. However, neither side yielded. Despite the formidable power of the Yin-Yang energies, the axe stood resolute, effectively countering the furnace's assault. Crack, crack. The dual energies detonated against the axe, causing the furnace to dim noticeably, clearly suffering significant damage. Observing this, the eight-armed king of gold displayed a sinister grin, swinging his massive axe once more towards Bai Lingxi. Whoosh! Bai Lingxi, gliding upon the clouds, moved with the swiftness of lightning, her form darting like a specter to evade the axe's onslaught. Yet, the terrifying speed of the axe was overwhelming. Each time Bai Lingxi attempted to dodge, the axe would sweep in, striking her shoulder with tremendous force. Uft! In an instant, blood gushed forth, and Bai Lingxi's complexion turned ashen, her vision darkening. She staggered, nearly plummeting from the sky. As a cultivator at the divine transformation stage, she could barely contend with the eight-armed king of gold, even with the aid of the Yin-Yang Dao furnace. However, the axe wielded by the king was evidently no ordinary weapon, capable of withstanding the furnace's might. It was only natural for Bai Lingxi to falter against such an opponent. A multitude of cultivators watched in shock as Bai Lingxi was defeated by the eight-armed king. The palace master of the Dao Palace has fallen? That is the Yin-Yang Dao Furnace. How could it not prevail against an ancient king? Just how powerful is this ancient king? Are we truly to be slain by the primordial royal family and the demonic cultivators? They shouted in despair. Wait, we still have Chen Feng from the Xiantian sect. Let Chen Feng confront the ancient king. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng stepped forward, supporting Bai Lingxi with care. He smiled gently at her, saying, "You have done remarkably well. Now, allow me to take over." The nine-headed flood dragon turned its gaze towards Chen Changsheng, addressing the assembly of ancient kings. It is this man who has slain the descendants of the primordial royal family within the celestial palace. Many of your kin have fallen by his hand. You must capture this youth. Upon hearing these words, the ancient kings all turned their attention towards Chen Changsheng, their expressions fierce and brimming with murderous intent. The golden-winged rock king glared at Chen Changsheng with eyes like lightning, exclaiming, "You are the one who killed my son?" Chen Changsheng regarded the creature adorned with golden wings and shimmering radiance, replying softly, "So many have been slain, I cannot recall which one was your son." Enraged and humiliated, the golden-winged rock king charged at Chen Changsheng, shouting, "You shall pay for my son's life." Chen Changsheng cast not a glance at the golden-winged rock king, but instead directed his attention towards the eight-armed Vajra king, who had just engaged in battle with Bai Lingxi. With a mere gesture of his finger, the sword of extermination received its command and surged towards the eight-armed Vajra king. In a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the air, severing 6 of the Vajra king's arms before he even had the chance to react. As the severed limbs fell to the ground, the onlookers were filled with satisfaction, murmuring in admiration, "Truly, the Master Chun is formidable. He has effortlessly dispatched the eight-armed Vajra king's arms." With Chen Changsheng's emergence, even this assembly of ancient kings found themselves outmatched. Enraged by the loss of his arms, the eight-armed Vajra king swung his massive axe toward Chen Changsheng. At that moment, the golden-winged rock king rushed to aid him, bellowing, "Vajra king, I shall assist you in slaying this wretch." In an instant, the atmosphere crackled with tension, the very heavens shifting in color. Standing alone with his sword, Chen Changsheng calmly declared, "Today, let us see if the ancient kings can withstand my blade." With that, a tremendous wave of sword energy surged forth, targeting the 2 ancient kings. The impact was cataclysmic. The sword's light pierced through the bodies of the golden-winged rock king and the eight-armed Vajra king, bathing the ground in their blood. Witnessing this spectacle, the human cultivators, as well as the denizens of the abyss and the ancient royal clan, were left utterly astounded. Could one truly slay 2 ancient kings with a single sword strike? The leader of the ancient kings, the nine-headed flood dragon king, grandfather to the nine-headed flood dragon, spoke gravely to the gathered crowd. "This youth is extraordinary. We must join forces to vanquish him." At his command, the ancient kings unsheathed their weapons, and the oppressive aura in the air intensified. "You, dark cultivators, who inherit the legacy of our ancient royal clan, if not now, then when shall we fight?" The words of the nine-headed flood dragon king resonated among the dark cultivators. The demon emperor, Nangongyu, rose and bowed to the flood dragon king, asserting, "I, demon emperor Nangongyu, pay my respects to the esteemed flood dragon king. We dark cultivators are willing to fight alongside the ancient kings." The atmosphere grew tense as all dark cultivators brandished their weapons, preparing for battle. The human cultivators, witnessing this unfolding scene, were left in a state of shock. Was doom imminent for humanity? With the dark cultivators and the ancient royal clan uniting, even Master Chen would find it impossible to contend with them. Just then, Chen Changsheng retrieved a chain that had been gifted to him by Gu Tianfeng from his spatial ring. The ancient kings recognized the instrument, a vague familiarity stirring within them. Yet they could not place it. Calmly seated in midair, Chen Changsheng placed his hands upon the chain and began to play softly. In that moment, the nine-headed flood dragon king recalled the events from a millennium ago when Gu Tianfeng, with but a single chain, had pierced through the ancient ancestral land. As the familiar melody filled the air, the nine-headed flood dragon king gasped in horror. This is the world-destroying celestial melody. At this revelation, not only the ancient kings, but even the human cultivators were taken aback. The world-destroying celestial melody of the white-clad divine king, Gu Tianfeng, from a millennium ago? How could Master Chen possess such a skill? Moreover, the chain he held appeared to be an imperial weapon of the utmost caliber. Could it truly be the ancient chain of the divine king? The ancient royal clan gazed at Chen Changsheng, momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated encountering the apocalyptic melody of the ancient Tianfeng once more. The nine-headed flood dragon king cautioned, "He lacks the formidable strength of ancient Tianfeng. We must eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, once the apocalyptic melody concludes, we shall not survive to leave this place." Heeding the command of the nine-headed flood dragon, all the ancient kings unleashed their utmost power, intertwining flames, ice, lightning, and razor winds, charging towards Chen Changsheng. Yet, he remained seated, undisturbed, quietly playing the melody taught to him by ancient Tianfeng. As the notes resonated, the apocalyptic melody materialized. Chapter 47. Are you worthy to be called a celestial demon? Within the sacred grounds of the Tao Palace, radiant beams of light cascaded down, and hues of dawn illuminated the surroundings. A melody resonated throughout the sanctum, causing the countenance of every ancient king who heard it to shift dramatically. The world destruction celestial melody? It was the world destruction celestial melody of the ancient figure Gu Tianfeng. How could he possibly know it? The eight-armed king of gold, wielding a colossal axe, bellowed loudly. The nine-headed serpent king, too, wore an expression of astonishment. This was the very melody played by the white-clad divine king Gu Tianfeng when he pierced through the primordial ancestral land millennia ago. With Gu Tianfeng's disappearance, how could it resurface here? The instrument in his grasp was the Tsang Tianqin. What? The Tsang Tianqin? How could Gu Tianfeng's Tsang Tianqin be in his possession? Upon confirming that the ancient zither in Chen Changsheng's hands was indeed the supreme imperial weapon, the Tsang Tianqin, all the ancient kings were left with a singular inquiry: who exactly is Chen Changsheng? After Gu Tianfeng sealed them within the primordial ancestral land and subsequently vanished, despite possessing the strength to ascend to immortality, he chose not to. No one knew of his whereabouts. To their shock, just as these ancient kings emerged from their seals, they were once again dominated by the familiar sounds of Gu Tianfeng's zither and melody. "Boy, what is your connection to Gu Tianfeng, and where is that fellow?" The golden-winged rock king demanded angrily. The white-clad divine king had imprisoned them for tens of thousands of years, and now, with the awakening of the ancient kings, vengeance against Gu Tianfeng was inevitable. They had presumed Gu Tianfeng to be perished, yet here they encountered Chen Changsheng, who possessed the zither of Gu Tianfeng. Ignoring the ancient kings, Chen Changsheng plucked the strings, and melodies filled the air, his raven hair swirling as if stirred by an unseen wind, reminiscent of the white-clad divine king of yore. Witnessing this, an overwhelming dread enveloped the hearts of all ancient kings. The memory of Gu Tianfeng single-handedly breaching the primordial ancestral land was vivid in their minds. "Your vendetta shall be taken up in Gu Tianfeng's name," the golden-winged rock king proclaimed, extending his golden wings and charging towards Chen Changsheng. A brilliant radiance enveloped him, dazzling in its magnificence. The sound of the zither reverberated. The golden-winged rock king halted mere meters from Chen Changsheng, unable to advance any further. "Ah!" he cried out in agony as the melody surged forth, engulfing him in torment. He felt as though his very being was pierced by the resonance of the strings, despite the brilliance of his golden light and his desperate attempts to flee. Escape proved impossible. He writhed in vain before Chen Changsheng. Boom! The melody intertwined with various Tao rhythms and patterns, launching towards the golden-winged rock king. "Boy, I am the golden-winged rock king. Do you dare to strike me down?" Chen Changsheng feigned ignorance of the rock king's cries, waving his hand as the melodic force surged forth. The golden-winged rock king let out a skyward howl, frantically flapping his wings, but it was too late. The melody shattered the void like a blade, instantly severing the golden-winged rock king from existence. Chen Changsheng slowly raised his head, casting a disdainful gaze upon the assembly of ancient kings. Who else dares to challenge? Though his voice was not loud, it resonated like thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of the ancient kings. The human cultivators, witnessing Chen Changsheng's swift dispatch of the golden-winged rock king, erupted in joyous cheers for him. The nine-headed Jiao king spoke in a deep voice. "The golden-winged great Peng king has reached the tribulation stage. Thus, this human cultivator, who can so easily slay him, must possess a realm even beyond the tribulation. We must not be careless. All kings, heed my command and join me in battle." "Yes," the multitude of ancient kings replied in unison. All the cultivators gazed at the battle unfolding in the sky, their fists clenched, aware that their power paled in comparison to that of the ancient kings, rendering them unable to assist. Only those who had achieved the Tao could contend with these formidable beings. As the ancient kings charged towards him, Chen Changsheng remained still, plucking the strings of his guqin. With a flick of his sleeve, the winds and clouds changed dramatically. A manifestation towering 1,000 feet, appeared behind him, mirroring his every gesture. Both holding a guqin. What a magnificent celestial phenomenon. In my lifetime, I have witnessed this only once before, remarked Chen Feng, his eyes wide with awe. Who shall stand at the pinnacle of the immortal path? Upon witnessing Changsheng's achievement, it feels ephemeral. Chen Feng is truly magnificent. I am enamored. In the sky, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged, playing his guqin, while his joined in the melody. The resonant sounds of the guqin filled the air, weaving through the realms. With a wave of his hand, the notes transformed into legions, surging forth like tidal waves towards the ancient kings. The ancient kings, taken aback by Chen Changsheng's assault, immediately summoned their treasures to defend themselves. Those kings below the tribulation stage were struck as if by lightning, their artifacts shattering under the tremors of the guqin's melody. They struggled desperately, but it was too late. Their bodies were severed by the sound. The nine-headed Jiao King, witnessing the heavy losses, turned urgently to the Demon Emperor Nangong and said, "Demon Emperor, if you do not intervene now, do you intend to watch us perish at the hands of this individual?" Nangong rose, an aura of demonic energy enveloping him. He addressed the four elders behind him. "Command the people of Demon Abyss to activate the Heavenly Demon Great Formation." Upon hearing this, the four elders promptly replied, "Yes, Demon Emperor." They issued the command, and thousands of demon cultivators murmured incantations, forming hand seals that intertwined them with dark lines. The surrounding demonic energy surged, flowing into Nangong's being. Transforming into a mass of black mist, he took shape as a towering entity radiating dark demonic energy. The demon reached out a palm towards Chen Changsheng, preparing to strike heavily. The nine-headed Jiao King exchanged glances with the other ancient kings, acknowledging the extraordinary prowess of the Demon Emperor, who could indeed transform into a demon. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's realm had ascended to the pinnacle of the ascension stage, mere steps away from becoming an immortal. The heavenly demon bellowed, "Chen Changsheng, you have slain my brother. Today, I shall make you pay in blood. Prepare to die." With that, the heavenly demon unleashed a powerful strike towards Chen Changsheng. Observing this, Nailan Shui and Bai Lingxi furrowed their brows. Su Yaoyao, anxiously watching from the side, suddenly rushed forward, only to be swiftly restrained by Nailan Shui. "Aunt Nailan, do not stop me. I must assist my master. We cannot allow them to bully him." Though Nailan Shui shared her concern for Chen Changsheng, she knew that this was beyond their capacity to intervene. Bai Lingxi had just utilized the Yin-Yang Dao furnace, sustaining injuries in the process. At present, the only one qualified to assist Chen Changsheng was Liu Bai, the Lord of the Sword Peak. However, the area was besieged by demonic cultivators from the Abyss and the ancient royal clans, and should Liu Bai choose to aid Chen Changsheng, he would be unable to protect the human cultivators present. Thus, they found themselves in a predicament. Liu Bai cast a glance at Chen Changsheng, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "This celestial demon form can likely only be wielded by the Demon Emperor of the Abyss. Beneath the immortals, the celestial demon reigns supreme. Unless one in the ascension stage can confront this celestial demon, otherwise." All present gazed at Chen Changsheng with concern. Chen Changsheng lifted his head, surveying the colossal celestial demon form, and spoke calmly, "Is this truly what one calls a celestial demon?" Chapter 48. The Eternal Body. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng invoked his formidable powers, channeling all his might into himself, proclaiming, "World-destroying celestial melody, subdue the celestial demons." In an instant, the music of the zither erupted, resonating with profound melodies directed towards Nangong Yu and the ancient royal clans. The gathered onlookers felt the overwhelming potency of the music intensify, and as the notes fell, the surrounding void shattered. The ancient royal clans fought valiantly, some transforming into seas of flames, others embodying the very essence of thunder. Yet all erupted in the sacred grounds of the Dao Palace. However, under Chen Changsheng's world-destroying celestial melody, all their efforts faltered. The sacred grounds were on the brink of annihilation due to the desperate struggles of these dying beings. Flames and thunder ravaged the area, forcing all cultivators to retreat to the periphery of the Dao Palace, narrowly escaping disaster. Empowered by Chen Changsheng's invocation, the world-destroying celestial melody laid waste to all demonic cultivators and the ancient royal clans. The likes of the Demon Emperor Nangongyu and the nine-headed Flood Dragon King fell beneath its might. The blood of the fallen kings stained the sacred grounds crimson. Bodies strewn across the earth, and rivers of blood flowed profusely. Lord Chen's divine might was unparalleled. It was utterly terrifying. He single-handedly vanquished these demonic cultivators. showcasing an unimaginable strength. To witness such a battle was to die without regret. This confrontation would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of the cultivation world, a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Cultivators exchanged fervent discussions. The ancient royal clans had perished, along with Demon Emperor Nangong Yu and thousands of his demonic followers. The nine-headed Flood Dragon King, once deemed the strongest of his time in the ancient era, had been defeated by a later generation, an unfathomable outcome. The abyss of demons had existed for millennia, with Demon Emperor Nangong Yu single-handedly elevating its prominence, reportedly commanding 100,000 demonic cultivators therein. Now that the emperor was slain, what would become of these demonic beings? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng declared to the surviving demonic cultivators, "Heed my words. It was I who felled your emperor. If you seek vengeance, come at me. But if you wish to retaliate against the cultivation world, I would not hesitate to obliterate the abyss of demons." Upon hearing his words, some of the surviving demonic cultivators were seized by terror and immediately fled into the distance. They could no longer bear to face Chen Changsheng. He was too formidable. One man had vanquished the ancient royal clans and the demon emperor. How could the remaining 100,000 demonic cultivators stand against him? The discussion among the cultivators continued, as the recent events were nothing short of earth-shattering. Had it not been for that battle, had Chen Changsheng not intervened, the demon emperor and the ancient royal clans might have seized what these cultivators had obtained within the celestial palace. The ancient royal clans would have returned, and the demonic cultivators' interference in the cultivation world would have escalated. Chen Changsheng's actions had effectively stifled all threats in their infancy, preventing future calamities for the cultivation realm. As Chen Changsheng descended slowly from the heavens, his gaze fell upon a green willow tree standing resilient in a corner of the now scorched-out palace. He approached the tree with a sense of curiosity. The willow was slender, its bark charred by the recent battle, yet a few leaves remained steadfast on its branches. Chen Changsheng perceived that the willow tree had not perished. Its vitality was remarkably vibrant. This revelation astonished him, for during the recent cataclysmic battle, all life within the Dao Palace had been obliterated, leaving only the solitary willow tree alive, truly astonishing. Beep, congratulations, host, on resolving the abyss of demons and the ancient royal clan. Reward for the host. Eternal indestructibility. Eternal indestructibility, cultivated to the utmost, grants immortality, impervious to death, feared by both heaven and earth, as well as the spirit's current stage, capable of manifesting 6 extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. Upon witnessing the formidable nature of the eternal indestructibility, Chen Changsheng inquired, "System, are you not supposed to be a lackluster cultivator? Why must I still cultivate? Could you not simply grant it to me directly?" Host, you must understand that the meal prepared by oneself is far more fragrant than that provided by others. This eternal indestructibility is the strongest physique in existence. It cannot be obtained so easily. However, rest assured, you will not need to truly cultivate. I have activated the sleep cultivation mode. As long as the host sleeps, the eternal indestructibility will cultivate automatically. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng stroked his chin and muttered, "That sounds quite agreeable. The ability to cultivate while sleeping is indeed a form of ease." Beep. Detection indicates that this tree, influenced by the world destruction celestial melody during the recent battle, has awakened spiritual intelligence. The host must assist this tree in its cultivation, as it may prove beneficial to you in the future. Taken aback by the sudden assignment, Chen Changsheng paused. "In the future? What do you mean by that, system? Are you suggesting I nurture this tree?" "What nurturing? I mean that in time, this tree may assist you." "Enough of your hesitation. I possess a volume of immortal mysteries, derived from your eternal indestructibility, which can aid this willow tree." Subsequently, the techniques of immortal mysteries flooded into Chen Changsheng's mind. He concentrated this knowledge into a sphere of divine awareness, holding it in his hand. Turning to the willow tree, he murmured, "We are destined. Thus I bestow this fortuitous gift upon you. May you one day cultivate into a being of significance." With that, Chen Changsheng pointed his divine awareness towards the willow tree, infusing it into the tree's essence. As the consciousness merged with the willow, it seemed to stir, and the last remaining branch gracefully descended to Chen Changsheng's hand as a token of gratitude. Then, Chen Changsheng invoked the power of his words, rendering the willow tree's form invisible to the outside world, ensuring that it could cultivate in peace from that moment onward. Meanwhile, in the Tai Divine Dynasty, the Tai Divine Sovereign held the shattered life token of Sun Zhondao, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, who had slain the Divine Sun. His subordinates knelt before him, clasping their fists in reverence, and reporting to the sovereign, it was Chen Changsheng of the Xiantian sect who killed the Divine Son. And the Divine Son of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty, Li Yufei, also met his demise at his hands. The Tai Divine Sovereign erupted in fury, striking a nearby stone pillar with his fist, which shattered with a thunderous roar. Xiantian sect? Taoist Changsheng ascended over a decade ago. Who within the Xiantian sect can uphold their reputation now? Situ Qingshan is merely at the harmonization stage. They dare to kill my Divine Son? Can they withstand the wrath of the Tai Divine Dynasty? Issue a decree to assemble all forces and march towards the Xiantian sect. I refuse to believe we cannot bring the Xiantian sect to heel. The subordinate promptly stated, not only our Divine Son, but also the Demon Abyss Emperor Nagongyu, along with the ancient royal lineage of the nine-headed Flood Dragon King and the golden-winged Great Peng King, have all been slain. What? Upon hearing this news, the Tai Divine Lord's pupils constricted. He was well aware of Nagongyu's formidable strength, a transcendent being in the tribulation stage. He never anticipated that even he would fall at the hands of Chen Changsheng. Moreover, those ancient kings were renowned for their supreme prowess, and it was astonishing that they too had met their demise. At this rate, it seemed that a single divine dynasty would scarcely suffice to contend with him. Noticing the gravity of the situation, the subordinate promptly inquired, Divine Lord, should we dispatch troops? The Divine Lord pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. Hold off on sending troops for now. I shall confer with the Feathered Ascendant's Divine Dynasty first. Additionally, initiate the Celestial Rite. I must report this matter to the peerless Celestial King. Chapter 49. The Golden Cicada inquires about the Xiantian sect. The matter regarding the Immortal Palace has concluded, and Chen Changsheng has returned to the Xiantian sect, resuming his tranquil existence. After consuming the primordial spirit of the Candle Dragon, Su Yaoyao's cultivation has rapidly ascended, and she has now entered the transformation stage. At Changsheng Peak, she spends her days idly, aside from the various peak masters who come seeking the Tao Enlightenment Bamboo. Initially, these masters only intended to meditate beneath the bamboo, but to their surprise, Chen Changsheng generously bestowed the bamboo upon them. The masters took the bamboo back for seclusion and cultivation, and within a year, each achieved a breakthrough. This past year has witnessed numerous events. The various factions of the demon race have relentlessly harassed the northern region, overwhelming the human cities and seizing hundreds of them. The Golden Cicada from the Little Western Heaven journeyed eastward, engaging in debates with major cultivation sects, all of which were defeated, leaving a large character for Buddhism inscribed at their gates, signifying the supremacy of Buddhist teachings over Taoist ones. In the Demon Abyss, a myriad of demon cultivators are without a leader, yet appear to be conspiring towards significant endeavors. These occurrences are of no concern to Chen Changsheng, who prefers to remain aloof from such turmoil, desiring only to be a serene and handsome figure at Changsheng Peak. One day, Su Yaoyao entered holding a letter. Upon inspecting it, Chen Changsheng recognized it was from his senior brother, Lu Qifeng. Over the past 2 decades, his senior brother would return intermittently. Yet in the last 2 years, his visits had become infrequent. The last time he returned was 3 years prior. Chen Changsheng had inquired about his travels, but Lu Qifeng only mentioned he was investigating a matter without disclosing specifics, promising to share the details once his inquiries were complete. At the time, Chen Changsheng thought his brother was being cryptic, yet with the senior's prolonged absence, it seemed he was indeed pursuing something significant. As Chen Changsheng opened the letter and perused its contents, his brow furrowed. Indeed, Lu Qifeng had uncovered something noteworthy. In the letter, he expressed, "We live in an era of great contention. The spiritual energy in the cultivation world is dwindling, and I am seeking the cause of this depletion. However, my search has yielded no results, yet I have stumbled upon a startling secret. Some ancient Tao lineages that once flourished have begun to re-emerge in the world. These lineages, resplendent in bygone eras and home to numerous formidable beings, chose to retreat as they too sensed the scarcity of spiritual energy, deeming the ascension to immortality hopeless. Yet now, they perceive a final opportunity for transcendence in this age and are re-entering the fray." Upon receiving this revelation, Chen Changsheng felt no surprise. The reappearance of certain human Tao lineages could indeed be a fortuitous event for humanity, especially amidst the chaos wrought by the demon race and the burgeoning strength of Buddhism. Their emergence could potentially revitalize the dignity of the cultivation world. However, Lu Qifeng's subsequent words echoed with concern. The emergence of these Tao lineages clearly aims to overshadow contemporary cultivators in their pursuit of ascension. If these lineages were to suppress the current generation, not only would the hope of ascension be extinguished, but it would likely also undermine their resolve. Chen Changsheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the apprehensions articulated by Lu Qingfeng were not without merit. However, since those ancient doctrines have resurfaced, as long as they do not approach Changsheng Peak, Chen Changsheng is indifferent to their presence. The senior brother enumerated the names of these doctrines to caution Chen Changsheng. There are 10 of these doctrines, collectively referring to themselves as the 10 sacred places. They are the sacred land of Taishu, the sacred land of Longting, the sacred land of Fenglei, the sacred land of Gujian, the sacred land of Finshan, the sacred land of Yaoqi, the sacred land of Shiji, the sacred land of Undying, the sacred land of Xianyuan, and the sacred land of Xianin. Each of these 10 sacred places possesses formidable power, each one standing equal to the Xiantian sect. Furthermore, many cultivation sects have already aligned themselves with these sacred places, as the abundance of cultivation resources within them offers the sects greater benefits. Chen Changsheng, upon reviewing the letter from his senior brother, could not help but sigh. A storm is brewing indeed. Even the desire to remain idle feels precarious. As Chen Changsheng exited the Great Hall, he suddenly noticed countless flying swords soaring above him, making their way towards the ascension platform. Xiantian sect disciples were riding their swords like carp crossing a river, densely packed. Upon seeing this, Chen Changsheng understood that something significant must have transpired to mobilize so many disciples. With a wave of his hand, he halted one disciple soaring through the air. The disciple, who had been flying smoothly, suddenly found himself before Chen Changsheng, momentarily bewildered. Upon recognizing Chen Changsheng, he immediately clasped his fists and said, "Disciple Feng Yuan of the Sword Peak greets sect leader Chen." Ever since the Ascension Conference and the matter of the Celestial Palace, all disciples of Xiantian sect have shown utmost reverence towards him. After all, he is a being of strength surpassing even that of the sect leader. Chen Changsheng regarded Feng Yuan and inquired, "Why are so many of you mobilized? What has happened?" Feng Yuan, puzzled, responded, "Such a significant event. Has sect leader Chen not heard?" Chen Changsheng looked perplexed. Then, Feng Yuan slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I forgot. Changsheng Peak has only 3 people. So you haven't heard this news? The Buddha Jinchanzi, who has consecutively defeated numerous cultivation sects, has arrived at our Xiantian sect and is currently at the Ascension platform, proclaiming a debate on Buddhism and Taoism. Thus, all of us disciples have gone to witness it." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, allowing Feng Yuan to depart. Su Yaoyao, standing beside him, suggested, "Master, should we go and take a look?" Having spent a year largely confined to Changsheng Peak, Chen Changsheng was also curious to see who this Jinchanzi, who had triumphed over countless sects, truly was. "Let us proceed to the Ascension platform." Upon hearing this, Su Yaoyao's face lit up with joy. Having stayed at Changsheng Peak for a year without venturing out, encountering such a significant event naturally piqued her curiosity, especially as a child of merely 15 or 16 years. Chen Changsheng summoned the 9-dragon chariot, and the two ascended it, flying towards the Ascension platform. At this moment, the Ascension platform, the very site of the previous Ascension conference, was filling up with the arrival of several peak masters. Surrounding them were throngs of Xiantian sect disciples, densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Everyone has heard of the legendary contest between the Golden Cicada and the Tao, which has vanquished countless sects of immortals, and they have come to witness this remarkable figure and his extraordinary powers. The Ascension platform was abuzz with voices, and in the center sat a figure draped in a crimson robe, his head bare, yet possessing strikingly delicate features, radiating an aura of divine light as he meditated with closed eyes, reciting scriptures. Countless onlookers pointed and whispered, but he remained oblivious to their chatter. At that moment, the heavens resounded with the echoes of dragon roars, and the 9-dragon palanquin descended gracefully from above. The various peak masters, upon seeing Chen Changsheng's arrival, clasped their fists in salute. The monk, who had been immersed in his recitation, paused and opened his eyes, which shone with remarkable clarity and purity. Soon after, a voice emerged, resonant and commanding, akin to the thunderous call of a Vajra. "I, the humble monk Golden Cicada, have come to the Xiantian sect to engage in a discourse on the Dharma." Chapter 50. What is a Buddha? Chen Changsheng gazed at the small monk before him and turned to Nayland Shui beside him, inquiring, "Nayland Peak Master, who is this individual?" Nayland Shui replied slowly, "This man is known by the monastic title of Jinchanzi, a disciple from the Lesser Western Paradise in the Western Coward Continent. He is esteemed as the foremost figure beneath the Buddha over the past 5 millennia. In the Western regions, he has engaged in debates on Buddhist doctrine, and none have matched his prowess. Upon arriving in our Eastern domain, he has faced no opposition, having vanquished numerous sects along the way. It is said that the leader of the Forgetting Emotion sect, a transcendent master in the transformation stage, was so incensed during a debate with him that he spat blood and fainted on the spot. Chen Changsheng stroked his chin and remarked, "Is Buddhist doctrine truly that formidable?" Nailan Shui replied thoughtfully, "The paths of Buddhism and Tao may diverge, yet they ultimately converge. Buddhist doctrine is not inherently superior. Rather, this individual possesses profound Buddhist nature, akin to the enlightenment of our cultivators. His journey to the East for the purpose of debate has been orchestrated by the Western regions, positioning him as a pivotal figure for the propagation of Buddhism. Should he triumph over our Shantian sect, it would signify a decline in Taoism and elevate Buddhism's status in the Eastern domain." Chen Changsheng nodded, deep in contemplation. Since the inception of both Buddhism and Taoism, the debate over which holds greater prominence has persisted, with numerous dialogues taking place, yet none have stirred significant upheaval. Buddhism has remained rooted in the Western cowherd continent, while in the Eastern domain, temples and sects are few. However, the desire to spread Buddhist teachings to the East has long been harbored, yet the Eastern domain, a realm of cultivation, has resisted the encroachment of foreign doctrines. Thus, centuries of effort from Buddhism yielded little success until the emergence of Chen Changsheng. Heralded as the living Buddha, now resting the hopes of Buddhism upon his shoulders, Su Yao promptly addressed Chen Changsheng, "Master, this Chen Changsheng seems formidable. Could he possibly defeat our Shantian sect?" Nailan Shui interjected, "It is not without possibility. Should he indeed conquer our Shantian sect, Buddhism would truly gain a foothold in the Eastern domain, and our sect would become the last bastion of faith for the world of cultivation. A defeat would not only tarnish our reputation, but that of the entire cultivation realm." Chen Changsheng cast a measured glance and replied indifferently, "It matters not. I will intervene." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Su Yao and Nailan Shui exhaled in relief. Chen Changsheng was the final trump card of the Shantian sect. In this era of fierce contention, should Buddhism gain the upper hand, the future would undoubtedly be grim. Ding! Detected that Chen Changsheng is the current manifestation of the Buddha. The host is required to take him as a disciple. What? Chen Changsheng was taken aback upon receiving the system notification. It is said that the Buddha possesses 3 manifestations, the past, present, and future. Thus, Chen Changsheng being the present manifestation implies that this individual may become the Buddha in the future. To take the Buddha as a disciple then, Chen Changsheng pondered further. Since Chen Changsheng is not yet the Buddha, he could maneuver the situation to his advantage. Should he indeed take the Buddha as a disciple? Chen Changsheng stood alone at the center, unmoved as thousands surrounded him. Who will approach first? His voice resonated in the hearts of all present. Yet the disciples of the Xianyuan sect exchanged glances, each hesitant to step forward. After all, the individual before them was one who had triumphed over numerous cultivation sects, bearing the illustrious title of the foremost figure beneath the Buddha in 5 millennia. Who would dare to approach? Observing the reluctance of the crowd, Han Feng, unwilling to allow the Xianyuan sect to lose face, stepped forth and declared, "I am Han Feng, the master of Fire God Peak, ready to engage in battle." With that, Han Feng soared into the air. Chen Changsheng suggested that Han Feng pose the first question, to which he would respond, followed by Chen Changsheng presenting his own query for Han Feng to answer. The contest would be decided in a best-of-3 format. After the passage of half a stick of incense, Han Feng returned to his seat, a look of disappointment etched upon his face as he addressed his fellow disciples. "I apologize, everyone, I have lost." Upon hearing this, the disciples of Xianyuan sect were left in shock. After all, this was a peak master who had been defeated in less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Was Chen Changsheng truly that formidable? Subsequently, other peak masters such as Qian Shui Lu and Yang Wu stepped forward, only to meet the same fate. Finally, C2 Qingshan took his turn, managing to debate with Chen Changsheng for the duration of 2 sticks of incense, yet ultimately succumbed as well. At this moment, the Xianyuan sect was engulfed in disbelief. Even the sect leader had been bested, rendering Chen Changsheng invincible. With an expression of serene composure, Chen Changsheng surveyed the gathered crowd and proclaimed, "Is this the extent of the Xianyuan sect's prowess? If so, I shall inscribe the character for Buddha upon your sect's gate." With that, he turned and strode toward the entrance of the sect, where he inscribed the character, signifying the triumph of Buddha's teachings. Seeing Chen Changsheng approach the gate, the disciples of Xianyuan's sect yearned to intervene, but were silenced by Chen Changsheng's admonition. Sect leader, if we allow him to inscribe the character upon our gate, it will become a source of shame for the Xianyuan sect, one disciple protested. Indeed, sect leader, how can our venerable Xianyuan sect endure such a disgrace? Chen Changsheng sighed and replied, we must honor our commitments. Should we attempt to obstruct him, the world will label the Xianyuan sect as untrustworthy. The crowd murmured. Are we to simply stand by and witness Chen Changsheng's actions? The peak masters found themselves in a quandary. The foremost sect of the cultivation world was now caught in a dilemma. Just as the tension mounted, a melodious voice rang out. My master has yet to grant you permission to inscribe. At these words, Chen Changsheng paused. The gaze of all the Xianyuan disciples turned toward the source of the voice, Su Yao Yao. It dawned on them that they had momentarily forgotten about Chen Changsheng, the master of Changsheng Peak. In this precarious situation, they could only place their hopes upon him. Chen Changsheng turned his attention to Chen Changsheng and slowly inquired, do you wish to engage in battle? Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng ascended into the air, gracefully advancing toward Chen Changsheng. With each step he took, a lotus flower blossomed in the void, dissipating into the cosmos as he passed. This was the manifestation of the immortal body of eternal life, a display that Chen Changsheng unleashed to psychologically unsettle his opponent who stood before him. The essence of the debate lies in the very notion of debate itself. All discussions are a psychological contest, where overwhelming one's opponent with sheer presence is of paramount importance. As the scene unfolded, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Many female disciples found themselves captivated, gazing at Chen Changsheng with lingering affection. Since the incident at the Void Immortal Palace, Chen Changsheng has become a sensation within the Xuantiangong, with countless female disciples yearning for a glimpse of him. However, Chen Changsheng has remained secluded upon the Changsheng Peak, rendering him largely unseen. Today, their anticipation was indeed justified. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Changsheng could not help but narrow his eyes in surprise. How could this individual embody the Buddhist principle of lotus blossoming step by step? Despite his inner confusion, Chen Changsheng maintained his composure. Chen Changsheng approached him with a measured pace and inquired, since this is a debate, we must wager something. Should you emerge victorious, you may inscribe your words in our Xuantiangong. But if I prevail, what then? Taken aback by Chen Changsheng's proposition, Chen Changsheng replied, if you win, I shall comply with any request you make. This statement alone was a testament to his unwavering confidence. Chen Changsheng smiled and declared, very well. If I win, you shall take me as your master. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment before responding, agreed. Upon hearing this affirmation, Chen Changsheng announced, then let the debate commence. My first question is, what is the essence of Buddha? Chapter 51. I reopened the celestial path for the immortal realm upon uttering these words. Not only was Chen Changsheng taken aback, but even the disciples of Xuantiangong were astonished, while others engaged in debate by discussing their areas of expertise. Chen Changsheng boldly posed a question to a Buddhist disciple. What is a Buddha? This is akin to asking a chef whether one should add tomatoes or eggs first when preparing scrambled eggs with tomatoes. A sense of foreboding washed over all the disciples of Xuantiangong. Even the formidable Chen Fengzhu would likely face defeat in this instance. Chen Changsheng, however, maintained an impassive expression as he awaited Chen Changsheng's response. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng articulated, the Buddha has no form, delights in benevolence. And those who liberate all beings are indeed Buddhas. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng promptly retorted, incorrect. Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, and the onlookers wore expressions of confusion. Chen Changsheng quickly waved his hand and inquired, oh, why is that wrong? Chen Changsheng replied coolly, you stated that the Buddha has no form. How then can you assert that the Buddha is benevolent? The Buddha, being formless, can manifest in countless forms. A virtuous person can be a Buddha, and a wicked person can also be a Buddha. All individuals in this world are Buddhas. Let me clarify, one who seeks to save oneself is not a Buddha. Only one who seeks to save others is a Buddha. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's pupils contracted. Though his demeanor remained unchanged, he felt as though struck by lightning. In the West Nyohajo, the teachings of Buddhism advocate for personal restraint, refraining from killing, abstaining from meat, and avoiding alcohol. Only through such practices can one attain a state of mental clarity and ultimately become a Buddha. However, such practices bind individuals to rules. And had Buddhism not been shunned by the immortal realm, it would have long since spread throughout the various empires of the Eastern domain, as it could enable those empires to control the hearts of the populace. Yet, Chen Changsheng's assertions directly undermined Chen Changsheng's understanding. For Chen Changsheng, this was mere child's play. The contention between Buddhism and Taoism has been depicted in countless novels and television works, with the most renowned example being Journey to the West, which epitomizes this conflict. Even though Chen Changsheng is heralded as the foremost figure beneath the Buddha in 5 millennia, he was no match for Chen Changsheng, who possessed the wisdom of the future. Chen Changsheng stood there, seemingly dazed. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks, 3 incense sticks. As time slowly passed, upon reaching the 5th incense stick, Chen Changsheng suddenly raised his head, a spark of enlightenment flickering in his eyes. He then clasped his hands together and said to Chen Changsheng, "I have been taught well, and I concede this round." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What? The Chen Changsheng, who had triumphed over countless immortal sects, was defeated by Chen Changsheng in the very first round? Moreover, he lost on the topic of what constitutes a Buddha to an immortal practitioner. The disciples of Xuan and Gong held Chen Changsheng in even greater reverence. Chen Changsheng looked at Chen Changsheng and noticed a transformation in his demeanor compared to before. Even Siddha Qinshan recognized the change in Chen Changsheng as the radiance of the Buddha behind him shone even more brilliantly. This is enlightenment, Siddha Qinshan remarked. What? Enlightenment? The other peak masters exclaimed in astonishment. They naturally understood the significance of enlightenment. It is a coveted achievement for all practitioners, often surpassing the benefits of a century of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, one may find themselves ensnared by a certain threshold, an impasse that could potentially confine them for a lifetime. Yet, there exists the possibility of a sudden epiphany, leading to a direct breakthrough. This is the essence of enlightenment. Such moments of realization are typically born from profound inspiration or significant gains. Thus, it is evident that Chen Changsheng's words had a profound impact on Chen Changsheng. However, Chen Changsheng is no ordinary figure. His ability to attain enlightenment in such circumstances is indeed a rarity, befitting a being of Buddha's stature. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng posed a question. He gazed at Chen Changsheng and said, "Master Chen, I wish to inquire. In this age of decline, where the path to immortality appears severed, what is the purpose of your cultivation?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but smile. The inquiry was laced with subtlety. A poorly articulated response could render a prior victory utterly disgraceful. Chen Changsheng's question bore 2 layers of meaning. Firstly, in this age where the hope of ascension seems futile, what significance lies in the diligent efforts of cultivators, who ultimately face the fate of returning to dust without achieving immortality? Secondly, with no path left for cultivators, is it not more prudent for the countless souls in the Eastern domain to abandon the pursuit of immortality and instead embrace the teachings of Buddhism, thereby attaining enlightenment? The Master of Sword Peak stroked his beard and remarked, "This question indeed presents a challenge. A careless reply could undermine the dignity of our path." Everyone held their breath in anticipation, their gazes fixed upon Chen Changsheng. Unperturbed, he summoned a series of extraordinary phenomena. Countless lotus blossoms unfolded in the void. Ethereal purple mist flowed from the east, spanning 3,000 miles across the sky. A celestial sword emerged, tearing through the heavens, while a colossal ethereal visage of Chen Changsheng loomed above, resembling a celestial monarch surveying the mortal realm. Lastly, 3,000 Buddhas knelt reverently around him, emanating a resplendent radiance akin to the sun at its zenith. Calmly, Chen Changsheng declared, "I shall attain immortality and reopen the path for the cultivation community." At this proclamation, the assembly fell into a profound silence. They were both awestruck by the celestial phenomena and moved by Chen Changsheng's words. The notion that he could achieve immortality and restore the path for cultivators resonated deeply within them. Had anyone else uttered such sentiments, disbelief would have prevailed. Yet, spoken by Chen Changsheng, they could not dismiss it. Coupled with the 5 extraordinary manifestations, an invigorating spirit surged among the human cultivators. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. "No path to immortality. I shall forge my own." The words of a cultivator resonate with the ominous weight of prophetic foreboding. For to utter such declarations without fulfillment could lead to the emergence of one's inner demons. For a cultivator, these demons are akin to the heavenly tribulations, and once tainted by them, the consequences could be dire. Yet, Chen Changsheng's audacity to speak such words indicated either an absence of fear towards these demons or an unwavering belief in his eventual ascension. Moreover, the final vision of 3,000 Buddhas surrounding Chen Changsheng in harmonious chant was nothing short of miraculous. In that moment, Chen Changsheng nearly believed he was in the presence of the Buddha himself. With a resigned sigh, he clasped his hands together and bowed to Chen Changsheng, declaring, "I concede." In a best-of-5 match, the final round was rendered unnecessary as Chen Changsheng emerged triumphant over Chen Changsheng. The realm of cultivation celebrated a resounding victory against the Buddhist sect of the western regions. The leisure sects that had previously succumbed to Chen Changsheng's prowess were invigorated upon hearing this news. The master of the Forgetting Emotions sect, who had been driven to the brink of despair by Chen Changsheng, promptly rose from his bed upon receiving the tidings, bowing thrice towards the direction of the Shantian sect, exclaiming, "At last, the true immortal has avenged me. Chen Fengzhu is truly formidable." At that moment, Su Yaoyao approached Chen Changsheng, gently tapping his head, and remarked, "Your master has triumphed over you. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. You must call me senior sister." Chapter 52. Meeting me is like meeting the Buddha. Although Chen Changsheng admitted his defeat, he was profoundly shocked within. Having traversed from the west to the east, he had vanquished countless sects of immortals along the way, and his state of mind had approached invincibility. He believed that by overcoming the strongest sect in the eastern region and propagating the teachings of Buddhism, he could ascend to the Vajra realm. Under the Buddha, the Vajra is invincible. Once he entered the Vajra realm, no powerful immortal could inflict harm upon him. Yet, at Shantian sect, he had actually been defeated. His heart of invincibility came to an abrupt halt, and the prospect of advancing to the Vajra realm faded away. The poor monk is willing to accept the wager and submit to Master Chen as his teacher. Chen Changsheng looked at Chen Changsheng and smiled, saying, "You possess innate wisdom. It would be to your benefit to follow me. Furthermore, regarding the concept of the Tao that I did not fully elaborate on earlier," Chen Changsheng murmured, "Master, please continue." Chen Changsheng gazed at Chen Changsheng, then turned to the crowd of Shantian sect disciples, proclaiming loudly, "The way of heaven is unpredictable. It knows neither good nor evil, nor right nor wrong. All is a struggle for a fleeting chance of life. The immortals have their pathways, the demons have their paths, and Buddhism itself is a path." As these words echoed, the assembly fell silent. Just like the immortal sects, Buddhism also boasts a vast number of disciples. Who in the world would dare to utter such sentiments? If such words were to reach the ears of any Buddhist disciple, a single spittle from them could drown a person. Only Chen Changsheng would dare express such thoughts. At this moment, Chen Changsheng appeared entranced, repeatedly murmuring, "Buddhism itself is a path. Buddhism itself is a path. Buddhism itself is a path." Seeing Chen Changsheng in this state, Su Yaoyao contemplated approaching him to awaken him, but was restrained by Chen Changsheng, who insisted that he was in a moment of enlightenment and should not be disturbed. Enlightenment. Even Sidhu Qingshan, observing Chen Changsheng's condition, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. To achieve enlightenment twice within a single hour transcended mere talent. He was truly embodying the essence of a Buddha. Reflecting on this, he realized that both moments of enlightenment were bestowed upon him by Chen Changsheng, which filled Sidhu Qingshan with a sense of pride in Shantian sect. Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged upon the ascending immortal platform, and the divine light behind him gradually dimmed, rendering him seemingly mortal. As time flowed slowly, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Chen Changsheng and Su Yaoyao to await Chen Changsheng's awakening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Chen Changsheng as a disciple. Reward for the host. Great vehicle of Buddhism. Chen Changsheng observed the myriad scriptures appearing in his consciousness, including the Heart Sutra and the Diamond Sutra among others. Contemplating these texts, he realized they were meant to guide him towards enlightenment within Buddhism. In the depths of winter, snow fell incessantly. The snow blanketed Chen Changsheng, transforming him into a snowman over the course of 3 days and nights. Finally, on the 4th day, a ray of morning light descended from the heavens, melting the ice and snow that enveloped Chen Changsheng. He opened his eyes, and in that instant, a colossal phantom of a Buddha arose, towering 1,000 feet tall, immediately drawing countless disciples of Shantian sect. "What is this? The Vajra of Buddhism?" Lu Bai remarked upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon. What constitutes the Vajra of Buddhism? Some individuals remain oblivious to the profound realms of Buddhism, prompting them to inquire further. Lu Bai remarked, "The Buddhist path diverges from our own cultivation. Their levels of attainment are categorized by fruition. The Vajra fruit is one such stage, akin to our tribulation phase, with the pinnacle of Vajra leading to Buddhahood. which is comparable to our ascension to immortality. The formidable nature of the Vajra fruit, closely resembling the strength attained during the tribulation phase, left everyone in awe. Lu Bai's side, this individual is hailed as a living Buddha, and rightfully so. His previous state was merely equivalent to our transformation stage, yet he possesses an astute comprehension of Buddhist teachings, enabling him to vanquish numerous immortal sections. Now that he has achieved the Vajra fruit, he shall only grow stronger. In the future, this person is destined to attain Buddhahood. Master Chen has indeed acquired an exceptional disciple. Seeing Chen Changsheng before him, Chen Changsheng clasped his hands together in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master, for enlightening me." The four words Buddha is the way encompass the ultimate truths of the universe. It appears that the path I previously traversed was misguided. However, I have now gained enlightenment and attained the Vajra fruit, for which I am deeply appreciative of your guidance. Chen Changsheng, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "Your previous path was not erroneous. It was merely the lesser vehicle of Buddhism. Your innate understanding is remarkable. You merely lacked the final awakening." Chen Changsheng, taken aback by this revelation, responded, "Master, for millennia, our Buddhist lineage has solely practiced what you term the lesser vehicle. We have never encountered the greater vehicle." Chen Changsheng chuckled gently. "Then today, I shall impart to you the teachings of the greater vehicle." Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng's form faltered in surprise, not expecting Chen Changsheng to bestow upon him the greater vehicle teachings. Observing Chen Changsheng's astonishment, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "This is the privilege of being my disciple." Subsequently, Chen Changsheng seated himself and proclaimed, "When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva engages deeply in the perfection of wisdom, perceiving the emptiness of the five aggregates, he transcends all suffering and affliction. All conditioned phenomena are but illusions, akin to dreams, bubbles, and shadows. They are as fleeting as dew or lightning. Thus should one contemplate in this manner." As Chen Changsheng's voice resonated, a radiant light of the Buddha emerged from behind him. With each chant, the luminous aura expanded, ultimately resembling a blazing sun suspended in the sky. The Buddha's light enveloped the entire eastern domain, bringing forth a rejuvenation of nature, a refreshing rain upon parched earth, with birdsong and fragrant blooms echoing, accompanied by the resonant sound of the Buddha. In the western Nyohajo, at the Little Western Heaven, a multitude of Buddhist disciples were engrossed in their scriptures when, suddenly, the Buddha's light enveloped them. Rising to witness the spectacle, they beheld the eastern domain illuminated in a glow that submerged the entirety of western Nyohajo. As Chen Changsheng's chants intensified, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. A colossal temple apparition materialized, radiating Buddha's light, with countless Buddhas within chanting the scriptures, their sacred sounds resonating across vast distances. Soon after, an even grander Buddha apparition emerged, dwarfing the entire realm of immortal cultivation, resembling a deity gazing down upon all sentient beings. Countless venerable monks stood in astonishment, their hands clasped in reverence, murmuring, "Amit Ba, our Buddha is compassionate." It was the manifestation of the great Thunder Sound Temple and the Buddha, as innumerable monks prostrated in devotion, perpetually bowing to the Buddha. Was this the moment Chen Changsheng attained Buddhahood? Some monks inquired, and an elder monk shook his head, saying, "This is not the essence of the golden cicada. The visage of the Buddha belongs to another." Upon hearing the elder's words, the monks were further astonished. If it is not the golden cicada, then who could it be? Suddenly, the immense phantom of the ancient Buddha slowly opened its eyes, revealing the countenance of Chen Changsheng. The phantom then turned its gaze towards the monks of Shinyo-Hajo, its voice resonating like thunder from the heavens, echoing in the ears of each monk. "Today, I shall impart the Mahayana teachings of the golden cicada. Upon your return, you shall share them with others." Upon hearing this, the monks immediately knelt in gratitude to Chen Changsheng. He then proclaimed in a clear voice, "As for the matter of sending the golden cicada to engage in debate in my eastern domain, I shall no longer pursue it. Do not let it occur again in the future." The monks were filled with trepidation. "From now on, when you see me, regard me as you would the Buddha." Chapter 53, The Return of the Senior Disciple in the Northern Region of the Glacial Continent. On the turquoise mountain, the demon emperor Tu Shanyu, clad in a crimson robe, gazed at the colossal shadow of the Buddha before him, a sense of impending crisis welling up within his heart. The aura exuding from this shadow mirrored that of the one during the 9 resonances of Shantian. Could it possibly be the same individual? If so, humanity might indeed be on the brink of producing an unparalleled genius, and the reopening of the immortal path would not be an impossibility. This would spell trouble for my demon clan. He commanded, "Send forth a decree. I must journey to the eastern domain to ascertain the true identity of this person." The two demon maidens immediately urged, "Your Excellency, you are currently in the tail end of your transformation. Transitioning from 8 tails to 9 is akin to a rebirth, making this a vulnerable period for you. If you venture to the eastern domain now, you may be discovered by those humans." Tushanyu replied coldly. "Even in this state of rebirth, mere human cultivators pose no threat to me. You two shall remain in the palace. Should anyone come, inform them that I am in seclusion for cultivation. Do you understand?" The maidens exchanged glances, powerless to resist, and responded, "Yes, Your Excellency." With that, the demon emperor Tushanyu soared towards the eastern domain. Meanwhile, in the western region, the terrifying phenomenon exhibited by Chen Changsheng instilled fear in countless monks, causing them to kneel in submission, declaring their reluctance to enter the eastern domain again. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng announced that he would have Jin Shanzi bring the great vehicle Buddhism back to the west, which deeply moved the assembled monks. As the phenomenon dissipated, Chen Changsheng led Jin Shanzi and Su Yaoyao back to Changsheng Peak. The other peak masters, witnessing Chen Changsheng's departure, looked on with envy. "Master Chen has indeed taken on another exceptional disciple," remarked Situ Qingshan. "This is a fortuitous event. By accepting Jin Shanzi as a disciple, we can foster harmony between the Buddhist and Taoist sections. Furthermore, with Jin Shanzi now a disciple of our Xiantian sect, who can predict that within a century, our sect may not produce a true Buddha?" The sect leader concurred, stating, "Indeed, this debate between Buddhism and Taoism has greatly benefited from Changsheng Peak. Otherwise, our Xiantian sect would have lost face in the world of cultivation." Situ Qingshan sighed. "In this age of decline, competition is the only constant. Now, with the emergence of the 10 sacred grounds, all are vying for a chance at ascension. As the foremost sect in the cultivation world, our Xiantian sect attracts undue attention." With those words, the assembly dispersed. Upon returning to Changsheng Peak, Su Yaoyao prepared a room for her new junior disciple. Upon inquiry, she discovered that he was merely 15 years old, a few months her junior. Were it not for his profound and inscrutable Buddhist teachings, she might have mistaken him for someone of a similar age to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng imparted the entirety of the great vehicle Buddhism to Jin Shanzi, a wealth of knowledge that would not be easily absorbed. He then entered seclusion to contemplate the teachings. Lying in bed, he reflected on his current disciples. His eldest disciple Su Yaoyao, possessing the divine wood spirit root, the reincarnation of the Azure Emperor at the transformation stage. His second disciple Gu Ping, a reincarnated sword immortal, poised to reach the celestial sovereign realm, and his third disciple Jin Shanzi, embodying the Buddha's essence, destined to become a Buddha in the future. Additionally, there was an unnamed willow tree, upon which he had imparted the immortal profound art, should it succeed in its cultivation. It too might achieve significant accomplishments. Having reached the tribulation phase, I feel no trepidation even when facing formidable opponents from the ascension stage. With the unparalleled defensive and offensive prowess granted by the Zhuxian Sword Embryo and the Sun and Moon Radiance Robe, I am emboldened. As I entertained dreams of becoming a great leader with disciples unmatched across the realms, I was abruptly interrupted by the hurried voice of Su Yaoyao. "Master, someone has breached Changsheng Peak." Raising an eyebrow, I pondered, is my reputation in the Xiantian sect not enough? Who dares trespass upon Changsheng Peak? Who is it? I inquired. "He claims to be Lu Qifeng." Taken aback, I stammered, "Goodness, my senior brother has returned." Without hesitation, I dashed towards the great hall-S exit. There, seated upon the steps, was a plump, fair-skinned man, muttering, after wandering the seas, "How is it that I cannot even enter my own sect?" I scrutinized this rotund figure and queried, "Who are you, brother?" Upon recognizing me, the chubby man lunged forward exclaiming, "Junior brother, it's me, your senior brother Lu Qifeng." Confusion clouded my face. How could this man, once so dashing and admired by widows in the villages, have transformed into this 200-pound figure? Not only Su Yaoyao, but I too struggled to recognize him. I retrieved a portrait of my senior brother from within the hall, presenting it to the rotund man. "Is this you?" In the portrait, my senior brother wielded the 3-foot Qifeng sword, his striking features radiating charm. The plump fellow glanced at the image and declared, "That's me." Fuming, I retorted, "This is not you." "Indeed it is." I was quite lean back then. Brandishing the Zhuxian sword, I asserted, My senior brother of Changsheng Peak is not someone you can impersonate. Speak. Who are you truly? The chubby man blinked, a comical expression upon his face, and replied, Junior brother, I assure you, I am genuinely your senior brother. Have you forgotten who took you to the Snowfall Peak to watch the female disciples bathe? Upon hearing this, I swiftly covered his mouth, affectionately asking, Senior brother, how have you come to look this way? Muffled, Lu Qifeng stammered, It's a long story. In my previous letter, I mentioned the return of the 10 sacred lands. I had a minor altercation with the Lord of the Western Extreme Sacred Land. He was immensely powerful, and though he refrained from acting against me in the presence of many, he employed some unknown method that resulted in my current appearance. A glint of murderous intent flickered in my eyes at his words. Sensing my shift in demeanor, Lu Qifeng cautioned, Junior brother, I have heard of your exploits, and you bring honor to Changsheng Peak. However, do not involve yourself in my affairs with the Western Extreme Sacred Land. It will only entangle you in unforeseen consequences. Master brother is the person in the Xiantian sect who, apart from his master, cares for Chen Changsheng the most. Witnessing his brother in such a state, he even advised Chen not to involve himself in the matters between him and the Western Sacred Land, fearing it might bring him unfavorable karma. Such a master brother is truly irreplaceable. Chen Changsheng feigned indifference and hurriedly invited him into Changsheng Peak. Along the way, Su Yaoyao, looking puzzled, inquired, Master, just now, the elder mentioned taking you to the falling snow peak to see the female disciples washing. Washing what? Both Chen Changsheng and Lu Qifeng were startled. And Lu Qifeng quickly clarified, washing clothes. Haha, washing clothes. Su Yaoyao nodded thoughtfully, secretly pondering why one would go all the way to falling snow peak for such a mundane task. Could it be that there is some secret technique involved in washing there? Perhaps she would ask Elder Nalen someday to uncover the truth behind this washing ritual. Chapter 54. The 9th generation sect master of Xiantian sect. Upon entering the grand hall, Lu Qifeng addressed Chen Changsheng, saying, Junior brother, I have heard much about your exploits. You have slain He Daoran at the Ascension Conference, aided the Dao Palace in reclaiming its territory from the hands of demonic cultivators, vanquished the ancient royal family and the demon emperor at the Void Immortal Palace, and recently triumphed over Jinshanzi, who traveled from the western regions to debate the doctrine. Truly, I did not misjudge your capabilities. Chen Changsheng replied modestly, It is of little consequence. I find myself yearning for the pleasures of the world that you, senior brother, have described. The elder brother offered an awkward smile, suggesting, Let us not dwell on this matter. Curious, Chen Changsheng inquired, What is your current cultivation level, senior brother? With a straightforward demeanor, the elder brother responded, I am at the nascent soul stage. Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Since his earliest memories, his elder brother had always been at the nascent soul stage, and it was surprising that he remained there. Lu Qifeng interjected, The path I pursue differs from yours. The level of cultivation is of little significance. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Changsheng contemplated the remarkable resilience of someone capable of contending with the master of the Western Sacred Land and yet surviving. Both he and his elder brother harbored secrets. Thus, he refrained from probing further. Feeling a pang of sympathy for his elder brother's arduous journey, Chen Changsheng encouraged him to rest. Soon, he himself drifted into a slumber. The following morning, Chen Changsheng awoke to a gust of wind, feeling a chill enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find himself unclothed, lying on a bare bed, with the bedding nowhere in sight. Alarmed, he sprang up, dressed hastily, and exited the grand hall, only to see his elder brother entering with a cheerful countenance. Good morning, junior brother. The elder brother greeted. Good morning, senior brother. What brings you up so early? Chen Changsheng asked. I took a trip to the sex marketplace. Lu Qifeng replied. Chen Changsheng nodded, slightly puzzled. The sex marketplace? He then projected his consciousness towards the marketplace, only to discover his bedding and various garments prominently featured. Chief Chen's quilt, reputed to provide the equivalent of 30 days of cultivation in a single night. Infused with abundant spiritual energy, available for 100,000 spirit stones. First come, first served. Chief Chen's socks, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. Priced at 80,000 spirit stones. Hurry and purchase. Chief Chen's shoes. Chief Chen's bitter tea. Fair dealings for all. Come and buy? Chen Changsheng's expression darkened as he withdrew his consciousness, turning to Lu Qifeng. Sensing something amiss, Lu Qifeng scratched his head and asked, Why do you look at me like that, junior brother? Chen Changsheng responded, I wondered why my bedding and clothes had vanished so early. It turns out you took them to sell. Feeling guilty, Lu Qifeng stammered, Junior brother, as you know, I travel far and wide and require funds. Given your current renown, your personal belongings are indeed rare treasures, worth thousands of spirit stones. It would be a missed opportunity not to capitalize on this. Of course, I would not keep all the profits for myself. We can split it 60-46 for you, for me. What do you think? Subsequently, Lu Qingfeng produced a pouch and handed it to Chen Changsheng, saying, a total of 200,000 spirit stones. Here, you will find 120,000, all yours. Chen Changsheng did not even glance at the bag, for the numerous spirit stones held little value for him. However, his senior brother, who was free-spirited in all matters, might consider selling Changsheng Peak, which had been bequeathed by their master. To prevent this, Chen Changsheng gently patted his senior brother's shoulder, saying, Senior brother, if you are in need of money, do not hesitate to tell me. Why must you resort to stealth? Simply ask, and I shall assist you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qifeng was overjoyed. Junior brother, you are indeed in agreement. Chen Changsheng nodded. After all, it was merely his personal belongings. He could easily enchant them with spiritual energy, making them worth several thousand spirit stones. Others would not be deceived upon purchasing them, and it would also provide his senior brother with some spirit stones to spare. It was a win-win situation, and why not embrace such an opportunity? Upon hearing this, his senior brother produced a bag and vigorously infused it with energy near Chen Changsheng. Confused, Chen Changsheng inquired, Senior brother, what are you doing? Junior brother, you are unaware that you are a treasure in yourself. Even the air around you is infused with celestial energy. If I imbue you with some, it will surely be in demand, Lu Qingfeng replied. After Lu Qifeng departed with the infused air, Chen Changsheng let out a long sigh. Lu Qifeng immediately turned back, infusing the air back into Chen Changsheng while muttering, almost wasted that. Once Lu Qingfeng truly left, a flash of azure light swept by. It was Situ Qingshan. He approached Changsheng Peak and immediately cupped his fists in greeting, asking, What troubles have befallen Master Chen that you wear a frown? Chen Changsheng promptly replied, Thank you for your concern, Sectmaster. There is nothing amiss. What brings you to Changsheng Peak? Situ Qingshan replied slowly, There are two matters to discuss. Please, do go on, Sectmaster, Chen Changsheng urged. The first matter is the Yaoqi Sacred Land, which is hosting the Yaoqi Conference, inviting all sects within the cultivation realm to participate. Now, Master Chen, you best represent the Xiantian sect, and I would like you to attend. The Yaoqi Conference? Chen Changsheng murmured. What does the Yaoqi Sacred Land intend to achieve with this sudden gathering? Situ Qingshan elucidated. The 10 sacred lands are traditions that have endured for millennia, with profound heritage. Even our Xiantian sect lacks such depth. These sacred lands have been reclusive for thousands of years, and their leaders possess strength beyond the tribulation stage. This conference serves to test the waters among the 10 sacred lands and to assess the current strength of the cultivation sections. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng stroked his chin, realizing the truth in the words. Notification: accept the invitation to the Yaoqi Conference. Upon completion, you will receive considerable rewards. Chen Changsheng had anticipated that the system would prompt him to agree, yet he was genuinely interested in witnessing the Yaoqi Conference. Very well. I shall attend the Yaoqi Conference, he affirmed. Situ Qingshan, pleased with Chen Changsheng's acceptance, laughed heartily. I appreciate your willingness, Master Chen. What is the second matter? Chen Changsheng inquired. Sifu Qingshan gazed at Chen Changsheng and said, regarding this matter. Sensing Sifu Qingshan's hesitation, Chen Changsheng promptly interjected, Master, we are well acquainted. You have often provided assistance to my Changsheng Peak. Please feel free to speak candidly. After a moment of contemplation, Sifu Qingshan continued, Thanks to your support, I have entered the tribulation phase, granting me an extension of 500 years to my lifespan. However, for a cultivator, 500 years is but a fleeting moment. If I cannot attain the ascension realm within this time, I will ultimately become dust. The affairs of the Xiantian sect weigh heavily upon me, and I find myself stretched thin. Therefore, I wish to seclude myself for a century to devote myself to cultivation. The implication of the Master's words is clear. Sifu Qingshan paused briefly before declaring, Indeed, I seek to appoint you, Chen Peak Master, as the 9th generation leader of the Xiantian sect. Chapter 55, The Grand Ceremony of the Sect Leader. The Holy Sun arrives. Are you suggesting I become the leader of the Xiantian sect? Chen Changsheng exclaimed, astonished. With a hearty laugh, Situ Qingshan replied, Given your current prestige and strength, you are more than capable of assuming the role of the Xiantian sect's leader. We are in an era of intense rivalry. I often find myself mired in indecision, whereas you possess the decisiveness required for this position. Thus, it is most fitting for you to take on the role of the leader." Noticing Chen Changsheng's lack of refusal, Situ Qingshan quickly added, "Since you, Master Chen, have agreed, the ceremony will be held in 7 days. Do not forget." Without waiting for a response, Situ Qingshan soared into the sky, leaving Chen Changsheng in a state of bewilderment. What kind of situation is this? He had just awakened from slumber, only to be informed of his new role as the leader? It was evident that Situ Qingshan intended to distance himself and place the burden upon Chen Changsheng, who had barely been given the opportunity to decline. Nonetheless, since he was to become the leader, he might as well give it a try. In the ensuing 7 days, news of the impending leadership change spread throughout the Xiantian sect and beyond, leaving countless sects in astonishment. However, due to Chen Changsheng's remarkable performance at the Void Immortal Palace, no one dared to voice dissent. 7 days later, at the Xiantian sect, countless cultivators soared through the skies on their swords, heading towards the ascension platform, their faces alight with excitement. Such a change in leadership had never occurred before. Typically, a new leader would ascend only after the former had either transcended or fallen. A situation like Chen Changsheng's, assuming leadership midway, was unprecedented. If it did occur, it signified the emergence of an individual capable of guiding the sect towards greatness. The ascension platform was adorned with greater grandeur than during the previous ascension conference. Various sects sent representatives to extend their congratulations. For who would not wish to curry favor with the foremost sect in the cultivation world? Several peak leaders were also present, seated upon elevated stone chairs. Lu Bai remarked, "Indeed, fortunes shift over time. One should never underestimate the youth. Not long ago, Master Chen faced ridicule from Masters Han and Qian, yet here he stands, having gained renown in the eastern domain as the leader of the Xiantian sect." Han Feng and Qian Shui Lu quickly interjected, "Please, Master Lu, spare us your jest. We were truly blind to Master Chen's true potential. Who could have imagined he had been biding his time in quietude, possessing such formidable strength?" The crowd murmured in agreement. At that moment, the 9-dragon palanquin descended from the heavens, and Chen Changsheng emerged, each step radiating an aura of profound significance. Witnessing his formidable prowess, the assembly expressed their unanimous recognition of the new leader of the Xiantian sect. The auspicious hour has arrived. The ceremony commences now. The Great Xia Divine Dynasty congratulates Leader Chen. The Dao Palace extends its felicitations to Leader Chen. The Medicine Immortal Valley celebrates Leader Chen. Gasps of astonishment echoed as even the Divine Dynasty came forth to offer their congratulations, truly reflecting the immense respect commanded by Chen Changsheng. He glanced at his father, Chen Yin, and mother, Xin Yuan Su, seated among the guests, feeling a wave of warmth envelop him. Nailan Shui, observing Chen Changsheng at the leader's seat, was filled with emotion. She pondered whether, now that he had become the peak leader, she would still be able to tease him as before. As various sects extended their congratulations, 3 voices suddenly echoed from afar. "The Holy Son of the Wind and Thunder Sacred Land has arrived. The Holy Son of the Undying Sacred Land has arrived. The Holy Son of the Celestial Sound Sacred Land has arrived." At that moment, above the ascension platform, 3 cultivators donned in the distinct garb of their respective sacred lands hovered in the air, one surrounded by thunder, another soaring through the skies with his sword, and the last standing upon an ancient zither. The gathered crowd gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. The presence of the sacred sons was indeed formidable. However, the sect leaders and Chen Changsheng furrowed their brows in unison. To arrive for a congratulatory visit, yet perch above them, looking down from such heights, carried an unmistakable implication. It signified their sacred land supremacy over the Xiantian sect, clearly intending to intimidate Chen Changsheng. It was a blatant reminder that, despite being the sect leader, he was to bow his head in deference before them. The newcomers bore ill intent, the peak masters murmured. The stance of these sacred sons was unmistakably one of imposing pressure upon the Xiantian sect. Chen Changsheng, now the leader of the Xiantian sect, addressed the 3 sacred sons, inquiring, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit to our humble sect?" Just as one of the sacred sons was about to respond, Chen Changsheng's gaze hardened, and he declared, "Are you not afraid of falling from such heights? It would be prudent for the 3 of you to descend and converse with me directly." With his words, the air shifted. The 3 sacred sons felt their forms sway, as if drawn by an unseen force, and they plummeted toward the ascension platform. They exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts racing in astonishment. What had just transpired? How had they suddenly found themselves in freefall? While one might have succumbed to a mishap, for all three to fall was indeed peculiar. The recollection of Chen Changsheng's command to descend lingered ominously in their minds. Could it be? They dared not dwell further on the thought, for such an ability to command reality with mere words was beyond even that of a sacred lord, let alone the leader of the Xiantian sect standing before them. The sacred sons had heard tales of Chen Changsheng, though formidable. He seemed overshadowed by the titanic presence of the sacred lands. The wind and thunder sacred son regarded Chen Changsheng and remarked, I have heard that the Xiantian sect is holding a grand ceremony for its leader today. How could our sacred land be absent? We have come to extend our congratulations to sect leader Chen. In response, Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, If it is indeed congratulations you bring, I express my gratitude on behalf of the three sacred lands. The celestial sound sacred son interjected, I have heard that sect leader Chen has inherited the legacy of the white-clad divine king, Gu Tianfeng, and that the world destruction celestial melody has quelled the ancient royal clans and demonic cultivators, as my sacred land embraces the path of sound. On this joyous occasion for the Xiantian sect, I wish to humbly offer my skills alongside sect leader Chen in a performance. Humbly offer? The crowd was taken aback by this declaration. The celestial sound sacred son's audacity to speak such words in front of so many was a blatant attempt to establish dominance over Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng, upon hearing this, snorted coldly. These individuals were indeed seeking trouble. You? He replied, shaking his head with disdain. You are unworthy. The words hung in the air, and silence engulfed the assembly. Who else but sect leader Chen could dare to speak so boldly to his sacred son? What did you say? The celestial sound sacred son seethed with anger, unable to fathom that he had been deemed unworthy. Did this man seek his own demise? Unworthy? Master Chen, out of respect, I shall address you as Lord Chen Feng. Without such regard, you are nothing. Do you truly believe that my holy land is merely for show? The holy land? Chen Changsheng murmured, Let me make it clear. My Xiantian sect has no quarrel with the holy land, yet should the holy land provoke me, do not blame me for the consequences. The saint son of the undying holy land gazed at Chen Changsheng with a grim expression and declared, Chen Changsheng, we, the holy lords, are all quasi-immortals, and you, a mere cultivator not yet ascended, dare to utter such hubris. Chen Changsheng's gaze was sharp as a blade, coldly directed at the three. If I am displeased, I shall not hesitate to slay even quasi-immortals. Chapter 56. The sword strikes the thunder tribulation. The supreme being of all ages, the words of Chen Changsheng astonished the three holy sons. Initially, they had come to exert pressure on him, yet to their disbelief, they found themselves intimidated by his presence. These holy sons, possessing a semblance of self-awareness, recognized that they could never match Chen Changsheng's feat of slaying the ancient royal lineage. They were merely posturing with their titles, only to find themselves publicly humiliated. The master of Xiantian sect truly commands great authority, remarked the undying holy son. Chen Changsheng did not spare a glance at the three holy sons as the grand assembly continued. It was fortunate that they remained compliant. Had they dared to cause further disturbances, Chen Changsheng would not hesitate to send them to meet the king of hell. Now, let us invite sect master Chen to share a few words, announced Situ Qingshan, clapping his hands. A wave of applause surged through the crowd. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smiled, rose to his feet, and addressed the assembly. In this present age of declining laws, where the path to immortality is severed, I, Chen Changsheng, vow to reopen the path to ascension for all cultivators. His declaration resonated with grandeur, reverberating like thunder. Upon utterance of these words, the entire assembly was struck with astonishment. This was a solemn oath. Once spoken, failure to fulfill it would lead to dire consequences. Sect Master Chen, as the leader of Xiantian sect, is truly commendable for pledging such a grand aspiration for all cultivators. I hold great admiration for his courage, Situ Qingshan expressed. At the peak of the immortal path, who shall stand supreme? A glance at Changsheng reveals the futility of the journey. Boom, boom. Above the heavens, thunder rumbled like the beating of war drums. Dark clouds loomed like mountains, concealing legions within their depths. Streams of golden lightning surged through the ominous clouds, shattering the surrounding void as if it could not withstand the might of these golden bolts. Everyone was rendered speechless by this spectacle. An elderly cultivator exclaimed, This is the thunder tribulation. But how? How could there be a thunder tribulation? Could it be that Sect Master Chen's words have summoned this calamity? Situ Qingshan and Nalan Shui, among others, gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon above. Nalan Shui queried, Chen Changsheng, oh no. Sect Master Chun is still in the tribulation phase. How could he invoke the thunder tribulation? Situ Qingshan furrowed his brow. It is likely that Sect Master Chun's words have defied the heavenly laws, thus attracting the thunder tribulation. Legend has it that when the Xiantian Immortal Emperor named himself, he too faced a thunder tribulation during his cultivation phase. However, Situ Qingshan hesitated to continue. What is it? He finally spoke. It is said that the thunder tribulation faced by the Xiantian Immortal Emperor was of the purple variety. Everyone knows that the might of lightning is categorized into blue, purple, and black, with the most formidable being the present golden thunder. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Realizing that the thunder in the sky was indeed the most powerful golden lightning, meant to challenge Chen Changsheng. Boom! Within the sea of thunder, countless bolts surged and began to converge. The three holy sons observed this scene with surprise, but upon recognizing it as Chen Changsheng's thunder tribulation, a cruel smile crept across their faces. It was said that no one could withstand the golden lightning. It seemed that Chen Changsheng, having just ascended to the position of sect master, was destined to perish in this thunder tribulation. Chen Changsheng gazed at the lightning with eyes brimming with disdain. With the indomitable body of eternal existence, what could the golden thunder possibly do? Yet, why must the thunderous tribulation descend? Chen Changsheng felt a twinge of confusion. From within the sea of thunder, an ancient voice resonated. Chen Changsheng, a mortal cultivator, foolishly seeks to reopen the path to immortality, oblivious to the peril that awaits. A divine punishment has been unleashed to serve as a warning. Chen Changsheng erupted into laughter, declaring, "A mere clap of thunder dares to invade this realm. Today, you shall witness whether you guide me or I guide you." With those words, he soared into the heavens. At that moment, the gathered golden thunder coalesced into a colossal thunder dragon, descending fiercely upon Chen Changsheng. The thunder dragon, with its menacing claws and fangs, filled half the sky, exuding an overwhelming divine might as it opened its gaping maw toward him. Upon witnessing this, Chen Changsheng ascended fearlessly, remaining utterly still as the thunder dragon charged. Spectators gasped in disbelief. The Master Chen had actually withstood the thunder dragon's assault. The impact struck him, yet he emerged unscathed, a feat beyond comprehension. Enraged by the realization that its strike had failed, the golden thunder dragon furiously retaliated. Under such immense power, no cultivator had ever withstood its might. Chen Changsheng let out a cold snort, brandishing the Excalibur of Immortal slaying before him. "So, it is a tribulation, is it? Today, I shall sever you." Raising the sword high, he charged toward the golden thunder dragon. Thunder rumbled as the sword's brilliance stretched across 3,000 miles, tearing the darkened sky asunder in an instant. Observing this, the thunder dragon dove back into the sea of thunder, voraciously absorbing the thunderous energy, its form swelling multiple times in size. Then, the thunder dragon turned and lunged at Chen Changsheng once more. Countless bolts of lightning crackled around it, the very fabric of the void threatening to rupture. Chen Changsheng glanced at the thunder dragon. In that moment, the sword's essence descended and obliterated the beast. The thunder dragon's form dissipated, merging into Chen Changsheng's body. As he felt the surge of thunderous energy fortifying his eternal body, he marveled at his newfound strength. "What? Master Chen has slain the thunder dragon? How astonishing!" The news spread like wildfire, declaring Chen Changsheng invincible, having survived the tribulation. The Xiantian sect flourished. Truly, he was the foremost figure of the ages. Witnessing Chen Changsheng's survival of the thunderous trial, the third saint's son, in a fit of rage, swept his sleeves and departed. The tale of Chen Changsheng's triumph over the thunder dragon reverberated throughout the realm of cultivation. With each retelling, the story grew more fantastical, transforming his victory over the thunder dragon into a legendary clash with celestial beings. Thus, the image of Chen Changsheng in the minds of the cultivators grew ever more grand and mysterious. After the grand ceremony, Situ Qingshan approached Chen Changsheng, stating, "Today, representatives from the Holy Lands attended the ceremony. It seems they harbor some trepidation towards our Xiantian sect. Perhaps we should forego attending the Yuqi Grand Gathering. I fear the Holy Lands may target you, Master." Chen Changsheng waved his hand and declared, "In my Xuantiangong, we have always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked ourselves. No matter how exalted a holy land may be, should they dare to target us, they too shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Situ Qingshan couldn't help but reflect on how wise it was to entrust the position of sect leader to him. In this era of great strife, The Xuantiangong requires a leader of Chen Changsheng's caliber. Situ Qingshan remarked, very well. If we do not act, those holy lands will surely seek to exploit our weaknesses. As the sect leader, you are currently in the tribulation stage, so you must exercise caution. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. What do you mean? Situ Qingshan stroked his beard and explained, do you know why this realm is referred to as the tribulation stage? Chen Changsheng shook his head. Situ Qingshan continued. Cultivating immortality is a defiance of the heavens. Each ascent to a new realm is as arduous as climbing to the heavens. To enter the ascension stage and become a quasi-immortal, one must endure a tribulation, which is to say, the transformation from mortal to divine. Chapter 57. The Grand Gathering at the Yaoqi. The white-clad woman spoke of transcendence into mortality. This term left Chen Changsheng in a state of bewilderment. Situ Qingshan elucidated. All cultivators undergoing tribulation must experience the process of transcendence into mortality, for the ascension phase is also known as the near-immortal state. To become immortal, one must first transcend mortality. During this phase, all cultivation is relinquished, and one is entirely transformed into a mere mortal. During this interval, you may either retreat into seclusion or traverse the mundane world. A moment of enlightenment can grant you entry into the ascension phase. However, the speed of realization through worldly exploration surpasses that of secluded cultivation, which is why most opt for the latter. Given your profound strength in the tribulation phase, I surmise that your transcendence is approaching. Chen Changsheng stroked his chin and replied, thank you for the reminder, Sect Master. Situ Qingshan was taken aback and chuckled, I am no longer the Sect Master. However, I can oversee your transcendence at Xintian Sect. Chen Changsheng clasped his fist and said, I appreciate your assistance. After Situ Qingshan departed, Chen Changsheng's senior brother entered the hall, brimming with vitality. Little junior brother, soon you shall be the sect master of our Xintian sect. Congratulations. If master were to hear this news, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Chen Changsheng gazed at Lu Qingfeng and remarked, brother, seeing you so elated, I hope you haven't truly sold that bag of air. Lu Qingfeng laughed heartily. Indeed, little junior brother knows me well. However, this time I did not sell it to our own sect. During the sect master's grand ceremony, I sold it directly to outsiders from other sections. The people from Baiwa Valley were clamoring for it, eager to experience the essence of the air around you. Chen Changsheng replied, brother, in 3 days, the Yaoqi Grand Gathering will take place. I hope you will accompany me. Lu Qingfeng pondered for a moment. Earlier, he had confided in his junior brother about his grievances with the Western Extreme Holy Land. If his junior brother sought vengeance and engaged in conflict with them, it would be folly. It would be wiser for him to accompany Chen Changsheng to ensure safety. Thus, Lu Qifeng resolved to attend the Yaoqi Grand Gathering with Chen Changsheng. 3 days later, Chen Changsheng, accompanied by his senior brother and Su Yaoyao, set off towards the Yaoqi Holy Land in a 9-dragon palanquin. The Yaoqi Holy Land, located in the Kunlun Mountains, stood majestically and magnificently. Today, every sect from the cultivation world, alongside various divine dynasties and the other 9 holy lands, had gathered, showcasing the immense prestige of the Yaoqi Holy Land. As Chen Changsheng sat in the 9-dragon palanquin, he gazed down at the Kunlun Mountains, where a small lake exuded a powerful aura of spiritual energy, leaving him somewhat astonished. Noticing his expression, Lu Qingfeng immediately explained. The Yaoqi Holy Land was birthed from the Yaoqi itself. The small lake you see is the Yaoqi. Legend has it that the waters of the Yaoqi are condensed from spiritual energy, and cultivating within this lake is several hundred times more effective than in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng was astonished to learn of such an extraordinary feature within the Yaoqi Holy Land. Lu Qingfeng continued. These 10 sacred places are steeped in profound heritage. Each possesses its own hidden trump card, the revelation of which would astonish the entire realm of cultivation. Take the Yaoqi sacred place, for instance. If one assumes its secret lies within the Yaoqi itself, they are sorely mistaken. Their true trump card is the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the Phoenix divine garment. It is said that one clad in the feathers of the phoenix, even upon death, can be reborn through the flames. Thus, these sacred places, with their ancient lineages, should not be underestimated. Chen Changsheng inquired, then, how did you offend the Western Extreme Sacred Lord, senior brother? Lu Qingfeng sighed and replied, it is not a significant matter. While the Western Extreme Sacred Lord was traveling, I flew overhead on my sword, and inadvertently, a mouthful of phlegm landed upon his face. Chen Changsheng remarked, indeed, this senior brother has had quite the misfortune. A spit upon the face of a sacred lord would likely have resulted in a grave consequence had there not been many witnesses present. As they spoke, the three entered Kunlun Mountain. Upon their descent, they beheld a woman clad in white standing before a frightened female cultivator, confronted by three elegantly dressed men. You esteemed figures of the righteous sect dare to bully a woman. How is that any different from those demonic cultivators? One of the men scoffed. What are you? To impede the affairs of this sacred sun? Spoke the young master of the celestial sound. Upon hearing this, the white-clad woman retorted, What am I? You wretches dare to stand against me. As she spoke, a powerful aura erupted from her, causing the three sacred sons to sense the danger and flee at once. Chen Changsheng felt that her strength was not inferior to his own. Who could this white-clad woman be, possessing such power? However, he admired her for standing against injustice. Once the three sacred sons had departed, the white-clad woman turned to the girl behind her and said, It is all right now. In the future, be sure not to stray from your sect. Your cultivation is relatively low. You were fortunate to encounter me. Otherwise, the girl expressed her heartfelt gratitude before running away. The white-clad woman then ascended Kunlun Mountain, and it was only then that Chen Changsheng could clearly discern her features. Clad in garments as white as snow, with flowing black hair, her brows were like distant mountains, and her eyes resembled blooming peach blossoms, charming yet tinged with an air of aloofness, untouched by the mundane world. As she brushed past Chen Changsheng, noticing his gaze upon her, she inquired, Today is the grand gathering at Yaoqi. I have heard that various sects from the cultivation world will attend. Might I ask if you know whether the Xiantian sect will be present? Upon hearing the name Xiantian sect, Chen Changsheng responded, Xiantian sect? Do you seek something from them? He searched his mind, unable to recall any grievances against this rival. The white-clad woman smiled lightly and replied, No, I have long heard that the Xiantian sect is the foremost sect of our time, and the newly appointed sect leader, Chen Changsheng, is renowned far and wide. I wish to witness this for myself. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and remarked, So that is the case. However, I have heard that during the ceremony of the sect leader, the three sacred lands angered Master Chen. I wonder if he will grace us with his presence at the upcoming Yaoqi gathering. The white-clad woman's expression shifted upon hearing this. Are those the three rascals from just now? She inquired. Chen Changsheng nodded in affirmation. Enraged, the white-clad woman was about to pursue the three disciples when Chen Changsheng swiftly intervened. What are you doing? He asked. After a moment of contemplation, the woman replied, I have traveled from afar with the intention of waiting for Master Chen here, but I did not anticipate those three rascals would disrupt my plans. I shall go and deal with them. Chen Changsheng could not help but feel a wave of emotion wash over him. When did he acquire such an ardent admirer? I too have heard tales, yet Master Chen is an unparalleled powerhouse. He is sure to be magnanimous and will not hold a grudge against them. Perhaps we should simply wait at Yaoqi. Upon reflecting on Chen Changsheng's words, the white-clad woman found them to be reasonable, and thus, the group made their way together to the sacred land of Yaoqi. Chapter 58, The Supreme Imperial Weapon, the Immortal Blade of Heaven in the Sacred Land of Yaoqi. Ancient trees towered towards the heavens, their branches flourishing like the coiling roots of a dragon. A veil of mist enveloped the surroundings, creating an ethereal ambience akin to a celestial paradise. Upon his arrival at the Yaoqi, Chen Changsheng beheld a familiar figure, Bai Lingxi. Bai Lingxi had ascended in her cultivation and had now entered the harmonization stage. Her physique, the celestial body Dao embryo, grew increasingly formidable with each passing moment. While most cultivators experienced diminishing returns in their progress, the celestial body Dao embryo advanced at an astonishing rate. It had barely been a short while, and Bai Lingxi had already reached the harmonization stage. As Chen Changsheng observed Bai Lingxi, who stood gracefully with her crescent moon-like eyes sparkling with joy, she noticed him approaching and remarked, You truly have a way with women. Why not introduce us? Just as Chen Changsheng was about to make the introduction, he hesitated and asked, By the way, what is your name? The woman in white replied softly, My name is Tu. Noticing the woman's reticence, Chen Changsheng refrained from further inquiries. Given her earlier act of saving that girl, she did not seem to harbor ill intentions. Bai Lingxi, the esteemed leader of the Dao Palace, greeted the white-clad woman before she departed. Chen Changsheng watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Bai Lingxi, noticing his gaze, teased, TSK. TSK, she has already left, yet your eyes remain fixed on her. Chen Changsheng shook his head and replied, No, it's not that. This woman is exceptionally strong. Yet I have never heard of her before. It intrigues me. Bai Lingxi pondered. Indeed, I have not encountered the name Tu before. Soon, The group arrived at the venue for the Yaoqi Grand Assembly, located beside the Yaoqi itself, where the celestial mist swirled in serene harmony. Lingxi remarked, "This Yaoqi Grand Assembly is the most significant gathering in the realm of immortals in 3 millennia. It is said that to showcase the profound heritage of each sacred ground. The top 10 sacred lands will present their supreme imperial weapons for the cultivators to admire. I suspect this is an endeavor to solidify their standing within the realm of immortals." Lu Qingfeng interjected, "All I want to know is where the food is. I have been starving for 3 days just to enjoy a good meal here." With that, he declared, "I'm off to gnaw on a spirit pig-esque leg." Lingxi then mingled with the heads of other immortal sects, leaving Chen Changsheng and Su Yaoyao together. At that moment, a voice called out, "Look! The master of Longing's sacred land has arrived." Chen Changsheng lifted his gaze and beheld a woman clad in black, descending gracefully from the sky upon the back of a black dragon. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her azure hair danced in the wind. A vision of unparalleled beauty. The master of Longting, Long Yushi, was indeed a breathtaking sight. If only I could unite with the Dragon Master as a Dao partner, I would willingly embrace my demise. Yet, to aspire to be a partner of the Dragon Master, one might as well be a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Not only is the Dragon Master extraordinarily beautiful, but her cultivation at the tribulation stage could easily crush you with a mere finger. Moreover, the Longting sacred land is the lineage of the Dragon clan. Do you still wish to dream of such a union? As the crowd buzzed with discussion about Long Yushi, she gracefully dismounted from the black dragon, which then vanished into the void. The Dragon Rain Master gracefully bypassed the crowd, making his way towards the Yaoqi. Shortly thereafter, other lords from the sacred lands arrived. Then, a gentle rain of peach blossoms descended from the sky, filling the air with countless fluttering petals that enveloped the entire Yaoqi. Elegant maidens, each wielding an ancient cithar, descended from above, their dance ethereal and their melodies enchanting. The Yaoqi master, a stunning beauty clad in a commanding red robe, floated down from the heavens. Thank you all for attending the grand gathering at Yaoqi. This event is jointly hosted by the 10 sacred lands, aimed at showcasing the supreme imperial weapons of each territory, thus demonstrating the might of our human race. All present are leaders of various cultivation sects. If any possess supreme imperial weapons, feel free to present them for everyone's admiration. Upon hearing the Yaoqi master's words, murmurs erupted amongst the attendees. The sacred lands, indeed, were affluent, boldly displaying their supreme imperial weapons, while the smaller sects lamented their inability to present such formidable artifacts. The showcase of these imperial weapons served as a form of competition, a means for the sacred lands to continuously absorb the major sects, thereby consolidating their own power. One could only wonder how many cultivation sects would align themselves with the sacred lands following this event. Supreme imperial weapons? Chen Changsheng mused quietly. Although his extermination sword was indeed a supreme imperial weapon, along with the celestial zither gifted by ancient Tianfeng, he alone possessed two. If a competition were to ensue, the Xintian sect would undoubtedly prevail. Surely, no single sacred land could possess two supreme imperial weapons, regardless of their profound resources. Ding! Detected host has arrived at Yaoqi. Rewarding host with supreme imperial weapon Qitian Divine Staff. Task: utilize the Qitian Divine Staff to shatter the supreme imperial weapons of the sacred lands. Upon receiving the system's directive, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Was the system urging him to take such a drastic course? To offend all 10 sacred lands in one fell swoop? While he harbored no fear of these sacred territories, he was aware that not all were as malevolent as the wind, thunder, and immortal sound sacred lands. As the Yaoqi master finished speaking, the Dragon Court master, Long Yushi, promptly interjected, "I apologize, but the supreme imperial weapon of my Dragon Court is currently under repair at our sacred land and cannot be presented today. Please proceed with your demonstrations, 9 sacred lands." Upon hearing this, the Yaoqi master refrained from further comment. Recognizing that the Dragon Court ranked among the top in strength among the 10 sacred lands and possessed a supreme imperial weapon left by the Dragon Emperor a millennium ago, none of the other 9 sacred lands dared to offend the Dragon Court. "Very well, I shall commence," declared the Undying Sacred Master. "Behold, the Undying Celestial Blade." With that, the Undying Sacred Master brandished the Undying Celestial Blade, and in an instant, the surrounding space trembled, a formidable aura of blade intent sweeping across the venue. The Undying Sacred Master slashed toward the heavens, unleashing a torrent of blade intent that cleaved mountains and parted seas, instantly splitting the firmament above Yaoqi into two. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as onlookers stood agape. The undying celestial blade, said to have once been wielded by the undying celestial emperor to vanquish otherworldly demons a millennium ago, truly emanated an awe-inspiring might. It was proclaimed that nothing in the world could withstand its edge, and the sheer force of the undying sacred master's strike revealed the depth of his power. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Lord of the burning heavens, unwilling to be outdone, chuckled and remarked, "Immortal Lord, although your immortal celestial blade is indeed formidable, it pales in comparison to the supreme imperial weapon of my burning heaven's sacred land." The onlookers, captivated by the Lord of the burning heavens proclamation, began to speculate about the nature of this supreme imperial weapon. With a mere wave of his hand, an ancient cauldron ascended into the sky, and in an instant, flames erupted, illuminating the heavens with a blazing inferno, as the surrounding space began to fracture. The crowd, in awe, gazed at the cauldron and exclaimed, "The Sun God Cauldron." Chapter 59. The 9 imperial armaments suppressed the demon emperor as the Sun God furnace emerged. The surrounding space was immediately engulfed in flames and collapsed. The Sun God furnace of the burning heaven-sacred land, which incinerates all things, truly lives up to its reputation. Upon hearing the praises from the crowd, the Lord of burning heaven wore a proud expression. This Sun God furnace was crafted by the great Emperor Jinwu in his prime, later acquired by the first generation of the burning heaven sacred land's sovereign, who comprehended the true scriptures of the sun within it. It is said that this furnace once incinerated a true immortal, though the truth of this claim remains uncertain. No wonder the Lord of burning heaven possesses such confidence. Subsequently, the Lord of the Void took a step forward, waving his hand, and an ancient cauldron appeared, floating in the void. Someone recognized this imperial armament and exclaimed, "It is the ancient cauldron of the Void, forged from the legendary Void immortal gold, imbued with the resonances of immortality. I never imagined it would be in the hands of the Void sacred land." Then, the Lord of Wind and Thunder summoned a wind and thunder war puppet. Another imperial armament, a humanoid figure enveloped in swirling winds and thunder. By infusing consciousness into it, one could control the puppet. The Lord of the Ancient Sword presented an ancient sword, its intent radiating in all directions. A knowledgeable onlooker recognized the blade and gasped, "The Deluotion sword." It is said that the demon abyss was cleaved open by this very sword. To see it today is truly an honor. The Lord of Yaoqi unveiled the phoenix divine robe, which she donned, adorned with dancing celestial phoenixes, appearing as though she was ablaze, dazzling beyond compare. The Lord of Celestial Sound brought forth an ancient zither, on which the rhythms of the Tao flowed, resonating with the sounds of the great Tao. The Lord of Celestial Sound proclaimed, "This is the Chaos Demon Zither. When its music plays, chaos reigns among the celestial demons." The Lord of Xianyuan summoned the Xianyuan diagram, and an ancient scroll ascended into the sky, depicting the celestial bodies in motion, causing the void to tremble. The Lord of the Western Extremes produced a bronze mirror, from which celestial light radiated magnificently, exuding an overwhelming aura. A cultivator cried out, "It is the demon-banishing mirror." What? The demon-banishing mirror. The legendary imperial armament crafted by the demon-subduing emperor. It once subdued the demon tribes with a single reflection and was said to have been shattered by the Green Emperor's fist. I never expected it to be restored. Among the 10 great sacred lands, all but the Dragon Court sacred land displayed their imperial armaments. The 9 imperial armaments, each one a pinnacle of weaponry in the mortal realm, had once fought alongside their respective emperors in battles. Now, they appeared simultaneously in one time and space, providing a breathtaking spectacle. The 9 imperial armaments floated in the void, emanating immense pressure. The attendees at Yaoqi's sacred land were all leaders or masters of the cultivation world. Their strengths undeniable, yet some were unable to withstand the pressure of the 9 imperial armaments, spitting blood in response. The crowd gazed at the 9 imperial armaments in the sky, their eyes filled with fervor. After all, these were imperial armaments. Who wouldn't desire to possess one? A sect that owned an imperial armament would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the cultivation world. However, possessing an imperial armament was not necessarily a blessing. The phrase "to bear the burden of a precious jewel" rings true. If the sect leader's strength is not formidable, owning an imperial armament could become a liability. Chen Changsheng and Su Yao also gazed at the imperial armaments, astonished. It was a rare opportunity to witness 9 imperial armaments at once, an experience they could rarely encounter. Chen Changsheng was equally astonished by the formidable power of these holy lands, for he had not anticipated that each of them would possess an extreme Tao imperial artifact. Historically speaking, the number of such artifacts has never exceeded 20 since ancient times. Yet, the sudden emergence of 9 artifacts at once was indeed a source of great shock. While marveling at the profound heritage of these holy lands, Chen Changsheng did not lose sight of the system's task to shatter all these extreme Dao Imperial artifacts with the Qi Tian Divine Rod. Should he act on this task immediately? He had no quarrel with these holy masters. If he were to do so, their wrath would undoubtedly ensue. Although his strength could contend with these masters, Chen Changsheng was not one to instigate trouble. At that moment, the mirror of revealing spirits shone brilliantly in the void above. Upon witnessing this, the Western Extreme Holy Master's expression changed instantly as he rushed to the mirror's front. The undying Holy Master inquired, "What is happening, Western Extreme Holy Master?" With a stern gaze, the Western Extreme Holy Master replied, "The mirror of revealing spirits has reacted. There must be demon clans present, and they appear to be quite powerful." This proclamation stirred a flurry of discussions among the cultivators. The Yaoqi Grand Assembly was a gathering for the cultivation world. How could demon clans possibly appear here? The Celestial Sound Holy Master jested, "Western Extreme Holy Master, did we not hear that your mirror was shattered by the Azure Emperor's fist? Surely it has not been repaired." The Western Extreme Holy Master murmured, "Impossible. Though the mirror has sustained damage, its ability to sense demon clans remains infallible, as it was crafted specifically for the purpose of slaying demons. Please remain calm while I ascertain the truth." The Western Extreme Holy Master soared before the mirror, fervently channeling his spiritual energy into it. As he urged the mirror, it emitted a cascade of radiant divine light that illuminated the entire Yaoqi. Eventually, the divine light began to shrink, gradually converging towards the crowd, culminating in a single beam that illuminated a woman clad in white. As the divine light enveloped her, 2 demon ears sprouted from her head, and 8 snow-white tails emerged behind her. Chen Changsheng recognized her as Tu Yu. She was of the demon race. This revelation startled him. As Tu Yu's true demon form manifested, she attempted to flee. However, the 9 holy masters would not let her escape so easily. The undying holy master, observing the 8 tails behind Tu Yu, declared, "She belongs to the 9-tailed celestial fox clan, and she has now attained 8 tails. She is the current demon empress." This declaration sent countless cultivators into a state of panic. The renowned demon empress had come to Yaoqi, a gathering of the most elite human powerhouses. Was this not a path to self-destruction? The 9 holy masters immediately summoned their extreme Dao Imperial artifacts, their oppressive auras enveloping Tu Yu in an instant. Under the weight of the 9 extreme Dao Imperial artifacts, Tu Yu found herself utterly immobilized. With her fox ears exposed and her 8 tails thrashing wildly in the air, she glared at the assembly and proclaimed, "Were I not in the Nirvana stage, none of you would stand a chance against me." The Xianyuan Holy Master retorted furiously, "You audacious demon, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Speak. What is your intention in infiltrating this Yaoqi Grand Assembly?" Tu Yu replied with a smile, "I have come in search of Chen Changsheng from the Xiantian sect. You are not worthy of conversing with me." The 9 great sovereigns were immediately filled with rage, addressing Tu Yu, "We, the 10 sacred lands, shall today vanquish you, the demon emperor, and rid the world of your malevolence." As they spoke, the 9 sovereigns activated their supreme imperial weapons, descending upon Tu Yu with the intent to suppress her. Tu Yu, witnessing the onslaught of the 9 formidable imperial weapons, fought desperately to defend herself. Yet, how could she possibly contend with such overwhelming power? At that moment, a voice resonated like a thunderous bell throughout the Yao pool. It was Chen Changsheng, wielding a black iron staff, standing firm in midair, proclaiming loudly, "Halt." Chapter 60, Chen Changsheng of the Xiantian sect calls upon the 9 great sovereigns to face death. The crowd was taken aback as they beheld Chen Changsheng step forward. The Holy Son of Celestial Sound, the Holy Son of Wind and Thunder, and the Undying Holy Son, upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's intervention, immediately retorted, "Sect Master Chen, we of the 9 sacred lands are determined to vanquish the demon emperor. Do you intend to obstruct us?" Without even casting a glance at the 3 holy sons, Chen Changsheng replied, "To slay the demon emperor? Do you believe you possess the virtue of the righteous sects?" He continued, "Just moments ago, at the foot of Yaotai Mountain, you 3 trifled with a female cultivator. Had it not been for this demon emperor, you would have succeeded in your despicable intentions. Do you truly think you are worthy of executing the demon emperor?" The 3 holy sons, upon hearing his words, changed countenance and exclaimed, "You dare not slander us here. We are holy sons. How could we engage in such disgraceful behavior?" Chen Changsheng surveyed the area, searching for the female cultivator who had been harassed by the three holy sons. At last, he spotted her and rushed to her side, asking, "Just now, there were those who harassed you at the foot of Yaodai Mountain. In front of all these witnesses, please tell us, was it not they?" The female cultivator appeared frightened, about to speak, when she was interrupted by a sharp cough from her sect leader. Turning to the leader, she saw a stern expression and a shake of the head. After a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth and declared, it was not them. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng had anticipated her response. The cultivation sects were here to align themselves with the 10 sacred lands. Who would dare offend them at such a moment? To anger these sacred lands would mean not only losing their favor, but also jeopardizing their own sect's future. Seeing the situation unfold, the three holy sons felt a surge of relief. The female cultivator dared not come forward to testify, thus preserving their dignity and that of the sacred lands. They directed their ire at Chen Changsheng, saying, "Chen Changsheng, you slander a dignified holy son. Even if you are the sect master of Xiantian, you shall pay the price today, for you must learn that the sacred lands cannot be insulted." The onlookers turned their attention to Chen Changsheng, murmuring amongst themselves and casting accusatory glances. The three holy sons had previously humiliated Chen Changsheng during the grand ceremony of the Xiantian sect, and they had not anticipated that he would seek revenge in such a manner. With such a narrow-minded disposition, how could he ever be fit to lead the Xiantian sect? The crowd buzzed with disapproving chatter, all denouncing Chen Changsheng for his slander. Even the demon emperor, Tu Shanyu, regarded Chen Changsheng with confusion, wondering why he would stand up to protect her, particularly in opposition to the sacred lands. With the 9 ultimate imperial weapons present, none in attendance could withstand their might. With a smile, Chen Changsheng declared, "Since she is unwilling to speak, allow me to reveal whether I have wronged these three holy sons." Suspended in the air, he uttered a command, "Let the events of the three holy sons' harassment of the female cultivator be unveiled here." At his words, shadows emerged in the void, depicting the scene of the three holy sons' misconduct, which was subsequently interrupted by the demon emperor. The assembly was left in shock at the sight. This was no mere illusion, but a retrieval of memories from the collective consciousness, projected for all to witness. It was clear that the misconduct of the three holy sons was indeed true. They were met with an instant and profound humiliation. How can this be possible? How could he possibly portray the scene from that time? The three great saints, sensing the precariousness of their situation, swiftly diverted the conversation, saying, "Chen Changsheng, we are here to slay the demon emperor. Why do you digress? Besides, do you think we would abandon our quest to eliminate this demon emperor because of this matter? What a ludicrous notion." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng, unhurried, replied, "The reason I bring this up is to reveal the true face of your sacred lands. Though the demon clan differs from us, at the very least, they do not exploit the weak or bully those less powerful than themselves, and they can stand up to prevent your vile actions. Although the demon clan and our human race clashed in a great war thousands of years ago, we have coexisted peacefully for nearly a millennium. Do you wish to rekindle the war between humans and demons by slaying the demon emperor?" As Chen Changsheng spoke, his words resonated like thunder, striking a chord with countless cultivators. The 9 great sacred lands sought to eliminate the demon emperor, but upon his demise, the million demons of the northern region would likely descend upon the eastern domain, leaving cultivators to protect themselves while the common folk of the human realm would be utterly defenseless against such malevolence. The 9 great sacred lands were driven solely by the desire for fame, entirely oblivious to the consequences. Chen Changsheng, of course, was unafraid of the demons advancing upon them. Earlier, on the mountain, he had admired the demon emperor for his sense of justice. Thus, now that the demon emperor was in peril, Chen Changsheng could not remain indifferent, nor could he allow her to perish at the hands of those who prided themselves as righteous. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the undying sovereign, wielding the undying celestial blade, addressed him, "Are you suggesting we let this demon emperor go?" Before Chen Changsheng could respond, the sovereign of the western extremes interjected, "Let her go? What a farce. Today, I extend a courtesy to your Xiantian sect. If you choose to remain uninvolved, our sacred lands will have no quarrel with you. However, should you insist on this course, do not blame us for the consequences." In response, Chen Changsheng smiled. "Even as a demon, she possesses more humanity than you lot. If that is the case, there is no longer a need for your sacred lands to exist." Upon hearing this, the faces of the 9 great saints changed markedly. Standing nearby, Long Yu, the sovereign of Longting, regarded Chen Changsheng with a hint of admiration. The demon emperor, Tu Shanyu, also looked at Chen Changsheng, taken aback by his words. Throughout history, humans and demons have been like fire and water. To stand against the 9 great sacred lands at such a moment was a feat only Chen Changsheng could accomplish. No wonder the Xiantian bell resonated with 9 chimes, its Buddhist sound echoing for 3,000 miles. She had initially come to challenge him, only to find that he had become the one to rescue her. The sovereign of celestial sound stepped forward, seething. The Xiantian sect is merely a creation of the Xiantian celestial emperor from years past. Although the celestial emperor overshadowed the world, the current Xiantian sect possesses but a fraction of that power. Do you not understand the gravity of your situation? Today, we 9 sacred lands shall eliminate you, this traitor. At this, the 9 great saints activated their supreme imperial weapons, bearing down upon Chen Changsheng. He chuckled lightly. Should you slay me, would that not fulfill your desires? With the fall of the Xiantian sect, the realm of cultivation would be leaderless, and countless sects would look to your sacred lands for guidance. Confronted by Chen Changsheng's revelations, the 9 great sovereigns were consumed by fury, and the supreme imperial weapons erupted in resplendent divine radiance. The sun god furnace erupted like a multitude of volcanoes, radiating an intense fervor, while the primordial ancient cauldron exuded a torrent of vital essence, illuminating the skies with brilliant hues. The sword energy of the great Luo heavenly sword traversed the void, tearing through the fabric of space. As the Tao rhythms descended from the Xianyuan map, manifesting unparalleled divine majesty, the 9 formidable imperial weapons surged towards Chen Changsheng, and all present held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation. Unless one were a true immortal, who could withstand such a strike? In that moment, Chen Changsheng, with his flowing black hair resembling an immortal king, wielded the celestial staff against the 9 imperial weapons. Chen Changsheng of the Xiantian sect challenges the 9 great sovereigns to their demise. Chapter 61. The Holy Emperor, Where to Go? Shattering the heavenly firmament. The voice of Chen Changsheng resonated throughout the sacred grounds of Yaoqi. In the instant that the Qitian divine staff was wielded, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The previously obsidian staff now radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding an overwhelming divine might. The undying Holy Master gazed at the staff in Chen Changsheng's hands, astonishment filling his eyes. A staff capable of emanating such divine power has only existed in history once. It is none other than the Qitian divine staff of the Fighting Saint Emperor. In ancient times, when the Fighting Saint Emperor battled beyond the realms, he left only this staff in the mortal world. Could this possibly be it? The undying Holy Master's words sent a ripple of alarm through the other Holy Masters. The Western Extreme Holy Master scoffed, saying, "How could this fellow possess the imperial weapon of the Fighting Saint Emperor?" That was a being of supreme power from the age of demons. During that era of darkness and turmoil, the Fighting Saint Emperor could suppress multiple supreme beings single-handedly. His weapon is the strongest among the imperial artifacts. And the fact that such a weapon from the strongest of the age of demons happens to be in Chen Changsheng's possession is beyond belief. He must merely be bluffing. We shall soon see. With that, the 9 Holy Masters activated their ultimate imperial weapons with full force, launching them towards Chen Changsheng. Holding the Qitian divine staff, Chen Changsheng felt the overwhelming aura emanating from it, as if the staff had something to convey to him. In an instant, he felt himself drawn into a peculiar realm. Before him stood the ethereal figure of a man. The silhouette faced away from Chen Changsheng, yet it was as imposing as a mountain, as profound as the abyss, as radiant as the sun at noon, and as majestic as the divine moon gracing the heavens. At a glance, the figure appeared both celestial and demonic, surrounded by swirling energies that captivated the heart. Clad in resplendent golden armor, the figure exuded an aura of unparalleled might, standing still yet radiating an oppressive force that could annihilate the heavens and earth. This pressure was merely a manifestation of his presence, looking down upon all living beings. With a sweep of his hand, the Qitian divine staff was thrust into the ground, and he murmured, "Old companion, you have fought alongside me for countless eons. In this chaotic era of demons and gods, I shall leave you in the mortal realm. If future generations should find you, they may inherit the battle techniques of my fighting clan." Then, a crimson cloak materialized behind the silhouette, emanating an awe-inspiring authority. In an instant, the golden figure soared into the sky, suddenly sensing something, and turned sharply to gaze at Chen Changsheng. His eyes blazed like divine torches, radiating dazzling brilliance. It was an ancient ape. "You have acquired the Qitian divine staff. It seems you are fated with my fighting clan. Today, I shall pass down our battle techniques to you. Should the demons return, you must rise to the occasion." Chen Changsheng did not refuse. He bowed respectfully to the colossal ape before him. Subsequently, the fighting Saint Emperor brought his hands together, and an aura of celestial and demonic energy enveloped him. The most formidable battle technique of the fighting clan. A thought of celestial and demonic. Boom. The space around the fighting Saint Emperor shattered, and he radiated brilliance, alternating between celestial light and the fierce demeanor of a demon. Yet, his power surged exponentially, illuminating the void with the brilliance of countless stars. The fighting Saint Emperor raised his fist and struck towards the stars, causing the void to tremble violently, as if it were being torn apart. Bang! With a single strike upon the stars, that resplendent celestial body was instantaneously obliterated, reduced to mere dust. The Saint Emperor, enveloped in a duality of celestial and demonic transformations, radiated an unparalleled golden aura, with demonic energy swirling around him, embodying an indomitable fighting spirit. Chen Changsheng grasped the essence of the Saint Emperor's will. Mastering the art of combat, he had heard tales of the battle Saint Emperor, who had thrived in the most tumultuous era, the Age of Demons, throughout his life. The battle Saint Emperor fought relentlessly, subduing the extraterrestrial fiends, yet he chose not to ascend to the celestial realm but ventured into the void, confronting the ancestral home of the outer demons. After imparting his teachings, the battle Saint Emperor waved his hand, shattering the void as he sought to traverse beyond. Chen Changsheng, bowing respectfully, inquired, "Saint Emperor, where do you intend to go?" "To shatter the heavens," was the reply. "If one departs, will they not return? Then it shall be a one-way journey." With a resounding crash, the Saint Emperor tore through the void. Emerging from this peculiar space, Chen Changsheng realized that he had just been transported by the celestial staff to the moment of the battle Saint Emperor's departure. It was said that the battle Saint Emperor did not ascend to immortality, but instead waged war in the void, after which he vanished without a trace, prompting Chen Changsheng's inquiry. At this moment in the Yaoqi sacred land, the 9 imperial weapons descended upon Chen Changsheng with the intention to suppress him. The Tai Su ancient cauldron was the first to strike, and Chen Changsheng, wielding the celestial staff, responded with a forceful blow. Having mastered the technique of one thought of celestial and demonic, he emanated an aura of both celestial and demonic energies. As the celestial staff unleashed a formidable might that could subdue the heavens and the earth. Boom! The very fabric of the world trembled, the void fractured, while the Tai Su ancient cauldron erupted with ethereal light, aiming to annihilate Chen Changsheng. However, as the celestial staff struck the cauldron, the radiant light dimmed instantaneously, producing a cracking sound as fissures appeared upon its surface. Gushing forth blood, the master of Tai Su was sent reeling backward. Spectators gasped in astonishment. The Tai Su ancient cauldron had been struck to the point of cracking by the celestial staff, an utterly unfathomable feat. The master of Tai Su had indeed coughed up blood. Collapsing to the ground, he was aided by his followers, clutching his chest as he addressed the 8 saint masters above. This individual has fully harnessed the imperial weapon of ultimate path, unleashing the celestial staff's most potent might. This youth will undoubtedly become a grave threat. He must be eliminated at once. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other 8 saint masters turned pale. The ability to completely wield an imperial weapon of ultimate path was inconceivable. Only its creator could wield it to its fullest potential. For the essence of its maker resided within, successors could only grasp a fraction of its power. If someone could indeed master the imperial weapon entirely, they would be invincible throughout the realm of cultivation, unmatched by any, save for an emperor possessing an imperial weapon. The so-called saint emperors and great emperors were all peak beings on the verge of ascension, standing just a step away from true immortality. However, not every being on the threshold of ascension could be called a saint emperor or great emperor. Only those who suppressed an era, reigned invincible among mortals, and left a legacy for eternity were worthy of such titles. The 8 great saints refused to allow the existence of such individuals within the realm of immortality. With the natural spiritual energy already depleted, the emergence of another prodigious talent competing with them would render them powerless unless they eradicated it once. The 8 supreme imperial weapons radiated an overwhelming might, descending upon Chen Changsheng to suppress him. The heavens roared and the earth trembled as the void shattered. The combined assault of the 8 imperial weapons possessed the power to pierce through the fabric of reality and obliterate all in their path. At that moment, the sacred land of Yaoqi resembled a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, teetering on the brink of collapse. Everyone watched in terror as this scene unfolded. With a single strike of his staff, Chen Changsheng brought down a tremendous force upon the 8 imperial weapons. In an instant, the 8 imperial weapons shattered into fragments. Chapter 62, Slaying the Holy Lord. Reshaping the Imperial Weapon. The Imperial Weapon shattered. Blood flowed from the 8 Holy Lords. Fragments of the Supreme Imperial Weapon fell like meteors, creating chaos in the Yaoqi Sacred Land. These shards emanated immense power. Those of weaker cultivation would undoubtedly perish upon impact. Once scattered, the Yaoqi Sacred Land was reduced to ruins. In the fierce battle between the 9 Holy Lords and Chen Changsheng, he stood unscathed while all 9 were grievously injured. They had summoned the Imperial Weapon, but it was shattered by Chen Changsheng, resulting in their own backlash and subsequent wounds. Chen Changsheng stood tall in the void, wielding the Qi Tian Divine Staff, surveying the scene with an air of dominance. His celestial and demonic presence intimidated all, embodying the essence of the true War Saint Emperor. Realizing their precarious situation, the 9 Holy Lords attempted to flee. However, Chen Changsheng struck with his staff, instantly obliterating the celestial sound Holy Lord's spirit and form. Where was the Western Extreme Holy Lord? Upon hearing the news, the Western Extreme Holy Lord recognized the dire predicament and sought to escape, only to be confronted by a staff blocking his path. "Was it you who turned my senior brother into 200 pounds? Stammered the Western Extreme Holy Lord. Bang! Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng delivered a powerful blow, scattering his soul. "Just because my senior brother could not defeat you does not mean I cannot." He then turned his gaze towards the undying Holy Lord and the 3 Holy Sons, raising the Qi Tian Divine Staff. With a single strike, they too were obliterated. The might of the Qi Tian Divine Staff was far beyond what these Holy Lords and Sons could endure. Chen Changsheng's eyes crackled with intensity as he surveyed the remaining Holy Lords. With the Supreme Imperial Weapon now shattered, they lacked the strength to contend with him. At that moment, Longing Holy Lord Long Yusher stepped forward, addressing Chen Changsheng. "Lord Chen, I implore you to temper your wrath. With the Imperial weapons destroyed, these Holy Lords pose no threat. The long-life Taoist and the Dragon Emperor were once close friends. For the sake of our Longing Sacred Land, spare them." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng regarded the graceful Long Yusher and sheathed his staff. "Those Holy Lords have been vanquished. As for the rest of you, I hope you will contribute positively to the world of cultivation rather than oppressing humankind. Today, out of respect for my master and the Longting Holy Lord, I spare you. Should you continue your tyrannical ways, I shall return to eliminate you." At these words, the remaining Holy Lords nodded vigorously, pledging never to offend again. Ding, collecting the shattered fragments of the Imperial Weapon. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated, catching Chen Changsheng off guard. The fragments were already broken. What could be collected? Although the Imperial weapons have been shattered, they are indestructible. Collecting these fragments will allow for their reformation. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng was astounded. The ability to reshape these Imperial weapons was an extraordinary concept. This meant he could possess 9 supreme Imperial weapons. Thus, the Xiantian sect could truly become the dominant sect in the world. With 9 Imperial weapons at their disposal, not even a celestial being descending to the mortal realm could stand against them. With a grand sweep of his hand, Chen Changsheng declared, "All fragments of the extreme Tao Emperor weapons, come into my Qinkuan ring." In an instant, countless streams of light surged from the sacred land of Yaodai. Soaring towards Chen Changsheng, he inquired, "System, is it not possible to merge the 9 extreme Tao Emperor weapons into a singular, most formidable entity?" The extreme Tao Emperor weapons embody the essence of the Emperor's way. Each weapon is unique, and their divergent paths preclude fusion. Otherwise, they would repel one another. Chen Changsheng nodded. "In that case, let us proceed to reshape these extreme Tao Emperor weapons. Reshaping the Sun God Furnace. Reshaping the De Luo Heavenly Sword. Reshaping the Xianyuan Diagram. Reshaping the Taishu Ancient Ding. Reshaping the Phoenix Divine Garment. Reshaping the Immortal Heaven Blade. Reshaping the Chaotic Demon Zither. Reshaping the Wind and Thunder War Puppet. Reshaping the Demon Exposing Mirror." Observing the progress of the reshaping, which would take several days, he turned his attention to the Demon Emperor, Tu Shanyu. "I am Chen Changsheng, the leader of the Xiantian sect, whom you seek. What brings you, Demon Emperor?" At this moment, Tu Shanyu had already recognized that the individual before her was indeed Chen Changsheng. She remarked, "From our first encounter, I sensed something distinct about you. I did not expect you to be Chen Changsheng. I am grateful to you. Had it not been for my inability to control my demon energy during my nirvana period, this demon exposing mirror would not have detected me at all. I sought to witness the person capable of making the Xiantian bell resonate 9 times, to engage in combat with you and uncover the opportunity for breakthrough. Little did I anticipate encountering such circumstances and being saved by you." Although Chen Changsheng was not well versed in the affairs of the outside world, he had heard of this demon emperor. Tu Shanyu belonged to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and had governed the northern demon race for a millennium. Throughout this time, she maintained a peaceful coexistence with the human race. Had she not suppressed the warmongering faction, the demon race would have undoubtedly clashed with humanity many times over. Moreover, her act of valor beneath the sacred land of Yaodai had left a profound impression on Chen Changsheng. It was unexpected that the demon emperor was currently in her nirvana phase, which for the demon race is akin to the human race's transformation into the mortal realm. Positioned between the tribulation and ascension stages, once she transcended, she would become a true emperor-level powerhouse. Presently, the title of Demon Emperor merely reflected her command over 1,000,000 demons, while her true strength still fell just short of that exalted realm. Chen Changsheng gazed at her and asked, "Demon Emperor, do you wish to duel with me?" Tu Shanyu pondered for a moment before responding, "You are my benefactor. I cannot engage in conflict with one who has done me a kindness." Beep, Demon Emperor Tu Shanyu, in her nirvana phase, detects that the host is about to enter the transformation into the mortal realm and invites her to travel through the mortal world together. After some contemplation, Chen Changsheng replied, "I too am on the brink of transformation. Why not accompany me, Demon Emperor, on a journey through the mortal realm? Perhaps we may achieve breakthroughs together." Tu Shanyu considered this for a moment and agreed, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Subsequently, Chen Changsheng approached Long Yusher and remarked, "In the past, the Dragon Emperor and my master, the Taoist of eternal life, were dear friends. Thus, my Xiantian sect naturally maintains a cordial relationship with the Dragon Court Holy Land. Should the Dragon Court Holy Land encounter any troubles in the future, I shall undoubtedly extend my assistance." Long Yusher smiled gently, akin to a breath of spring air, and replied, "If the Xiantian sect requires aid, the Dragon Court Holy Land shall also lend its unwavering support." Upon finishing her words, Long Yusher summoned the black dragon and soared into the distance. Chen Changsheng touched his nose, overwhelmed with joy. This trip to the Yaoqi had proven immensely fruitful. Although he had offended certain sovereigns, he had already vanquished them, and they would likely refrain from pursuing matters with the Xiantian sect. Furthermore, establishing a connection with the Dragon Court Holy Land would greatly benefit the Xiantian sect. Lastly, he had acquired the 9 supreme imperial weapons, all now firmly within his grasp, and they had already been reshaped by the system. Chapter 63. Is this how you wield the staff of the Battle Saint Emperor? In the northern region of Julu, within the realm of demons, a figure adorned in black battle armor stood in the grand hall. This creature, covered in brown fur with a face resembling that of an ape, was unmistakably a monkey demon. Surrounding him were numerous monkey soldiers, encircling the demon emperor's grand hall. The monkey demon brandished an iron staff before one of the demon emperor's maidens, demanding, "Speak. Where has the demon emperor gone?" With an air of defiance, the maiden retorted, "Great Ape King, are you inquiring about the demon emperor's whereabouts to further your own ambitions? Does the demon emperor need to report his travels to you?" The monkey demon, known as the Great Ape King, glared at her with crimson eyes, seething with anger. "Do you not comprehend my intentions?" The maiden laughed heartily. "Great Ape King, you are a warmonger and are well aware that the demon emperor has entered the nirvana stage. Surely, you wish to seize the demon emperor's power to command the other kings and wage war against the human race." The Great Ape King declared, "Are you not supportive of my endeavors? The demon race should dominate over humanity. If I were to become the demon emperor, I would initiate a campaign in the eastern territories without hesitation." The maiden replied, "This is precisely why the old demon emperor did not bequeath the throne to you. Great Ape King, your thirst for bloodshed is too great. Had it not been for the demon emperor's restraint, the demon race would have perished at your hands by now." At her words, the Great Ape King cast a cold gaze upon her and uttered, "In that case, you shall perish." As soon as the words left his lips, he swung his iron staff down at the maiden. In response, she transformed into her true form as a fox demon, 6 snow-white tails swirling in the air as she fled into the distance. With a thunderous crash, the Great Ape King's staff struck down, shattering stone and shaking the void. The maiden, caught in the aftermath, spat blood but did not falter. She continued her desperate escape. The Great Ape King narrowed his eyes, watching her retreat with icy detachment. One of his subordinates inquired, "Shall we pursue her, my lord?" He waved his hand dismissively. "She is off to seek Tu Shanyu. The demon emperor is aware that I wait here for her return. She will undoubtedly come back swiftly. I wonder if she will relinquish the throne." With that, the great ape king made his way to the imperial throne atop the grand hall, settling into the seat that commanded the allegiance of countless demons, relishing in the power it represented. Meanwhile, at the conclusion of the Yaoqi gathering, the demon emperor Tushan Yu had agreed to journey through the mortal realm alongside Chen Changsheng. Suddenly, a white light streaked across the distance, and Tushan Yu seemed to sense something as the light halted beside her. It was the maiden who had fled from the demon emperor's hall, clutching her abdomen with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Tushan Yu frowned, immediately inquiring, "What has transpired?" With a faint voice, the maiden explained, "The great ape king has surrounded the demon emperor's hall, seeking to usurp the throne. My lady, you must not return. Your strength is not at its peak, and you cannot face the great ape king." Upon hearing this, Tushan Yu gazed toward the direction of the demon realm, murmuring, "How could I not return? If I do not, the great ape king will unleash havoc. By the time my strength is restored, he may have already commanded countless demons to attack the human race." Chen Changsheng, having understood the situation, spoke up. "If it pertains to matters concerning the human race, then it is indeed my concern. My Xiantian sect cannot remain indifferent to this affair. What is a mere great ape king? We shall deal with him." With that, Chen Changsheng, accompanied by the demon emperor and two maidens, set forth towards the northern region of the demon domain. At that moment, the great ape king had already surrounded the entire demon emperor's palace with his army, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Upon witnessing this scene, the demon emperor Tushan Yu's expression hardened. The great ape king has coveted the throne of the demon emperor since a millennium ago. At that time, my strength was at its zenith, and he dared not act recklessly. Now, he can no longer restrain himself. As he spoke, a formidable demonic aura emanated from Tushan Yu, enveloping the entire palace. Countless demon kings had been summoned by the great ape king to witness the ascension of a new demon emperor. The great ape king gazed at Tushan Yu in the sky, his eyes devoid of the former reverence, replaced instead by cold disdain. The demon emperor, undergoing the nirvana phase, was gradually losing strength, destined to become akin to an ordinary mortal. This presented the great ape king with his singular opportunity to slay the demon emperor during his nirvana phase. Should the demon emperor successfully transcend this period, the great ape king would never have another chance. Laughing heartily, the great ape king shouted, "Tushan Yu, you have returned." Tushan Yu, regarding the great ape king with icy detachment, replied, "Is this how you address your emperor?" The great ape king retorted with laughter, "The demon race has always revered strength. My lineage, descended from the Saint Emperor of Combat, possesses the might to claim the title of Demon Emperor. Why should I not aspire to it?" Seeing this, Tushan Yu waved his hand, and his 8 tails swirled violently, unleashing a tremendous surge of demonic energy. The great ape king's pupils constricted momentarily, but soon, Tushan Yu's aura began to wane. Observers noted Tushan Yu's unsteady form, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. One demon king exclaimed, "The emperor in the nirvana phase cannot withstand such a drain on his power." The great ape king's attempt to seize the throne during such a tumultuous time was disgraceful. "I vow to follow the celestial fox demon emperor to the death." Tushan Yu has shown too much mercy. The bloodline of the Saint Emperor of Combat resides within the great ape king. Should he ascend, he may lead our kind to dominance. However, this was not the true bloodline of the Saint Emperor of Combat. The pure lineage inherently inherited the combat techniques of the Saint Emperor. The great ape king had merely consumed a fragment of the Saint Emperor's essence, resulting in his aberration. The great ape king observed the weakened Tushan Yu, a cold smile creeping across his lips. How could Tushan Yu in his nirvana phase possibly be his adversary? With numerous demon kings gathered in support, it was clear that a confrontation would only lead to Tushan Yu's defeat. Yet, there stood a man beside Tushan Yu, devoid of any demonic aura, resembling a human. Even so, the great ape king sensed no threat from Chen Changsheng. With a mighty roar, the great ape king tightened his grip on the iron staff, intricately carved with black dragon patterns, which emitted a resonant dragon's roar as he swung it. A demon king gasped, "It is the Panlong staff." It is said that the weapon wielded by the fighting Saint Emperor prior to his ascension, though not classified among the supreme imperial weapons, embodies the formidable fighting spirit of the young emperor, rendering it an extraordinary weapon. With this armament, the great ape king is further empowered, leaving the demon emperor in a precarious position. Observing the frail figure of the demon emperor beside him and the arrogant demeanor of the great ape king, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of indignation. He charged forward. addressing the great ape king with a thunderous voice. Is this how you wield the staff of the fighting Saint Emperor? Is the bloodline of the fighting Saint Emperor meant for usurpation? As these words echoed like thunder, the great ape king's ears buzzed, and in his astonishment, he beheld the man chastising him draw a staff from the void. The great ape king was struck as if by lightning. Chapter 64. Who is the ant and who is the heaven? The eyes of the great ape king were filled with terror. That is the Chi Tian divine rod. As soon as these words were uttered, all the demon kings turned their gaze towards the rod in Chen Changsheng's hand. The rod, resembling black iron, radiated waves of golden light as Chen Changsheng wielded it. Indeed, it was the Chi Tian divine rod of the battle sage emperor. How could it possibly be in the hands of a human? What is the background of this human? It was unheard of that the demon emperor had any close ties with humanity. Nevertheless, a human possessing the Chi Tian divine rod should not be underestimated. Yet, the rod alone was not invincible unless he possessed the sage emperor's battle techniques, particularly the thought of a mortal and demon. The great ape king gazed at the rod in Chen Changsheng's hand, his astonishment transforming into delight. If he could obtain the Chi Tian divine rod, perhaps he could acquire the battle sage emperor's techniques. Legend has it that the most potent technique of the battle sage emperor, thought of a mortal and demon, was concealed within this rod. Contemplating this, the great ape king broke into a grin and bellowed at Chen Changsheng. A mere human cultivator dares to wreak havoc in my demon domain. Truly, you are tired of living. As soon as his words fell, the Panlong rod struck the Chi Tian divine rod, producing a thunderous sound. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated, and countless demon kings were swept by the shockwave of the battle, hastily dodging to defend themselves. The ape clan was renowned for its strength. The force behind that strike was comparable to hundreds of thousands of pounds. Were it an ordinary cultivator, they would have been reduced to mere pulp under such might. Yet, with his immortal physique, how could Chen Changsheng possibly falter beneath such overwhelming force? Seeing Chen Changsheng withstand his blow, the great ape king was taken aback, but his gaze quickly turned fierce, and he lunged at Chen Changsheng in an instant. The momentum of this strike was fierce, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Observing this, Chen Changsheng lifted the Chi Tian divine rod and charged towards the great ape king. Chen Changsheng was a peak tribulation stage cultivator. Although he was on the verge of transcending to the mortal realm, his strength remained that of a tribulation stage cultivator. While the great ape king was indeed formidable, he was merely at the Dao integration stage. Had it not been for the bloodline of the battle sage emperor and the Panlong rod within him, he could not have harnessed such immense power. The clash between the Panlong rod and the Chi Tian divine rod echoed with the sound of dragon roars. Seemingly intent on suppressing the Chi Tian divine rod, both the Panlong rod and the Chi Tian divine rod were weapons of the battle sage emperor, one from his youth, the other from his prime, sharing the same Dao, albeit with differing might. Even though the Panlong rod exerted 99% of its power in the hands of the great ape king, it was still no match for Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng looked at the great ape king and laughed heartily. If this is all the strength you possess, then you are doomed. The great ape king, feeling humiliated after witnessing Chen Changsheng withstand his two thunderous attacks, let out a furious roar towards the sky, emanating streaks of red light. Subsequently, his body began to swell, tearing apart the armor that enveloped him. In an instant, his 2-meter frame expanded to several dozen meters, resembling a small mountain. Before him, the muscles of the great ape king swelled like solid rock, brimming with explosive power, while his crimson eyes radiated an aura of rage that soared to the heavens. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tu Shanyu gasped in astonishment, muttering, "This is the true form of the Demon King." Any demon that reaches the rank of Demon King can manifest this form, thereby amplifying their strength several times over. Chen Changsheng, upon hearing her words, gazed at the towering giant ape and sensed the transformation in its power. Indeed, as Tu Shanyu had indicated, the strength of the great ape king had surged exponentially. The once manageable dragon-slaying staff in his grasp now resembled a mere silver needle. In the next moment, the staff soared skyward, thickening and lengthening, piercing the clouds like a mountain. The great ape king fixed his gaze upon Chen Changsheng and declared, "Human, prepare to meet your demise." With that, he leaped into the air, raising the colossal dragon-slaying staff to strike down upon Chen Changsheng. Standing before the immense figure of the ape, Chen Changsheng appeared as insignificant as an ant. Even the grand and imposing demon emperor's palace seemed diminutive in comparison to the giant ape. The staff sliced through the heavens, tearing apart the clouds, and descended upon Chen Changsheng, with tremendous force. The other demon kings watched with wide eyes, astonished. They had not anticipated that the great ape king had been concealing his strength all these years. Who among us could rival this true form of the demon king? The great ape king was already the mightiest among the demon race, and now, in this form, he was unmatched, even at the height of his power. The demon emperor would have to tread carefully in the face of such ferocity. This human was surely doomed. Was it possible that the demon race was on the brink of a new era? As Chen Changsheng beheld the mountain-like, dragon-slaying staff hurtling toward him, he remained composed, raising the Qitian divine staff in response. The demon kings murmured among themselves, questioning his intentions. Did he truly believe he could withstand the great ape king's strike? Such a notion seemed absurd. Even the legendary Qitian divine staff of the battle saint could not withstand the current might of the great ape king, unless he could muster it to full strength. There remained a glimmer of hope. But how could he, unless employing the one thought of immortal and demon technique? The great ape king, noticing Chen Changsheng's stance, sneered with bared fangs. An ant wishes to shake the heavens? How laughable! With those words, the dragon-slaying staff descended, massive and weighty. It bore the full force of the great ape king's assault. In an instant, the void shattered, the sky trembled, and the earth quaked, as mountains crumbled and rocks tumbled. Such a magnitude of attack sent shockwaves throughout the demon realm. Even Tu Shan Yu could scarcely believe the formidable strength of the great ape king. A smirk graced the lips of the great ape king as he anticipated lifting the dragon-slaying staff, eager to witness the gruesome fate that awaited Chen Changsheng. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed. The great ape king turned towards the source of the noise, only to behold fissures appearing on the dragon-slaying staff, extending from Chen Changsheng's direction towards himself. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. Boom. In an instant, the dragon-slaying staff shattered into fragments. Chen Changsheng slowly lifted his head, smiling as he said, "Nothing is impossible. Just moments ago, you mentioned that ants aspire to shake the heavens. Now, allow me to show you who is the ant and who is the sky." With a sweeping gesture, Chen Changsheng invoked the heavenly law, and a towering avatar, soaring 1,000 feet high, materialized behind him. The Qitian divine staff, akin to the previously manifested dragon staff, instantly reached the same height, firmly grasped in the hands of Chen Changsheng's avatar. At this moment, the great ape king, towering several meters, appeared as insignificant as an ant before Chen Changsheng's 1,000-foot avatar. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng opened his eyes, and the dual energies of immortality and demonic power swirled around his avatar. All present, including the demon tribe and the great ape king, widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. This was the one thought of immortal and demon of the battle saint emperor. Chapter 65. The great ape king regrets. Too late. At this moment, the great ape king realized that it was too late for regret. Before him stood the formidable Qitian Shingun, the saint emperor of battle, and even more crucially, the battle method of the thought of immortal demons. Not even all the demon kings combined could pose a challenge. The great ape king contemplated fleeing, but the hour was already late. With a decisive strike of Chen Changsheng's Qitian Shingun, the heavens and earth trembled, and the great ape king, towering at dozens of meters, was crushed into a mere pulp. The great ape king was no more. At the command of the demon emperor, the demon army swiftly apprehended all of the great ape king's accomplices. In Chen Changsheng's presence, these demon kings dared not stir, fearful of meeting the same grim fate as the great ape king. The great ape king had ultimately failed in his bid for power. Just as the crowd began to relax, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from afar, akin to the sound of divine thunder. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Tu Shan Yu remarked, "It is the forbidden zone of 10,000 demons." All the demon kings regarded Tu Shan Yu with grave expressions, their eyes filled with trepidation. The forbidden zone of 10,000 demons was stirring. Could it be that thing? Chen Changsheng, puzzled, inquired of Tu Shan Yu, "What exactly lies within this forbidden zone of 10,000 demons?" Tu Shan Yu responded slowly, "The forbidden zone of 10,000 demons has been the resting place of fallen demons since ancient times. Throughout history, whether from the wars between humans and demons or from natural demise, any remains would be sent there. It is also known as the demon grave, suffused with potent demonic energy, making it inaccessible to ordinary demons. Even those of the demon king rank cannot endure for long within its confines." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng asked, "Could there be living beings within?" Tu Shan Yu shook his head. "There are no living creatures. Only what?" He pressed, It is said that the Saint Emperor of Battle had a descendant before venturing beyond the realm, during a time when he was at the pinnacle of his martial fervor. He deemed this child too imbued with demonic nature and required sealing to temper it, the sealing place being the forbidden zone of 10,000 demons. At this revelation, Chen Changsheng was taken aback. The descendant of the Saint Emperor of Battle had been sealed for millennia within the forbidden zone of 10,000 demons. The sheer demonic energy contained there, if absorbed, could render one immensely powerful. It was unfathomable to consider the terror that would ensue should that entity emerge. Tu Shanyu stated, the disturbance in the forbidden zone should be related to your invocation of the Saint Emperor of Battle's thought of immortal demons. However, we must investigate further. It remains uncertain whether this entity will be friend or foe, as it is but a rumor. Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement, and thus, the Demon Kings followed the Demon Emperor and Chen Changsheng as they soared towards the forbidden zone of 10,000 demons. Within the confines of the zone, no vegetation thrived. The ground was littered with white bones, remains of demon kind, some bearing wings, others with sharp fangs. The group advanced towards the source of the disturbance, where the miasma of demonic energy thickened, proving challenging even for the Demon Kings to bear. However, those who remained close to Chen Changsheng appeared at ease, for his robe of sun and moon harmony had activated, absorbing the surrounding demonic energy. Consequently, all the Demon Kings crowded around him, and Chen Changsheng instantly became the object of their admiration. This human brother, though still young, possessed such formidable strength. We truly find ourselves in awe. Moreover, possessing the revered Qi-Tian divine scepter of the Battle Saint Emperor, along with the formidable battle techniques of both celestial and demonic realms, truly incites envy. It seems that the human brethren are indeed close allies of the Demon Emperor. Otherwise, they would not have assisted him in vanquishing the Great Ape King. How about we select an auspicious day to arrange the marriage and hasten the arrival of a little Demon Emperor? Tu Shanyu, who had been walking ahead, suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere behind her. She swiftly turned to regard the Demon King with an icy demeanor, stating, Pig King, it appears you are courting a beating. Upon hearing this, the Pig King promptly replied, Your Excellency, the Demon Emperor, I am merely considering your interests. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. By 30, she can offer a kingdom. By 300, she can present elixirs. And by 3,000, she can attain a celestial position. I see that you are precisely 3,000 years older than this human brethren, hence my thought. Before the Pig King could finish, a Demon King with a chicken head hastily covered his mouth, whispering, Pig King, if you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. The Demon Emperor is currently unable to deal with the Great Ape King, let alone you. We do not wish to bear the consequences of your folly. The Pig King, meeting the Demon Emperor's gaze, which bore the intensity of a butcher eyeing his pig, hastily closed his mouth. The Demon Emperor, with a flick of his robe, chose not to stoop to the Pig King's level. Instead, he cast a glance at Chen Changsheng. Upon confirming that Chen exhibited no unusual behavior, he returned to his usual composure. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted. The forbidden zone of 10,000 demons began to tremble violently, the earth quaking beneath. An immense concentration of demonic energy coalesced into a colossal head, resembling a hybrid of dragon, deer, tiger, and lion, its massive jaws agape as it lunged towards the crowd. In response, Chen Changsheng summoned the ancient cauldron of ultimate void. As the cauldron emerged, it effortlessly absorbed the gigantic head formed from the gathered demonic energy. The Demon King stood in stunned silence at the sight. Is that the ultimate imperial artifact, the ancient cauldron of ultimate void? Chen Changsheng nodded affirmatively. The Demon Kings gasped in astonishment. However, it was somewhat expected for one individual to possess two ultimate imperial artifacts. Soon after, the demonic energy surged towards them. Chen Changsheng proceeded to summon the 9 ultimate imperial artifacts, each one a stunning spectacle. The Demon Kings were left utterly dumbfounded. To possess 10 ultimate imperial artifacts, each capable of astounding the world, and to wield them with such ease was akin to handling mere cabbages. Seeing this, the Pig King immediately urged, Your Excellency, the Demon Emperor, perhaps you should reconsider my earlier suggestion. At this point, the Chicken King no longer hindered the Pig King and addressed the Demon Emperor. Indeed, Your Excellency, we have yet to witness anyone possessing 10 ultimate imperial artifacts. Should our demon clan unite with this individual, our clan would surely flourish. The Pig King lamented, Alas, if only I were a woman, I would gladly marry this human brethren for the sake of our demon clan. Tu Shanyu shot the two a disdainful glance. Choosing to ignore them, The 9 imperial artifacts hovered above their heads, and the demonic energy ceased its advance. The group approached the source of the unusual sounds, where they encountered a massive stone emitting a dense aura of demonic energy that deterred the demon kings from approaching. Tushani remarked, "The demon clan's seers once prophesied that we would give birth to a sovereign of all demons. Could it be that this moment has arrived?" The king of the swine, with a grave expression, remarked, "Possessing the bloodline of the Battle Saint Emperor and having absorbed demonic energy for millennia. Whatever lies within is likely formidable, if not the sovereign of all demons." Thunderous roars echoed as the black stone absorbed the demonic energy from the forbidden zone, beginning to tremble violently. Above, a colossal vortex formed, relentlessly funneling the demonic energy into the stone. Crack! A fissure appeared upon the black stone. The demon kings held their breath, drawing their weapons, their eyes fixated upon the stone. Crack, crack! Countless crevices emerged upon its surface. With a thunderous roar, the black stone shattered completely, fragments tumbling down. From within emanated 2 beams of divine light, piercing the heavens. A spectacle that astonished the world and moved the spirits. Chapter 66. From now on, you shall be known as Sun Wukong. It has emerged. The assembly of demon kings found themselves engulfed in trepidation. Even they had never encountered a creature exuding such a dense aura of demonic energy. The arrival of this enigmatic great demon brought forth an overwhelming pressure that rendered all present demon kings unable to suppress their trembling. It was a shudder that emanated from the very core of their souls, a testament to the terrifying nature of the creature before them. As the thick, mist-like demonic energy dissipated, the silhouette of a monkey materialized before the assembly. This monkey, adorned with golden fur and eyes that sparkled like lightning, pierced the heavens with its gaze. The monkey then cast its eyes upon the gathered demon kings and surged toward the pig king with ferocious speed. Upon witnessing this, the pig king swiftly brandished his large blade in defense. As the monkey approached, a blinding golden light surged from its eyes, and a crimson dragon manifested, intent on devouring the pig king. The chicken king gasped in astonishment, with eyes like that of a dragon. Could this creature truly be the offspring of the War Saint Emperor? The demon emperor, with a grave expression, urged the demon kings, "Quickly, save the pig king." At the command of the demon emperor, the demon kings rushed to the pig king's aid. However, the monkey's piercing gaze met theirs, and with a mere glance, it repelled them all. Boom! 8 colossal white tails charged toward the monkey, obscuring the sun and swiftly encircling it. It was the demon emperor Tushanyu who had taken action, using her tails to ensnare the monkey. The pig king breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "How terrifying!" Being so close to that monkey felt like facing death itself. The demon emperor is truly formidable, suppressing that creature. Before the pig king could finish his thought, a resounding crash echoed as the monkey shattered the 8 tails with a single punch. The monkey radiated a brilliant golden light, each strand shimmering with divine brilliance. Standing there, it exuded an air of sovereign supremacy, as though it were the born ruler of all, unparalleled in heaven and earth. Chen Changsheng gazed at this being, astonished. "Is this Sun Wukong?" He marveled at the monkey before him, recognizing the aura he had only witnessed in the television series Journey to the West from his past life. Realizing that only this monkey could possess such divine might. Ding! The offspring of the War Saint Emperor has emerged and shall become the future sovereign of all demons. However, the demonic nature within him has not fully dissipated. The host must purify this demonic essence and accept him as a disciple. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. Could it be that he was destined to take Sun Wukong as his apprentice? Observing the monkey overpowering the demon kings, even the demon emperor appeared helpless against it. The monkey glowed with radiance, yet dark miasma swirled around its form, coalescing above into a fearsome visage of an ancient ape, with a green face and sharp fangs. Sensing that the strongest demonic energy emanated from the demon emperor, the monkey tore through the fabric of reality and instantaneously appeared before her, delivering a powerful punch. The force of this strike was tremendous, prompting the demon emperor to hastily defend herself with both hands. Thunderous roars echoed as the demon realm trembled violently, causing demons outside the forbidden zone to flee in panic, for the sheer magnitude of this power was utterly terrifying. The demon emperor herself was left coughing blood from the impact. Although the demon emperor was in the period of rebirth for the demon race, his strength was formidable, and no ordinary demon king could inflict harm upon him, except for super demon kings like the Great Ape King. However, the monkey before him managed to injure the demon emperor with a single punch. Such terrifying power, coupled with the lingering demonic essence within him, posed a potential calamity for humankind if left unchecked. Chen Changsheng supported the Demon Emperor and calmly stated, "I shall take over." With that, he stepped forward and charged at the monkey. His fingers converged, and a myriad of sword energies surged forth from his hand, aimed directly at the monkey's head. Chen Changsheng did not unleash all of his power. He wished to ascertain the true strength of the monkey. As the multitude of sword energies erupted, they detonated against the monkey's forehead. The monkey's eyes sparked with electric intensity, unleashing a crimson dragon that collided with the attack. Thunder rumbled, shaking the very ground beneath them. When the sword energy dissipated, Chen Changsheng looked up to see blood seeping from the monkey's forehead, leaving him astonished. He was well aware of the destructive force of the technique he had employed. It was a strike capable of breaking all laws. Fearing that he might inadvertently slay the monkey, he had refrained from using the Excalibur, yet he was taken aback that the monkey could withstand such an onslaught, merely resulting in a trickle of blood. What incredible resilience this creature possessed! Having discerned the monkey's true capabilities, Chen Changsheng no longer concealed his intentions and directly retrieved the Qi Tian stick. Upon seeing the stick, the monkey's eyes glimmered with recognition, murmuring, "Father Emperor." Noticing the monkey seemed to regain some awareness, Chen Changsheng replied, "I am not your father, but if you can defeat me, I may allow you to see this staff. If you cannot best me, would you consider becoming my disciple?" Upon hearing this, the monkey became enraged, tearing through the fabric of reality and launching a punch at Chen Changsheng. No longer holding back, Chen Changsheng raised the Qi Tian stick and invoked the one thought of immortal and demon. Instantly, the dual energies of immortality and demon surged around him. The monkey, witnessing this display, seemed to glimpse the legendary battle Saint Emperor from millennia past, yet it was too late to retract its fist. As the punch bore down like a mountain, Chen Changsheng stood his ground, meeting it head-on with the Qi Tian stick. Boom! Chen Changsheng's hair whipped wildly as the ground beneath them crumbled, prompting the surrounding demon kings to flee in haste. Smoke and dust enveloped the area, obscuring their view. One of the demon kings whispered, "Surely the human brother Wu Ti." The demon emperor shot him a glare and asserted, "He will not fall easily. He is the leader of the Shintian sect." As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld a figure standing with the long staff, while the monkey knelt beneath him. The staff mere inches from the monkey's form. Chen Changsheng spoke with authority, "Dissipate the demonic essence and return to your true self." In an instant, the dark aura surrounding the monkey dissipated entirely, retreating back into his being. Yet, the Qi Tian stick remained pressed against the monkey, preventing the resurgence of his demonic nature. Upon witnessing this, Chen Changsheng addressed the monkey, saying, "I possess the battle techniques of your lineage, the fighting clan, known as one thought of immortal and demon. Would you be willing to take me as your master and aid you in dispelling the darkness within you?" The monkey, upon hearing this, opened its mouth, the voice resembling that of a youth, and slowly replied, "I would be willing to accept you as my master. But I wish to know one thing. Where has my father, the emperor, gone?" Chen Changsheng then recounted the tale of the fighting Saint Emperor's expedition beyond the realms to combat the celestial demons. The monkey gazed towards the distant starry sky and murmured, "Beyond the realms, is it?" Chen Changsheng inquired, "Do you have a name?" The monkey shook its head. Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "In that case, I shall bestow upon you a name." The monkey regarded Chen Changsheng earnestly. Clearing his throat, Chen Changsheng slowly declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be called Sun Wukong. P.S. A brief chat with everyone." The transformation from this chapter onward has been meticulously foreshadowed. To elaborate, the tale of transformation unfolds in the mortal realm. Thus, there will be fewer confrontations involving spells and cultivation. Instead, it will delve deeper into stories closer to the mortal experience. But fear not. I shall ensure that this segment is well crafted. The transformation will carry a humorous tone, yet it will also be quite exhilarating. Following this, I will weave the narratives of Chen Changsheng's disciples, including Su Yaoyao, the Nine Tribulations Sword Immortal Gu Ping, Lu Shu, Jin Chanzi, and Sun Wukong, among others. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 67. The commencement of transformation. Chen Changsheng took Sun Wukong as his disciple. The demon emperor remarked, "You are on the brink of entering the transformation stage. For your kind, this is an exceedingly lengthy process, lasting from a few hundred years to over 1,000. Sun Wukong still harbors remnants of demonic essence, and the Qitian divine staff possesses the power to suppress such malignancy. Thus, it would be prudent to bestow the Qitian divine staff upon him, enabling him to mitigate the darkness within, while I assign him to guard the demon realm. Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, who bore the bloodline of the Battle Saint Emperor, naturally adept in the martial techniques of the warrior clan, particularly the thoughts of immortal and demon. With the addition of the Qitian divine staff, his prowess would undoubtedly be amplified. Consequently, Chen Changsheng entrusted the Qitian divine staff to Sun Wukong to aid in purifying his inner demonic essence. However, considering the strength of the demonic essence within Sun Wukong, which had remained unpurged after countless years in the abyss of 10,000 monsters, Chen Changsheng cautioned him to diligently cultivate. The Demon Emperor further instructed Sun Wukong to oversee the demon domain, and all the demon kings complied with his orders. Following this, the Demon Emperor accompanied Chen Changsheng back to the Xiantian sect. Upon arrival, Chen Changsheng summoned all the Peak Masters to Changxing Peak and presented the 9 supreme imperial weapons. He addressed the masters, "I am about to enter the transformation stage, rendering these imperial weapons of no further use to me. I shall present them to you, thereby strengthening the might of our Xiantian sect." The Peak Masters were taken aback by his words. Nailan Shui inquired, "Will you not need them upon your return from transformation?" Chen Changsheng shook his head, replying, "I will forge my own supreme imperial weapons then." He then turned to Situ Qingshan, saying, "Old sect master, I bestow upon you the Xianyuan diagram." To Lu Baifeng, he remarked, "Your swordsmanship is unparalleled. This great Luo heavenly sword is for you." To Yang Wei, he stated, "As the alchemist of the Pill Peak, you must have a fine cauldron. Thus, I present you with this Taishu ancient cauldron." To Duga Xiao, he offered the wind and thunder battle puppet. To Han Feng, he noted, "We have become acquainted in the void immortal palace, where laughter has dispelled our grudges. I give you this undying heavenly blade." To Li Qizhua, he gifted the demon illuminating mirror. Finally, he presented the Phoenix Divine Garment to Nailan Shui. Although its offensive capabilities were not particularly formidable, its exceptional life-preserving qualities made it a worthy gift, reflecting Chen Changsheng's heartfelt intentions. Only Qian Shui Lu remained without an imperial weapon. Chen Changsheng chose to disregard him, for this individual had previously obstructed him and exhibited despicable tactics, lacking the courage that Han Feng possessed. Thus, Chen Changsheng resolved not to grant him an imperial weapon. Sect Master Qian Shui Lu approached Chen Changsheng, his face flushed with embarrassment as he noticed he was overlooked. Chen Changsheng did not spare him a glance, soaring back to Changxing Peak, leaving Qian Shui Lu awkwardly rooted in place. After everyone departed, Qian Shui Lu chastised himself with 2 resounding slaps, lamenting that he should have refrained from troubling Chen Changsheng in the past. Upon returning to Changxing Peak, Chen Changsheng found Su Yaoyao seated beneath the Enlightenment Bamboo, engrossed in her cultivation of the Heart Sutra of the Green Emperor. The ethereal rhythms of Tao swirled around her, causing even the Enlightenment Bamboo to emanate greater Taoist resonance. The Demon Emperor was taken aback upon witnessing the scene, surprised that Chen Changsheng, with only a single disciple, had cultivated the Heart Sutra of the Azure Emperor, and that Changxing Peak housed such an abundance of Enlightenment Bamboo. Upon Chen Changsheng's return, Su Yaoyao opened her eyes, filled with joy, and exclaimed, "Master, you have returned." Chen Changsheng affectionately patted Su Yaoyao's head and said, "Master is on the verge of transcending the mundane. During this period, should you encounter any issues, you may seek guidance from your uncle Master. I cannot predict how long my transformation will take. It may be as brief as several decades or extend to a century. This parting may lead to a time when our reunion sees the world transformed." Hearing this, Su Yaoyao immediately declared, "Yaoyao will always remain your disciple, Master. I shall await your return here on Changxing Peak." Subsequently, Chen Changsheng presented the chaotic demon Zither to Su Yaoyao. He then entered the grand hall alone, where he found his elder brother lying on the bed, asleep. Before Chen Changsheng could utter a word, the elder brother spoke, "Little junior brother, it is no surprise that our master has favored you. You are already on the brink of transcending. Our master has only taken us 2 disciples in his lifetime. Both are exceptional talents." Chen Changsheng regarded his elder brother with curiosity, asking, "Elder brother, I have always been puzzled about your cultivation realm. Why is it that I cannot discern your true strength?" The elder brother chuckled, My realm has consistently been that of transcendence." "What?" Chen Changsheng was taken aback. His elder brother had always been transcending? Noticing Chen Changsheng's bewilderment, the elder brother smiled and explained, "Master must not have shared with you that I was born to transcend. My path in cultivation is that of the mortal realm. If I achieve enlightenment, I shall be unmatched in the world. If not, I will remain as an ordinary person. My realm is ephemeral, fluctuating with my state of mind. Chen Changsheng had long struggled to comprehend transcendence, and now, standing before a transcendent elder brother, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Elder brother, what does it mean to transcend? He inquired. The elder brother casually flicked away a speck of dust from his nose and replied slowly, transcendence requires one to cultivate with a mortal body and heart, to perceive all that is mundane. Once you fully grasp the essence of the mortal, you will understand what it means to be immortal, thus qualifying to ascend and become a quasi-immortal. Do mortals also need to cultivate? Chen Changsheng asked. The elder brother chuckled softly and responded, love, hate, obsession, and the mundane struggles of life. What mortals cultivate is often more arduous than our path, and only through experience can one attain true understanding. In light of this wisdom, Chen Changsheng bowed respectfully to his elder brother before exiting the grand hall. The elder brother's voice echoed behind him. Little junior brother, I wish you success in your transcendence. I shall await you here on Changsheng Peak. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng performed 3 bows before the hall. The first bow was in respect of Master Changsheng Daoist. The second bow honored his elder brother Lu Qingfeng. The third bow was a tribute to Changsheng Peak, the very place where his journey in cultivation commenced. Thereafter, the demon emperor Tu Shanyu accompanied Chen Changsheng down the mountain. Chen Changsheng made a visit to the Dao Palace, delivering the Sun God Furnace to Bai Lingxi. The Yin-Yang Dao Furnace is not an extreme imperial weapon. Now, with the addition of the Sun God Furnace, the strength of the Dao Palace shall ascend to new heights. Bai Lingxi, adorned in garments as white as snow, radiated an ethereal glow, her celestial form now fully realized in its divine essence. Chen Changsheng, I await your return. On this day, Chen Changsheng departed from the realm of cultivation, and none knew of his whereabouts. A month elapsed. 6 months passed. A year drifted by. In an obscure little town, after 2 weeks of incessant rain, the skies finally cleared. The cobblestone path was lush with moss, and the air was imbued with freshness. A young man clad in white emerged from a dwelling, stretching languidly and inhaling the invigorating air. Had there been anyone familiar with him, they would have been astounded. The renowned Chen Changsheng of the cultivation world now appeared as ordinary as any mortal. Chapter 68. Are you looking for trouble? Over the course of a year, Chen Changsheng's cultivation had entirely vanished. The demon emperor began his own process of rebirth. Both individuals, now devoid of their powers, arrived in a quaint town, embarking on their transformation into ordinary beings. Upon their arrival, the townsfolk perceived Chen Changsheng as a scholarly gentleman on his way to take the imperial examination, with the demon emperor serving as his maid. Without offering any clarifications, they embraced the identities that others had assigned to them. Thus, Chen Changsheng assumed the role of a scholar, composing poetry that resonated throughout the town and eventually reached the imperial capital, garnering admiration from literary circles. This dynasty, known as the Great Li Dynasty, boasted a population of millions and was classified as a mid-tier empire. It was rumored that the third prince held a particular fondness for Chen Changsheng's verses. Throughout the year, Chen Changsheng pondered the words of his senior brother, striving to grasp a profound state of being, yet he struggled to attain such enlightenment. Without his cultivation, he could not wield any spells, only managing to execute the modestly potent technique of verbal manifestation. Fortunately, life in the small town remained tranquil. The townspeople were of simple virtue. An elderly neighbor frequently gifted Chen Changsheng fish he had caught, and the unmarried maid from the adjacent Wang family often brought him treats, her eyes filled with admiration. However, not everyone was virtuous. There existed a local bully, the butcher Zhang, who sold pork at the market. Zhang exploited his connections. His uncle was the county magistrate, to cheat and intimidate, committing numerous acts of villainy. The townsfolk dared not voice their grievances, fearing both the magistrate's wrath and Zhang's imposing stature, his bulk a consequence of years spent butchering, emanating an aura that deterred confrontation. At over 40 years of age, he had an unsettling penchant for young maidens in their 20s, having harassed nearly every girl of that age in the town. The maid from the Wang household was particularly distressed, having contemplated suicide by river on several occasions, thwarted each time by concerned townsfolk. Many young girls had already succumbed to his coercive tactics, either having jumped into the river or being sold into brothels. Chen Changsheng, having long disapproved of Zhang's behavior, resolved to teach him a lesson. Approaching the butcher's stall at the market, he observed Zhang laboriously slicing meat and said, I would like 10 pounds of prime meat, prepared for minced meat sauce, devoid of any fat. Zhang looked up, recognizing the refined scholar who had moved to the area a year prior. Although they had never interacted, Zhang harbored disdain for Chen Changsheng, as many widows and young wives had cast flirtatious glances his way upon his arrival. For someone like Zhang, who sought to impose himself upon such women, Chen Changsheng represented a significant threat. Had it not been for the clarity of Chen's relationships with those women, Zhang might have resorted to sinister measures to eliminate him. Furthermore, the beauty of Chen's maid was beyond comparison to the local women, inciting Zhang's desire to abduct her for his own gratification, and later, to present her to his magistrate uncle. As Chen Changsheng requested meat, Zhang swiftly complied, meticulously selecting the prime cuts for the sauce. Once finished, he packaged the meat and handed it to Chen Changsheng, who, without even glancing at it, replied, "That is not sufficient. I require another 10 pounds of fatty meat, prepared for sauce, with not a trace of prime cuts." Upon hearing this, the butcher Zhang felt a surge of anger, yet 10 pounds of meat represented a substantial sum, compelling him to procure the fatty cuts and commence his task with a huff and puff. He labored intensely, slicing away 20 pounds of meat, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he gasped for breath. At last, he completed the task. He flung the meat before Chen Changsheng, extending his hand for payment. A total of 10 ingots of silver. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not rush. I require an additional 10 pounds of soft bones, to be minced finely," avoiding both lean and fatty meat. The smile on the butcher's face gradually faded, replaced by a cold glare directed at Chen Changsheng, as he bellowed, "Are you looking for trouble?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the once bustling marketplace fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes turning towards the scene. The townsfolk trembling in fear of the butcher, eager to witness who had dared to provoke him. There sat Chen Changsheng, relaxed in his chair, while the butcher stood before him, wielding 2 cleavers, seething with rage. "Young man, do you have any idea who you were dealing with? Back in the day, I wielded these cleavers from the southern city gate all the way down Palai East Road for 3 days and nights without blinking, slaughtering anyone who stood in my way. Do you understand the gravity of your actions?" Chen Changsheng, unfazed, inquired, 3 days and nights without blinking? Wouldn't your eyes dry out?" The butcher was momentarily taken aback. Before erupting in anger, "I said I slaughtered for 3 days and nights, and you question my eyes? Today, you shall learn the consequences of provoking me." With that, the butcher charged forward, cleavers raised, aiming for Chen Changsheng. The ground trembled with each of his heavy steps, and many in the crowd covered their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Chen Changsheng being brutally dismembered. Yet, Chen Changsheng did not flinch. A smile danced at the corners of his lips as he calmly remarked, "There lies a piece of watermelon rind beneath the butcher's feet." Just as he spoke, a villager, previously enjoying a watermelon at a nearby stall, had inadvertently discarded a rind, and the butcher, stepping upon it, lost his footing and was sent sprawling, landing face first onto the ground, losing several of his front teeth in the process. His cleavers slipped from his grasp, falling aside, pain coursing through him. The butcher clambered back to his feet, his fury ablaze as he glared at the leisurely Chen Changsheng. He swung his fist towards him, prompting gasps from the onlookers. The butcher's fists had been the demise of many, and even seasoned fighters would struggle to withstand his might, let alone the delicate Chen Changsheng before him. The fact that Chen Changsheng had not been dismembered moments ago was merely a stroke of luck. This punch, however, seemed destined to spell his end. "Run, young Master Chen!" shouted Aunt Wang from the adjacent vegetable stall. Chen Changsheng regarded the approaching fist and calmly declared, "The butcher is as harmless as a chick." As soon as the words left his lips, bang! The butcher's fist connected with Chen Changsheng's body. To the astonishment of the crowd, Chen Changsheng remained utterly unperturbed. The impact felt as though it had struck a wall. The butcher's pupils dilated in disbelief. This cannot be. Even a martial artist with decades of training would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand a blow from oneself. How could a frail scholar possibly achieve this? In an instant, Zhang the butcher advanced with deliberate strides, raising his fist to launch another attack at Chen Changsheng. However, Chen Changsheng stood up effortlessly, deftly evading Zhang's strike. Zhang had exerted all his strength in that previous attempt, rendering him unable to retract his force. With a resounding thud, he collided with the corner of the wall, crashing to the ground heavily, blood streaming from his forehead, quickly forming a pool of crimson. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, and those with courage approached to check for Zhang's breath. Upon feeling no signs of life, their expression shifted drastically as they cried out in horror, "Zhang the butcher is dead." Chapter 69 The Grand Poetry Gathering. Zhang the Butcher has met his demise. The onlookers were filled with both astonishment and delight. They rejoiced at the fall of a tyrant who had oppressed them for years, yet were taken aback by the suddenness of his death at the hands of Chen Changsheng, especially since Zhang's uncle was the county magistrate. Surely, Chen would soon find himself imprisoned. Chen Changsheng, equally surprised by Zhang's unexpected death, pondered how such a fragile creature could succumb so easily. He placed 10 ingots of silver on the meat stall and carried back 20 pounds of pork. Upon his return, Tu Shanyu inquired, "What was all the commotion about in the street just now?" Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "I went to buy meat from Zhang the Butcher, and then he just died." Tu Shanyu, taken aback, asked, "He died without reason?" Chen Changsheng shook his head and recounted the events in detail. After hearing his account, Tu Shanyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You truly have a knack for it. That fellow met his end without you even lifting a finger." Chen Changsheng cautioned, "Do not be flippant. That man's uncle is the magistrate. I fear my time here is limited." No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound echoed from outside, and a group of constables burst in. "Who is Chen Changsheng?" Stepping forward, Chen declared, "I am he." The head constable pointed at him and bellowed, "Chen Changsheng, you are charged with the murder of Zhang the Butcher. Come with us to the magistrate's office." Tu Shanyu cast a glance at Chen, contemplating intervention. Although the demon emperor had lost all his powers, these constables were still beyond her capabilities. With a smile, Chen Changsheng reassured her, "This is but a transformation. Since it has occurred, I shall face it. Remain at home and wait patiently." Nodding in understanding, Tu Shanyu acquiesced. Chen took a final look at the constables before following them back to the magistrate's office. Inside the county court, the grand hall bore the inscription bright mirror in bold characters. The magistrate sat high upon the dais and boomed down at Chen Changsheng. "Chen Changsheng, are you aware of your crimes?" Chen straightened his posture and replied, "What crimes have I committed?" The magistrate retorted, "You killed Zhang the Butcher. Do you intend to deny this?" Looking directly at the magistrate, Chen asserted, "Zhang the Butcher met his end by colliding with a wall. I had no part in it. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the townsfolk at the market. Should you continue to slander me, I shall not hesitate to accuse you of defamation." Enraged, the magistrate shouted, "This official declares you guilty. Your denial changes nothing. Seize him and throw him into the dungeon. He shall face execution by beheading on the morrow." At this, Chen retorted, "Is this how a magistrate, a guardian of the people, corrupts the law for personal gain?" The magistrate, reveling in his power, sneered, "What can you do, mere scholar? You are not even a candidate for the civil service, yet you dare to critique my judgment. Take him away and give him 100 strokes," commanded the magistrate. Just then, a voice rang out, "Who dares to strike Master Chen 100 times?" The crowd turned to see a man clad in a ceremonial robe striding into the magistrate's office. Upon sighting this individual, the county magistrate immediately descended from the elevated platform, kneeling before the man clad in a python robe, exclaiming, "I was unaware of the third prince's arrival and have failed to extend a proper welcome." The third prince, however, did not spare a glance towards the magistrate, proceeding directly to Chen Changsheng. "Esteemed Chen, I am Li Tianai, the third prince of the Dali dynasty. I hold a fondness for your poetry, particularly the line, 'In life, one must seize joy to the fullest, lest the golden goblet be left empty before the moon. I wonder if you would consent to accompany me to the imperial city and become one of my honored guests." Chen Changsheng was taken aback by the unexpected admiration for his poetry, realizing that even a prince had come to seek him out. Noticing Chen's silence, the third prince turned to the magistrate, inquiring about the matter at hand. The magistrate pointed at Chen Changsheng, stating, "Your Highness, this man committed murder in the streets." Before the magistrate could finish, the third prince interrupted him with a wave of his hand, instructing his subordinates to investigate. After a brief interval, his aides returned to reveal the cause of the butcher Zhang's demise. The third prince's gaze turned frosty as he directed his ire towards the magistrate, exclaiming, "Magistrate, that butcher met his end by colliding with a wall, yet you slander this gentleman and pervert justice. What punishment do you deserve for such a transgression?" The magistrate, trembling in fear, immediately knelt, pleading, "Your Highness, I beg for mercy. I shall never act thus again." With a flick of his sleeve, the third prince commanded his subordinates, "This magistrate has violated the laws of Dali. Take him back to the imperial city and confine him in the celestial prison." Upon this declaration, his aides promptly seized the magistrate and led him away. The third prince then turned to Chen Changsheng with a smile, asking, "Would you care to accompany me to the imperial city?" Having lived in the small town for a year, where the tyrant had been vanquished and tranquility restored. Chen Changsheng considered following Li Tianai to the imperial city. Although he himself was a prince, the Dali dynasty could not compare to the eternal divine dynasty, whose prestige was unparalleled. Presently, Chen Changsheng was in the stage of transcending mortality, experiencing the world of mortals. He finally replied, "Very well. I shall accompany you to the imperial city." Upon returning to his residence, Tushan Yu noticed Chen Changsheng's swift return and inquired, "Why are you back so soon? Did you manage to subdue the county office?" Chen recounted the arrival of the third prince, prompting Tushan Yu to dash into her room to gather her belongings. Chen hastily asked, "What are you doing?" As she packed, Tushan Yu replied, "What else could I do? Since you are following the third prince to the imperial city, as your maid, I shall naturally accompany you." With a hint of mischief, she added, "How delightful it is to have an empress as your attendant." Once their preparations were complete, the two followed the third prince and boarded the carriage destined for the imperial city. Along the way, the splendid scenery of Dali unfolded before them. Reflecting on the events involving the butcher and the magistrate, Chen Changsheng felt his cultivation rejuvenating. This was the essence of transcending mortality, initially relinquishing all power, then gradually reclaiming it, until one day, success and transcendence is achieved. Upon reaching the imperial city, the third prince arranged suitable accommodations for Chen Changsheng. The night in the grand imperial city of Dali was aglow with countless lanterns, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. A river flows gracefully from the royal palace, with dozens of guest boats gliding upon its surface. Songstresses stand at the bow of the vessels, serenading with the verses of poets. Chen Changsheng, accompanied by Tushan Yu, explores the vibrant night of the great Li imperial city and seizes the arm of a passerby. Inquiring, "What occasion is being celebrated?" The individual, with a look of astonishment, replies, "You truly do not know? Tomorrow marks the literary gathering of the great Li imperial city, a citywide celebration." Upon hearing this, Tushan Yu remarks, "The great Li is indeed quite extravagant, hosting such a grand poetry event." Chen Changsheng replies calmly, "It is only natural for the great Li dynasty, governed by scholars, to hold a poetry gathering." Just as the two return to their lodgings, a messenger sent by the third prince arrives. "Young Master Chen, the third prince requests your presence at tomorrow's poetry gathering." Chapter 70, a majestic atmosphere spanning 3,000 miles. A poem to enchant the imperial city on this poetic night. In the grand capital of the Dali Empire, carriages flowed like water and horses galloped like dragons. A dazzling spectacle that never ceased. Within the city, houses stood densely aligned, and the rivers sparkled under the moonlight. Everywhere, talented scholars and beautiful maidens mingled, while the nobility ventured out, seeking suitable suitors for their beloved daughters. Consequently, countless scholars aspired to showcase their talents at the annual poetry gathering, knowing that winning the title of the top poet could potentially elevate them to the status of a royal consort, achieving greatness in a single leap. Chen Changsheng arrived at the poetry gathering with Tushan Yu, boarding the vessel of the third prince, who was engaged in lively conversation with a group of literary figures. It was rumored that the second prince of the great Xia divine dynasty would also make an appearance, which indeed brought honor to the Dali Empire. Indeed, although the great Xia divine dynasty was a newly ascended fifth dynasty, it was in no way inferior to the other four, and the presence of the second prince in Dali was a blessing for the realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng was pleasantly surprised to learn that his second brother would also be present, a fortuitous coincidence. However, he had no intention of revealing his identity to his brother, as he was currently in the midst of transformation. Upon Chen Changsheng's arrival, the third prince Li Tianai greeted him with a warm smile, yet did not introduce Chen's identity to the others. Chen Changsheng attributed this to the third prince's preoccupation with socializing. The magnificent vessel glided across the river, and numerous young ladies showered flower petals upon the third prince, a testament to his esteemed position in their hearts. Soon they arrived at the Yao Terrace, a towering structure illuminated by countless lights, where lively performances filled the air with merriment. Someone nearby remarked, "This Yao Terrace is the grandest brothel in the Dali imperial city, home to unparalleled beauties. It is said that the famed courtesan Mingwei is a paragon of beauty. I wonder if we shall catch a glimpse of her tonight." As they spoke, a gasp rippled through the crowd. "Look, there she is. It's Miss Mingwei." On the highest floor of the Yao Terrace, an enchanting visage appeared. The moment she graced the scene, it was as if the radiant moon had descended from the heavens, instantly overshadowing all other beauties. Countless young elites erupted into frenzied cheers, desperate to capture her attention. A nearby maid called out to the onlookers below, Miss Mingyue has always had an affinity for poetry. I wonder which young gentleman can compose verses that would please her? At this proclamation, the surrounding suitors began to rack their brains, pondering fervently. Suddenly, a young scholar in a green robe stepped forward from beside Chen Changsheng. Someone recognized him and exclaimed, "That is young Masterly from the Duke's household." Renowned among the Dali populace as the first poet of Dali, if anyone can craft verses to captivate Miss Mingyue, it must be him. With a fan gently swaying in his hand, young Masterly pondered for a moment before softly reciting. Peach blossoms fall to the ground. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 and 4. 5 petals, 6 petals, 7 and 8. Into the water, they are no more. Upon the completion of his poem, the crowd erupted into applause, echoing their admiration. One commentator remarked, Masterly's poem is a remarkable display of talent, vividly capturing the delicate descent of peach blossoms from the tree, as if one were witnessing it firsthand. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8. It appears realistic, yet conveys a deeper meaning. It speaks of the sheer abundance of peach blossoms cascading into the water, provoking contemplation of the scene as a mere illusion, akin to a mirage. Truly a splendid poem. Standing upon the imperial vessel was the Emperor of Great Li. Beside him stood a young man clad in resplendent garments, Chen Changsheng's second brother, the divine prince of the great Xia dynasty, Chen Changsheng. The emperor smiled at Chen Changsheng and said, "Divine prince, this is the work of our esteemed poet of Great Li. What are your thoughts?" Chen Changsheng smiled but remained silent. The emperor, feeling slightly embarrassed, realized that Chen Changsheng had no interest in the poem. The onlookers turned their gazes towards Miss Mingyue, only to find her utterly unmoved. Not even casting a glance at Masterly, Masterly returned in disappointment. The third prince addressed Chen Changsheng, saying, "Young Master Chen, your poetic talent is evident. Why not compose a poem and see if you can win Miss Mingyue's heart?" Upon hearing this, Masterly looked at Chen Changsheng and chuckled. He is merely a rustic from the countryside. What sort of fine poetry could he possibly create? Third prince, I believe it would be best not to allow him to embarrass himself and ruin the mood for everyone. The others also regarded Chen Changsheng with skepticism, in unison saying, "Indeed, third prince, if Masterly cannot garner Miss Mingyue's favor, how could this country bumpkin manage it?" Chen Changsheng had initially been reluctant to show off at that moment. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Detection of surrounding individuals underestimating the host. The host shall compose a poem, and I shall enhance your eloquence, allowing them to witness true poetry. With a smile, Chen Changsheng decided to enlighten this group. In his previous life, the rich tapestry of poetry spanning 5,000 years in Huaxia shone like dazzling stars in the sky, incomparable to the childish verses of these onlookers. Taking a step forward, he softly began, "Clouds suggest garments, flowers evoke beauty." As soon as these words were spoken, the system activated its power. The moon, previously obscured by clouds, emerged into full view, casting its luminous glow upon Miss Mingyue, resembling a celestial being. The spring breeze caresses the railing, the dew glistens. In that instant, the gentle spring breeze swept over, lifting the hem of Miss Mingyue's garments, making her shine like morning dew. The gathered crowd erupted in astonished gasps. This is the manifestation of the sage of literature. On the imperial vessel, Chen Changsheng inquired of the Emperor of Great Li, "What is the manifestation of the sage of literature?" The emperor immediately bowed in respect, explaining, "Divine prince, you may not be aware, but in Great Li, we are governed by scholars, venerating the sage of literature. When an extraordinary talent arises, it manifests in various signs. Such a spectacle can only be witnessed in our Great Li." Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully, smiling, "Truly, Great Li is a remarkable nation." The emperor hurriedly replied, "Divine prince, you flatter us." Upon hearing the 2 lines of poetry, Miss Mingyue's heart fluttered. Her eyes fixated on Chen Changsheng, filled with affection and radiance. Chen Changsheng did not continue reciting the verse. Were it not for the encounter atop the Chuanyu mountain, would we meet beneath the moon at the Yao Terrace? As this poem resonated, the ethereal sounds enveloped the entire Dali imperial city, lingering in the air. A divine aura, akin to lotus blossoms, descended from the heavens, cascading into the river and illuminating it with a kaleidoscope of colors. The stars twinkled above, and the bright moon shone with a flawless brilliance. The statue of the sage of literature, enshrined before the Dali palace, emitted a soaring beam of light. As a colossal apparition of the sage bowed in the direction of Chen Changsheng, The literary energy surged across 3,000 miles, unceasing in its flow. The young masterly, who had just mocked Chen Changsheng moments before, now stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for an extended period. The people aboard the vessel were equally astonished. It was astonishing that a poem, ostensibly a love verse, could evoke such a response from the sage of literature. This was truly remarkable. In the 8th centuries of the Dali dynasty, such an extraordinary phenomenon had never been witnessed. The third prince, witnessing this spectacle, displayed a look of profound shock and fervent brilliance in his eyes. Chapter 71. The city drenched in golden armor. Slaying the fate of the great Li kingdom with the emergence of the sage of literature, Miss Mingyue became inconsequential. All eyes were fixated on the ethereal figure of the sage, as the citizens of the great Li imperial city collectively knelt. Only 3 individuals remained standing: Chen Changsheng, the demon emperor Tushanyu, and Chen Changsheng. At that moment, the recitation of poetry elevated the atmosphere of the gathering to its zenith. As the poetry event concluded, Chen Changsheng glanced towards Chen Changsheng, sensing an uncanny familiarity in his silhouette. However, he was soon whisked away by the emperor of Great Li for a drink. Upon returning to his abode, the demon emperor incessantly praised. I never imagined that the master of the Xiantian sect possessed such prowess. Not only is he formidable, but his poetry could also invoke the manifestation of the sage of literature. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, one must remain humble. Tushanyu remarked, I anticipate that by tomorrow, you shall gain renown throughout Great Li. At that point, the threshold will be trampled by eager young ladies. Chen Changsheng smiled placidly, giving little weight to the matter. The previous day's awe-inspiring revelation of the sage had indeed been astonishing, and gaining fame was only to be expected. The following day, Chen Changsheng was jolted from slumber to find himself encircled by a battalion of black-armored warriors. The leader of the warriors addressed him, saying, Young Master Chen, the third prince has decreed that you must compose a poem every day henceforth. Should you fail, you shall face the punishment of the whip. Do you understand? Chen Changsheng was bewildered. What had transpired? Just a day prior, the third prince had shown him great respect, yet now he was being confined and coerced into writing poetry, with threats of corporal punishment looming if he failed to comply. Seeing the situation, Chen Changsheng swiftly retrieved a small yellow fish from beneath his bed and discreetly handed it to the black-armored warrior, pulling him aside to inquire, General, may I ask what the third prince's intentions are with this decree? The general, surprised, stuffed the fish into his attire and responded, Do you genuinely not know? Or are you feigning ignorance? Chen Changsheng shook his head. The general leaned closer, whispering, Yesterday, young Master Chen's poem stirred the imperial city and summoned the sage's manifestation. But only a few are privy to this. The third prince has sealed the information, claiming the poem as his own. Within a day, the common folk believe it was indeed the third prince who penned it. Thus, I trust you understand the implications for you moving forward. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded, promptly expressing his gratitude. I see now. Thank you, General. The general turned to leave, but not without cautioning Chen Changsheng. It would be wise for you to write that poem swiftly. Otherwise, you may suffer the consequences. Once the general departed, Tushanyu remarked, I never expected the third prince to be such a person. Chen Changsheng chuckled. This is what one calls the transformation of the mundane. Only by experiencing these tribulations can one truly comprehend the helplessness of being mortal. Tushanyu inquired, How does Master Chen intend to address this situation? With a smile, Chen Changsheng's expression hardened as he declared, When the enemy approaches, we shall meet them with force. If it were another, they might submit, but unfortunately for them, they are faced with me. He kicked open the door and addressed the black-armored warriors, Take me to meet Li Ti and I. The warriors exchanged glances before bellowing. Is the third prince's name one you may utter so freely? Chen Changsheng smiled, and moments later, several armored warriors collapsed to the ground. He made his way directly into the residence of the third prince of the Great Li Imperial Palace. Surrounded by dozens of imperial guards, the third prince emerged upon seeing the commotion. At that moment, Chen Changsheng, passing by, noticed the guards encircling Chen Changsheng and promptly inquired of the Great Li Emperor beside him. What has transpired here? The Great Li Emperor replied nonchalantly. Forgive me for the disturbance. It appears some rogue intends to assassinate my third prince. He then attempted to escort Chen Changsheng away, but was halted by Chen Changsheng. With a smile, Chen Changsheng said, Do not rush. Let us observe the situation further. The third prince stood before Chen Changsheng, devoid of his earlier enthusiasm. Adopting a cold demeanor as he remarked, Young Master Chen, what brings you to me? Chen Changsheng replied calmly, Third Prince, if you wish to compose poetry, simply ask me. I shall assist you. However, why resort to these clandestine maneuvers? The third prince regarded Chen Changsheng with a hint of amusement, stating, I greatly admire your poetic talent. But to summon the manifestation of the literary sage should not occur in your presence. As young Master Li mentioned last night, you, a mere villager, would not have arrived in the imperial city or invoked such a phenomenon without my assistance. Thus, all that has transpired in your life is, in fact, mine to claim, as the illustrious third prince of Great Li. I appreciate poetry, and only I can craft verses like were it not for the peaks of the myriad jade mountains. I would meet you beneath the moon at Uterus. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng responded, Ah, you fancy poetry, do you? Allow me to offer you a gift. He stepped forward, reciting, When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom, slaying all others. The fragrant aroma pierces the imperial city, and the entire realm is adorned in golden armor. Instantly, all the chrysanthemums in the Great Li imperial city fell, soaring into the air. They formed a colossal humanoid figure, wielding a long sword, standing majestically like a deity of war. The flowers enveloped the giant's form, resembling shimmering golden armor. A great scholar. Upon hearing this poem echo throughout the imperial city and witnessing the spectacle, was struck with terror. This poem carries a lethal aura. Akin to 1,000,000 valiant soldiers, it threatens to sever the fate of our Great Li. The golden-armored warrior's sword descended, and in that moment, the palace shattered, leaving both the Great Li Emperor and the third prince in astonishment. The Great Li Emperor quickly addressed Chen Changsheng beside him. Divine Prince, our Great Li is in peril. I implore you to act and vanquish this rogue. Chen Changsheng gazed at the Great Li Emperor and asked, Do you know who he is? The Great Li Emperor replied, He is merely a guest of my third prince, named Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng looked intently at the Great Li Emperor, who widened his eyes in realization. Chen Changsheng, you. Chen Changsheng affirmed, Indeed, he is my brother, the third divine prince of the Great Xia divine dynasty. You must have heard of my brother's exploits. The Great Li Emperor was taken aback. He had heard of how the Great Xia dynasty ascended to the fifth eternal divine dynasty, all attributed to Chen Changsheng's endeavors. That individual was the leader of the Xiantian sect, who showed no deference even to the immortal kings. How could he have incurred the wrath of such a formidable figure? However, it is now too late. Both the third prince and the Emperor of Dali must face the consequences of their actions. Thunder rolled. The golden-armored figure swung his sword downwards, severing the dragon's aura of Dali. The imperial palace of Dali crumbled, and with the rupture of the dragon's energy, the national fortune also came to an end. The fate of Dali is sealed. It will be consumed by other nations, allowing its people to live in peace and prosperity. Yet the royal family of Dali shall cease to exist. Chen Changsheng approached Chen Changsheng and inquired how he had arrived there. Chen Changsheng recounted the events of his transformation. Chen Changsheng gazed at his younger brother and cautioned him, exercise utmost caution. After bidding farewell to Chen Changsheng and the Demon Emperor continued their journey, uncertain of their next destination. Chapter 72, The Divine Sword Sect and the 10,000 Sword Tournament. A decade later, Chen Changsheng had nearly vanished from the entire cultivation realm, with no one aware of his whereabouts. Some rumors suggested he had perished during the transformation into immortal, yet a greater number of people preferred to believe that Chen Changsheng was still navigating the mortal realm. A mere 10,000 miles west of the Great Li Imperial City lies the Divine Sword Sect, one of the preeminent sects in the world of cultivation, boasting over 10,000 disciples dedicated to the art of the sword. With a legacy spanning 5 millennia, the sect possesses formidable strength, including a mountain of swords adorned with hundreds of thousands of flying swords. These swords belong not only to the disciples of the sect, but also to challengers who failed and left their weapons behind. A disciple clad in white emerged from a dwelling, addressing the interior. Sect Master, I have placed the medicinal pills on the table. Please remember to take them. An elderly voice resonated from within. Changsheng, how has your practice of the Divine Sword Sutra progressed? The white-clad disciple replied, I have made considerable progress and should soon be able to break through to the Qi refinement stage. The sect master laughed heartily. Your talents are exceptional. You must diligently pursue your training and not squander this opportunity. Today, I shall impart to you the Great Sun Sword technique. With that, a tome of sword techniques soared from the room towards the disciple, who accepted it and descended the mountain. This individual was none other than Chen Changsheng, whose appearance had remained unchanged over the past decade. During these 10 years, he had experienced a multitude of events. After departing from the greatly imperial city, Chen Changsheng and the Demon Emperor roamed the world, engaging in commerce. Chen Changsheng established a service named Tian Go Dao Jia, swiftly amassing a fortune of 10,000 taels of silver. However, following a coup within the imperial dynasty, their business faltered. Chen Changsheng liquidated all his assets to procure food to aid the displaced refugees. Subsequently, both he and the Demon Emperor gradually regained some of their cultivation, reaching approximately the golden core stage. They became champions of justice, robbing the rich to aid the impoverished. By the 8th year, wearied by their wandering existence, they seized the opportunity presented by the Divine Sword Sect's recruitment of disciples, concealing their true cultivation levels. They were accepted as disciples due to their commendable spiritual roots. The sect master, who disdained outsiders, held a particular fondness for Chen Changsheng. Daily, he would send over medicinal pills and occasionally share insights into sword techniques, leaving Chen Changsheng somewhat perplexed. Since their initial meeting during the disciple recruitment event, Chen Changsheng had not encountered the sect master again. Whispers amongst the disciples suggested that the sect master was nearing the end of his lifespan and had sequestered himself in meditation to seek a breakthrough. If he failed, it was said he would not have long to live. Chen Changsheng paid little heed to these rumors and returned to his quarters, casting the great sun sword technique aside. What folly! The sword techniques of the Nine Calamities Sword Immortal were all taught by himself. Why would he deign to regard the divine sword suturer the great sun sword technique? Moreover, the sect master was said to possess the cultivation of the transformation stage, hardly worthy of even carrying his shoes. Just as Chen Changsheng contemplated resting for a moment, the door was flung open by Tu Shanyu, who, upon seeing his weary countenance, chuckled. What's this? Surely that old fellow, the sect master. Hasn't he taken a liking to you, intending to keep you as his prized possession? Chen Changsheng cast a glance at Tu Shanyu and remarked, if he dares, that old rascal will truly face my wrath. I shall level the Shenshao sword sect if he attempts such a thing. What brings you here? Tu Shanyu replied. I heard from the disciples within the sect that in 3 days, the sect will hold the 10,000 Swords Conference. The 10,000 Swords Conference? What is that? Chen Changsheng inquired. Tu Shanyu explained, the 10,000 Swords Conference is an event for sword cultivators from all over the world. The Shenshao sword sect harbors a sword tomb, which contains hundreds of thousands of flying swords, including many extraordinary treasures. Countless sword cultivators yearn to acquire a flying sword of their own from the sword tomb. Thus, the Shenshao sword sect holds this conference every 50 years, allowing various sword cultivators to claim their own swords. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng chuckled and said, the Shenshao sword sect is truly astute, inviting sword cultivators from across the realm to their domain to retrieve swords, effectively bestowing favors upon them, akin to an investment. Should any of these individuals become an unparalleled sword immortal, they would surely remember the kindness of the Shenshao sword sect. Tu Shanyu added, that is not all. I merely came to inform you. Also, exercise caution around that old fellow, the sect master. I sense he harbors ill intentions. Chen Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. 3 days later, the 10,000 Swords Conference commenced. Countless sword cultivators flocked to the Shenshao sword sect, where a towering sword mountain, piercing the clouds and adorned with numerous long swords, stood majestically. This was the sword tomb of the Shenshao sword sect. The sword tomb was densely populated with treasures, emerald-hued jade swords, supple gold and silk swords as delicate as a woman's waist, massive swords weighing 1,000 pounds, and ominous killing swords radiating a fierce aura. The entire sword mountain served as a sword tomb, emanating an endless stream of sword chi, greatly benefiting sword cultivators who could absorb the sharp energy within to refine their sword hearts. It could be said that this 10,000 Swords Conference was a grand occasion for sword cultivators everywhere. For the disciples of the Shenshao sword sect, it was a momentous event, akin to those of Chen Changsheng's contemporaries who practiced swordsmanship but lacked their own flying swords. This was an opportune moment to obtain one. Chen Changsheng observed the bustling crowd from a modest corner. Suddenly, someone shouted, look, the red dust sword immortal has arrived. It was Gu Jianxian, and to his surprise, he had also come. Chen Changsheng noticed that the person was none other than his disciple, Gu Ping. It had been over a decade since he last saw Gu Ping, and now he was already being referred to as the red dust sword immortal. Chen Changsheng sensed that Gu Ping's strength had likely reached the harmonization stage, indicating remarkable progress in his sword cultivation. The presence of the grand sword immortal was astonishing, In just 10 years, he had transformed from an obscure sword cultivator into the fearsome red dust sword immortal, regarded as an esteemed guest by all sword sections. It was said that Gu Ping's master was even more formidable, being the sect master of the Xiantian sect. Interestingly, the sect master of the Xiantian sect bore the same name as our own Chen Changsheng, who frequently delivered elixirs to the sect master. Same name, yet different destinies. One is the sect master of Xiantian, while the other is merely a small practitioner in the Qi refinement stage. One resides in the heavens, the other on the ground. How could they possibly be compared? Indeed, only then did Gu Ping notice the flying sword beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of light as it soared towards him. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, searching through the crowd for a considerable time, but finding nothing. Could it be a misperception? That unmistakably felt like the aura of his master. Welcome, esteemed sword immortal of the red dust. I apologize for the lack of proper reception. Our sect offers its sincerest apologies here, proclaimed the leader of the Xinjiao sect to Gu Ping. Gu Ping's thoughts remained solely on his master, leaving him little time to engage with the Xinjiao sect's leader, to whom he merely responded with a few casual remarks. Other formidable sword cultivators also arrived at this location. Observing this, the leader of the Xinjiao sect declared loudly, "The 10,000 Sword Conference shall now commence." Chapter 73. The Divine Sword Qi, the Sword Immortal of the Mortal Realm. All eyes were riveted on the unfolding spectacle, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the Sword Conference. A multitude of sword cultivators surged towards the sword mound, forming a circle around it, as they began to resonate with the blades housed within. Time passed, one incense stick, then 2, and eventually 10, when suddenly, a flying sword soared from the sword mountain, landing gracefully in the hands of a sword cultivator. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A ghost-tier flying sword, truly impressive. It was rumored that within this sword mound lay celestial swords, perhaps even artifacts from the celestial domain, leaving everyone curious about who would be fortunate enough to claim one. Celestial swords were a rarity, akin to the most formidable imperial weapons. Who among these sword cultivators could possibly summon such a treasure? Moreover, the celestial sword was the prized possession of the Divine Sword sect, an artifact no one could easily wield. The fortunate cultivator who received the flying sword accepted it with gratitude, bowing to the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect, exclaiming, "Thank you, sect leader, for this flying sword." With elation, he departed. The remaining sword cultivators, witnessing the successful summoning, were spurred on, striving to achieve similar feats. 1 sword, then 2, and 3 flew forth in succession, each summoner rejoicing in their good fortune. However, as time slowly trickled away, out of the tens of thousands of cultivators, only a few hundred managed to summon their swords, while the majority returned dejected and empty-handed. The sect leader of the Divine Sword sect addressed several powerful cultivators, saying, "You too should give it a try. Perhaps you might summon our sect's treasured sword, the Divine Sword." The master of the heavenly waterfall sword laughed heartily, replying, "Sect leader, if we were to summon your divine sword, you must not feign ignorance." The other cultivators echoed his sentiment. The sect leader assured them, "Fear not. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Should you summon it, it shall rightfully belong to you." Prompted by his words, several sword masters immediately soared towards the sword mound. Noticing that Gu Ping remained motionless, the sect leader inquired, "Sword Immortal of the Mortal Realm, why do you not attempt to summon a sword?" Gu Ping replied coolly, "The sword bestowed upon me by my master resonates with my sword heart. I require no other blade." Seeing Gu Ping's indifference, the sect leader chose not to press further. His attention then shifted to Chen Changsheng, who had yet to approach the sword mount. The sect leader's expression soured slightly as he approached Chen, demanding, "Chen Changsheng, why do you not go?" Chen Changsheng replied softly, "I am not interested." It was almost humorous. He truly held no desire for the trifles of the Divine Sword sect. His own extermination sword was a celestial artifact, and even the Divine Sword could not surpass it. Furthermore, Chen Changsheng was known to be indifferent even to the most formidable imperial weapons, hardly swayed by such trivial gains. Seeing Chen Changsheng's reluctance, the sect leader insisted, "The summoning of flying swords is a tradition of our Divine Sword sect. You must give it a try. Not only will it assess your aptitude for swordsmanship, but if you happen to summon a flying sword, how splendid that would be." The disciples of the Divine Sky sect, who had summoned flying swords, observed Chen Changsheng's reluctance to partake, erupting into laughter. "The sect leader favors you so much, bestowing upon you the task of delivering elixirs daily. Such an opportunity is beyond our reach. It seems your hesitance stems not from fear, but rather from the prospect of embarrassment should you fail to summon a sword. They jeered. One remarked, though you share the same name as the Grand Master of the Xintian sect, the disparity between you is vast. Unfazed by their mockery, Chen Changsheng retorted, I fear that should I take part, you may find it difficult to safeguard the flying swords you have just acquired. The disciples exchanged glances before bursting into fits of laughter, exclaiming, how ludicrous. One should be wary of boasting too much. Ignoring their derision, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to several sword masters who had just flown towards the sword tomb. The other sword masters summoned their flying swords, yet after a lengthy wait, they returned in vain, shaking their heads in disappointment. The Tianpu sword master, undeterred, remained in deep contemplation. Suddenly hearing a sword's resonance as a flying sword surged forth from Sword Mountain, racing towards him. It is a spirit tier flying sword. Someone recognized, astonished. The Tianpu sword master gazed at the spirit tier sword in his grasp, filled with elation, for among those summoning swords here, a spirit tier weapon was the pinnacle. Fixating on the divine sky sword atop Sword Mountain, he gritted his teeth and continued his summoning. The crowd was left in awe. Was the Tianpu sword master resolved to not relent until he summoned the divine sky sword? He closed his eyes, concentrating. As the celestial sword began to emit a humming sound, yet it remained stubbornly still. The Tianpu sword master, gritting his teeth in determination, persisted. Though the celestial sword vibrated violently, as if fiercely resisting his efforts. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the Tianpu sword master was flung backward, spitting blood. The onlookers gasped in shock. The Tianpu sword master had failed. For millennia, no one had managed to draw that sword. He was merely courting disaster. Yet, unwilling to lose face, he regained his composure and shouted, "Rise for me." In response, the divine sky sword erupted with a dazzling radiance, soaring forth from Sword Mountain. The Tianpu sword master rejoiced, "I have drawn it." But his expression soon shifted. The Grand Master of the Divine Sky sect, witnessing this spectacle, gasped, "This is not good." Yet it was too late. The sword's brilliance hurtled towards the Tianpu sword master, slicing through the air with lethal intent, severing his neck in an instant. The Tianpu sword master attempted to defend himself, but it was futile. With a swift motion, his head fell. The crowd was struck with horror. The summoning had provoked the divine sky sword into a murderous frenzy, and a mere flash of its brilliance had claimed a life. After the Tianpu sword master fell, the divine sky sword did not relent. A powerful torrent of sword energy surged towards the crowd. Thunderous roars echoed as the sword energy swept through, unstoppable. Should it strike, it would likely decimate a third of the thousands of sword cultivators present. Even the Grand Master of the Divine Sky sect would be unable to halt its advance. In response, Gu Ping summoned the Jujie sword from behind him, grasping it firmly as he faced the oncoming sword energy. With a decisive wave, he unleashed an even more formidable sword energy to confront the divine sky sword's assault. The earth trembled in response to the clash. The clash of sword energies resonated through the air, causing a tremendous explosion around the Shenxiao sword sect. The shockwave sent nearby sword cultivators soaring into the air. Subsequently, Gu Ping ascended above the sword tomb, emanating a terrifying aura of sword energy that quelled the previously trembling Shenxiao sword. Upon witnessing this, the sect master of Shenxiao immediately clasped his fists in gratitude and addressed Gu Ping, saying, "Thank you, Immortal Sword of the Red Dust, for your assistance." After suppressing the Shenxiao sword, Gu Ping returned to his original position as if nothing had transpired. The sect master then reassured the crowd, "It is all well now. Please continue." Only then did countless sword cultivators dare to approach the sword tomb and resume their summons. They were astonished by the formidable prowess of the Shenxiao sword. Thankfully, the Immortal Sword of the Red Dust was present. Otherwise, the situation could have become dire. The multitude of sword cultivators engaged in fervent discussions. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Chen Changsheng's mind. Ding. Proceed to the sword tomb to summon a flying sword. Completing this task will yield substantial rewards. Chapter 74. A Call of Swords. The sovereign of all blades Chen Changsheng did not soar towards the sword tomb, but rather stood his ground, casting a distant glance at it. In an instant, a chorus of 1,000 flying swords erupted. Countless swords resonated gently. Hundreds of thousands of flying swords surged forth from the Sword Mountain, obscuring the sky and creating a magnificent sea of blades. All present gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at this spectacle. Gu Ping stared blankly, then abruptly turned to the figure in white. His eyes alight with joy. That familiar aura belonged to his master. The master of the Xianxiao sect was equally taken aback, continuously stroking his graying beard, a fleeting shadow of darkness flitting through his gaze. The numerous sword cultivators looked up at this extraordinary scene, utterly stunned. It was said that such grand displays could only arise from two circumstances: the emergence of an unparalleled sword immortal or the birth of a natural sword body. Chen Changsheng, undoubtedly favored by the sect leader, must be the latter. A natural sword body, born for the sword, the sovereign of all blades, capable of commanding swords across the realm. Having such a disciple in the Xianxiao sect would herald great prosperity. Standing resolutely, Chen Changsheng's white robes fluttered, reminiscent of a celestial swordsman descending to the mortal realm. Previously, the towering sword mountain held no flying swords. Now, all were summoned by Chen Changsheng, soaring through the heavens. The entire Xianxiao sword sect was shrouded in a veil of swords. Sword energy spanned tens of thousands of miles, saturating the skies of the entire cultivation continent. Where the four divine regions were blanketed by this energy, as if the heavens had been cleaved asunder. At the Xuantiangong, atop the sword peak, Lu Bai murmured, "It appears that humanity is about to give rise to another unparalleled sword immortal. If Sect Master Chen were here, he would surely rejoice." In the ancient sword holy land, the Holy Master looked up at the scene, astonished, and remarked, "A natural sword body, the sovereign of all blades. It has been millennia since one has emerged. Who would have imagined it would arise in this era?" The holy son of the ancient sword added, "Had it not been for Chen Changsheng shattering our supreme imperial weapon, our holy master could have attained that realm." The holy master shook his head. "The sovereignty of all blades transcends mere realms. It is an invincible sword heart inherent to one's nature. Only those who possess such a mindset can become the master of myriad swords. Yet, the detestable Chen Changsheng has destroyed 9 imperial weapons in the battle at Yaodai and slain several holy masters. This grudge must be avenged." The holy son remarked, "Chen Changsheng has been out of touch for quite some time. Rumors suggest he perished in the transformation. Now is the time for our holy land to demand an explanation from the Xianxiao sect." Upon hearing this, the holy master stated, "Let me confer with the other holy masters. If indeed Chen Changsheng has perished in transformation, then the Xianxiao sect shall be as fragile as tofu." At the Xianxiao sword sect, near the sword tomb, as the flying swords erupted, the sword mountain began to tremble violently. Swords circled above Chen Changsheng. Boom! The Xianxiao sword burst forth with a brilliant sword light, soaring towards Chen Changsheng. The multitude of sword cultivators gasped. The Xianxiao sword has also been summoned by Chen Changsheng. How could this be possible? The Skyfall sword master was slain by a mere sword chi from the divine sky sword. So how could Chen Changsheng, with his humble cultivation of the chi refinement stage, possibly summon it? Seeing is believing. Are you blind? How could you not notice such a tremendous commotion? All sword cultivators were utterly astonished, while countless female sword cultivators gazed at Chen Changsheng with infatuated expressions. "Chen Changsheng, I wish to bear your children. If heaven does not give birth to Chen Changsheng, the path of the sword will remain in eternal darkness. Chen Jianxian, my sisters and I are willing to become your companions. Would you accept?" These female sword cultivators had their own aspirations. Since it was impossible to forge a bond with the sect leader of Xiantian, Chen Changsheng, they sought a substitute. After all, a promising figure like Chen Changsheng, who could potentially become a sword immortal, would make for a splendid partner. However, Chen Changsheng paid no heed to their advances. With a soft command, he proclaimed, "Sword, arise." Instantly, hundreds of thousands of flying swords soared skyward, like a vast flood, piercing the heavens. Moreover, the swords of all sword cultivators present flew forth from their sheaths, joining the throng. What is happening? My spirit-grade flying sword has taken flight without my command. This is the essence of the sword sovereign, the revered pinnacle all sword cultivators aspire to. Sword chi surged into the sky. Chen Changsheng, amidst the storm of flying swords, appeared like an ethereal being clad in white. While the hundreds of thousands of swords, akin to a mighty army, all bowed down to him. Ding, the host has become the sovereign of 10,000 swords. The hundreds of thousands of flying swords from the divine sky sword tomb can be summoned at any time. Upon witnessing the completion of his task, Chen Changsheng waved his sleeve, dispersing the aerial swords, yet the sword intent lingered in the air. This reward was indeed remarkable, granting him the ability to summon countless flying swords at will. Chen Changsheng could envision such a spectacle. Even a sword immortal might not achieve such a level. Gu Ping had already recognized that the one who summoned the hundreds of thousands of flying swords was Chen Changsheng. However, considering that his master was currently in the mortal transformation phase and had garnered considerable attention, He knew that approaching now would surely lead to recognition. His master had always preferred solitude, so Gu Ping chose to observe from a distance, planning to visit his master at a later time. At that moment, several sword masters flew over and blocked Chen Changsheng's path. Halt! Chen Changsheng glanced at them and remarked, "What, do you wish to fight?" The sword masters quickly waved their hands, saying, "No, no, no. We have lingered at the Sword Dao for many years without a breakthrough and seek your guidance on what the Sword Dao truly is." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng laughed heartily. The sword itself knows no path. It is the multitude of practitioners that gives rise to the Sword Dao. Each person bears a unique perspective. There are no fixed rules. However, the path of the sword emphasizes intent, an unwavering intent, a fearless intent, an invincible intent. Even if we, sword cultivators, face celestial beings, our sword chi may falter, our techniques may fail, but as long as our sword intent does not retreat, we can attain the supreme Sword Dao. The sword masters listened, deep in thought, and clasped their fists in gratitude, saying, "We are enlightened. May I ask who you are, friend?" Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "I am merely a disciple of the divine Sky Sword sect." With that, he departed, shrouded in mystery and humility. The words he had just spoken were but fabrications. Whether the sword masters took them to heart was entirely their own affair. What Chen Changsheng was unaware of was that, due to the words spoken today, all the sword masters present comprehended their own sword intent, ultimately becoming formidable sword cultivators on the path to transcendence in the realm of immortality in the years to come. Just as Chen Changsheng intended to depart, the master of the Xinjiao sect obstructed his path and lightly uttered, "Changsheng, come with me." He then turned and walked away. Upon witnessing this, Tu Shanyu swiftly approached Chen Changsheng and inquired, "Could this old fellow be up to something?" Chen Changsheng chuckled and replied, "My disciple is right here. If anything seems amiss, just inform my disciple, and he will come." Tu Shanyu, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Which one is your disciple?" Chen Changsheng turned and said, "It is the one they refer to as the Red Dust Sword Immortal, Gu Ping." Chapter 75, Seizure of the Body. The master of Xinjiao summoned Chen Changsheng, a move that did not attract much attention. Following closely behind, Chen entered a stone chamber, the secluded retreat of the master. The room was shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by a few flickering lamps. Seated upon a stone platform, the master addressed Chen Changsheng. "Changsheng, it has nearly been 2 years since you joined the Xinjiao sword sect, has it not?" With a cheerful smile, Chen replied, "Indeed, it has been nearly 2 years." The master continued, "You are well aware of how I have treated you during this time. I recognized your exceptional talent and imparted to you the Xinjiao sword classics and various sword techniques, never regarding you as an outsider. It is this very foundation that has allowed you to manifest such a remarkable phenomenon, becoming the sovereign of 10,000 swords." Chen Changsheng acknowledged, "As you say, master." The master added, "Having been in the transformation of spirit for many years, I have yet to break through. Today, you have ignited a glimmer of hope within me." Feigning ignorance, Chen inquired, "Have you realized something, master?" Shaking his head, the master responded, "No need for that. I have discerned other paths." His expression darkened as he gazed intently at Chen Changsheng. "Changsheng, would you consider serving as my vessel?" Seeing the master's abrupt shift in demeanor, Chen no longer concealed his thoughts and replied calmly, "Master, if you desire me as your vessel, I wonder if you can withstand the consequences." With a grin, the master declared, "You are the sovereign of 10,000 swords. Once I seize your body, I shall directly transcend to the merging of Dao, elevating the entire Xinjiao sword sect to new heights, thus granting you merit." Chen Changsheng remarked, "If it is your wish for me to be your vessel, then let it be." Believing Chen had surrendered, the master's eyes gleamed with a sudden ferocity as he lunged toward him. His primordial spirit detached from his body, aiming to invade Chen's form. Within Chen Changsheng's realm of primordial spirit, the master was taken aback upon witnessing Chen's spirit, colossal like a giant. This is... How could such a powerful primordial spirit belong to one who is merely in the chi refinement stage? I understand now, you are a transcendent. Chen's primordial spirit regarded the master, now diminutive in comparison, with cold indifference. What a pity, you have realized too late. However, the master did not succumb to fear. Instead, he erupted into laughter. "Since you are a transcendent, what have I to fear? Can you truly slay me? This enormous primordial spirit cannot be wielded against me. How will you contend with my might?" His eyes blazing with fervor, the master continued, "I initially thought you possessed only swordsmanship talent, contemplating seizing your youthful body for extended longevity. Little did I anticipate that the heavens would favor me with a transcendent body. Once I possess you, after the transcendence concludes, I shall ascend to a quasi-immortal state. Who in the realm of cultivation could possibly rival me? Chen Changsheng regarded the master with a knowing smile. The depths of my transcendent body are unfathomable. You cannot grasp its essence. The master's gaze sharpened. Enough of this banter. We shall see. As he spoke, the primordial spirit of the Lord of the Xinxiao sect surged towards Chen Changsheng's spirit like an insignificant ant. If he could devour the immense primordial spirit of Chen Changsheng, he would successfully seize control. Despite possessing such a formidable spirit, Chen Changsheng had descended to the mortal realm and lost the cultivation of the transformation stage, rendering his spirit ineffective for his use. Observing the Lord of the Xinxiao sect charging towards him, Chen Changsheng merely smiled. Even in my mortal state, you are not my match. Do you truly believe me to be just a disciple of your Xinxiao sect? Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped Chen Changsheng's primordial spirit, emanating waves of brilliance. As the Lord of the Xinxiao sect attempted to bite down, his form shattered instantaneously. Regaining his fragmented shape, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of physique is this? I cannot even approach your primordial spirit." Chen Changsheng replied coldly, "Have you ever heard of the everlasting body?" The mention of the everlasting body startled the Lord of the Xinxiao sect. He had once had the fortune to hear that among the 3,000 physiques, the everlasting body was the mightiest, even in the realm of immortals. He had not anticipated that Chen Changsheng had cultivated this extraordinary physique. Explaining the formidable nature of his primordial spirit, with a shift of his gaze, the Lord of the Xinxiao sect waved his robe, and his spirit instantly vanished from Chen Changsheng's spiritual domain, returning to his own being. The two opened their eyes simultaneously, instead of attacking. The Lord of the Xinxiao sect took to the skies on his flying sword and fled. He understood that he could not eliminate Chen Changsheng alone. To defeat him, he would need the assistance of several sword cultivators from the outside. Bursting out of the stone chamber, the Lord of the Xinxiao sect spotted Gu Ping and called out, "Rebellious disciple seeks to slay his master. Red Dust Sword Immortal, please assist me in vanquishing this traitor." Gu Ping, observing the slowly approaching Chen Changsheng, ignored the Lord of the Xinxiao sect and bowed to Chen Changsheng, saying, "Master, it has been a long time." At these words, the Lord of the Xinxiao sect felt as if struck by lightning, pointing at Chen Changsheng in disbelief. Master? Red Dust Sword Immortal, you?" Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The only person who could be addressed as master by the Red Dust Sword Immortal and who existed in the mortal realm was none other than the Lord of the Xiantian sect. Chen Changsheng. This was not a mere coincidence of names. This was the true Chen Changsheng. How had he offended him? 10 years prior, during the battle at Yaoqi, the news of Chen Changsheng shattering 9 supreme imperial weapons and slaying several saints had reverberated throughout the cultivation world, leaving all practitioners in awe of his strength. The Lord of the Xinxiao sect could hardly fathom that such a formidable figure had become his own disciple and that he had sought to usurp him. What a grand jest! Even if he were to sacrifice the entire Xinxiao sword sect, he could never hope to match him. Moreover, Gu Ping, the Red Dust Sword Immortal, was Chen Changsheng's disciple. It could be said that he was truly in dire straits today. The Lord of the Xinxiao sect hastily declared, "It is a misunderstanding." A mere misunderstanding. I only wished to test the strength of Sect Master Chen and had no intention of seizing him. His stammering explanation was cut short as Gu Ping drew the Nine Calamities Sword and brought it down upon the Lord of the Xinxiao sect. In an instant, an endless surge of sword energy erupted from the Nine Calamities Sword, tearing through the void and annihilating the master of the Divine Sky sect. How dare such a trivial figure attempt to usurp my master's body? He deserves to perish. Gu Ping retracted the sword and spoke calmly. He then turned to Chen Changsheng and inquired, "I have long heard that my master has entered the realm of transformation. May I ask when he might conclude this transformation?" Chen Changsheng reminisced about the myriad experiences of the past decade, human emotions, the warmth and chill of relationships, and the complexities of the martial world, all evoking a tumult of feelings within him. Suddenly, the heavens opened and rain began to fall. Chapter 76. The saints besieged the Xiantian sect outside the Xiantian sect. Several surviving saints from the Yaoqi stood suspended in the void, encircling the sect. Situ Qinshan, along with numerous peak masters, confronted them. Situ Qinshan inquired, "Esteemed saints, what brings you to the Xiantian sect?" The ancient sword saint emanated a powerful aura and replied, 10 years ago, Chen Changsheng shattered the imperial weapons of our 9 sacred grounds in Yaoqi and even slew several saints. Only now have we recuperated, and today, we seek an explanation from Chen Changsheng. Nalan Shui raised her sword and addressed the ancient sword saint, "You old rogue. The entire cultivation world knows that Sect Master Chen has entered the mortal realm. You deliberately chose this moment to come here, intending to bully the Xiantian sect in his absence, aren't you?" The Yaoqi saint, with her strikingly beautiful yet cold eyes, spoke in a solemn tone. "We should have come long ago. We granted the Xiantian sect ample time, and today we demand an explanation." Upon hearing this, Situ Qingshan asked, "What sort of explanation do you seek?" The Yaoqi saint declared, "Submit to our sacred grounds and become our subordinates," proclaiming this to the entire cultivation world. Lu Bai, infuriated, exclaimed, "This is preposterous." Nalan Shui added, "It seems you are acting with impunity, perhaps emboldened by some news regarding Sect Master Chen during his time in the mortal realm. How can you be certain that such information isn't a deliberate ploy by demonic cultivators to incite conflict between your sacred grounds and the Xiantian sect?" The Wind and Thunder Saint laughed heartily. "Whether Chen Changsheng perished in the mortal realm has long been deduced by us. Since his cultivation began, he has been excessively aggressive, repeatedly defying the heavens, and has audaciously claimed he would reopen the path to immortality. Such a fate is inevitable. His trials in the mortal realm are far more arduous than others." Nalan Shui countered, "Sect Master Chen's defiance is for the sake of humanity's cultivators. Without him, do you think there is any hope for the human race to ascend? Your deductions are futile. Sect Master Chen's destiny is beyond your comprehension." The master of the Taishu sacred ground stepped forward and said, "It seems you do not believe that Chen Changsheng is dead. Very well. I shall perform a divination right here. Once I have completed it, it will not be too late to consume your Xiantian sect." As he spoke, the Taishu saint seated himself in the void, and a tortoise shell materialized before him. He formed hand seals and muttered incantations. Soon, the rhythms of divination began to rise around him. Lu Bai, observing the saints, felt a surge of anger and summoned the Deluo Tian sword, declaring, "Let us not waste time with them. The Xiantian sect has no reason to fear these sacred grounds." Before Sect Master Chen departed, he entrusted the Xiantian sect to us. "And even if we must perish, we will protect it with our lives." Upon hearing these words, the Peak Masters exchanged glances and promptly summoned their imperial weapons. In an instant, the surrounding void trembled, and resplendent light erupted. The saints, witnessing the imperial weapons beside the Peak Masters of the Xiantian sect, were utterly astounded. The imperial weapons, previously damaged by Chen Changsheng, now stood before them as if unscathed. Instantly, the saints rejoiced, for if they could conquer the Xiantian sect, these imperial weapons would once again be within their grasp. Upon witnessing the moment of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the various sovereigns could no longer contain themselves. Except for the Taisu sovereign, who remained engrossed in his calculations, the other sovereigns and their disciples surged forward. Each of these sovereigns possessed strength surpassing the tribulation stage, with the sovereigns from Xianyuan Sacred Ground and Finchan Sacred Ground having already ascended. In contrast, within Xiantian sect, aside from Situ Qingshan who was at the tribulation stage, the other peak leaders were below that threshold. Were it not for the Supreme Emperor's weapon bestowed by Chen Changsheng, they would stand no chance against the sovereigns. At this moment, the surroundings of the Xiantian sect were densely packed with disciples, creating an impenetrable barrier, while other cultivators gathered to observe the spectacle. As several sovereigns charged towards them, Situ Qingshan's eyes sharpened, and he declared loudly, "I shall confront the two at the ascension stage. The rest is up to you." Upon hearing this, the peak leaders exchanged glances, for a single tribulation stage cultivator facing two at the ascension stage, even wielding a Supreme Emperor's weapon, seemed futile. The Finchan sovereign and Xianyuan sovereign burst into laughter at this declaration. "You? Really?" With that, they charged towards Situ Qingshan, resolute and prepared for death. Situ Qingshan knew he must hold them off. Only then could there be hope for the Xiantian sect's survival. He was uncertain if he could withstand their impending assault. Situ Qingshan proclaimed, "I, Situ Qingshan, have cultivated for millennia. Since becoming the sect master of Xiantian, I have endeavored to elevate our sect. In this chaotic era, I strive to ensure the safety of Xiantian. Let my merits and faults be judged by future generations. Today, you sovereigns act like demonic cultivators, aggressively seeking to annihilate my Xiantian sect out of personal vendetta. I, Situ Qingshan, shall be the first to oppose you." With that, he summoned the Xianyuan map. And in an instant, the cosmos blazed bright, enveloping both himself and the two ascended sovereigns. Just as the scroll of the Xianyuan map was about to close, a foot stepped in, and a figure slowly spoke, "Old sect master, such reckless endeavors should be avoided in the future. If you must engage, do inform me." Otherwise, if you perish, junior brother might hold me accountable for not intervening. Situ Qingshan stared in astonishment at Lu Qifeng, exclaiming, Lu Qifeng, how did you get in here? You must leave immediately. This is not your battleground. Lu Qifeng approached Situ Qingshan with a smile, saying, Old sect master, you are mistaken. If they can remain here, why can't I? As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from Lu Qifeng. The two sovereigns, witnessing this, immediately turned pale, exclaiming, You are at the ascension stage? Lu Qifeng regarded the two sovereigns with a grin. Ascension stage? Call me a great ascendant. As soon as his words fell, Lu Qifeng's form vanished, reappearing right before the two sovereigns with a thunderous crash. Outside the Xianyuan map, the Taisu sovereign continued to calculate Chen Changsheng's destiny. Should he deduce a fate where Chen Changsheng was deceased, all disciples of Xiantian's sect present would abandon their resistance and yield to the sacred grounds. If Chen Changsheng were to perish, the entire realm of cultivation would face an upheaval. At this moment, Lu Bai and the other peak masters engaged in a fierce battle with the various sacred lords and their progeny. Among these peak masters, Lu Bai possessed the highest cultivation level. However, even he could not fully wield the supreme imperial weapon, under the relentless assault from the sacred lords and their offspring. Nailan Shui and the others gradually began to find themselves at a disadvantage. Just then, the tortoise shell before the supreme lord of the void emitted a brilliant golden light, radiating intense waves of energy. The supreme lord of the void, overjoyed at this sight, proclaimed, It will soon be deduced. You may as well abandon all hope. Suddenly, a pair of hands clasped tightly around the throat of the supreme lord of the void. Thunder rumbled ominously, and torrential rain poured down. Chapter 77. The Return of Transformation. When the supreme master of the void discerned the visage of the visitor, it was already too late. It is you. Crack. The supreme master of the void's neck was instantaneously snapped. The supreme master of the void was dead. The other masters, witnessing the utter lack of resistance from their leader, were collectively struck with astonishment. The peak master of the Xiantian sect, upon seeing that figure, was filled with elation. The visitor was none other than Chen Changsheng. Clad in white garments, Chen Changsheng stood serenely in the heavens. His being exuded no trace of spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary mortal. Yet, the rain around him refrained from touching his form, unable to dampen him in the slightest. The other masters gazed at Chen Changsheng in disbelief, exclaiming, Chen Changsheng, weren't you supposed to have perished in the transformation? Even if you survived, how could you possibly complete your transformation in a mere decade? Such a feat typically requires a century. Chen Changsheng responded with a calm smile, Indeed, I faced death many times during my transformation. However, in those moments teetering on the brink of demise, I grasped the essence of life. 10 years is ample time for transformation. The masters regarded Chen Changsheng with incredulity, exclaiming, This is impossible. How can this be? Chen Changsheng coldly addressed the masters, Gentlemen, is it not somewhat unreasonable to take advantage of my transformation to challenge my Xiantian sect? The Yaoqi Holy Clan coldly retorted, Chen Changsheng, do not presume that your return from transformation instills fear in us. In these 10 years, we too have made progress. Once the Xianyuan Saint and the Burning Heaven Saint emerge from the Xianyuan diagram after slaying those two, we shall unite our strengths. You will not be our match. In response, Chen Changsheng chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Very well, I shall await the emergence of those within. Let us see if your combined efforts can vanquish me. I must forewarn you, should you fail, it will be your demise. With those words, Chen Changsheng closed his eyes, continuing to attune himself to the changes in the cosmos. To be precise, his transformation was not yet complete. He was still comprehending the grand principles of the universe. However, he had regained a portion of his strength, which now far surpassed his previous capabilities. Boom. Inside the Xianyuan diagram, Situ Qingshan and Lu Qingfeng were locked in a fierce battle with the Xianyuan Saint and the Burning Heaven Saint. Lu Qingfeng had attained the quasi-immortal realm. Approaching the latter stages of ascension, the Burning Heaven Saint and the Xianyuan Saint found themselves at a disadvantage, retreating steadily. Observing this, the Burning Heaven Saint promptly produced a furnace from his possession. Lu Qifeng, recognizing it, exclaimed, The Sun God Furnace? Wasn't it gifted to the master of the Dao Palace by my junior apprentice? How do you still possess one? The Burning Heaven Saint laughed heartily. This is not the Sun God Furnace. It is the Yin God Furnace. Let us see if you can withstand its Yin power. With that, the Burning Heaven Saint summoned the Yin God Furnace, and in an instant, a tempest of spectral winds erupted from within, as if hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits were howling. The Burning Heaven sect possessed not only the Sun God Furnace as their supreme artifact but also the Yin God Furnace. The Yin God Fire. Unlike the searing intensity of the Sun God Fire, bore a more shadowy nature, yet held tremendous might. As the Yin God Fire emerged, the very Xianyuan diagram began to tremble. The unbearable searing of the Yin Divine Fire raged forth. Thunderous sounds reverberated as the Xianyuan diagram was scorched, creating a breach. Upon witnessing this, the two sovereigns charged directly towards the fissure in the Xianyuan diagram. Chen Changsheng, observing the emergence of the two sovereigns, felt a surge of determination and propelled himself into action. Swiftly, he appeared before the two sovereigns, seizing one by the neck and coldly declaring, "Esteemed sovereigns, it is time to conclude this." These two sovereigns were the mightiest among their peers, with the sovereign of fiery heavens wielding the Yin Divine Furnace. Chen Changsheng summoned his strength, aiming to eliminate both sovereigns. In response, the sovereign of fiery heavens hurled the Yin Divine Furnace towards Chen Changsheng, unleashing a tempest of dark flames that enveloped the arena. As the formidable power of the Yin fire surged towards him, Chen Changsheng waved his robe, successfully dissipating the flames. Noticing this, the sovereign of fiery heavens' expression shifted, and he unleashed all the divine fire from the furnace, directing it at Chen Changsheng. Surrounded by the onslaught of divine flames, Chen Changsheng remained undaunted. The sovereign of fiery heavens, witnessing Chen Changsheng ensnared by the divine fire, urged the others, "We must act swiftly to suppress Chen Changsheng." At this command, the other sovereigns immediately unleashed their techniques, aiming to trap Chen Changsheng within the inferno. The leaders of the Xiantian sect attempted to breach the flames to rescue him, but were thwarted by Sidu Qinshan and Lu Qifeng, who emerged from the Xianyuan diagram. Lu Qifeng calmly stated, "If you rush in, you will only burden our junior brother further. Besides, these sovereigns are no match for him. Have faith." He then glanced at the battlefield and sighed, "Alas, these sovereigns have chosen a precarious path." Amidst the sea of flames, Chen Changsheng addressed the encircling sovereigns. "During our encounter at the Yaoqi, I spared your lives, yet you have returned with vengeance. In light of this, it is only fitting that you remain here." The sovereign of fiery heavens chuckled. "What a jest! Chen Changsheng, do not presume that we have made no progress in these 10 years. Our purpose is to obliterate the Xiantian sect today." The ancient sword sovereign added, "Do you still believe this is the era of a decade past? Just recently, a master of 10,000 swords emerged. Chen Changsheng, this epic no longer belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng casually touched his nose and replied with a smile, "Oh, is that so?" He then waved his hand, and from the divine sword mound, hundreds of thousands of flying swords surged skyward, cascading towards the Xiantian sect, forming an immense sea of swords. Moments later, as the ancient sword sovereign beheld this vast sword sea, his eyes sparkled with astonishment, exclaiming, "The master of 10,000 swords has arrived?" Yet, within that sea of swords, no human figure could be discerned. Turning to Chen Changsheng, the ancient sword sovereign was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Are you the master of 10,000 swords?" Chen Changsheng smiled, "Indeed, that is I." The ancient sword sovereign stumbled, nearly losing his balance in midair. How could they possibly fight when he had become the master of 10,000 swords during his transformation? Chen Changsheng, coldly regarding the sovereigns, raised his hand, and the hundreds of thousands of flying swords surged towards them. The sound of thunder echoed once more. The flying swords swept away like locusts crossing the land. Alas, several sovereigns perished amidst the onslaught of the swords, even the mightiest among them. The Lord of Burning Heaven and the Lord Xianyuan could not withstand the tempest of sword energy and ultimately fell. Thus, all the sovereigns besieging the Xiantian sect met their demise at the hands of Chen Changsheng. He claimed the Yin Divine Furnace, a supreme imperial weapon of great value, ensuring it would not go to waste. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng approached the crowd. The various peak masters immediately proclaimed, "We welcome Lord Chen back from the mortal realm." Chen Changsheng surveyed the assembly with a hint of confusion and inquired, "Where have my two disciples, Su Yaoyao and Jin Chanzi, gone?" Chapter 78. Who cares about my disciple? As Chen Changsheng inquired about his two disciples, Lu Qingfeng responded, "The Dragon Court sacred land has opened a secret realm, and at that time, the Lord of the Dragon Court sent someone to invite a representative from Changsheng Peak to enter." Yao went, "How long has she been gone?" "Almost 2 months now." Chen Changsheng nodded and then asked, "What about Jin Chanzi?" Lu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and replied, "Ah, the monk. During your transformation period, he has been diligently cultivating. 5 years ago, he suddenly emerged, claiming to have fully comprehended the Mahayana Buddhist teachings you imparted to him. And thus he returned to the western regions to propagate the Dharma. Since then, there has been no word from him. It is quite perplexing. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Could it truly take so long to disseminate the profound Mahayana teachings? What could have possibly transpired with Jin Chanzi? Lu Qingfeng continued, no need to worry. A few days ago, I dispatched someone to the western regions for an investigation. We should receive news shortly. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's assurance, Chen Changsheng chose to remain silent. Having already slain the various sacred lords, the sacred land had lost its foundational support. The most formidable power in the current cultivation world remained the Xiantian sect. Upon returning to the Xiantian sect, Chen Changsheng addressed the various peak masters. I appreciate your efforts during my absence. Situ Qingshan chuckled, thankfully. Sect Master Chen returned just in time today, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Qianshui Lu echoed, indeed, had Sect Master Chen not returned from his transformation, our Xiantian sect would have faced calamity. Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze on Qianshui Lu, narrowing his eyes, and said, this siege by the sacred land against our Xiantian sect was reportedly incited by someone spreading rumors about my demise during the transformation. I wonder, Peak Master Qian, are you aware of this matter? Qianshui Lu immediately responded, I have not heard of such a thing. How could Sect Master Chen, who has reached the pinnacle of cultivation as a quasi-immortal, possibly perish during transformation? It is truly absurd. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and remarked, earlier, within the consciousness of that Taishu sacred lord, I beheld someone from our Xiantian sect deliberately claiming I had fallen during my transformation, intending to incite these sacred lords to attack us. Peak Master Qian, what do you think should be the consequence for such a person? Feigning calmness, Qianshui Lu replied, how could that be? Sect Master Chen is the leader of our Xiantian sect. It is inconceivable that anyone would be so blind as to betray the sect. Chen Changsheng, unreserved, coldly stated, Qianshui Lu, the person I speak of is none other than you, still pretending to be oblivious. At this revelation, everyone was left in shock. The rumor of Chen Changsheng's demise during transformation had been propagated by Qianshui Lu, who had conspired with the sacred lords to attack the Xiantian sect. This indicated Qianshui Lu's treachery against the sect. Caught off guard by Chen Changsheng's direct accusation, Qianshui Lu quickly retorted, Sect Master Chen, if you find me distasteful and wish to expel me from the Xiantian sect, I have no objections and can depart at any time, but you cannot tarnish my reputation. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng chuckled and said, Qianshui Lu, I knew that withholding the supreme imperial weapon from you would leave you resentful. Your nature has always been unprincipled. Had you been able to stand firm like Peak Master Han in the face of righteousness, you would not have arrived at this juncture. The words of Chen Changsheng stirred a wave of emotion in Han Feng, yet to Qianshui Lu, they felt like a death warrant. In an instant, Qianshui Lu transformed into a streak of light, summoning his flying sword as he aimed to escape beyond the mountain gate. C2 Qingshan attempted to intervene, but was halted by Chen Changsheng. Qianshui Lu's speed was astonishing, and he soon vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Surely, Chen Changsheng could not reach him here. However, just as Qianshui Lu began to relax, a small black dot sped toward him from the distance. It was a flying sword. His pupils constricted as he attempted to evade it, but the sword was far too swift, leaving him no time to escape. With a whoosh, the sword sliced through Qianshui Lu's neck, severing his head from his body. Far away, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, summoning the bloodied sword back to him, its blade still glistening with warm blood. The onlookers were astonished by Chen Changsheng's ability to strike from such a distance, realizing that his strength had grown immensely after his transformation. Even a true immortal might struggle against him. After returning to Changsheng Peak, Chen Changsheng rested for 2 days. The Demon Emperor, having comprehended the essence of Chen Changsheng's transformation, concluded her own nirvana period. She had lingered in that state for hundreds of years, had she not followed Chen Changsheng. It was uncertain how much longer she would have remained. Tu Shan Yu successfully grew her 9th tail, becoming the legendary nine-tailed fox, her power reaching the near-immortal level. Concerned for her kin, she hurried back to the demon domain. Finally, the disciple Lu Qingfeng sent to investigate the matter of Jin Chanzi returned. Upon arrival, he rushed directly to Changsheng Peak. Chen Changsheng recognized him as Wang Lingfeng, a disciple of C2 Qishan, who had been rumored to be on the verge of ascension. Wang Lingfeng approached Chen Changsheng with urgency. Master Chen, it's bad news. Chen Changsheng inquired, what happened? Wang Lingfeng took a moment to compose himself. A great incident has occurred in the western regions. It is said that 5 years ago, Jin Chanzi returned with your Mahayana Buddhist teachings and began to spread them in the West. However, The following year, a reclusive monk emerged, known as Mandala. He has been in seclusion for 2,000 years and is regarded as the most formidable Vajra before Chen Changsheng. Upon his emergence, he outright rejected Chen Changsheng's Mahayana teachings and, under the pretext of heresy, imprisoned him within the demon-subduing tower. Chen Changsheng's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. How dare they imprison my disciple? It seems I must journey to the western regions to confront this so-called most powerful Vajra. 9 Dragons' Chariot, he declared. And as his words fell, the majestic 9 Dragons' Chariot materialized from the void. It had been a long time since he had traveled in it. Chen Changsheng stepped aboard, setting off toward the western regions. In the western regions, in the small western heaven, within the demon's subduing tower, a bald monk sat with closed eyes, chanting sutras. The verses he recited took form as golden characters, floating around him. If one were to examine those characters closely, they would recognize them as the Mahayana teachings imparted by Chen Changsheng. Master Jinshunzi, cease reciting the Mahayana teachings you so fervently speak of, for if Mandala Vajra were to overhear, he would surely prevent your release. Outside the demon suppression tower, a young monk diligently sweeping the ground addressed Jinshunzi within. With his eyes closed, Jinshunzi softly replied, "The more Mandala forbids my recitation, the more it reveals his fear of these teachings. Should the Mahayana wisdom spread far and wide, he would be forced to confront the reality that what he has cultivated for millennia is fundamentally flawed. His unwillingness to acknowledge this truth ensures my continued confinement." Suddenly, Jinshunzi lifted his gaze, sensing a familiar presence. Who dares to concern themselves with my disciple? Step forth. Chapter 79, The First God of War. The Buddhist kingdom in hand. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Changsheng exclaimed, "Master, what brings you here?" Chen Changsheng replied, "Chen Shan, have you been suppressed beneath this tower?" Chen Changsheng lamented, "Master, it is my inadequacy that prevented the Mahayana Buddhist teachings from reaching this western region." Chen Changsheng smiled gently, saying, "Do not blame yourself. The propagation of Buddhist teachings is indeed a formidable task. It is only natural to encounter obstacles. However, who has imprisoned you here?" The young monk sweeping the floor, upon seeing Chen Changsheng, immediately joined his hands in reverence and stated, "It was the Mandala Great Vajra who claimed that Chen Changsheng's words are heretical and forbade him from spreading them in the western region." Chen Changsheng turned to the young monk and inquired, "Are you the one assigned to guard Chen Changsheng?" The young monk nodded affirmatively, saying, "I am here to keep him company. I believe the Buddhist teachings he shares are indeed correct, and it is quite dull here, so I chose to accompany him." Chen Changsheng chuckled, "You are quite perceptive, young monk." The young monk scratched his head, responding, "Thank you for your praise, true Buddha." Chen Changsheng asked, "Do you recognize me?" The young monk replied, "I have seen you when your Buddha form descended upon the western region. Thus, I remember you well." Chen Changsheng continued, "Very well, tell me, where is that mandala you mentioned?" The young monk shook his head, saying, "I do not know. Does the true Buddha wish to seek the Mandala Great Vajra?" Chen Changsheng affirmed, "Indeed, I am unaware of the Mandala Great Vajra's whereabouts, but if you, true Buddha, intend to find him, please avoid any conflict. The Mandala Great Vajra is the foremost warrior of our western region. If a confrontation occurs, it would spell disaster for the land." Chen Changsheng laughed heartily. "That fellow has imprisoned my disciple here. I merely seek an explanation. If he does not resort to violence, neither will I. Rest assured, I am reasonable. But should he act irrationally, then there is little I can do." With that, Chen Changsheng called out once more, "Mandala, come forth." His voice echoed throughout the western region, causing numerous monks to rise from their meditative states and converge towards him. Soon, a muscular middle-aged man, bare from the waist up and draped in a crimson robe, descended from above. A halo of Buddhist light radiated from the back of his head, as if the sun itself were shining down. His formidable presence and piercing gaze fell coldly upon Chen Changsheng. "Who are you to disturb the sacred ground of our western region?" Chen Changsheng appraised the bald man before him. Realizing the young monk's words were indeed true, the title of the foremost warrior of the western region was well-deserved. The man exuded an immense power, akin to a wildfire poised to erupt at any moment. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "I am Chen Changsheng, the one who imparts the Mahayana teachings to you." At this declaration, countless monks were taken aback in astonishment. The mandala, in a chilling tone, responded, "I have not heard of this name before. If you have come to pay homage and seek teachings, I welcome you. However, should you wish to cause turmoil here, I advise you to seek another place." Listening to the mandala's words, Chen Changsheng spoke solemnly, So it is you who has imprisoned my disciple. I have come today to demand an explanation. Mandala, upon hearing this, remarked, You have taken the golden cicada as your disciple. It is truly a sin for a follower of Buddhism to take a practitioner of immortality as a master. What justification do you seek? Chen Changsheng replied, Release my disciple and offer him an apology. There is no need for elaborate decorum. 3 bows will suffice. Mandala's face darkened, and he retorted, You. Chen Changsheng interjected, What do you mean by you? You have suppressed my disciple for so long. I have not retaliated, and yet you still have grievances? At this declaration, countless monks were drenched in cold sweat, for Mandala had just awakened after millennia in seclusion. Even the formidable golden cicada would not stand a chance against him. Speaking to Mandala in such a manner was tantamount to courting death. Mandala's expression hardened upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, and immediately, a colossal 3-headed, 6-armed Buddha figure manifested behind him. A gigantic hand lifted Mandala, who gazed at Chen Changsheng and coldly stated, You have bewitched the golden cicada, spreading your so-called Mahayana Buddhism throughout my Western Buddhist land. I have yet to seek retribution from you. As he spoke, Mandala formed a seal with his hands, and a massive golden hand, measuring several meters, surged toward Chen Changsheng. Observing the impending attack, Chen Changsheng deftly dodged the threat with a sidestep. Ignoring the small monk's warnings, Chen Changsheng unleashed his own technique, the law of heaven and earth, summoning a colossal hand that struck down towards Mandala. The 2 hands collided, and in an instant, resplendent golden light erupted forth, the sound akin to iron clashing against iron, reverberating through the heavens and earth as if 2 mountains had collided. Chen Changsheng felt the blood within him boil. This Mandala was not to be trifled with. Renowned as the greatest warrior of the Western regions, his reputation was well-deserved. After all, he had been in seclusion for millennia, and even the monks of the West believed he had passed into the afterlife. Yet here he was, re-emerging to subdue the golden cicada with an almost invincible force, ruling the Western realms. Mandala regarded Chen Changsheng with cold disdain, astonished that he could withstand his assault. He murmured to himself, I did not expect that after a millennium, such a formidable practitioner would emerge from the Eastern domain. However, do not forget, this is my Western Buddhist land. As he spoke, the enormous golden figure behind him slowly raised its head, the red kasaya swirling in the void. He then pressed down with a palm, one that bore even greater might than the last. Above, a hand that spanned thousands of meters descended from the heavens, prompting gasps of astonishment from the assembled monks. Chen Changsheng nearly cried out at the sight. Was this the legendary realized divine palm? In response, a surge of celestial and demonic energy erupted from the avatar behind him, resembling a rebellious monkey, and struck against the colossal hand that loomed like the sky itself. The earth trembled violently, and the heavens seemed on the verge of collapse. The tremendous impact swept across the battlefield as the massive hand struck the ground, creating a chasm several meters deep. Had this strike landed on another, it would surely have obliterated both body and spirit. Yet, Chen Changsheng slowly lifted his head from below. The mandala had indeed provoked his ire. This was a lethal method, and the mandala showed no mercy. Chen Changsheng directly summoned the Tying Divine Furnace and the Excalibur of Immortals, and in that instant, the void shattered. The mandala sensed the threat posed by the supreme imperial weapon and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this blood was not a deep crimson. Instead, it shimmered with a golden hue, radiating a magnificent divine light in the sunlight. The great Vajra of the Buddhist sect was truly deserving of its name. Observing that Chen Changsheng had managed to injure himself, the mandala slowly opened his palm and softly intoned, "The Buddha kingdom in my palm." Instantly, a tremendous force drew Chen Changsheng into an extraordinary realm. Chapter 80, the Buddhist realm of 480 temples. Where towers stand amidst mist and rain within this ethereal space, Chen Changsheng beheld a myriad of divine beings. Mandala loomed above the celestial deities, gazing down upon Chen Changsheng with the authority of a god. This is my Buddhist realm in the palm, and even a quasi-immortal cultivator cannot escape. Let us see how you fare. Subsequently, the celestial deities seated around began to chant in a harmonious yet powerful manner. Countless scriptures surged forth, directed at Chen Changsheng. Boom! One of the scriptures drew near, crashing against him with a deafening explosion. Chen Changsheng felt the formidable power of these texts. Should he allow the Buddha's chants to continue unchecked, he would surely perish. Mandala laughed heartily. You claim that the Buddhist teachings of my Western region, preserved for millennia, are of the lesser vehicle. Today, I shall employ this very lesser vehicle to eliminate you. Let us see how you evade it." In response, Chen Changsheng calmly remarked, "The teachings of Buddhism emphasize the sanctity of life and the avoidance of harm. Your ruthless actions betray a fear of descending into the realm of beasts." Mandala coldly retorted, "The compassion of the Buddha refrains from taking life, yet you propagate your Mahayana teachings, ignorant of their alignment with the demonic path. I rescue countless disciples from this peril, paving the way for their enlightenment." Chen Changsheng scoffed, "You label my path as demonic, yet that is merely your subjective interpretation. After millennia of Buddhist practice, if you fail to recognize your own errors, your heart is deceived. Thus, you seek to expel the Mahayana from the West, having never truly encountered it. How can you assert its fallacy?" Mandala conceded, "Your words possess merit, yet what of it? You remain ensnared within my Buddhist realm. Should your mastery of the Dharma surpass mine, my realm could not contain you. However, you stand no chance against me. Just as your Mahayana is impotent, I, Mandala, have become the great Vajra. Even an immortal cannot vanquish me. This is the true Buddha manifest in the world." Chen Changsheng replied coldly, "The true Buddha is formless. Your incessant claims of being a Buddha reveal your attachment to the title, and you have not yet attained the state of complete emptiness. This great Vajra is but an external fade, lacking true essence." Upon hearing this, Mandala felt a tremor of unease. He commanded the celestial deities to resume their chanting, intent on hastening Chen Changsheng's demise. As the scriptures surged toward him, Chen Changsheng leisurely seated himself upon the ground, with his palms pressed together. He began to chant the Mahayana teachings resonating in his mind. Guanyin Bodhisattva, while practicing profound prajnaparamita, perceives the emptiness of the five aggregates, transcending all suffering. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. Like dew and lightning, one should observe them thus. As Chen Changsheng's voice resonated, a magnificent radiance akin to the sun appeared behind him. The scriptures hurled at him collided against his being, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. Outside the realm, all the monks witnessed this spectacle. For Mandala's Buddhist realm in the palm was merely a mirage. To truly create a Buddhist realm was beyond his capabilities, attainable only by the Buddha himself. Thus, this confrontation between the Mahayana and the Hinayana unfolded, a truly grand spectacle. Should Mandala prevail, it would signify the triumph of Buddhist teachings in the Western regions spanning millennia. Conversely, if that individual emerges victorious, it is likely that our sacred land will be thrust into turmoil. I sense that within the Buddhist doctrines we have diligently practiced, numerous fallacies persist. Perhaps the Mahayana teachings could rectify these errors and guide us towards the genuine path of enlightenment. The assembly of monks engaged in fervent discourse. Among them, a gaunt figure, adorned with a radiant halo, gazed upon the contest above with a glimmer of clarity in his eyes. Turning to Chen Changsheng, he murmured, "It appears the time has come to relinquish that object." In the Buddhist realm, Mandala and a multitude of celestial beings chanted the lesser teachings, resulting in the miraculous emergence of temples and edifices. Deities took their seats within these sanctuaries, launching an assault upon Chen Changsheng. Amidst this, golden light surged forth, accompanied by the resonant tolling of bells, as the sacred light of the Buddha illuminated all directions. On Chen Changsheng's side, as the Mahayana scriptures were chanted, extraordinary phenomena began to manifest. First, golden lotus flowers blossomed in the void, soon transforming into vibrant seven-colored lotuses. As time flowed, an abundance of these multicolored lotuses unfolded in the ether. The onlookers below were left in utter astonishment. The seven-rank Buddha lotus, a divine artifact said to blossom only beside the true Buddha, how could it possibly appear in his presence? He, a practitioner from the Eastern realm, who had embarked upon this path only recently, how could he be accompanied by the seven-rank Buddha lotus? It seemed inconceivable. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, a monk attained enlightenment, and on that fateful day, millions of these seven-rank Buddha lotuses bloomed before the Buddha, a phenomenon beyond the realm of mortals. One monk approached the frail elder, inquiring, "Master Kurong, what does this signify?" The elder, referred to as Master Kurong, replied calmly, "It seems the Buddhist domain in the Western regions is indeed on the verge of transformation." Upon witnessing the multitude of seven-colored lotuses surrounding Chen Changsheng, Mandala was taken aback, his expression shifting. Pointing at Chen Changsheng, he commanded, and an army of celestial beings surged forth from the temples to confront him. Subsequently, the ethereal images of the temples ascended, aiming to suppress him. The formidable figures of the deities bore fierce countenances, exuding immense authority. The temples, akin to those forged of gold, radiated resplendent light. Even if you can summon the seven-rank Buddha lotus, Do not forget, this is my Buddhist realm, Chen Changsheng declared, observing the oncoming celestial beings and the oppressive temples. In this Buddhist land of 480 temples, how many towers rise amidst the misty rain? In an instant, a torrential downpour descended upon the Buddhist realm. Within each raindrop resided a golden scripture, transforming into a deluge that surged towards the celestial beings. As the ethereal figures collided with the golden scripture rain, their forms abruptly halted, only to subsequently explode, followed by the simultaneous destruction of the temples amidst the rainfall. Chen Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes and bellowed, "Break!" In that moment, Mandala's Buddhist realm and hand shattered, and the celestial beings vanished into thin air. The ancient Buddhist phantom, bearing 3 heads and 6 arms behind Mandala, also disintegrated, and Mandala violently expelled a mouthful of golden blood. He never anticipated that Chen Changsheng would shatter his Buddha kingdom in palm. As the kingdom crumbled, his Buddha heart fractured in an instant. The once golden blood coursing through his veins now turned to deep crimson. Mandala stared blankly at the blood on his hands, trembling as he uttered, I have lost." With a thunderous roar, Mandala's body disintegrated. Thus, the foremost warrior of the western regions was vanquished by Chen Changsheng. With a mere wave of his hand, the demon suppression tower of the golden cicada soared into the air. Descending from the heavens, Master Ku Rong approached Chen Changsheng and slowly proclaimed, "O living Buddha, this humble monk has a gift for you." Chapter 81. The Key to the Immortal Gate. The Dragon Emperor's secret realm. Chen Changsheng cast a glance at Jin Chanzi, who promptly introduced, "This is Master Kurong, the abbot of Little Western Heaven." Chen Changsheng nodded respectfully to Master Kurong and inquired, "What gift do you bestow upon me, Master?" Master Kurong retrieved a fragment of bronze from within his robe and handed it to Chen Changsheng, saying, "I have heard of your grand aspiration in the eastern region to reopen the path to immortality for humanity. This compass fragment may prove beneficial to you." With curiosity, Chen Changsheng examined the piece, which indeed resembled a compass, albeit only a quarter of its original form. He asked, "Master, is this truly only a quarter?" Master Kurong nodded, affirming, "It is indeed but a quarter." This compass was once whole, but shattered into 4 pieces when the path to immortality was severed. One piece resides here in Xinyo, while the other 3 are scattered across the remaining 3 great continents. Chen Changsheng queried, "Can this compass unlock the path to immortality?" Shaking his head, Master Kurong replied, "This compass is also known as the Immortal Key, a tool for locating the return to the ruins. Only by finding the return to the ruins can one unlock the path to immortality." The return to the ruins? Seeing Chen Changsheng's confusion, Master Kurong elaborated. "The return to the ruins is where all rivers converge, the closest point to the realm of immortals. Only there can one behold the severed path to immortality." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I am thankful for your generous gift, Master. I have slain your western region's foremost war god. Yet you do not hold it against me, instead entrusting me with such a vital artifact." Master Kurong smiled gently, stating, "The Buddhist teachings have endured for millennia. I have practiced the Dharma since my youth and am aware of its imperfections. Jin Chanzi has recited the Mahayana teachings to me, and I recognize this as the true essence of Buddhism. Although Mandala is a war god of our western region, he has been in seclusion for millennia. His thoughts decayed, and his Buddha nature half overtaken by demonic afflictions. Your slaying of him has thus resolved the potential calamity he could have wrought." Chen Changsheng nodded, remarking, "Truly worthy of the abbot of Little Western Heaven, your insights are admirable." Master Kurong continued, "A flower represents a world, a thought embodies a Bodhi. Your willingness to forge a path for humanity towards immortality is indeed a defiance of fate, and thus you may be regarded as a true Mahayana Buddha. Please keep this compass fragment safe. Should you ever require assistance from our Buddhist realm, do not hesitate to ask, as we wish to repay the kindness of the Mahayana teachings." After Master Kurong took his leave, Jin Chanzi approached Chen Changsheng and said, "Master, I have brought you shame and made you travel so far." Chen Changsheng chuckled, replying, "It is fortuitous that I have returned from the mortal realm. I did not expect you to have been imprisoned for so long. How could my disciple allow others to oppress him?" Jin Chanzi gazed at Chen Changsheng, a flicker of emotion shining in his eyes. He had been forcibly detained by Mandala within this demon suppression tower. Although he had resisted at the time, he was ultimately no match for Mandala. The Buddha kingdom in hand was unmatched throughout the Western Buddhist lands. Without it, even Mandala, with his formidable Vajra realm, would not necessarily prevail against Chen Changsheng, who had comprehended the Mahayana teachings. Had it not been for the intervention of my esteemed master, Chen Changsheng would have remained in confinement indefinitely. I am deeply grateful to you, master. Chen Changsheng expressed his heartfelt thanks. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, as master and disciple, such expressions of gratitude are unnecessary between us. Your senior sister has matters to attend to. I must go check on her. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng quickly inquired, shall I accompany you, master? Chen Changsheng shook his head and replied, no need. Remain here and thoroughly comprehend the profound teachings of the great vehicle Buddhism. Additionally, I shall impart to you the mandala's unique technique, the Buddha realm in the palm. What? Chen Changsheng exclaimed, utterly astonished. How could such an unparalleled technique be acquired by my master? That is the mandala's secret skill. With a gentle smile, Chen Changsheng explained. Did you think my transformation was merely a stroke of luck? All phenomena in the mortal realm adhere to discernible patterns. Even the mandala's Buddha realm in the palm reveals its inherent laws, which I grasped during our earlier encounter. With that, Chen Changsheng extended a finger, channeling a strand of divine consciousness into Chen Changsheng's mind. Chen Changsheng gazed in astonishment at the information regarding the Buddha realm and the palm swirling in his consciousness, filled with wonder. Very well, take your time to comprehend this. As there are many disciples under my tutelage, do not fall behind. Chen Changsheng concluded before summoning the 9 dragons' chariot and soaring into the sky. Chen Changsheng, with hands clasped in reverence, deeply bowed to Chen Changsheng and silently vowed, rest assured, master, I shall not disappoint you. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng sat atop the 9 dragons' chariot, traversing the void. According to his elder brother, Su Yaoyao had been at the Dragon Court Sacred Land for several months. If she had ventured into the secret realm, she should have emerged by now unless she encountered difficulties. Chen Changsheng had crossed paths with the Dragon Court's lord, Long Yu, at the Yaoqi Sacred Land. And given that Long Yu was a friend of his own master, the Taoist Changsheng, it was unlikely that he would betray his own disciples. Su Yaoyao's absence filled Chen Changsheng with concern. Having resolved matters with Chen Changsheng, he hastened to the Dragon Court's Sacred Land to discern the truth. Once 10 sacred lands existed, but now only the Dragon Court remained, as the other 9 had fallen to Chen Changsheng's might. This was largely due to the fact that on that fateful day at Yaoqi, the Dragon Court's lord, Long Yu, refrained from unleashing the ultimate imperial weapon alongside the other 9 lords against Chen Changsheng. Had they united, the 10 sacred lands would likely have ceased to exist. The 9 dragons' chariot swiftly arrived at the Dragon Court Sacred Land. Nestled within the ancestral Dragon Mountain range, the surroundings were enveloped by towering peaks, forming a natural barrier that resembled a magnificent, undulating dragon. The grandeur was awe-inspiring, with palaces arranged in a harmonious yet scattered fashion, shrouded in mist, occasionally resonating with the sound of dragon roars from the clouds. Chen Changsheng descended directly into the Dragon Court's Sacred Land, whereupon the disciples, upon witnessing an outsider intruding, promptly drew their weapons and surrounded him. Who approaches? I am Chen Changsheng, the sect leader of the Xiantian sect. At this proclamation, the Dragon Court disciples immediately sheathed their weapons and hastily clasped their fists, saying, during these extraordinary times, we were unaware of sect leader Chen's arrival. If we have caused any offense, we humbly ask for your forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng promptly inquired, a special period? What is the matter? Where is your holy master? A disciple hastily responded, reporting to sect master Chen. The holy master and several disciples of the Dragon Court have entered the Dragon Emperor's secret realm and have yet to return. Chen Changsheng immediately pressed on. Has a girl named Su Yaoyao come to your sect? Have you encountered her? At the mention of Su Yaoyao, the crowd exchanged anxious glances, sensing their unease. Chen Changsheng insisted, where exactly is Su Yaoyao? The Dragon Court disciple, visibly frightened, stammered, She is missing. Chapter 82. The vanished Dragon Emperor. Chen Changsheng's voice was low and tinged with anger. How could his disciple mysteriously disappear upon arriving at the sacred Dragon Court? Noticing the fury in Chen Changsheng's demeanor, a disciple hastily interjected, Master Chen, please allow us to explain. Our sanctum possesses a secret realm of the Dragon Emperor, which was recently opened for trials accessible to all disciples of the Dragon Court. The master invited your disciple, Su Yaoyao, hoping she would gain invaluable experience within. However, a month ago, contact was suddenly lost. The master entered the realm personally and has yet to return, so. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng immediately inquired, where is the entrance to the Dragon Emperor's secret realm? The disciple replied promptly, I shall lead you there. guided by the disciple. Chen Changsheng arrived at a location where a massive ancient well emanated a golden glow, signifying a seal. This is the Ancestor Dragon Well, the entrance to the Dragon Emperor's secret realm. Gazing at the well's mouth, Chen Changsheng noted the seal and felt a sense of intrigue. What was the nature of this Dragon Emperor's secret realm? The disciple quickly shook his head, stating, "We have not been in the sacred grounds long enough to know much, but it is said that this realm has existed since the inception of the sanctum, created by the first ancestor dragon. Those fortunate enough to enter may receive a baptism of dragon blood, leading to a rapid enhancement of their abilities." As Chen Changsheng approached the ancestor dragon well, the disciple remarked, "Master Chen, we will break the seal for you. It will take about the time it takes to burn an incense stick." Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need." With a flick of his wrist, the seal on the ancestor dragon well vanished instantly, and he stepped towards the well, his form disappearing within. The disciples of the dragon court watched in shock, their eyes wide. The master of the Xiantian sect, reputed for defeating 9 great leaders single-handedly, truly possessed formidable prowess. They hoped Master Chen would bring their leaders back safely. Upon entering the Dragon Emperor's secret realm, Chen Changsheng found himself in an extraordinary space, filled with floating black meteors, reminiscent of a starry sky. As he stepped forward, he sensed that the space here was distinctly different from the outside world, akin to the space of the Bronze Celestial Palace, a realm unto itself. Such a feat could only be achieved by an immortal. Was it possible that this Dragon Emperor's secret realm shared a similar origin? Amidst these contemplations, Chen Changsheng ventured deeper into the realm, surrounded by black meteors, his body floating as he sought the presence of Su Yaoyao. However, this space was peculiar. It seemed her essence was obstructed by some force, rendering him unable to sense her. If Long Yushi were to enter this place, she would undoubtedly be the most powerful here. Chen Changsheng began to attune himself to Long Yushi's aura, his consciousness expanding in all directions. Moments later, he detected a powerful surge of energy. Without hesitation, he charged towards the source of the emanating energy. At this moment, within the majestic halls of the Dragon Emperor's secret realm, a colossal figure sat upon an elevated throne. His body was adorned with a multitude of dragon scales, and a pair of dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, one of which was tragically broken. Behind him, a massive dragon tail coiled ominously, emanating a dark aura that enveloped the entire chamber. Dragon Emperor, another has intruded, and their realm is at the threshold of immortality. A warrior clad in black dragon armor knelt before the imposing figure and reported. The figure slowly turned, his voice deep and resonant as he spoke. "Dare anyone come forth to seek their demise? A being on the brink of immortality is sufficient for me to reclaim my peak power. Have you located the whereabouts of that girl?" The armored warrior stammered, "And not yet." The figure erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What are you all doing? She is gravely wounded, and you cannot find her? Go forth and search immediately. If you fail, you shall all meet your end." Trembling, the warrior quickly replied, "Yes, my lord Dragon Emperor." The figure then turned his back to the assembly and added, "Moreover, among the imprisoned dragonkin, there is a girl possessing the Candle 9 Yin's primordial spirit. Ensure she is kept under strict watch." "Understood, my lord Dragon Emperor." The armored warrior exited the hall, leaving behind the formidable silhouette. "Lyrai Dragon Emperor and Changsheng Daoist, you thought you could confine me in this abyss of darkness. Little did you anticipate my return. Once I capture that girl and consume the Candle 9 Yin's primordial spirit, this mere dragon prison shall not contain me. When I emerge, you shall both meet your doom." Chen Changsheng sensed the presence dissipate after a moment, yet he had already approached its vicinity. He scrutinized the surroundings, noting that the aura seemed to deliberately elude him. Suddenly, a streak of golden light surged toward him, accompanied by the resonant roar of a dragon. Chen Changsheng swiftly evaded, causing 2 massive black meteors to explode where he had previously stood. Following the sound, he beheld a woman clad in battle armor, wielding a shimmering golden longsword, the blade pulsating with dragon energy and exuding lethal intent. However, her form was marred with blood, indicating she had sustained grievous injuries. In an instant, Chen Changsheng recognized her. He called out, "Long Yushi." Upon hearing her name, Long Yushi was taken aback, her body trembling slightly. She then turned to face the person she had intended to strike down. It was Chen Changsheng. Overwhelmed with both surprise and joy, Long Yushi swiftly flew to Chen Changsheng's side and whispered, "Sect Master Chen, what brings you here?" Chen Changsheng murmured, "My disciple has gone missing. How could I not come? What is the situation here?" Long Yushi wore a bitter smile as he spoke. I had intended for your disciple to receive the baptism of dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool, but unexpectedly, that dark annihilation dragon emperor breached the barrier between the dragon prison and this place, capturing both my disciples from the sacred land and Su Yaoyao. I came to rescue them, but the dark annihilation dragon emperor was far too powerful for me. I was no match for him and sustained severe injuries. Upon hearing the name Dark Annihilation Dragon Emperor, Chen Changsheng hastily inquired, "Who is this Dark Annihilation Dragon Emperor?" Long Yushi replied slowly, "The Dark Annihilation Dragon Emperor is my second uncle, the brother of my father, the Radiant Sun Dragon Emperor. Discontent with my father's ascension to the throne of the Dragon Emperor, he practiced forbidden techniques of the Dragon Clan, forcefully attaining the realm of Dragon Emperor to vie for the throne, but was suppressed in the Dragon prison by my father and your master, the Longevity Taoist." Chen Changsheng appeared puzzled. "Then why is he here?" Long Yushi explained, "This place was originally a realm established by the Ancestor Dragon for the disciples of the Dragon Clan to cultivate, distinct from the Dragon prison. However, upon awakening in the Dragon prison, the Dark Annihilation Dragon Emperor, aware of his inability to break free from the seal, tore through the void of the Dragon prison, utilizing the bloodline of the Dragon Clan to enter here, seeking a way out. Before Long Yushi could finish his words, he collapsed directly into Chen Changsheng's embrace." Chapter 83. The true form of the Dragon Emperor. Chen Changsheng cradled the Dragon Rain Master in his arms, her exquisite visage resembling a flawless sculpture. He hastily examined her condition and discovered that she had merely lost an excessive amount of blood, transporting her to a safe location. He infused his spiritual energy into her body. As the energy flowed in, the color began to return to her face. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the distance, encircling Chen Changsheng and the Dragon Rain Master. Noticing the hostile demeanor of the approaching figures, Chen Changsheng spoke, "Are you the minions of the Annihilation Dragon Emperor?" The armored dragon warriors were taken aback, caught off guard by Chen Changsheng's words before they could respond. One of them stammered, "You must be the intruder. Hand over the woman in your arms and leave this place. I assure you will remain unharmed." Chen Changsheng's gaze fixed upon the dragon blood warrior, who, meeting his eyes, felt as though struck by a colossal hammer, hurtling away and crashing into the nearby black meteorites, which shattered upon impact. The dragon warrior coughed blood and lay on the brink of death. The other warriors were astonished. A mere glance had incapacitated a warrior at the harmonious path stage. Who exactly was this individual? Coldly, Chen Changsheng regarded them and remarked, "I find your tone quite displeasing. The last person who spoke to me in such a manner has already reported to the underworld. Do you also wish to hasten your own reincarnation?" Upon hearing this, the armored warrior immediately clasped his fists and said, "Senior, we were blind to your grandeur. If we have offended you, we humbly ask for your forgiveness." Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "If you speak like that, I shall refrain from striking you. However, if you compel me to act, I must inquire. There is a girl who has gone missing among you. Has she been captured by your kind?" The armored warrior quickly responded, "Senior, could you describe the girl? We indeed have some individuals in our midst, but we are uncertain of whom you speak." Chen Changsheng described Su Yaoyao's appearance to the dragon warriors. They exchanged glances, and one of them said, "Senior, the girl you mentioned has indeed been captured by us. However, the Dragon Emperor has specifically requested her. If you wish for us to release others, we can comply, but to release that girl would mean certain death for us. Regardless of whether you choose to act against us, the Dragon Emperor would see to our demise." Chen Changsheng's eyes narrowed, confirming that Su Yaoyao was indeed in the clutches of the Annihilation Dragon Emperor, having once bestowed Su Yaoyao with the primordial spirit of the Candle Dragon. It appeared the Dragon Emperor had sensed something unusual and treated her differently. However, it seemed he was intent on making a move against his own disciple, demonstrating a reckless disregard for life. Years ago, when his master and the Sun Dragon Emperor failed to eliminate the threat, it would now fall upon him to end this wicked life. Chen Changsheng immediately commanded the armored warriors, "Take me to the Annihilation Dragon Emperor." As soon as these words were uttered, several dragon armored warriors exchanged glances before speaking. "Senior, heed our counsel. Take the lady in your arms and depart from here. At the very least, you both may live. We shall inform Lord Dragon Emperor that we could not locate you. Should you truly be brought before Lord Dragon Emperor, escape will no longer be an option. The Dragon Emperor has been imprisoned in the Dragon Abyss for millennia, attaining the realm of a perfected quasi-immortal. Moreover, our dragon kin differ from the human race. Even facing a true immortal, we may not stand a chance against Lord Dragon Emperor." Hearing the words of the dragon-armored warriors, Chen Changsheng chose not to impose upon them. Thus, he addressed the warriors. Is that so? I am indeed curious. Lead the way. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's response, the dragon-armored warriors displayed hesitation, yet the intensity of Chen Changsheng's gaze instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Very well. I shall escort you, one of the warriors conceded. The dragon-armored warriors led the way, with Chen Changsheng carrying Long Yushe as they flew towards the Grand Hall of the Annihilation Dragon Emperor. Along the way, Long Yushe regained consciousness, and upon seeing the dragon-armored warriors ahead, she immediately became alert. Chen Changsheng quickly reassured her, do not worry. They are simply taking us to meet the Annihilation Dragon Emperor. Long Yushe responded, to meet the Annihilation Dragon Emperor? What? The Annihilation Dragon Emperor? Chen Changsheng chuckled. Have no fear. With me present, the Annihilation Dragon Emperor will not stir up any turbulence. Knowing Chen Changsheng's prowess, Long Yushe felt at ease and then turned to him, saying, it is fine to meet the Annihilation Dragon Emperor, but could you perhaps set me down? Only then did Chen Changsheng realize that he was still cradling Long Yushe in his arms, with the esteemed leader of the Holy Land of the Dragon Court nestled like a delicate woman. Were the disciples of the Dragon Court to witness this, it would surely provoke a flurry of gossip. Soon, the dragon-armored warriors came to a halt before a colossal palace and addressed Chen Changsheng, Senior. This is the Dragon Emperor's hall. Are you certain you wish to enter? With a grand gesture, Chen Changsheng strode towards the Dragon Emperor's hall, murmuring, since we have come this far, it would be remiss not to step inside. As the immense black door, forged of dark iron, creaked open, Chen Changsheng entered. Upon entering the grand hall, an overwhelming pressure assailed him. Long Yushe trembled beside him, prompting Chen Changsheng to inquire, what is happening? Long Yushe replied slowly, the Annihilation Dragon Emperor is of the Dragon Emperor level. The dragon might he exudes exerts a suppressive force upon all dragonkind. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, softly commanding, release the pressure. In an instant, the dragon might that had engulfed the entire hall seemed to be repelled, as if obstructed by an unseen barrier. Long Yushe ceased her trembling, casting a grateful glance towards Chen Changsheng. Then, a massive black dragon, enveloped in dark energy, descended from the apex of the Dragon Emperor's hall. The black dragon's roar shimmered with brilliance, appearing incredibly formidable, its length exceeding 1,000 meters, with its colossal head resembling a small mountain. Witnessing this, Long Yushe's pupils constricted in awe. She had not anticipated that the Annihilation Dragon Emperor could manifest his true dragon form. Were it not for the severance of the path to immortality, once he emerged from this place, he could ascend directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng inquired, is the true form of the Dragon Emperor truly formidable? Long Yushe elucidated. The true form of the Dragon Emperor represents the pinnacle of the Dragon Clan's power in the mortal realm, attainable only after reaching the zenith of the Dragon Emperor. Even my father only manifested it prior to his ascension. Hence the true form is exceedingly fearsome, serving as the ultimate destination for all dragons before their transcendence. Chen Changsheng, somewhat perplexed, asked, does your dragon clan resemble humans before assuming the true form of the Dragon Emperor? Long Yushe nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we appear human. Only at the peak of the Dragon Emperor can we transform. A sudden realization struck Chen Changsheng. Then what about my 9-dragon chariot? Host, the system interjected. There is nothing to be astonished about. The 9-dragon chariot bestowed upon you is, naturally, the mightiest steed. As for why they all embody the true form of the Dragon Emperor, it is because they are all ancient, sealed Dragon Emperor level beings. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. Then why are they only at the divine transformation stage? The external world is deficient in spiritual energy. Should these Dragon Emperors reveal their full power, it would create rifts in the Great Tao, wreaking havoc throughout the realm of cultivation. However, you currently occupy a world crafted by the Ancestor Dragon, and if you were to summon them, they could regain their peak prowess. Upon hearing the system's explanation, a slight smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. The Dark Annihilation Dragon Emperor landed heavily, dragging its claws as it slowly approached Chen Changsheng. Do you dare to trespass into my Dragon Emperor's palace? Its voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the Grand Hall. Chapter 84. The Ancestors of the Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor. The Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor emanated an overwhelming aura as he coldly regarded Chen Changsheng. He then commanded his armored dragon warriors, go and seize the girl behind him. Upon hearing this, an invincible momentum surged within Chen Changsheng, and he coldly retorted, I dare anyone to try. The armored dragon warriors exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze on the Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor and said with indifference, you, of all people, should remember that my master and the Sunlit Dragon Emperor once subdued you. You still fantasize about escaping. It seems I must once again seal you on behalf of my master. The Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor inquired sternly, is Changsheng Daoist your master? If he is not my master, could he possibly be yours? Chen Changsheng replied. The Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor let out a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the Grand Hall, causing it to tremble. So, Changsheng Daoist is your master. He should still be unascended, correct? Chen Changsheng smiled and responded, I shall first eliminate you. Once I am free, I will deal with him. But my master ascended long ago. Do you still believe you can kill me and escape? Ascended? The Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor's eyes widened in shock, swiftly followed by fury. If he has ascended, then I shall slay his disciple. I will avenge both new and old grievances today. As he spoke, the Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor prepared to attack. Chen Changsheng raised a hand, saying, fighting is permissible. But before we engage, I wish to know where my disciple is. I wouldn't want to defeat you only to find I cannot locate my disciple afterward. The Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor laughed heartily. You should focus on yourself. With that, he expelled a jet of black flames towards Chen Changsheng. A faint smile appeared on Chen Changsheng's lips as he waved his hand, effortlessly dissipating the black flames. Is this all the power your true dragon form possesses? Seeing Chen Changsheng so easily nullify his attack, the Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor declared, in this world, I alone possess the true form of a dragon emperor. Once I am free, I shall be invincible. Chen Changsheng chuckled. You are mistaken. You are not the only one with a true dragon emperor form. In fact, I possess 9 such forms. 9 dragon carriages. Arise. As he spoke, the dragon emperor's palace shattered in an instant, revealing 9 colossal dragons, each spanning 1,000 meters. Their bodies shimmering like gold, radiating brilliance. The Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor was instantly taken aback. This is grandfather, great-grandfather, ancestor. The 9 dragons, some gleaming with golden hues, others exuding azure brilliance or enveloped in purple mist, were the 9 majestic dragons from Chen Changsheng's dragon carriage. All restored to their peak power within this ancestral dragon realm. Boy, what have you done? How could my ancestors become your mounts? The Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Before Chen Changsheng could respond, one of the golden dragons swept its tail. A massive appendage striking towards the Dark Extinction Dragon Emperor like a mountain. Smack! The Abyssal Dragon Emperor was struck by the dragon's tail, crashing heavily to the ground. Abyssal, what are you doing? The golden dragon cast a cold gaze toward the Abyssal Dragon Emperor, its overwhelming presence sweeping across the area, causing all the armored dragon warriors to kneel in submission. This was the suppression of the dragon lineage. Even the Dragon Rain Master looked on in disbelief, staring blankly at the golden dragon. Great-grandfather. Chen Changsheng immediately inquired, is this dragon your great-grandfather? The Dragon Rain Master nodded vigorously. Indeed, he is my great-grandfather. The Extreme Sun Dragon Emperor, along with my ancestors. How could they become your mount? The Extreme Sun Dragon Emperor looked down at the crowd, noticing the astonished expression on the Dragon Rain Master's face, and spoke. You, my dear girl, share my bloodline. Whose child are you? The Dragon Rain Master promptly replied, great-grandfather. My father is the Blazing Sun Dragon Emperor, and my grandfather is the Azure Sky Dragon Emperor. Upon hearing this, the Extreme Sun Dragon Emperor nodded. So, you are the granddaughter of Azure Sky. Yet, why is your royal dragon blood so diminished? The Dragon Rain Master bit her lip and confessed, to be honest, great-grandfather. My mother is a human, so my blood is half dragon and half human, which is why I am not as pure as a true dragon. Chen Changsheng was taken aback, surprised to discover the presence of human blood within the Dragon Rain Master. The Extreme Sun Dragon Emperor remarked, I never imagined that the Blazing Sun would intermarry with humans. No wonder your dragon aura is so scarce. Then, the purple dragon burst into hearty laughter, intermarrying with humans. What audacity! I admire that. Regardless, you are our descendant. Since we are in this ancestral dragon space today, the Master will restore our true forms and bestow upon you the power of the 9 dragons. Excellent. The Abyssal Dragon Emperor interjected, Grandfathers, won't you consider me? I am your true grandson. The Extreme Sun Dragon Emperor glared at the Abyssal Dragon Emperor, ire boiling within him. You coveted the throne of the Dragon Emperor, practiced forbidden dragon arts, forsook the chance to become a divine dragon, and descended into a demonic dragon, endangering the mortal realm. Had it not been for sealing you, who knows what calamity you would have unleashed? The Abyssal Dragon Emperor shouted defiantly, even if I have fallen to the status of a demonic dragon. You should not side with a human. Moreover, You and the ancestors call him master. What has he done to earn such loyalty? If you have grievances, speak to me. In this ancestral dragon space, our power is at its peak. Killing him would be effortless. The extreme sun dragon emperor, upon hearing this, swept his tail once more. Striking the abyssal dragon emperor, enraged, we have sworn loyalty to our master, who is unparalleled and transcendent. Abyssal, you shall remain here forever. At these words, the abyssal dragon emperor was struck with terror. His grandfather had ascended to the celestial realm millennia ago, and now he had become this being's mount, obedient to his commands. What was this creature's true identity? If he were to remain in this ancestral dragon space indefinitely, with the dragon race's longevity, who could tell how long it would be before he met his end? Fortunately, he had not consumed his disciple. Otherwise, it would have been too late. The 9 dragon emperors hovered in the void, completely disregarding the dark annihilation dragon emperor. They exchanged glances and spoke. Master, it is only within this ancestral dragon space that we have been able to restore our true forms as dragon emperors. Once we venture out, we shall be subjected to sealing once more. Thus, we shall bestow the combined power of the 9 dragon emperors upon you, to assist you in reopening the path to immortality. Before Chen Changsheng could utter a word, a magnificent aura emanated from the 9 dragon emperors, and beams of light surged forth from them, racing towards Chen Changsheng. He felt as though he were bathed in divine radiance, a sensation of profound comfort enveloping him. With a resounding roar, thunder reverberated within Chen Changsheng's body, and the melodious sounds of dragon chants echoed forth from within him. Chapter 85. Let everyone witness the flaws of the dog. A surge of dragon energy enveloped Chen Changsheng, as 9 ethereal dragon figures circled around him, emitting a resonant dragon roar. The entire ruins of the Dragon Emperor's palace trembled violently, and countless fragments were reduced to dust in an instant. Subsequently, the 9 dragon phantoms merged into Chen Changsheng's body, manifesting as 9 vibrant dragon tattoos that shimmered with divine brilliance. After imparting the power of the 9 dragons to Chen Changsheng, the extreme young dragon emperor spoke. Master, we have bestowed upon you the entirety of the 9 dragons' power, and we hope that you may one day enter the immortal realm. Chen Changsheng responded with a smile. If I am fortunate enough to enter the immortal realm, I shall grant you your freedom. The extreme young dragon emperor replied, we are willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. But once you enter the immortal realm, we ask for one favor in return. Speak freely, Chen Changsheng encouraged. We are all dragons of the immortal realm, having once fought alongside our ancestral dragon in the great war of the immortal realm. However, after the disappearance of our ancestral dragon, had we not forged a pact with you, we would have perished long ago. Therefore, we hope that upon your arrival in the immortal realm, you might assist us in locating our ancestral dragon. Chen Changsheng frowned slightly and inquired, is the immortal realm truly so tumultuous? The extreme young dragon emperor replied, it is premature to discuss the matters of the immortal realm now. We shall reveal the details of the great war once you have ascended. Very well, Chen Changsheng acquiesced. The extreme young dragon emperor continued, Master, this young one possesses the last vestige of our dragon bloodline. We hope you might consider taking her as a companion, so that our lineage may soon welcome a dragon offspring. Upon hearing this, Long Yusher's face flushed crimson as she stammered, Great-grandfather, Chen Changsheng interjected, this. The extreme young dragon emperor, glancing at Long Yusher, erupted into laughter. You young one, your master shall surely step into the immortal realm. Even those ancient beings there may not be his match. Hence, great-grandfather speaks for your own good. Long Yusher shyly protested, I am merely friends with Master Chen. At this declaration, the 9 dragon emperors erupted into hearty laughter. The extreme young dragon emperor remarked, I merely offer a suggestion. An alliance between our dragon clan and you brings no disadvantage. Should you wish to, it is entirely possible. The annihilation dragon emperor, observing the jovial scene before him, felt a surge of indignation. Do you all discuss such matters in my presence as if it were a mere formality? The 9 dragon emperors turned to Long Yusher, saying, though your dragon blood may be scarce, your cultivation has reached an extraordinary level. Your talent is unmatched among those we have encountered. And we presume your mother was also a formidable human. Today, we shall fully awaken the dragon blood within you. When your master reopens the gates of the immortal realm, you shall be able to lend him your strength. As they spoke, the 9 dragon emperors directed 9 beams of light towards Long Yusher, enveloping her in a radiant glow. Golden light emanated from her, and a dragon figure materialized behind her. The dragon blood within her surged, coursing through her veins like molten lava, casting forth a glow beneath her skin. Ah! With a sudden exclamation, Long Yusher found herself engulfed in a tempest of azure strands, a powerful aura erupting from her being. The 9 Dragon Emperors, having retracted their powers, gazed upon Long Yusher with satisfaction, remarking, "The strength contained within this child exceeds our expectations. The blazing sun has indeed sired a remarkable daughter. Ha ha! Our dragon clan is poised for greatness. Once our master ascends to the celestial realm, I wonder if the beings of the eternal tomb will dare to provoke us again." As the tempestuous energy within her began to subside, Long Yusher felt the surging power within her and gratefully addressed the 9 Dragon Emperors. "Thank you, great-grandfathers." At that moment, the Annihilation Dragon Emperor, appearing somewhat crestfallen, stepped forward to the 9 Dragon Emperors and implored, "Grandfathers, I too wish to grow stronger. Could you possibly—" "Begone!" the Extreme Young Dragon Emperor retorted, delivering a firm slap to the Annihilation Dragon Emperor's face, his voice laced with fury. "You ungrateful wretch, how dare you tread the path of the demonic dragon? It infuriates me to the point that I could strike you dead. Grandfather, I—" "Silence! You insubordinate fool. Witness how our master chooses to punish you." The Extreme Young Dragon Emperor tossed the responsibility onto Chen Changsheng. This was also a clever move on his part, as the Annihilation Dragon Emperor was, after all, his own grandson. Having just bestowed the power of the 9 dragons upon Chen Changsheng, it was unlikely that Chen would seek to annihilate him completely. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng contemplated for a moment and declared, "Annihilation Dragon Emperor, out of respect for the 9 Dragon Emperors, bring my disciple before me, and we shall consider our previous grievances settled." The Annihilation Dragon Emperor, elated by these words, promptly commanded his subordinates to fetch Su Yaoyao. Observing this, the Extreme Young Dragon Emperor delivered another sharp reprimand. "Go yourself. Ensure that our master's disciple is brought back unharmed. Should a single hair be harmed, I shall end you." Stung by the slap, the Annihilation Dragon Emperor hastily soared towards the location where Su Yaoyao and the others were held. Soon, he returned with Su Yaoyao in tow. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, her face illuminated with joy. "Master, you have returned. I missed you so much." Chen Changsheng, expressing concern, inquired, "Yaoyao, are you unharmed?" Su Yaoyao shook her head. "That is a relief." Turning to the Annihilation Dragon Emperor, he continued, "As I promised, our previous conflict is hereby resolved. As for your punishment, that is a matter for your dragon clan to determine. Let the 9 Dragon Emperors decide." Chen Changsheng relinquished the matter back to the 9 Dragon Emperors. The Extreme Young Dragon Emperor regarded the Annihilation Dragon Emperor and stated, "Annihilation, you have chosen to fall from grace. While our master refrains from punishing you, we shall not let you off so easily. However, considering that you have not yet wrought great calamity upon us, we shall impose a light punishment today." With that, the 9 Dragon Emperors exchanged glances and directed a beam of divine light towards the Annihilation Dragon Emperor. Gradually, the once mighty figure of the Annihilation Dragon Emperor diminished in size until he transformed into a large black dog. "This shall be your punishment, to be turned into a dog and sealed for 1,000 years. Yet you may exit from here, and once outside, you must vow to protect our master with your life. Do you understand?" The Annihilation Dragon Emperor, or rather, the Annihilation Black Dog, promptly nodded and replied, "Understood, Grandfather." Upon hearing the Extreme Young Dragon Emperor instruct the Dark Desolation Dragon Emperor to protect him, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment. After all, he was a Dragon Emperor, reduced to the status of a mere hound by his side. Yet, despite being transformed into a dog, the Dark Desolation Dragon Emperor had regained his freedom. There must be a profound reason behind the Extreme Young Dragon Emperor's decision. After all, he was revered by all 9 Dragon Emperors as their master. It could be more accurate to say that he wished for the Dark Desolation Dragon Emperor to accompany Chen Changsheng, basking in his glory. Reflecting on the thoughtful intentions of the Extreme Young Dragon Emperor, the Dark Desolation Dragon Emperor couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. "Grandfather, you have truly broadened your path. Your grandson shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations, faithfully remaining by our master's side. Let everyone witness that there is no shame in being a dog." Chapter 86. From now on, call me Little Hay. After the 9 Dragon Emperors concluded their tasks, they returned to the void. Chen Changsheng, having confirmed that Su Yaoyao was safely by his side, addressed Long Yusher, instructing him to bring forth the disciples of the sacred land as well. Long Yusher nodded, when suddenly, the Dark Destruction Dragon Emperor spoke. "Master, the dragon transformation pool here is suitable for cultivation. Would you like me to guide you there?" so these disciples may indulge? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng recalled that Su Yaoyao's purpose for coming was to cultivate in the dragon transformation pool. Thus, he consented, saying, "Lead the way." The Dark Destruction Dragon Emperor, upon receiving the command, wagged his tail enthusiastically and led the group toward the dragon transformation pool. They arrived at a place suffused with golden mist, where a colossal natural pool lay at the center, filled not with water, but with a golden liquid. "This is the dragon transformation pool," declared the Dark Destruction Dragon Emperor. Chen Changsheng exchanged a glance with Long Yushi, who confirmed that this was indeed the dragon transformation pool. He then addressed the gathered disciples. "Here lies the dragon transformation pool. You may enter and soak, as it will cleanse your marrow and enhance your strength." Hearing this, the disciples rejoiced and leapt into the pool. Su Yaoyao glanced at Chen Changsheng, who smiled and encouraged. "Go ahead, I shall await you here." With a smile, Su Yaoyao stepped into the dragon transformation pool, gradually submerging herself. By the poolside, Chen Changsheng, Long Yushi, and the Dark Destruction Dragon Emperor stood, observing the disciples as they began to converse. "Master, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. I, the Dark Destruction Dragon Emperor, am willing to brave any peril for you." The Dark Destruction Dragon Emperor declared. Chen Changsheng regarded the exuberant black dog and pondered aloud. "What shall I call you?" After a moment's contemplation, the Dark Destruction Dragon Emperor looked at his own dark hide and replied, "From now on, you may call me Little Hay." At this, Chen Changsheng nearly lost his composure, bursting into laughter. "Ah, Little Hay, that is a delightful name." Upon receiving Chen Changsheng's praise for his new name, Little Hay wagged his tail even more vigorously. Long Yushi interjected, "Little Hay possesses extensive knowledge of forbidden sorcery. In the past, he was nearly equal in strength to my father, the Sunfire Dragon Emperor. Had it not been for the assistance of Taoist Changsheng, he may not have been sealed, which speaks volumes of his innate talent for forbidden arts." Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Little Hay, from this day forth, remain by my side. As long as I have meat to eat, I shall provide you with bones to gnaw. After a millennium, once your canine form is liberated, you shall be free." Little Hay responded eagerly, "Understood, master." As time passed, the brilliance of the dragon transformation pool enveloped them, accompanied by the continual sound of dragon roars. Although these disciples of the dragon court were of the dragon lineage, their bloodline was not entirely pure. After undergoing the baptism of the dragon transformation pool, their powers grew stronger, and their future cultivation limits expanded. Su Yaoyao, with her eyes closed in the water, activated the Qing Emperor Heart Sutra. The waters around her began to boil as the golden liquid surged into her being. Boom! The entire dragon transformation pool began to tremble, awakening the disciples of the dragon court who were meditating within. They turned their gazes towards Su Yaoyao, who was enveloped in a surging aura of vitality as azure lotus flowers blossomed in the golden waters of the pool. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers. In an instant, the pool was adorned with a multitude of blooming lotuses. Su Yaoyao suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was electrifying, and an overwhelming presence swept across the scene. Chen Changsheng, witnessing the immense power emanating from Su Yaoyao, understood that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Simultaneously, in the demon realm, an unknown mountain range collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending countless wild beasts fleeing in panic. A beam of azure light shot into the heavens, saturating the sky with its brilliance. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Tu Shanyu, the demon emperor, immediately gathered numerous demon kings to this location. "What is this?" exclaimed the Rooster King, while the Pig King, equally astounded, murmured, "Indeed, it is the tomb of the Azure Emperor. Legend has it that the remains of the Azure Emperor, who ascended to immortality, lie within this tomb. Given this phenomenon, it can only be the tomb of the Azure Emperor." With a grave expression, Tu Shanyu commanded, "This is of paramount importance. All demon kings, heed my orders. Immediately seal this place. No one is to approach without my command. Any violators shall be executed." "Understood." The demon kings responded in unison. With their presence, no cultivator below the tribulation stage could hope to enter. "I shall personally guard this place to prevent any anomalies from the tomb," Tu Shanyu declared with unwavering resolve. His gaze then shifted to a monkey holding a staff nearby. "Sun Wukong, I will remain here and cannot split my attention. You must go to the Xiantian sect in the eastern domain and summon your master. Inform him that there are matters of interest within." "What matters?" Sun Wukong inquired. Tu Shanyu slowly replied, "The celestial key." Meanwhile, Su Yaoyao successfully entered the harmonization stage and soared up from the dragon transformation pool. "Master, I have broken through, she exclaimed joyfully to Chen Changsheng. He smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, your master anticipated this. Come, let us return home. With a nod, Su Yaoyao agreed. Chen Changsheng then turned to Long Yu, saying, Dragon Sovereign, since matters here are resolved, I shall take Yaoyao back to the Xiantian sect. I am grateful for your assistance in bringing her to this secret realm, which enabled her successful breakthrough. Long Yu gently replied, there is no need for such formality. Sect leader Chen, if you had not come, things would not have proceeded so smoothly. After bidding farewell to the Dragon Court, Chen Changsheng returned to the Xiantian sect with Su Yaoyao and Xiao Haizi. As soon as they entered the sect, Han Feng hurried over. Sect leader Han, what urgent matter has arisen? Seeing Chen Changsheng was akin to seeing a savior, Han Feng immediately stated, Sect leader Chen, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, our sect would have descended into chaos. What is happening? Han Feng exclaimed anxiously, a formidable demon has arrived at our sect. Its power rivaling that of a demon king, and it wields the celestial staff. Upon witnessing this, Master Lu Baifeng assumed it was here to provoke us and is currently in a standoff with it. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng immediately inquired, is this demon a monkey? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Han Feng replied, yes, it is a monkey. How did you know, Sect Master? Chen Changsheng felt a surge of dread. Indeed, it was Sun Wukong. He pondered whether the demon's malevolent nature had been purged. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would surely spell disaster for the Xiantian sect. Moreover, Lu Bai also possessed the supreme divine weapon, the great Luo Heaven Sword. Should these two formidable divine weapons clash, the disciples of Xiantian sect would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng rushed forward. On the peak of the sword, a figure wielded the great Luo Heaven Sword, its sword energy slicing through the air. Sun Wukong, brandishing the celestial staff, stood defiantly, unperturbed. Monkey, how did you come to possess the supreme divine weapon of Sect Master Chen? Who exactly are you? If you do not speak, I shall take action. Lu Bai warned coldly. Sun Wukong glanced at Lu Bai and made a beckoning gesture. Observing this, Lu Bai immediately activated the great Luo Heaven Sword and charged at the monkey. In an instant, the sword energy rent the void, soaring toward the heavens. Unfazed, the monkey casually positioned itself and, as the sword energy approached, swung its staff to counter. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Stop. Chapter 87. The verdant emperor lies. Upon seeing the figure of Chen Changsheng, Sun Wukong was filled with joy and immediately exclaimed, Master. The members of the Xiantian sect were utterly astonished to hear a formidable demon, a monkey whose power rivaled that of the demon emperor, refer to Chen Changsheng as master. Indeed, it was the esteemed leader, Chen. Recognizing their ally, Lu Bai sheathed the Deluo Tian sword and remarked, since we are all on the same side, let us stow our weapons. At Lu Bai's words, the disciples of the Xiantian sect promptly returned their flying swords to their sheaths. Chen Changsheng turned to Lu Bai and inquired, Lu Peak Master, what brings you out? Where is the old sect master? Lu Bai replied hastily, Sect Master Situ has entered seclusion following the recent battle and instructed me to manage the Xiantian sect during your absence, esteemed leader. Chen Changsheng responded, I appreciate your efforts. Lu Peak Master, this monkey is my disciple from the demon tribe, and he must have matters to discuss with me today. Lu Bai softly said. Then I shall not disturb you further. Just as Lu Bai was about to depart, he was halted by a voice from beside Chen Changsheng. Lu Bai? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Lu Bai paused and turned to the black dog next to Chen Changsheng, asking, do you know me? The black dog replied, I recall attending the Yaoqi Grand Assembly years ago, when the 10 sacred lands had not yet concealed themselves. You were merely a fledgling in the Qi refinement stage back then, yet now you have ascended to such heights. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's expression grew serious. Indeed, he had accompanied his master to the Yaoqi Grand Assembly thousands of years ago, where he was merely a young sword cultivator, introduced to the world by his master. Those who attended the Yaoqi Grand Assembly were renowned powerhouses of the time. Realizing the significance, the black dog declared, no need for speculation. I am the Annihilation Dragon Emperor from that day. What? Lu Bai's pupils constricted as he stared wide-eyed at the imposing black dog. The name of the Annihilation Dragon Emperor was etched in his memory during the Yaoqi Grand Assembly. The Annihilation Dragon Emperor had just ascended to the Dragon Emperor realm and had clashed with the then Dragon Court sovereign, the Sun Dragon Emperor. In a bid for the throne, ultimately being subdued by the combined might of the Taoist of Changsheng and the Sun Dragon Emperor. That day had indeed been cataclysmic, leaving a significant psychological impact on the young Lu Bai. Annihilation Dragon Emperor, you. Lu Bai stammered. The black dog wagged its tail and said, I have merely transformed into a dog to accompany my master. I was merely reminiscing upon seeing an old acquaintance. A millennium has passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Bai was taken aback. The once mighty Annihilation Dragon Emperor had now become a mere dog beside Chen Changsheng. Thus, it was hardly surprising that this formidable monkey was a disciple of Chen Changsheng. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around, Chen Changsheng led Sun Wukong back to Changsheng Peak. Seated on a stone bench beneath the bamboo of enlightenment, Chen Changsheng inquired of Sun Wukong. Your visit to the Xiantian sect must pertain to some significant event in the demon realm, correct? Sun Wukong nodded and remarked. The tomb of the Green Emperor has manifested in the mortal realm. The demon emperor claims there are items of interest to our master within, and he wishes for master to pay a visit. What items? The immortal key. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. The immortal key is the key to the return to the void. Previously, he had obtained a quarter fragment of it in the Buddhist realm, and he had not expected news of a second shard to arrive so soon. Are you certain? Chen Changsheng inquired. Sun Wukong promptly replied. The demon emperor stated as such, and he has instructed the major demon kings to seal off the tomb of the Green Emperor, forbidding anyone from approaching. Noticing Sun Wukong's earnestness, Chen Changsheng deduced that there was indeed a possibility of the immortal key residing within that tomb. He then turned to Su Yaoyao. As the reincarnation of the Green Emperor, it was only fitting for her to accompany him to the Green Emperor's tomb. We must not delay, Chen Changsheng declared. Yaoyao, you shall accompany me. Yes, master. The group promptly boarded the nine-dragon chariot and proceeded toward the demon region. Soon, they arrived at the tomb of the Green Emperor, where Chen Changsheng observed the demon emperor, Tu Shanyu, meditating atop a nearby peak. Beneath her lay countless corpses and bones, presumably of the demon beasts that had attempted to intrude. Chen Changsheng approached Tu Shanyu and announced, I have arrived. Tu Shanyu immediately responded, It has been confirmed that this is indeed the tomb of the Green Emperor. Legend has it that the immortal key was once in his possession. When the Green Emperor ascended, he would certainly not have taken it into the immortal domain, so it is highly probable that it lies within. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled. It seems you possess considerable knowledge regarding the immortal key. I already have a fragment of a compass obtained in the Buddhist realm, and now there is another here. Do you know the locations of the remaining two? Tu Shanyu pondered for a moment and replied, I have never seen that item either, but according to rumors, there are a total of 4 immortal keys. Only by assembling all 4 into a complete key can one find the return to the void. One fragment is held in the Buddhist realm, passed down through generations of the Little Western Heaven, and the demon race possesses the one from the Green Emperor. The remaining 2 are shrouded in mystery. One should be in the hands of someone from the Eastern Domain, someone you ought to know. Who? The white-clad divine king, Gu Tianfeng. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. The immortal key from the Eastern Domain was indeed in the possession of the Divine King. At the time in the Bronze Immortal Palace, the Divine King had mentioned he would emerge once his wife fully recovered. He wondered where the white-clad Divine King might be after all these years. And the last piece? Tu Shanyu gazed at Chen Changsheng and softly said, The final fragment of the immortal key is in the possession of the Witch Clan in the Southern Chameleon Prefecture. The Witch Clan? Chen Changsheng was taken aback. The name felt somewhat unfamiliar. In his recollection, the Witch Clan had always been a mysterious existence, residing in the Southern Domain, unknown to the outside world. Tu Shanyu slowly explained, Indeed, it is the Witch Clan. It is a perilous place, and to reach the Southern Chameleon Prefecture, one must traverse the great wilderness, which is exceedingly treacherous. Thus, the Southern Chameleon Prefecture has little interaction with our 3 domains. Chen Changsheng nodded in response and stated, It seems we must make a trip to the Witch Clan, but for now, we must address the matters at hand here. The Pig King remarked. Within this tomb of the Azure Emperor lies the remnants of his essence. After the Azure Emperor ascended, he left these remnants in the mortal realm. Through the passage of time and cultivation, they have attained the formidable strength of a quasi-immortal. It is fraught with peril. Allow me and the Rooster King to venture inside first and scout a path for everyone. The Rooster King, with a look of innocence, gazed at the Pig King, his expression clearly conveying a sentiment of reluctance to join in this perilous endeavor. However, with so many witnesses present, he found it difficult to refuse the Pig King's request. Thus, he mustered his courage and accompanied the Pig King into the tomb of the Azure Emperor. As their figures vanished into the emerald glow, the onlookers awaited news of their fate. After the passage of half an hour, piercing screams echoed from within. Suddenly, The Pig King and the Rooster King came racing out, gasping for breath, exclaiming, The Azure Emperor is alive. Chapter 88. The Tomb of the Azure Emperor, envoy from the Great Wilderness. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could it be that within this tomb lay only the remains of the Azure Emperor, yet somehow it had survived for over 10 millennia? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng immediately inquired, Have you truly seen the Azure Emperor? The Pig King, still shaken, recounted, With my own eyes, I beheld him. After entering with the Chicken King, we arrived in a misty expanse where a stone coffin lay empty. As we turned around, a blue figure appeared before us. Radiating an aura indistinguishable from that of the Demon Emperor, it must surely be the Azure Emperor. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng addressed the assembly, If that is the case, let us venture inside to meet the Azure Emperor. I too wish to witness the being who once suppressed the Demon Empire for an entire era. The group followed Chen Changsheng into the Demon Emperor's tomb. Upon entry, it felt as though they had crossed into an entirely different realm, one dominated by an endless expanse of crystalline waters. The lake, clear to the bottom, was adorned with countless lotus flowers, their leaves stretching infinitely towards the sky. In the distance, a small island lay shrouded in mist, resting serenely upon the waters. The Chicken King remarked, That is the very island where the Pig King and I arrived. The stone coffin is situated there. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng stepped onto the water's surface and soared towards the island. Along the way, Su Yaoyao clutched her head in distress. Observing her discomfort, Chen Changsheng swiftly inquired, Yaoyao, what troubles you? With evident pain, Su Yaoyao replied, I do not understand. The moment I entered the Azure Emperor's tomb, a throbbing pain began to assail my head. Among them, only Chen Changsheng was aware that Su Yaoyao was the reincarnation of the Azure Emperor, suggesting a profound connection between her and this place. Then, Su Yaoyao reassured Chen Changsheng, It is all right, master. I can endure. Chen Changsheng expressed his concern, Yaoyao, should you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to inform me. Understood. Master. Outside the Azure Emperor's tomb, a sudden sound of war drums reverberated through the air. The numerous demon kings stationed nearby turned their gazes skyward. There, an array of flying vessels advanced towards them, flanked by imposing black-armored warriors astride colossal demon beasts, their presence commanding. As dark clouds loomed ominously, one demon king shouted towards the approaching vessels, Who dares to intrude? From the vessels, a beam of celestial light descended, swiftly dispatching the demon king. A booming voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, The great wilderness has arrived. Clear the path at once. The demon kings exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting shock. Why has the great wilderness come to our lands when they have had no dealings with our 3 states? The answer was evident in ages past. The Azure Emperor had single-handedly subdued the era, rendering the most formidable beings of the great wilderness powerless, even obliterating half of their forces. Now, with the emergence of the Azure Emperor's tomb, it was clear the great wilderness had returned to settle an old score. If the Azure Emperor were still alive, would the great wilderness dare to be so audacious? Alas, the Azure Emperor is no more, yet in the span of 10,000 years, the great wilderness has birthed countless strong warriors. Who among us can now suppress them? As the demon kings deliberated, 3 figures emerged atop the flying vessel. One of the men donned black armor, his sword-like brows and starry eyes reminiscent of a towering mountain, exuding an aura that was both frigid and formidable. Another man, with emerald hair, blackened lips, and a pallid complexion, bore a sinister expression. Lastly, there was a woman, slender and fair-skinned, with an enchanting grace. She was clad in red armor, adorned with swirling flames, an oddity to behold. The sinister man turned to the man in black armor and slowly remarked, Young Master Ji, we have arrived at the tomb of the Qing Emperor. The man referred to as Young Master Ji coldly gazed down at the Demon King, chuckling lightly. Is this truly the might of the demon realm? It appears utterly feeble. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately admonished Ji Tianming. We have come here solely for the heart of the Qing Emperor. Do not unleash a massacre. Ji Tianming responded with a hearty laugh, Huasiener, if memory serves. It was you from the fire domain who sought my Ba domain's presence here. Do not forget, you are now my fiancée, and it is not your place to dictate my actions. Huasiener, with a glare, retorted, You. Ji Tianming continued, If you behave yourself, I shall bestow some benefits upon your fire domain. Remember, you are merely a pawn in this alliance. Enraged, Huasiener exclaimed, Ji Tianming, though my fire domain is currently in decline, do not push me too far. Ji Tianming replied calmly, What if I do? What can you do about it? Do you wish for your cowardly father to wage war against my Ba domain? He would rather cling to my power, stay by my side, and after our union, the divine fire within you will refine my body. Once perfected, the rewards will be plentiful for your fire domain. Huasiener, unable to counter Ji Tianming's words, turned her head away in anger, silencing herself. The sinister man interjected, "Young Master Ji, how shall we deal with the demon kings below?" Ji Tianming closed his eyes and said softly, "Poison Master, you may handle it." Upon hearing Ji Tianming's words, the Poison Master revealed a sinister smile. The multitude of demon kings gazed up at the flying vessel and shouted, "The demon emperor commands. Anyone who dares approach the tomb of the demon emperor shall be slain." The Poison Master chuckled, "Let us see if you possess such capabilities." As his words fell, the Poison Master's form began to dissipate, transforming into a swirling green mist, which coalesced into a green poisonous dragon that surged towards the demon kings below. The demon kings brandished their weapons, launching an assault on the poisonous dragon. However, their strikes had no effect whatsoever. As they came into contact with the green mist enveloping the dragon, their skin began to rot instantaneously. The air filled with their anguished cries as the green poison enveloped them, trapping the demon kings within a suffocating gas chamber from which there was no escape. Witnessing this, Huasiener attempted to intervene, but Ji Tianming seized her arm forcefully. "Do not meddle." Within the poisonous mist, the air was rife with their anguished screams. And after the passage of incense time, the cries gradually ceased, leaving the demon kings transformed into mere puddles of blood. Suddenly, a green figure darted forth from the noxious mists, swiftly entering the tomb of the Green Emperor. The Poison Prince attempted to intervene, yet the speed of the green apparition was beyond his reach, rendering his efforts futile. Moreover, it appeared that this demon king possessed an immunity to his toxins. Within the tomb of the Green Emperor, the gathered individuals had already arrived upon a small island. As Chen Changsheng set foot on the isle, he abruptly sensed a formidable aura racing towards him from the distance. Instantly, he turned his gaze in that direction, watching as the presence drew nearer. With a poised finger, he prepared to strike down the approaching entity. In this graveyard, peril lurked at every corner, and none could predict what ominous being might emerge from the shadows. In that moment, the Pig King bellowed, "Master Chen, spare him." It was the Snake King. Upon hearing the Pig King's words, Chen Changsheng withdrew his finger. The green figure crashed heavily beside the group, prompting the Pig King and the Rooster King to rush over and assist him. "Snake King, what transpired outside? How did you come to be in such a state?" They beheld the Snake King's face, marred by wounds inflicted by the corrosive fog, drenched in crimson. The Snake King, his breath faint, uttered softly, "It is the Great Wasteland. They have arrived." Chapter 89. Who is unaware of the esteemed name of young Master Ji? Upon hearing the words Great Wilderness, everyone could not help but be taken aback. Chen Changsheng was also aware of the existence of the Great Wilderness. It is said that the Great Wilderness is vast, surpassing the combined expanse of the other three states. Within the Great Wilderness, there exist 3,000 domains, each domain akin to the cultivation sects of the eastern region, yet significantly more powerful, with domain masters being at least of the harmonization stage or above. Thus, the Great Wilderness is also referred to as the Great Wilderness Domain. Within it, numerous formidable beings reside, and the distance from the three states is several tens of millions of miles. To traverse this expanse by flying on a sword would take several months. Therefore, unless one possesses the status of a domain master, the cost of arriving here is exceedingly great. The individuals accompanying Ji Tianming, hailing from the Great Wilderness, arrived through the Void Array. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to reach this place in such a short time. Although the Void Array can transport individuals across millions of miles, the number of people it can convey is limited. Otherwise, the Great Wilderness would have long utilized the Void Array to send their people here and conquer the three states. Years ago, the Great Wilderness invaded, and the Qing Emperor, with a single palm strike, annihilated tens of thousands of warriors from the Great Wilderness. Subsequently, the Qing Emperor directly crossed the void to the Great Wilderness and, with a mere gesture, devastated half of the wilderness domains as punishment for their transgressions. The Pig King immediately inquired of the Snake King, "How many have they brought?" The Snake King replied in a low voice, "Not many have come, perhaps a few thousand, but the three leaders possess extraordinary strength. One, a master of poison, struck, and all of us demon kings were felled by their venom. Were it not for my serpent clan's resistance to toxins, we might not have escaped." Upon hearing this, the Pig King was greatly astonished. An entity capable of slaying dozens of demon kings was certainly no trivial matter. It seems that these people from the great wilderness have come to seek the remains of the Qing Emperor in his tomb. The Rooster King remarked. Tu Shanyu spoke slowly. They are after the heart of the Qing Emperor. Upon hearing this, the crowd was somewhat puzzled. And the Pig King promptly asked, the heart of the Qing Emperor, what is that? Tu Shanyu replied nonchalantly. The so-called heart of the Qing Emperor is a heart left behind by him before his ascension. Legend has it that the Qing Emperor was transformed from an ancient blue lotus, and his heart is the embodiment of that lotus. If one could obtain that heart, they would inherit the legacy of the Qing Emperor. The Rooster King, somewhat confused, asked, did not that heart ascend alongside the Qing Emperor? Tu Shanyu shook her head and said, the Qing Emperor became the strongest because he severed all ties to the mortal realm. His ultimate ascension involved the severing of his heart, leaving his entire corporeal form, including the heart. In the mortal world, while his powerful primordial spirit ascended to the celestial domain. Thus, there will be remains in the heart of the Qing Emperor within this tomb. But these are merely legends. The truth remains unknown, for no one has ever witnessed the tomb of the Qing Emperor. The Pig King hastily declared, the Qing Emperor is the great sovereign of our demon tribe. If his remains in the heart of the Qing Emperor are indeed here, I shall vow to never allow that group from the great wilderness to carry them away. The Chicken King spoke slowly. In the vast wilderness of the 3,000 domains, the strong are like a dense forest. To thwart them is no simple task, although they are also of the human race. Their physiques vastly surpass those of the cultivators from the eastern domain. The rare celestial body, Tao, and the ascendant body, as well as the human emperor body, which are seldom seen in the eastern domain, are commonplace here in the great wilderness. It is not uncommon for one to strike down 10 of the great wilderness people, with 9 being of the celestial body and 1 being of the human emperor body. The one who injured the Serpent King and her companions must be of the 10,000 poisons body, a denizen of the poison domain within the 3,000 domains of the great wilderness, capable of slaying dozens of demon kings. The terror of the 10,000 poisons body is evident. Tu Shanyu turned to Chen Changsheng and said, Master Chen, should we venture out now and engage them in battle? After pondering, Chen Changsheng looked at the Pig King and the Chicken King, inquiring, the two of you mentioned seeing the Azure Emperor alive. Where was that? The Pig King and the Chicken King exchanged glances, scanning their surroundings, yet found no trace of the Azure Emperor. The Pig King could only helplessly state, that azure figure we saw must have been the Azure Emperor. But we do not know where he has gone now. Chen Changsheng chuckled. It seems there is indeed something peculiar here. For the time being, let us not concern ourselves with those from the great wilderness. Let them come in, for since their objective is the heart of the Azure Emperor, we shall inevitably cross paths. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Tu Shanyu promptly addressed the crowd. Then we shall heed Master Chen's guidance. The group boarded the island, gradually making their way inward, and with each step, they sensed an unusual aura emanating from the island. The land was adorned with blooming lotus flowers, swaying gracefully, mirroring the beauty of the lake waters. Yet, Chen Changsheng felt an extraordinary essence here, as if this small island possessed a life of its own. He could sense a tremendous vitality resonating from the soil beneath his feet. Then, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the stone coffin that lay quietly. Suddenly, he was taken aback. The stone coffin that had been there moments ago had vanished without a trace. This left him feeling a chill run down his spine. What on earth was happening here? Was this tomb, or rather the small island beneath his feet, alive? Outside the tomb, after the Poison Prince had dispatched the Demon Kings, he returned to the flying vessel. Ji Tianming praised. The 10,000 poisons body of the poison domain is indeed as formidable as its reputation suggests. Seeing this, the Poison Prince quickly replied humbly, Young Master Ji, you flatter me. My 10,000 poisons body pales in comparison to your own. For you are the celestial body of the heavens, born for battle. I have heard that recently you have achieved minor success in your celestial body. At such a young age, it is truly commendable. Ji Tianming laughed. What is there to admire in minor success? If I could attain the same level as my father, achieving full mastery of the celestial body, then we would see a domain with dual power, and my domain would ascend to the pinnacle of the great wilderness. The Poison Prince quickly smiled. It is already so. Who in the great wilderness does not know the names of young Master Ji and your father? Ji Tianming inquired with a smile. Oh, what do they say about me? With a flattering grin, the Poison Prince replied, Young Master Ji, with his minor success in the celestial body, is affectionately nicknamed Little Ji-Ba, while the elder Ji, having achieved full mastery of the celestial body, is known as Great Ji-Ba. Ji Tianming, with a voice full of authority, interjected sharply, silencing the poisonous young master, who remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Enough. Ji Tianming's thunderous reprimand startled the young man into silence, leaving him perplexed as to why Ji was so incensed. Meanwhile, Huixiener stifled a laugh, finding amusement in the unfolding drama. Fuming, Ji Tianming approached her and exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? Upon our return, I shall torment you 1,000 times over and see if your laughter persists." Undeterred, Huixiener stood firm, her chest puffed out proudly as she retorted, "Your flustered demeanor suggests that the moniker Little Ji Ba suits you well." Feeling deeply insulted, Ji Tianming's expression darkened with rage as he turned to address the myriad warriors of the great wilderness, commanding, "Advance to the tomb of the Green Emperor." No sooner had he uttered these words than thousands of soldiers surged forward, propelled by the radiant green glow ahead. Chapter 90. The Eternal Burial Ground. The Nine Absolutes maiden Chen Changsheng was the first to notice something amiss with the small island, as the stone coffin he had just glimpsed had vanished. "Where has that coffin gone?" he inquired of the others. The group exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of the coffin's whereabouts. This coffin was presumed to be the resting place of the Qing Emperor's remains, and indeed, the Pig King and the Chicken King had witnessed the Qing Emperor. However, the reason for his manifestation in corporeal form remained a mystery. "Pig King, Chicken King, when you encountered the Qing Emperor, did you see that coffin?" Chen Changsheng asked. The duo exchanged looks, pondering, and eventually confirmed, yes, the coffin was situated not far from the Qing Emperor. Chen Changsheng stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "It seems that coffin is intrinsically linked to the Qing Emperor. To locate his remains, we must first find that coffin." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Xiao Haizi eagerly volunteered, "Allow me, just let me sniff it out, and I shall discern its location." Xiao Haizi then extended his snout and inhaled deeply, only to display a peculiar expression. "What the hell? Who just passed gas?" The Pig King scratched his head awkwardly, admitting, "Apologies, I couldn't hold it in." Xiao Haizi suppressed his irritation and, once the odor dissipated, inhaled again. Countless scents from the nearby graves rushed into Xiao Haizi's nostrils. After savoring the myriad of aromas, he remarked, "I can only discern that the previous coffin should be in the northeastern direction. However, the mist here is rather strange, obstructing spiritual perception." Northeast? Chen Changsheng understood that Xiao Haizi referred to the northeastern part of the island. "No time to waste. Let us proceed." With that, Chen Changsheng led the group toward the northeast of the island. After Chen Changsheng and his companions departed, the great wilderness warship descended from the heavens, and Ji Tianming, Huixiener, and the Poison Prince landed on the very spot where Chen Changsheng and the others had stood moments before. "Young Master Ji, it seems someone was just here," the Poison Prince remarked. "Oh, how do you know?" Ji Tianming inquired. The Poison Prince promptly elucidated, "My poison residue lingers here, allowing me to sense what transpired." Younger Master Ji, among those individuals, there were several formidable presences, and two appeared to be even stronger than you. Ji Tianming, upon hearing this, responded indifferently, "Is that so? I, who have mastered the Song Tian dominance to a minor degree, was just lamenting the lack of worthy opponents. It seems I shall finally have the opportunity for a good fight. The Song Tian dominance is born for battle. The mightier the foe, the more exhilarated I become." The Poison Prince immediately added, "Young Master Ji, your power is truly fearsome. Young Master, based on the calculations of the heavenly mechanism domain, the location of the Qing Emperor's heart has been charted for us. And where is this Qing Emperor's heart? Right beneath our feet." Chen Changsheng and his companions soared toward the northeastern direction. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He had spotted the stone coffin, and the reason for his startled gaze was the ethereal blue figure that appeared alongside it. All gazes were fixed upon the azure figure, radiant with divine light, exuding an aura of profound mystery. It was the Azure Emperor. Upon seeing this figure, the demon Emperor Tushanyu immediately fell to one knee. This was the visage of a mighty sovereign from millennia past, a force that had dominated an era. He led the entire demon race to the pinnacle of this continent, heralding an age of unprecedented prosperity where myriad demons paid homage. He also quelled the vast wilderness and vanquished the celestial demons from beyond the realm. The Azure Emperor's life was unparalleled. She merited this reverence. The Pig King, the Chicken King, and the Snake King, upon witnessing this, all knelt before the Azure Emperor. Chen Changsheng, Su Yaoyao, Sun Wukong, and Xiao Haizi, however, did not kneel. Sun Wukong, belonging to the lineage of combat, had a father, the Combat Saint Emperor, who predates the Azure Emperor. Thus, he had no need to bow. Xiaohaizi, of the dragon lineage, also stood tall. As for Chen Changsheng and Su Yaoyao, being of the human race, they too remained undaunted. The Azure Emperor turned slowly, her divine radiance swirling around her. Her form appeared ethereal and indistinct, as if she existed in this realm yet was simultaneously absent, evoking a sense of otherworldliness. She regarded the assembly and softly inquired, "What year is it tonight?" The Demon Emperor promptly responded, "It is the 862nd year of the immortal cultivation era." The Azure Emperor murmured to herself, "It has been over 10 millennia. Time now is like a blade, cleaving the extraordinary. Since my tomb has manifested, it must signify the final descent of my ascended spirit." Upon hearing the Azure Emperor's words, Su Yaoyao felt an excruciating headache and immediately called out to Chen Changsheng, "Master, I." Chen Changsheng turned to Su Yaoyao before addressing the Azure Emperor. "What is the matter with my disciple?" The Azure Emperor glanced at Su Yaoyao and then at Chen Changsheng, her expression revealing surprise, as if she recognized him. She asked Chen Changsheng, "Are you her master?" "Indeed. Follow me." With a wave of her hand, the Azure Emperor transported Chen Changsheng and herself to another realm. "Do not be alarmed. This is a different space," she spoke gently. Chen Changsheng quickly replied, "Why must we speak in secret here? What cannot be said outside?" The Azure Emperor explained, "What I must convey defies the heavenly laws and touches upon the unknown. It can only remain undetected in this sanctuary. If uttered in the outer world, it could risk the annihilation of this realm." Chen Changsheng pondered the terrifying nature of such a being capable of effortlessly erasing an entire world. The Azure Emperor continued, "This matter pertains to your disciple's identity." Chen Changsheng inquired, "My disciple's identity?" He was aware that Su Yaoyao is the reincarnation of the Azure Emperor, a truth he could fathom. Yet the need for such secrecy from the Azure Emperor suggested a deeper significance. The Azure Emperor slowly articulated, "Your disciple is my reincarnation. This is a game I have orchestrated. Regrettably, I lost the first round, and the second round must be played by your disciple." Chen Changsheng questioned, "What do you mean?" The Azure Emperor elucidated, "To put it plainly, your disciple is my contingency left in the mortal realm. Should I falter, she will ascend to take my place, becoming the new Azure Emperor. This tomb shall be the birthplace of the new Azure Emperor." Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng inquired, "What realm have you attained in the immortal domain that you have faced defeat?" The Qing Emperor replied, "Some matters are still premature to discuss. However, remember this,